Sumu traverses the world of Naruto, commencing his journey by binding himself to the Storyteller System. As long as he narrates tales, rewards will follow. The greater the astonishment, the more bountiful the rewards. Thus, Sumu opened an establishment on Shanshan Street, becoming a storyteller. As the saying goes, life and death are predestined, while wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. Behind the glamour lies the dark streets. I find myself in a dialogue with my conscience, pondering how a single deity can withstand myriad forms of greed. Just after exiting the gambling den, Tsunade heard the tale of the gambling god, resonating from the tavern, and paused to step inside. Orochimaru. It appears that the ultimate secret to immortality lies within the realm of cultivators. Hashigaki Kisame. Preposterous. Can the Gonggong of your tale even wield water-style jutsu? Itachi. Does my Amaterasu not surpass the 3 flames of truth in your narrative? As the 9 tales raged, chaos ensued among the crowd. At that moment, Sumu, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds, began. Once upon a time, there existed an object known as a Poké Ball. Chapter 1. Gambling God commences. Tsunade prepares for battle. Let us continue from where we left off. It is said that since the gambling god Gao Jin lost his memory. Oh, guess what happens next? In the shinobi world, 62 years have passed. On Shanshan Street, the tavern Gue Lin Ju buzzes with activity. Dozens of tables have been filled with patrons, totaling over 100 souls. Outside, the crowd is so dense that not a drop could pass through. Business is exceptionally thriving. Everyone is fully alert, straining their ears to absorb the stories pouring forth from Sumu's lips. Meanwhile, Sumu sits atop a high platform, wielding a folding fan as he recounts the tale of the gambling god. In the adjacent gambling house, Tsunade and her assistant Shizen emerge, their faces etched with disappointment. Lady Tsunade, we have exhausted our last savings. Please do not sell Tun. Shizen clings tightly to the little pig, unable to withstand the fierce gaze of Tsunade. What's there to fear? Selling Tun is not a first-time occurrence. It will find its way back. Tsunade smirks wickedly at the little pig, causing it to tremble in fright. But Lady Tsunade, you are selling Tun to a restaurant this time. Enough of this. Once I win some money, I shall redeem Tun. Just as the two quarreled, a resounding applause erupted from the nearby tavern. Tsunade turned her gaze, noticing a throng of neighbors at the entrance, indicating that the inside was already at full capacity. Shizen, still reluctant to part with the little pig, attempted to reason with Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, do not speak. Tsunade abruptly interrupted Shizen. Straining to listen, the voice emanating from within possessed a captivating magnetism. Upon hearing the words gambling god, Tsunade could not help but feel intrigued. This is the first time I have heard the name gambling god. It piques my interest. Navigating through the crowded entrance, Tsunade and Shizen finally enter the tavern. As the saying goes, life and death are predestined, while wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. Once you take a seat at that table, your fate is sealed. The gambling god Gao Jin, having lost his wife and child to tragedy and plummeting down a cliff, suffers amnesia, enduring numerous hardships before ultimately confronting the table that would determine his destiny. And the one who betrayed him sits right beside him, his cousin Gao Yi. Sumu articulates the tale with fervor, painting vivid imagery. Many in the audience express sorrow upon hearing of Gao Jin's wife and child's demise, while anger surged when they learned that the perpetrator was none other than Gao Jin's brother, Gao Yi. This Gao Yi is utterly inhumane, betraying even his own brother. You wouldn't believe it. In the shinobi world, there are countless individuals like Gao Yi. Poor Gao Jin's wife, and that unborn child, lamented the guests at the table, who began to engage in fervent discussions, many of them raising their glasses in tribute to the gambling deity, Gao Jin. Sumu shook his head slightly, sighing. Behind the facade of prosperity lies the dark streets. I find myself in a moral conflict, for how can one divine being withstand a myriad of avarices? Even the gambling god is but a mortal. Someone interjected. So, did the gambling god ultimately triumph? A resounding female voice suddenly rang from the entrance. The tavern fell silent in an instant, all eyes turning towards the source of the voice. There stood Princess Tsunade, clad in a gambling robe, her gaze intensely fixed on Sumu upon the stage. Sumu offered a faint smile, slowly closing his folding fan. Does winning or losing truly matter? Tsunade furrowed her brow, reiterating her earlier question. Did the gambling god win in the end? She sought only the outcome, indifferent to the intricacies that lay between. Sumu sighed in resignation, realizing that Tsunade's obsession ran deep. Indeed, he won. The moment those two words escaped his lips, Tsunade scoffed derisively. Your tale is captivating, yet reality is unforgiving. Such a being as the gambling god does not exist. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the patrons of the tavern were momentarily taken aback before erupting into discussions once more. She seems to have a point. After all, it's merely a story, one to be entertained with. Alas, I was far too immersed in the narrative, nearly believing it to be true. If such a person truly existed, wouldn't every gambling house in the ninja world go bankrupt? As Tsunade listened to the chatter, a subtle smile crept upon her lips, her gaze fixed on Sumu, eager to see what he would say next. Rising from the high platform, Sumu regarded Tsunade with a knowing smile and said lightly, "If you claim that the gambling god does not exist, why not engage in a wager with me?" Tsunade laughed scornfully. "What do you propose to wager?" Sumu pointed casually at the necklace adorning her neck. "If I lose, this tavern becomes yours. If you lose, you grant me that necklace. What say you?" Tsunade hesitated momentarily as she touched the necklace. At that moment, Shizen interjected anxiously, "Lady Tsunade, that item is a relic of Lord Hashirama. You must not use it as a wager." "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Strangely, no sooner had Shizen spoken than Tsunade made her decision. The two took their seats at a table, and Tsunade seized a bottle of sake, drinking deeply, the liquid trickling down from the corners of her mouth. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. "Let us commence. We shall compare our cards." The tavern's beautiful waitress shuffled the playing cards before the audience's eyes and then dealt one card to both Sumu and Tsunade. Tsunade cautiously picked up her card, pressing her finger against the side while peering nervously. Meanwhile, Sumu glanced at his card, noting it was an 8, as the spectators behind him observed the same number. On Tsunade's end, upon revealing a 13, she erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Admit defeat. You have no chance. Perhaps I should ponder what name to bestow upon this tavern." "Guess," they remarked, "that storyteller is in for a tremendous loss. A tavern just like that is gone." "Guess B added, "Where shall I go to hear his stories now?" "What a pity." Guess C chimed in, "Unless he draws an ace, but he is no gambling god." At this moment, Sumu remained silent, merely closing his eyes slightly. Achievement of the first storytelling milestone complete. Reward, beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Yes. Ding. Reward, Gao Jin's gambling skills from the story of the gambling god. Ding. The host has received 1 jade ring from the gambling god. Ding. The host has acquired an unlimited supply of gambling god-themed chocolates. When Sumu finally reopened his eyes, a playful smile illuminated his face. Tsunade looked at him disdainfully. "Stop hesitating. Reveal your card. Do not rush. I wager you may not even have a higher card than I." Sumu replied, nonchalantly retrieving a piece of chocolate and placing it slowly in his mouth. This very gesture sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Wait, why does that action of eating chocolate seem so familiar? Did the host not just recount the story of the gambling god? Gao Jin consumed chocolate in precisely that manner. Could it be that the host is indeed Gao Jin? The surrounding patrons suddenly became animated. Sumu heard a series of crisp mechanical chimes in his ears. Ding. Shock value 1. Ding. Shock value 5. Ding. Shock value 10. Tsunade felt an unsettling tremor in her heart. Throughout this encounter, Sumu had displayed not a shred of anxiety or trepidation. Could it be that the gambling god was real? Tsunade shook her head vigorously. This man before her must surely be feigning. In a fit of frustration, Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, declaring, "If you do not reveal your card soon, I shall demolish your tavern." To her surprise, Sumu merely yawned lazily, and the jade ring on his pinky finger caught the light, revealing itself to the patrons. They were left utterly bewildered. What a revelation. It's like a knife to the backside. If he's not the gambling god, then I shall eat 2 pounds of dung. Chapter 2. The Art of Rebirth Beyond the Filth, Summoning Souls and Guiding Corpses. Have you ever encountered Gao Jin? Are you familiar with his appearance? I assert that the proprietor is indeed Gao Jin. Is there a problem with that? It is all due to Sumu's captivating tale, which has engraved Gao Jin deeply in the minds of the guests. Sumu's current demeanor mirrors that of the legendary Gao Jin to an uncanny degree. Cold sweat trickles down Tsunade's forehead as her inner turmoil intensifies. He cannot possibly triumph over me. This is merely an act. Sumu gently waved his right hand over the card, then seized it, flipping it over and slamming it onto the table with force. It was an ace. The patrons who had glimpsed the card behind Sumu were left in utter disbelief. They had clearly seen the card in his hand as an 8. How could it possibly reveal itself as an ace in the end? Tsunade collapsed onto her chair, her face suddenly etched with despair. Behold, this is the true god of gamblers. I, Shanshan Street Sumu, declare the proprietor as the strongest. What an extraordinary tale, and how remarkable the storyteller. Shock value, 30. Shock value, 100. Shock value, 25. You have won. Indeed, there truly exists a god of gamblers in this world. Tsunade gazed at Sumu with an impassive expression. Sumu merely smiled faintly, then unfurled his fan and waved it lightly. There is no such thing as a god of gamblers. It is merely a dream that transpired after plummeting from a cliff. Tsunade, clutching the necklace around her neck, fell silent. Before you bestow this necklace upon me, might you share yet another tale concerning the passage of the deceased? Sumu hesitated briefly, realizing that the necklace indeed represented Tsunade's emotional entanglement. However, this could serve as an opportunity to help her untangle her heart, surely yielding substantial rewards. I happen to possess a story about summoning souls and guiding corpses. Are you prepared to listen attentively? Sumu turned to ascend the high platform. At that moment, the patrons below, upon hearing that Sumu would recount another story, eagerly returned to their seats. Waitstaff, bring me another 10 bottles of sake. Brother, why not order a plate of peanuts? If you consume even one, you might still manage to crawl home. I shall have 5 bottles too. 3 more, please. The establishment's business often relies on Sumu's narratives to thrive. Typically, Sumu recounts but one story a day, and after concluding, he would not return to share a new tale for another 2 days. Today, however, was an exception. The prospect of 2 stories in one day sent the guests into a frenzy of excitement, all thanks to Tsunade's presence. Instantly, they clamored to invite Tsunade for drinks. Just as Sumu was about to speak, 2 strangers clad in black robes entered from outside. They casually selected a seat in the corner. Sumu merely glanced at them, a smile gracing his lips. Thus began the tale of blood-stained garments summoning souls. It is said that when a soul perishes far from home, it becomes lost, unable to find its way back, remaining in a foreign land, enduring endless suffering akin to that of its lifeless body. It cannot partake in the offerings of incense, food, or scriptures for its salvation. This lonely spirit transforms into the most wretched of hungry ghosts, forever wandering in a foreign realm, devoid of hope for rebirth. Only when its family calls to it, invoking the longed-for voice, can it return, and once the deceased's body is arranged, a soul-summoning ceremony must be conducted. The dim light of the establishment perfectly complemented the atmosphere of the story. The guests felt a tinge of fear, but were unwilling to miss a single moment of the unfolding narrative. Can the souls of those long-deceased truly be summoned? Tsunade suddenly stood, voicing her inner question. This startled those around her. I say, miss, could you perhaps slow down next time? You nearly frightened me to death. Sumu gestured for Tsunade to refrain from interrupting, then continued with his fan. There exists a place called Blue Star, where a man named Lin Jinging, known as Uncle Chi, resides. Wherever he is present, even resting in a graveyard poses no issue. Uncle Chi possesses extraordinary skills, capable of summoning souls and guiding corpses. As the story unfolded, the black-robed man in the corner suddenly let out a derisive laugh. How absurd! Summoning souls and guiding corpses? It is merely a deception. When a person dies, their soul departs to the realm beyond, but they do not reincarnate. My filthy rebirth certainly elucidates this principle. The other black-robed man nodded. Lord Orochimaru. How are your hands? Be sure to take your medicine shortly. It seems Tsunade remains unable to let go of Shunshu and Kato Dan. This could serve as a valuable bargaining chip. My hand should be salvaged. From beneath the robe emerged a long, serpentine tongue. Throughout the story's progression, Tsunade remained attentively engaged, never diverting her gaze from Sumu. The guests marveled at the wonders of the art of summoning souls and guiding corpses, yet found it somewhat far-fetched, especially in comparison to the god of gamblers. My father never disclosed where he hid his money before passing. If summoning souls were truly possible, I would love to give it a try. If your father were to be summoned back, he would likely scare you to death. Nevertheless, the story is genuinely captivating. As long as Uncle Chi is around, there is a sense of security. Sumu understood the question Tsunade yearned to ask, but he could not provide an answer just yet. Entering the system world, Sumu amassed over 2,000 shock points. Completing the first story of the God of Gamblers granted him an additional 500 points. He accessed the Universal Exchange Mall, where he could redeem any skills, techniques, items, weapons, or characters from the stories, though requiring an equivalent amount of shock points for each exchange. For instance, Uncle Chi's Peachwood sword necessitated 300 shock points. The more impressive the item, the greater the shock points needed. Some even demanded millions. Gray items, marked as locked, could not be exchanged, as the corresponding stories had yet to be narrated. To unlock exchangeable items, one must complete the storytelling. While Sumu could not redeem Uncle Chi's Peachwood sword after narrating the God of Gamblers, it would become available after sharing Uncle Chi's tale. Moreover, the system included a lottery feature with 3 options: bronze, silver, and gold. A single bronze draw required 100 shock points, while 10 draws cost 1,000 points, with a high probability of yielding a silver reward. A silver draw required 1,000 shock points for 1 attempt, and 10 attempts cost 10,000 points, with a high chance of acquiring a gold reward. A gold draw, on the other hand, required 10,000 shock points for a single attempt, and 100,000 for 10 attempts, guaranteeing a gold reward. Similarly, the rewards from the lottery stemmed from the stories already told, with outcomes being random. By fulfilling others' wishes through storytelling, a random opportunity for a lottery was granted based on system evaluations. The items needed for summoning included a soul summoning bell, a peachwood sword, and belongings once used by the deceased. Sumu glanced at the soul summoning bell, which required 200 shock points, a modest sum. Thus, he utilized 500 points to exchange for the soul summoning bell and the peachwood sword. With everything prepared, Tsunade had already removed the necklace from her neck and placed it on the table. "Thank you for your story. May the bets be honored." With that, Tsunade turned to leave. "Do you not wish to see the one who occupies your heart?" Just as Tsunade was about to step out the door, Sumu suddenly spoke. Bang, bang, bang. Tsunade's heart raced violently, and she excitedly turned to Sumu, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Can you truly accomplish that?" Even Orochimaru and Kabuto, seated in the corner, were taken aback. "Lord Orochimaru, is this fellow not jesting?" "I do not think so. There are so many people here. Why would he tarnish his reputation? Yet, I cannot fathom how he intends to summon back the souls of Shunshu and Kato Dan. Nonetheless, since he has made such a claim, let us observe what transpires next." Chapter 3. Summoning the Thousand-Handed Shinshu, Orochimaru in tears. Inside the tavern, the patrons held their breath in anticipation. Seated upon the elevated platform, Su Fan gently shook the bell in his hand, the clear sound reverberating throughout the tavern. "I require 2 more items," Sumu remarked, casting a casual glance at Tsunade. Startled, Tsunade promptly rose from her chair, exclaiming, "Please, tell me what you need. I shall fulfill your request." The transformation in her demeanor was striking, from initial disdain to now addressing Sumu with utmost respect. In the corner, Orochimaru sensed a foreboding shift in the atmosphere. Sumu smiled slightly. "The necklace is one such item." Tsunade paused, suddenly recalling a detail from Su Fan's earlier tale. To summon a spirit, one must possess items once used or worn by the deceased, including clothing. The necklace had belonged to her brother, Senju Rope Tree. Tsunade was taken aback, disbelief washing over her as she realized that Sumu had known of her hidden scars all along. Scars that included not only her brother, but also another person, Kato Dan. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tsunade stumbled back, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, a series of notifications echoed in Sumu's ears. Shock value 7. Shock value 10. Shock value 70. A satisfied smile crept across Sumu's face. "Let us begin with your brother. There will be another opportunity for the other." Tsunade took a deep breath, desperately trying to steady her racing heart. In a hushed voice, Silent whispered in her ear, "Lady Tsunade, the tavern keeper seems to have even guessed Rope Tree's name. It appears the summoning is indeed genuine." Orochimaru, now even more astonished, pondered how this seemingly youthful tavern keeper could possess such knowledge about Tsunade's past. Could it be that the stories he told were true? Kabuto shook his head slightly. "Until now, apart from the impure world reincarnation, I have never heard of such techniques truly existing." As a double agent, Kabuto's understanding of the world and the ninjutsu he had encountered surpassed that of most present. Yet, he remained utterly perplexed by the narrative spun by Sumu. Tsunade, in a moment of frustration, hurled the necklace at Su Fan, who caught it deftly before shaking the bell once more. Suddenly, the tavern door burst open, a chill wind sweeping in. The patrons shivered involuntarily. How could it be so cold at this time of year? It seemed as if a torrential rain had begun outside, perhaps causing the sudden drop in temperature. "Something feels off. I think I see a shadow out there." It was deep into the night, the outside cloaked in darkness, as heavy rain poured down. Suddenly, the clear sound of a bell pierced the silence of the quiet street. A guest's face turned pale with terror. "Listen, that bell sounds exactly like the one the tavern keeper just rang." Orochimaru also heard the bell, his complexion draining of color. Meanwhile, Su Fan nonchalantly sipped from his teacup, an expression of serene leisure adorning his face. The tension in the air heightened as time ticked away. When the hour struck, Su Fan addressed Tsunade. Call out your brother's name, and do not cease. The louder, the better. Tsunade nodded vigorously, turning to the door and shouting her brother's name with all her might. Senju Rope Tree. Senju Rope Tree. Senju Rope Tree. Can you hear me, Rope Tree? After repeating it 10 times, her voice hoarse from exertion, there was still no response from outside. Orochimaru's anxious heart began to settle. I almost believed it. The patrons began to murmur, dismissing the events as mere theatrics orchestrated by Su Fan to embellish his tale. How dull. Let us disperse, each to their own homes, find your own families. And those with wives, go to them. Suddenly, the bell rang out once more. This time, the sound was alarmingly close. Everyone froze mid-motion, straining to listen. Amidst the rain, the sound of footsteps splashing in puddles became unmistakably clear. With each step came the chime of the bell, growing nearer and nearer. Look, what is that? A patron near the door suddenly cried out. All rushed to the entrance to gaze outside. A small boy, barefoot, was slowly approaching the tavern, surrounded by a blue aura. The bell at his waist was identical to the one Su Fan had just wielded. Astonishingly, despite the downpour, the boy remained completely dry, as if he were transparent. Tears streamed down Tsunade's face as she could no longer contain her emotions. She trembled and knelt upon the ground, gazing with excitement at the approaching rope tree. The moment the patrons witnessed Tsunade's reaction, they were utterly bewildered. This small boy was indeed her brother. No way, am I dreaming? Can the dead truly be summoned back? A patron called out, Tavern keeper, my father has been dead for 10 years, and all I have left is a pair of underpants. Can you help me? The tavern guests, having witnessed Su Fan's abilities, began to question their very existence. This included Orochimaru himself, who, upon seeing Rope Tree, felt a long-suppressed emotion finally released. Once, Rope Tree had been his most cherished disciple, and during the war, he had watched helplessly as he was brutally slain by the enemy. It was from that day onward that he first grasped the fragility of life. How wonderful it would be if humanity possessed infinite life. In his memories, Orochimaru murmured beside Rope Tree's corpse. On the platform, Sumu instantly recognized Orochimaru's identity. According to the original timeline, after Orochimaru had his hand sealed, he would seek Tsunade's aid. Tsunade's first appearance in Naruto occurred in Shanshan Street. Every moment had been meticulously calculated by Sumu. Everything was entirely within his grasp. It could be said that Rope Tree's sacrifice had led Orochimaru down the path of darkness. His relentless pursuit of immortality had birthed the forbidden techniques. Yet the long-term body swapping had caused him to forget the pain of losing someone dear. Now, upon seeing Rope Tree once more, Orochimaru could not help but recall the day that had changed everything. Sister, Senju Rope Tree smiled warmly at Tsunade, and in that instant, the knot in her heart unraveled. Rope Tree, I've missed you so much. They embraced amidst the rain, creating a poignant tableau. Orochimaru outside the door let out a bitter laugh before donning the hood of his black robe and exiting the tavern. Kabuto followed closely behind, soon disappearing into the night. The patrons, deeply moved, raised their glasses to drown their sorrows on that cold night. If only life were as it was upon first meeting. Why lament the autumn winds that mourn the painted fan? With a gentle flick of his folding fan, an exquisite poem flowed from Sumu's lips, silencing the tavern. A splendid poem. Cheers to the tavern keeper. The crowd raised their glasses, reveling in the night. In another corner, a middle-aged ninja laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. 20 years prior, his wife had passed away from illness. Now in his 40s, he had spent years relentlessly pursuing forbidden techniques for resurrection. To the point where his family and friends deemed him hopeless and chose to leave him. He had sacrificed everything for this art, 2 decades of his youth. Yet now, witnessing Su Fan summon another soul, he realized that the dead could never truly return to life. Those lost in this world were but wisps of smoke, incapable of bringing back the living. Parting is but the beginning of something new. Those unable to forget remained eternally trapped at the starting point of that fateful day. He wished fervently that he had met Su Fan 20 years earlier. The middle-aged ninja wiped away the tears from his face, raised his goblet, and gulped down several mouthfuls before turning to step outside. From that moment forth, the ninja world gained yet another individual marked by disappointment. Chapter 4, 10 Consecutive Draws. Golden Non-Attribute, Space-Time Ninjutsu. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's storytelling session. If you wish to uncover the new tales that lie ahead, please return in 2 days. Su Fan closed his folding fan and prepared to depart. Below the high platform, the audience was left wanting more, a chorus of discontent echoing through the air. Please wait a moment, esteemed host. Just then, Tsunade, drenched from head to toe, entered through the door. Su Fan halted and turned to gaze at her. Is there something else? Thank you for helping me untangle my hard-ass knots. I have nothing much to offer in return, but this necklace shall henceforth belong to you. Tsunade looked at Su Fan with deep gratitude, as at that moment, Shosuk had already taken his leave. The summoning could only last as long as a single incense stick burns. However, that was sufficient for Tsunade to fulfill her wish. It's merely a necklace. I expected something of greater significance. Su Fan mused, contemplating that perhaps offering a monetary gift to the host would have sufficed. Upon overhearing the audience's comments, Tsunade's brow furrowed. This necklace is no ordinary trinket. It was once worn by my grandfather, Hashirama Senju. Surely, everyone present has heard of my grandfather's name. The value of this necklace is beyond measure. The crowd gasped in astonishment, hurriedly approaching to scrutinize Tsunade. The legendary god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, is your grandfather? Did you not hear her earlier? She referred to her brother as Shosuk Senju. It cannot be mistaken. She is indeed the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. Tsunade had anticipated that revealing her grandfather's name would elicit gratitude from Su Fan for bestowing such a precious item. Yet, to her surprise, Su Fan merely smiled faintly, uttering a simple thank you before departing. Su Fan, the host, is truly an intriguing individual. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to learn more about him, Tsunade thought. Watching Su Fan's retreating figure, a contemplative smile appearing on her lips. Come, Shizun, we two should return and rest. Upon returning to his room, Su Fan eagerly entered the system world. System, how much shock value do I currently possess? Please hold on, querying. You currently possess 7,500 shock points. Just now, the host unlocked Tsunade's emotional turmoil through blood robe summoning, earning 3,000 shock points. Would the host like to visit the Universal Exchange Mall to make a purchase or participate in a lottery? Su Fan scratched his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Currently, the stories being narrated are just gambling god and blood robe summoning. The rewards available for exchange and lottery from these two tales are of little use to me. System, is it not possible to exchange for ninjutsu from the Naruto world? Of course, as the world you have traversed is that of Naruto. This world is one of your first personal experiences, and all ninjutsu can be exchanged in the Universal Mall. Upon hearing this, Su Fan's spirits soared. Why did you not tell me sooner? The system, somewhat exasperated, replied, you did not inquire sooner either. He opened the Universal Exchange Mall. Rows of ninjutsu were neatly displayed on the shelves. In the non-attribute ninjutsu section, Shadow Clone, 500 shock points. Seduction Technique, 50 shock points. Rasengan, 1,000 shock points. Multiple Shadow Clone, 800 shock points. In the golden non-attribute ninjutsu section, Immortal Body, 10,000 shock points. Phasing, Space Transfer, 60,000 shock points. No Sharingan required. Red Secret Technique, 100-man practice, 5,000 shock points. Ultimate Art, Self-Detonation, 100,000 shock points. Paper Ocean Sealing Technique, 30,000 shock points. 8 Gates of Opening, 300,000 shock points. Corpse Demon Seal, 100,000 shock points. Flying Thunder God Technique, 700,000 shock points. In the Elemental Ninjutsu section, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, 1,500 shock points. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Lightning Release, Lightning Cutter, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, 2,000 shock points, with Dog Head. In the Sage Technique section, Sage Art, 5 Right Guards, 150,000 shock points. No Sage Mode required. Sage Art, Raisin Shuriken, Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fong, Sage Art, Een Release Lightning Strike, Sage Art, White Fury Technique. In the Mangekyo Sharingan series, Tsukuyami, 1,500,000 shock points. No Eye activation required. Amaterasu, Susanoo, Kamui, Izanagi, Kagutsuchi. The offerings were abundant, including the Byakugan series. There was nothing one could not conceive, nor anything the system could not accomplish. However, after reviewing the prices, Su Fan fell into deep contemplation. The host can draw rewards of ninjutsu from the Naruto world through the lottery. Indeed, since I have chosen the Naruto world interface, I can draw rewards from its realm. Su Fan excitedly opened the lottery interface. He currently possessed 7,500 shock points. The bronze lottery required 100 shock points for a single draw and 1,000 for 10 draws. This meant he could draw rewards a total of 75 times. Opting for 10 draws at once would increase his chances of obtaining silver rewards. It was worth a try. System, select the Naruto world. I will spend 1,000 shock points for the lottery begin. After thoroughly considering his decision, Su Fan issued the lottery command to the system. Ding. The lottery was successful. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 1 Vortex Chakra Enhancement Pill. Congratulations, Host, you have acquired the Golden Non-Attribute Ninjutsu, Phasing, Space Transfer. Congratulations, Host. You have received 1 fragment of the 8 Gates of Opening. Collecting 3 identical fragments will automatically grant the corresponding ninjutsu. Congratulations, Host. You have obtained 100 Death Warriors from the Taketorai clan. Congratulations, Host. You have obtained 100 Death Warriors from the Taketorai clan. Congratulations, Host. You have acquired the Blue Non-Attribute Ninjutsu Rasengan. Congratulations, Host. You have received 100,000 ninja coins. Congratulations, Host. You have obtained 1 fragment of Hashirama Senju. Collecting 10 identical fragments will automatically grant this character. Congratulations, Host. You have received 100 Death Warriors from the Taketorai clan. Congratulations, Host. You have acquired 1 large military ration pill. Consuming it will instantly restore chakra to its peak after consumption. It can be stored in the body for up to 10 uses. Host, please note, all characters drawn, even those who have perished in Naruto, can be resurrected and will be utterly loyal and devoted to the host. What? My first lottery, could I truly be the chosen one? Su Fan gawked at the rewards in his storage bag. This was merely from a bronze lottery, and such a remarkable yield already. There were even character fragments. And the most impressive of all was that space ninjutsu, a veritable divine technique. Even without the Sharingan, I can go wherever I please. The key question now is how to best utilize these 200 Death Warriors from the Taketorai clan. This is a fearsome race, albeit one that has been exterminated. Yet now, I have drawn them through the lottery. Prior to their annihilation, the Taketorai clan dared to assault the hidden mist village, indicating they possessed formidable combat prowess. Su Fan felt elated. What a windfall. First, I shall consume the Vortex Chakra Enhancement Pill. Gulp. Su Fan swallowed the Vortex Chakra pill in one swift motion. As it descended into his stomach, it transformed into a warm current, coursing through his limbs and bones. At that moment, Su Fan's body felt as if a volcano had erupted, with blood even reversing its flow. So this is the chakra of the Vortex clan? Truly living up to its name. No wonder they could easily seal-tailed beasts. Now it feels as if the chakra within me is inexhaustible. What a delight. Moments later, Su Fan had completed the evolution of the Vortex Chakra. He now possessed space-time ninjutsu and the non-attribute ninjutsu, Rasengan. At the very least, he could now be considered an elite jonin. Finally, he had means for self-preservation in the ninja world. Now that wealth has graced us, it is time to splendidly refurbish the tavern. Surely, after today, the number of patrons coming here to listen to tales will multiply. The dawn has just begun to break. At the tavern's entrance, one can see Orochimaru accompanied by Kabuto, who has already arrived. Lord Orochimaru, what compels you to seek an audience with the tavern master? Kabuto inquired. Somewhat perplexed, Orochimaru revealed a knowing smile. He is acutely aware of my destiny. I can distinctly sense that he possesses a most intriguing story awaiting my ears. Chapter 5. Tsunade is working at Sumu's tavern. Orochimaru gently rang the tavern's doorbell. After a considerable wait, a maid emerged to open the door. May I inquire if Master Sumu is present? Kabuto stepped forward politely to ask. The maid, stifling a yawn and appearing quite fatigued, replied, Master Sumu is currently resting. If you wish to listen to stories, please return tomorrow. With that, she turned to shut the door. Wait, we have urgent matters to discuss with Master Sumu. Kabuto interjected. Bracing against the door, you will have to wait until Master Sumu awakens. The maid retorted impatiently. Let us depart, Orochimaru suddenly suggested. Before Kabuto could respond, Orochimaru had already walked away. But your hands. Wait for me, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto sighed and hurried after him. Shanshan Street, a hub of commerce. Merchants pass through here incessantly each day. The tales of the god of gamblers and bloodstained soul summoning have just concluded, resonating across various corners of the ninja world. Particularly, the scene of Sumu summoning souls has been deeply etched in the minds of the patrons from that day, spreading alongside bloodstained soul summoning. Many, upon hearing this, were taken aback, vowing to attend a session in 2 days' time. The following day, within a dining establishment, several patrons engaged in spirited discussions about the tale of bloodstained soul summoning. At that moment, the door swung open, and Jiraiya entered with Naruto. They casually chose a table, ordering a bottle of sake and a small dish to whet their appetites. You wouldn't believe it, I was right there at the scene, boasted a middle-aged man. intoxicated and animatedly recounting the miraculous soul-summoning technique. When that bell rang, it poured rain in an instant. Jiraiya turned to see the man. His face flushed, and his sake glass nearly empty. I wonder how much he had to drink, Jiraiya mused, shaking his head while tossing a peanut into his mouth. Perverted sage, do souls truly exist in this world? Naruto pondered, recalling his parents. If possible, I would very much like to meet them. A shadow of loneliness crossed his expression. Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's hair gently. Focus on your training. One day, you will see them. Now let us eat. We must find Tsunade as well. Naruto beamed, Debeo. Hurry, tell me, who did Master Sumu summon? Did you see that person's soul with your own eyes? Inquired a nearby uncle eagerly. The middle-aged man made a gesture for silence, and the entire establishment fell quiet. The woman's name is Tsunade. She claims to be the granddaughter of the god of ninja, Hashirama Senju. The soul summoned was none other than Tsunade's own brother, Nawaki Senju. Tsunade is truly stunning. I wish I could pinch her cheeks. Her ample bosom and naive demeanor are simply irresistible. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, his cup shattering in his grip. Naruto, startled, looked at Jiraiya with confusion. He just mentioned Granny Tsunade. I am aware, Jiraiya replied, regaining his composure. He then approached the middle-aged man. The patrons remained engrossed in the story, oblivious to the emotions playing across Jiraiya's face. Where's that tavern? He inquired. The middle-aged man turned, his face alight with a grin. What? Have you been captivated by Tsunade? Laughter erupted among the surrounding guests. Little did they know, Jiraiya's brow had furrowed deeply. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted at the tavern's entrance. The door burst open with a resounding crash. The middle-aged man flew out, crashing against the wall. Naruto rushed outside to find him sitting on the ground, pain etched across his features, a swirling imprint on the wall behind him. That was impressive. What is that technique called? Naruto asked, eyes gleaming with excitement. Rasengan, which I plan to teach you, Jiraiya replied, emerging from the building, shouldering his belongings, and kneeling beside the middle-aged man. Now can we speak? Shanshan Street, Gillen Tavern. Jiraiya and Naruto finally arrived at their destination. The tavern's ambience was indeed unique. Jiraiya gazed upward. The establishment stood 2 stories tall, encircled by a grove of bamboo, presenting a picturesque scene. Wait, are you certain Granny Tsunade is inside? Naruto asked. Confusion etched on his face. Jiraiya shook his head. Perhaps, but I am eager to witness if Master Sumu's tale truly holds such enchantment. The two pushed open the door and stepped inside. Instantly, several maids with cat ears approached cheerfully. Welcome, dear guests. Would you care for some drinks? Wow. Jiraiya found himself surrounded by beautiful women, nearly causing a nosebleed. Setting aside the story for a moment, this place is indeed splendid. He surreptitiously admired the maids, their alluring legs and charming cat ears captivating him. Meanwhile, Naruto shot Jiraiya a disapproving look, as expected of the perverted sage. He completely forgets why we're here the moment he enters such a place. Drink. Let us drink now, under the guidance of the maids. Jiraiya and Naruto settled at a table. Ahem, perverted sage, have you forgotten something? Seeing Jiraiya's lack of decorum as he stared at the maid's chest, Naruto reminded him with exasperation. I almost forgot. First, bring me a bottle of sake, and I'll order more later. After dismissing the maid, Jiraiya began surveying the tavern's surroundings. The patrons were mainly passing merchants, yet there was no sign of Master Sumu or Tsunade, as the middle-aged man had mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note. In 10 minutes, Master Sumu will commence today's new tale. A maid stepped onto the platform and announced sweetly to the audience. Just then, a tremendous tremor shook the entrance. Jiraiya stared, bewildered, at the door. In an instant, hundreds, even thousands, of people surged into the tavern. Finally made it. Ha ha ha. Lucky we arrived quickly. The others must have drowned. They exclaimed, rushing from every corner of the ninja world, merchants, villagers, and shinobi alike, drawn by the allure of Sumu's the god of gamblers and bloodstained soul summoning. The spacious tavern quickly filled to capacity, while the line outside remained unbroken. Jiraiya, astonished, raised his cup of sake. I didn't realize Master Sumu possessed such remarkable prowess. Here is the drink and dish you ordered. Enjoy, esteemed guests. Do not be anxious. The esteemed proprietor Su will descend shortly. Suddenly, Jiraiya heard a familiar voice. He swiftly turned his head to glance over. There. He beheld a golden-haired little girl adorned with a pair of cat ears, bustling about serving drinks. In an instant, Jiraiya spat out the sake he had in his mouth. Tsunade? Chapter 6. Can the Gonggong from your tail utilize water release? Not only Tsunade, but as 2 men clad in black robes passed by Jiraiya, he immediately recognized their faces concealed beneath the hoods. Orochimaru. At that moment, no one in the tavern anticipated that a gathering of the legendary Sannin would occur once more within the confines of this establishment on Shanshan Street. Orochimaru and Kabuto remained seated in a corner, poised to visit Su after the latter finished his storytelling. They had deliberately lingered on Shanshan Street for an entire day for this purpose. What could possibly lead Tsunade to work in such a place? Jiraiya pondered, sipping from his cup of sake in confusion. Suddenly, the door to the second-floor room swung open. Su, holding a folding fan, stepped out with an air of nonchalance. In that instant, the crowd erupted into cheers. The proprietor Su is truly handsome. He rivals my own appearance. I have traveled 1,000 kilometers just to hear his tale today. Who would have thought that the proprietor Su would be so young? I can hardly wait. Please begin. Su smiled faintly, unfurling his fan as he ascended the platform. The tea had been prepared on the table. The story was about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please be patient. Today, I shall recount a tale entitled Eternal Life. Su paused momentarily, and the tavern fell silent in anticipation. In the corner, Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. Eternal life? Su continued, once upon a time, the protagonist of our story, Zhongshan, was an ordinary individual. He arrived in the lesser thousand worlds from the Blue Star and learned of the possibility of attaining immortality. Unfortunately, his innate talents were abysmal. By the age of 80, he had, through near-demonic intelligence, established a vast business empire. He adopted over 100 sons, hoping they would enter the gates of immortality and procure for him elixirs that would elevate him to the innate realm. As Su narrated this tale, the audience could no longer mask their astonishment. In their world, there existed only ninjas and commoners. Ninjas could distill the power within their bodies into chakra and absorb natural energies to form chakra. Commoners, however, were devoid of any such abilities. Yet, the prospect of immortality that Su spoke of ignited many thoughts within them. If you believe this to be the end, you would be gravely mistaken. Su's next words nearly sent Orochimaru into a frenzy. What is immortality? To comprehend the heavenly mysteries and embark on the path of chi refinement is to achieve eternal life. In eternal life, there exists a group of practitioners seeking immortality, known as chi refiners. In every world, in addition to naturally occurring powers, there exists an abundance of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. They rely on absorbing this energy to attain immortality while simultaneously grasping the principles of the heavenly path. With each breakthrough in their realm, their lifespan can extend by dozens, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. As soon as Su finished speaking, the audience erupted into skeptical murmurs. This seemed somewhat dreamlike, and thus the patrons could not bring themselves to believe it. Su disregarded their murmurs. Moreover, practitioners can fly with swords. A major practitioner could traverse the entire ninja world in a single day. Orochimaru was now completely unhinged. The immortality Su spoke of was precisely what he yearned for. Previously, he had researched methods of achieving immortality. However, he had only managed to achieve a semblance of immortality by transferring bodily functions, which brought him increasingly painful results over time. Each transfer yielded diminishing returns in lifespan. Within Orochimaru's laboratory, a blueprint lay upon the table, clearly marking the functions and roles of various parts of the human body. I once studied and discovered that within this world, there indeed exist two forms of power. Regrettably, I could not access either by any means. Orochimaru lamented, shaking his head in regret, having once been oblivious to the nature of the other power. Beside him, Kabuto was too stunned to articulate his inner turmoil. If what Su claimed were true, then ninjas would be utterly insignificant. All ninjutsu would be rendered worthless. Proprietor Su, your story becomes increasingly absurd. If this were true, what purpose would ninjas serve? I traveled here expecting enlightenment, only to encounter such nonsense. I shall not return. How could a living being exist for tens of thousands of years? Are you mocking fools? In an instant, the patrons began to clamor for refunds. Yet Su remained unfazed, sipping his tea with an air of tranquility. Proprietor Su, if, as you claim, chi refiners ultimately become deities, could you provide examples of some renowned ones? Orochimaru suddenly stood and inquired. The tavern fell silent once more at Orochimaru's question. Unperturbed, Su placed his teacup down, saying, deities have existed since the dawn of time, and I am aware of two that I can speak of succinctly. Orochimaru's excitement was palpable. Please, Proprietor Su, continue. Beyond the Northwest Sea, at the edge of the desolate wilderness, there lies a mountain known as Buzhou. Thus, it is named Buzhou Mountain, Su said, opening his fan languidly. The deity Gonggong is the water god, wielding control over all waters of the world, one of the great gods from the primordial era. The deity Zhurong is the fire god, governing all flames of the world, also a great god from that same era. Both deities possess lifespans exceeding millions of years, and they continue to thrive to this day. Gonggong's might is such that he could potentially topple Buzhou Mountain, creating a vast chasm in the heavens. As Su's words echoed, a figure clad in a red cloud-patterned black coat burst into laughter at the entrance. The patrons turned to see a man with deep blue hair and a visage akin to a shark, wielding a massive sword wrapped in bandages. An eye-catching ring bearing the character then adorned his left ring finger. Kisame Hashigaki. Jiraiya instantly recalled information about the Akatsuki organization, having investigated it to protect Naruto. Meanwhile, he scanned the crowd for another figure. Itachi Uchiha. The Akatsuki typically operated in pairs to capture tailed beasts. If Kisame was present, then Itachi must be nearby. How could they have appeared here? This is troublesome. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto with a slight headache. Kisame slowly approached the patrons, then looked up at Su with a chilling smile. Water god? Ridiculous. May I ask if the Gonggong in your story can utilize water release? Suddenly, a multitude of crows erupted from the rooftop. The patrons, terrified, scrambled to flee. Su merely smiled faintly and waved his fan, commanding, disperse. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from within Su, instantly obliterating the crows, leaving not a single feather behind. In a daze, a figure with blood-red eyes emerged from behind the crows. What immense chakra power! Jiraiya too sensed the overwhelming strength, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. What? The proprietor Su can actually perform ninjutsu. Which of your eyes witnessed the proprietor Su employing ninjutsu? That is purely chakra power. Truly impressive. Tsunade gazed at Su atop the platform, initially believing him to be an ordinary storyteller, only to discover he harbored such abilities. It was indeed becoming difficult to see through him. Chapter 7. Landscape Ink Painting. Gonggong collides with Buzhou Mountain. Kisame is alarmed. Su lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Observing the emergence of Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha, a faint smile graced their lips. You two seem rather unapproachable. Kisame disdainfully gripped his sword. Semahata. Tales of the kind you speak of have been circulating across various corners of the ninja world. I have come here today solely to offer my presence. In the vast ninja realm, only my water techniques can truly be deemed supreme. Yet, you speak of a water god. The story was flowing so well, and now it devolves into jest? The tension in the air was palpable, thick with the scent of gunpowder. The tavern's patrons were rife with apprehension, fearing they might be swept into the fray. Their arrival was not intended to wreak havoc, but rather to track Naruto's whereabouts, with the primary objective being the tailed beast within the Jinchuriki. However, upon overhearing the tale recounted by Sumi, Kisame found it overly ludicrous and exaggerated, prompting him to intervene. Casting a sidelong glance at Itachi, whose crimson eyes were fixated intently on Naruto, Jiraiya sensed impending trouble and prepared to spring into action. This fish-like individual was indeed bothersome. Sumi held the answers I sought, and it appeared I had no choice but to act. Had this been several years prior, such an unremarkable being would have already found themselves on my experimental table. Orochimaru, visibly impatient, flicked his tongue and decided to align himself with Sumi. Ding! The third storytelling task has been completed. Reward: 1 memory ink painting. Ding! With rewards to be reissued. Ding! The 10,000 Things Mall has unlocked the world template immortality. The host may exchange rewards from this world in the mall, or spend astonishment points to draw rewards from this world. Sumi rose and approached a nearby birdcage, delicately placing a handful of birdseed inside. Observing Sumi's nonchalant demeanor, the crowd could not help but harbor doubts. Just how formidable was this tavern master? It felt as though he surpassed even the elite ninjas. Enough of this. If a fight breaks out, we must prioritize our own survival. Itachi suddenly approached Naruto, causing Jiraiya's brow to furrow as chakra began to circulate within him. Ladies and gentlemen, how about appreciating a painting? Must we resort to violence? With a flick of his fan, Sumi conjured a painting that soared into the air. He glanced at Kisame. Can the water god Gonggong perform water techniques? Perhaps you should see for yourself. The ink painting depicted mountains and rivers, with a rich aroma of tea wafting through the air. Lifting the teacup from the table, Sumi concealed his mouth and then sprayed the liquid towards the ink painting. Miraculously, the painting erupted into a dazzling brilliance. The patrons below were left dumbfounded. The landscapes within the painting were moving. Am I dreaming? One customer exclaimed, vigorously rubbing his eyes and stepping closer to get a better look. Wait, I see it too. It's indeed moving. More and more individuals began to witness the flowing scenery within the artwork. Itachi halted, sensing an imminent danger approaching. Was it an illusion? Within the ink painting, serene mountains and tranquil waters coexisted. The longer they gazed, the more at ease they felt, though the reason eluded them. "Allow me to add another stroke," Sumi remarked as he drew a brush from the void beside him. With a few casual strokes, the painting suddenly ignited in flames. It was only after the patrons registered this transformation that they realized the tavern was engulfed in fire. "What is happening? It's so hot. Someone put it out." As the customers rose, the surroundings underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Jiraiya gazed around in astonishment. They were now standing in the midst of towering stone pillars, with the heavens above them. The sounds of cries, screams, and gnashing teeth grew increasingly pronounced. Some individuals, unable to bear it, turned to flee towards the stone pillar's edge. Yet, upon reaching the brink, they discovered they were standing at the precipice of an abyss. The wind howled from the depths below, making the experience feel all too real. Above them, a colossal azure dragon soared by. Kisame sneered at the surroundings. "When it comes to illusions, how could you possibly compete with Mr. Itachi? Though I must admit, this is somewhat impressive." At that moment, a few patrons discerned their current predicament. "Do you recall the tale Master Sumi recounted about the primordial times, when the water god Gonggong collided with the heavenly pillar? We can't possibly be atop the heavenly pillar right now. Don't frighten me. That was just a story. It can't be real. You yourself doubted it just moments ago." Orochimaru inhaled deeply, excitement illuminating his features. "This is the feeling. The second type of power that exists in the world, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the primordial realm, the spiritual energy on Blue Star was exceedingly rich. A mere breath could elevate one's level significantly." Suddenly, the heavenly pillar began to tremble violently. Panic ensued. Naruto lost his footing and stumbled towards the edge of the pillar. Seeing this, Jiraiya rushed forward to catch him. "Stay still." Tsunade trembled as she gazed at her own hands. "This sensation is undeniably real." Boom. A thunderous crash resonated from the base of the heavenly pillar once more. Kisame unsheathed Samahata, preparing to leap from the pillar. "Mr. Itachi, you're in charge of dispelling the illusion." "Wait, Kisame." Just as Itachi called out to stop him, the pillar began to tilt. "Help! I don't want to die." "Quickly, grab onto that rock. Don't pull my pants." Half a minute later, the pillar had tilted a third of the way. Everyone could only lie flat against the ground, striving to maintain their balance. One misstep would send them plummeting into the abyss. Kisame intended to embed Samahata into a crevice of the pillar, using the resistance to slowly descend and escape. However, just as he drew Samahata, he caught sight of a figure glowing blue at the bottom of the abyss, relentlessly assaulting the pillar. In an instant, Kisame's expression shifted dramatically. "Is that Gonggong?" Boom. The figure unleashed a tremendous blow against the heavenly pillar. In that moment, a hue of dusk reflected upon the sky, as countless meteors plummeted uncontrollably. The pillar collapsed, and everyone simultaneously lost their grip, plummeting into the abyss. Kisame was finally thrown into a panic. Meanwhile, Sumi awakened from his slumbering state, again waving his fan. A refreshing breeze swept through. They found themselves atop a desolate ruin, surrounded by flames and a towering tsunami. Countless corpses floated upon the sea, emitting a foul stench. The scene before them resembled an apocalyptic vision. In a daze, amidst the towering waves, that glowing blue figure approached them, stepping forward with a divine radiance. Chapter 8. The three ninjas summon Gonggong. The crowd is astounded. Such overwhelming pressure. Tsunade couldn't help but kneel on one knee, suddenly spewing forth blood. Jiraiya braced himself, shielding Naruto closely behind him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Itachi's forehead. Within his eyes, the Sharingan spun into action. "Mr. Itachi, can you handle this?" Kisame, panting heavily, found even lifting his head to be a strenuous effort. As the dense mist over the sea dispersed, Gonggong, muscular and bare-chested, slowly floated into the air, his eyes radiating a divine light. His obsidian hair billowed in the wind. Was this the vastness of the primordial era, the might of Gonggong? Kisame, gazing at Gonggong in midair, felt his legs weaken, unable to rise. Sumi looked at Kisame with a smirk. "Are you scared?" A trickle of blood oozed from Kisame's lips as he tightened his grip on Samahata, absorbing the chakra stored within to sustain his strength. Astonishment points, 1,000. Astonishment points, 5,000. Astonishment points, 700. Astonishment points, 1057. In this ink-painted void of a world, the sound of the system rewarding shock value has never ceased to echo in Sumu's ears. The guests, nearly stupefied with fear, found it impossible to articulate the overwhelming astonishment within their hearts. Jiraiya trudged over to Tsunade's side and helped her up, urging, "Hang in there." However, on another note, I must admit, I am quite intrigued by the physique of this Gonggong. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiraiya and Tsunade turned their heads in unison. There stood Orochimaru, shedding his black cloak as he approached, gazing greedily at Gonggong and licking his lips. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief, while Jiraiya quickly pulled her back. Warning, stay away from him. He just killed the third. Orochimaru chuckled with a hint of bitterness. Jiraiya, must our encounter be steeped in such animosity? Suddenly, Itachi Uchiha approached. If this is an illusion, I should be able to sense it. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot pierce the essence of this world. As he spoke, 2 trails of blood slowly etched across his cheeks. A surge of black flames erupted from Gonggong's body. Amaterasu, it's the black flames, Kisame observed, a victorious smile breaking across his face. Yet, unexpectedly, Gonggong merely waved his hand, extinguishing the flames effortlessly. What? For the first time? Could it be that this is not an illusion? As soon as Itachi finished speaking, Jiraiya and Tsunade prepared to employ various techniques to dispel the illusion. But no matter their attempts, everything remained unchanged. This meant that the realm in which they found themselves truly was the ancient, primordial land described by Sumu. A tempest of shock surged within them. Kisame regretted it. Even dying in a battle within the ninja world would be 100 times preferable to this feeling. The sight of Gonggong and this apocalyptic scene had shattered his very spirit. Toby, Orochimaru called as he yanked the unconscious Kabuto to his feet. Let me test the strength of this body. With Kabuto's assistance, a plume of white smoke arose amidst the ruins. Orochimaru, what is it that you summoned me for? The myriad snakes surveyed their surroundings. Upon catching sight of Gonggong, their bodies quivered involuntarily, feeling their blood boiling within. What is this place? How can such a formidable being exist here? Jiraiya and Tsunade, witnessing Orochimaru's summoning technique, simultaneously bit their fingers and struck the ground. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. 2 columns of white smoke erupted. The great toad sage and the slug appeared together. The legendary Sannin. They have all appeared at once. The tales of the Sannin had spread throughout the ninja world. Many had heard of their exploits, and they immediately recognized them. Who would have thought we would reunite in battle in such a manner? Orochimaru remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Jiraiya scoffed. I'll deal with the third matter later. Let us subdue him first. Sitting on the ground, Sumu could not help but chuckle softly. Have these 3 lost their minds? At this moment, behind Gonggong, a flock of birds soared, and the waves roared. A slanting ray of sunlight illuminated his robust form. As his power coalesced, Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically. What manner of existence is this? Possessing innate regenerative abilities, she could hardly wait to activate her Byakugo no Jutsu. Jiraiya, witnessing Tsunade's reaction, was taken aback. Not even you can withstand his attack? Tsunade nodded slightly, her expression grave. His power is capable of annihilating the heavens. Manda, go? With Orochimaru's command, the myriad snakes surged forward towards Gonggong. Jiraiya and Tsunade quickly followed suit. The 3 of them, alongside their summoned beasts, charged toward Gonggong. At that very moment, the water god Gonggong abruptly lifted his head, radiating a brilliant light, and in the next instant, he raised his right arm. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, and a colossal arm descended through the clouds, swiftly striking towards Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. The crowd instinctively glanced around. The waitstaff in the tavern continued pouring drinks for them. Where was Gonggong? Where was the primordial land? They had never left their seats. The 3 inhaled deeply in unison. What just transpired? Was it a dream? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, caught in a state of confusion. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame remained motionless at the entrance, yet Kisame's gaze towards Sumu was now filled with reverence. Was it an illusion? Tsunade hesitated, voicing her doubts. No, it doesn't feel like it. At least, it doesn't seem wrong. Jiraiya rubbed his hair in frustration. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from outside. Everyone rushed out upon hearing the noise. When Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru emerged, the emotions on their faces could no longer be contained. There, in the vicinity of the short alley, stood the great toad sage. The slug and Manda, the 3 summoned beasts, gathered in an open space. Jiraiya, what is going on? Were we not just battling a bare-chested man? The great toad sage's words confirmed everything for Jiraiya. It appeared that it was not an illusion. The reality was far too terrifying. This tavern keeper is no ordinary person. On the platform above, Sumu finished his final sip of tea. Ladies and gentlemen, the story has concluded. If you wish to hear more, do come back in 2 days. Farewell. Sumu closed his folding fan and turned to leave. leaving a room full of stunned individuals staring at the spot he had just vacated. On the table lay a teacup, an incense burner, and that ink painting still smoldering. Just a mere 3 acres had birthed a new realm. After a long while, resounding applause filled the entire tavern. This story is truly marvelous. Chapter 9. Tear down the paradise of affection. Jiraiya releases Gonggong's fury against Bujo Mountain. As real as it may seem, like a dream's shadow, Itachi Uchiha found himself ensnared in the imagery from before, unable to forget it. Drip. A drop of blood suddenly fell from his cheek. This sensation felt undeniably real. How could it possibly be false? Kisame, let us depart. Today, it appears we cannot make a move. This individual is indeed terrifying. Kisame nodded, following Itachi as they turned and vanished from the alley without a backward glance. Orochimaru, still contemplating pursuing Sumu on the second floor to seek the answers he longed for, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him upon recalling the earlier scene. Forget it, the tavern keeper must be weary, we shall return tonight. Kabuto departed. As Orochimaru and Kabuto stepped over the threshold, Jiraiya, witnessing Orochimaru's departure, attempted to rush forward to stop him. Jiraiya, you cannot hinder him, Tsunade remarked, taking a swig of beer beside her. But he personally killed the third. If you could join me in confronting him, we might be able to detain him. Jiraiya shouted at Tsunade. Tsunade let out a derisive laugh. While that may be true, why should I join you in such an endeavor? Nearby, Naruto, feeling the awkward tension, inadvertently let out a fart. Oops. Sorry. I guess the food I ate is not quite settling. Naruto scratched his head and then pointed at Tsunade, saying, You're the one the pervy sage likes the most, right? I think you're pretty average, aside from having larger breasts. Naruto. Jiraiya's fist came down like a hammer. Bang. A large bump instantly appeared on Naruto's head. As the conversation unfolded, Tsunade took the final sip of her drink and, leaning back against the sofa, let out a contented yawn. Jiraiya, stroking his chin in contemplation, remarked, The Storyteller's proprietor is truly enigmatic. If the scenes we witnessed were indeed authentic, it would be nothing short of terrifying. Hiss. Perhaps in a certain sense, he could be considered a deity? This was Jiraiya's impression of Sumu at present, the ability to weave such tales. Effortlessly shifting the hues of the world with a flick of his fan, left Jiraiya with no other comparisons but that of legendary gods. Tsunade smiled faintly. This place is simply delightful. Every couple of days brings forth new stories and events. I find myself reluctant to leave. Just as Jiraiya opened his mouth to respond, Tsunade stood up, declaring, I am aware of your intentions for this trip. I shall not return with you. A ninja need not stain their kunai with blood daily to find meaning in life. Engaging in what one loves is the essence of existence. You have pondered this as well. Haven to you, Jiraiya. With that, she strode out of the tavern. Jiraiya remained rooted in place for a prolonged moment, replaying Tsunade's words in his mind. To live within Sumu's narratives would indeed be a splendid experience. He drew out the unfinished manuscript of Intimate Paradise and sighed deeply. Suddenly, with a fierce determination, he tore the pages into shreds. Hey, perverse sage, that was your labor of love, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I won't write anymore. Never again, Jiraiya declared as he seized a nearby cup and gulped down its contents. Truly, drowning his sorrows only deepened them. As the alcohol coursed through him, Jiraiya's cheeks flushed crimson. He glanced down at the scattered remnants of Intimate Paradise and couldn't help but laugh heartily. If only I could be as carefree as Sumo. His stories are so captivating. Wait a moment. Jiraiya abruptly rose to his feet, pondering the words he had just spoken, when a brilliant idea struck him. If he could pen the stories Sumu narrated and publish them. Time sped by, and half a day later, the sensational tale Eternal Life and its side story Gonggong's fury against Bujo Mountain had taken the ninja world by storm. Those who learned of the story first were incredulous. After all, how could such fantastical tales be true? Most scoffed. Yet curiosity lingered in their hearts about the storyteller's true prowess, able to mesmerize listeners to the point of madness. Eyewitnesses even engaged in heated debates, insisting they had personally experienced the scenes depicted within the story. In their hearts, Sumu had been elevated to the status of a deity. Yet Jiraiya's actions were even more audacious. Within just half a day, he had published the first book, Eternal Life, prominently featuring the side story Gonggong's fury against Bujo Mountain. The surrounding ninja villages, though skeptical of those who had not attended the live storytelling, could not resist purchasing a copy. Once they began reading, they found themselves deeply entranced by the content. Jiraiya's literary skill remained commendable. The narrative and imagery were vividly rendered, allowing readers to feel as though they were experiencing the events firsthand. The narrative was divided into two parts, one detailing the main storyline, and the other illustrating Sumu's interactions with the audience, alongside the depiction of the primordial world in ink. It was this interaction and the primordial world that resonated most with readers. Due to the short time frame, the book had only been distributed locally in Shanshan Street. To reach other major nations and villages might take some time, but by then, this book would surely become a bestseller. Thank you, boss. We'll need everyone to work overtime tonight. I'll cover the night snacks, and we need to print more copies, Jiraiya instructed, marking Gonggong's fury against Bujo Mountain on the manuscript. At the publishing house, Jiraiya was discussing the book's release with the owner, who, upon hearing Jiraiya describe the contents, could not resist picking up a copy to read. This is bound to be a bestseller. I've never heard such a miraculous story in the entire ninja world. You possess remarkable talent. The owner praised incessantly. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. A story, you say? Everything within is grounded in reality. Huh, isn't this just a story? The owner was left dumbfounded by Jiraiya's words. That night, Sumu sat in his secluded courtyard, sipping tea, when a sudden cool breeze brushed against his cheek. Pausing his tea drinking, Sumu addressed the bamboo grove with a calm demeanor. I knew you would come. From the bamboo forest, two figures slowly emerged. Pardon the intrusion, Master Sumu. I have long wished to pay my respects, but have found no opportunity. A hoarse voice emerged from beneath a dark cloak. Orochimaru removed his hood, revealing a pallid visage, indicating that his current body was nearing its limits and would soon require a transition. How may I assist you? Sumu inquired, taking a sip of his strong tea and regarding Orochimaru with interest. Kabuto stepped forward from behind Orochimaru, stating, Master Sumu, could you help Lord Orochimaru fulfill his desire for immortality? Ha ha ha, do you truly believe I am a deity? Sumu waved his fan lightly and burst into laughter. However, Orochimaru's expression was grave. He was certain Sumu possessed something he needed. Please, Master Sumu, Kabuto pleaded, kneeling before him. Sumu smiled faintly. Pouring a cup of tea, I do not fall for such tactics. Assistance can be granted, but there must be some form of compensation, correct? Orochimaru furrowed his brow and rasped, speak plainly. Nothing is more valuable to me than my life at this moment. Sumu nodded slightly. It's not anything of great consequence. You still possess the grass cutter sword, do you not? Orochimaru paused, then bitterly chuckled. I didn't expect you to know of that artifact. Indeed. There are countless weapons in the ninja world, but only a select few have caught my eye, and the grass cutter is one of them. Having made his intentions clear, Sumu awaited Orochimaru's response. Without hesitation, Orochimaru produced the grass cutter sword. If you can truly alleviate my lingering thoughts, then I would have no qualms about gifting you this sword. Master Sumu, please accept it. Orochimaru wiped the blade of the sword before tossing it towards Sumu. Sumu caught it deftly and examined it closely. Very well, you may return for now. I will seek you out tomorrow. I assure you that I will honor my promise. Kabuto, seeing Sumu accept the item, grew irate at the prospect of being sent away. You, Kabuto. Orochimaru interrupted. Master Sumu requires rest. With no retort left, Kabuto followed Orochimaru away from the courtyard. After their departure, a notification echoed in Sumu's mind. Ding. The host has presented the actual scenes of Eternal Life side story Gonggong's fury against Bujo Mountain through memory ink painting, leaving all present in awe. Rewards are being distributed. Please wait patiently. Ding. Shock reward distributed. The host gains 30,000 shock points. The host now possesses a total of 36,500 shock points. Ding. The system's recycling function has been activated. Any item can be evaluated for recycling within the system, and successfully recycled items will be converted into shock points and awarded to the host. Ding. 2 collectible items have been detected on the host. Would the host like to proceed with the evaluation? Sumu, somewhat perplexed, entered the system world. Upon opening the recycling system, he beheld 2 items displayed on the interface. To his astonishment, they were the first Hokage necklace previously gifted to him by Tsunade and the Kusanagi sword recently presented by Orochimaru. Host. Click the evaluation button in the lower left corner to immediately see how many shock points can be redeemed for these 2 items. With nothing better to do, Sumu glanced at the lower left corner and promptly clicked on the evaluation. Beep, beep. Following 2 notification sounds, a series of numbers appeared beneath the first Hokage necklace and the Kusanagi sword. Ding, evaluation complete. The recycling price for your first Hokage necklace is 40,000 shock points. The recycling price for your Kusanagi sword is 80,000 shock points. Wow, that is quite a lot. Sumu couldn't help but exclaim. The first Hokage necklace had proven to be of little utility. In the original narrative, it was a cursed necklace, bringing death to whoever wore it. Had it not been for Naruto's protagonist Halo, he would have long succumbed in the northwest. The minuscule chakra of Hashirama contained within only served to seal the Nine-Tails chakra. With this in mind, Sumu resolved not to hesitate any longer. He could toy with the Kusanagi sword for a couple of days. But selling the first Hokage necklace seemed wise. System, recycle the first Hokage necklace. Please hold on. Recycling in progress. Ding, recycling complete. 40,000 shock points have been successfully awarded. The host currently possesses a total of 76,500 shock points. With over 70,000 shock points, how delightful. Sumu eagerly opened the lottery interface. Gazing at the 10 consecutive draws for silver and gold options, he fell into contemplation. Bronze was out of the question. After all, Sumu was now a person of considerable means. If he opted for the silver lottery, with each draw costing 1,000 points, he could draw 76 times in succession. While the gold rewards were not guaranteed, the gold lottery would allow him to draw 10 times for 100,000 shock points, with one guaranteed gold reward. He felt a pang of reluctance with only 23,500 shock points remaining. Directly choosing the gold lottery would be ideal, but given the current shortfall, Sumu thought it prudent to save up a bit more for a draw. After all, as long as he continued telling stories, shock points would accumulate. There was no rush for the gold lottery. A silver 10 consecutive draw would be gratifying for now. With this thought, Sumu commanded the system, Immortality World. Initiate a silver 10 consecutive draw. Ding, the silver 10 consecutive draw is about to commence. The host, please be patient. Successfully deducted 10,000 shock points. The host currently has 66,500 shock points remaining. Congratulations, host, you have received one youth preservation pill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one piece of Gonggong fragment. Congratulations, host, you have acquired one volume of Chi refinement technique. Congratulations, host, you have received one construction blueprint for the 8 treasures glazed pavilion. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one Chi refinement pill. Congratulations, host, you have received another Chi refinement pill. Congratulations, host, you have acquired yet another Chi refinement pill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one volume of sword mastery. Congratulations, host, you have received one beast summoning banner. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fateful treasure, one Tai Chi diagram. Goal. Sumu was utterly flabbergasted. In a single silver 10 consecutive draw, he had drawn 3 Chi refinement pills simultaneously. This lottery had fulfilled Orochimaru's dream. Looking again at the gold reward, Sumu couldn't help but gasp in awe. The fateful treasure, Tai Chi diagram. It grants mastery over life and death, capable of deflecting attacks from any angle, an artifact. With such a treasure, Sumu could traverse the shinobi world with impunity. Even a full-force strike from Hashirama Senju would likely fail to inflict any harm upon him. Chapter 11. Abandoning Chakra, Orochimaru's Path to Immortality. The following day, Jiraiya's immortality was disseminated throughout the great nations of the shinobi world, prominently featuring the segment Gonggong's furious collision with Bujo Mountain. In an instant, 100,000 copies of immortality were snatched up. Every village street and alley in the shinobi world buzzed with discussions of the stories and plots within the book. A buying frenzy ensued. Jiraiya had undoubtedly struck it rich overnight. Even the children of neighboring villages likened Sumu to a celestial being emerging from an ink painting. Those unable to purchase the book congregated to listen to others' discussions. Countless individuals eagerly anticipated the unfolding of Sumu's next story. Land of Lightning. Cloud Village. The tales from Sumu, the proprietor, are simply extraordinary. I cannot extricate myself. Hurry and release the next story. Land of Fire. Konoha Village B. I particularly adore the sword mastery technique in Sumu's stories. Imagine being able to traverse the entire shinobi world in a single day. How magnificent. Land of Water, Mist Village C. Since my cousin returned from Galinju after hearing Sumu's tales, he has taken to brandishing a flimsy fan daily, doing nothing but drinking tea and incessantly proclaiming the need for chi refinement. These reflections came from readers across various great village nations, sharing their sentiments after perusing the book. On Shanshan Street, Sumu emerged from Galinju to find Orochimaru and Kabuto waiting beneath a tree. Both appeared haggard. Having seemingly waited here all night, Sumu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. However, Orochimaru's body was no longer capable of enduring such exhaustion. The items you requested are ready. Take them. Sumu produced a black package and handed it to Orochimaru. In that moment, tears glistened in Orochimaru's eyes. He had awaited this day for far too long. Finally, Sumu, is there a need for workers at the store? Orochimaru's question caught Sumu off guard. Would a person as formidable as him be suitable for a role in the store? Would patrons still be able to enjoy the stories? Haha, no need. I accepted your Kusanagi sword as a favor, so assisting you is merely appropriate. With that, Sumu turned to leave. Orochimaru sighed deeply as he watched Sumu's departing figure. If only I could be as carefree as you. In the dimly lit basement, Orochimaru eagerly opened the package. Instantly, 3 black pills rolled out. Kabuto, intrigued, picked up a pill and adjusted his glasses for a closer examination. Lord Orochimaru, the origin of this item is unclear. I advise against consuming it. Kabuto expressed his concerns. Yet Orochimaru merely smiled faintly, taking the pill. At this point, what does it matter? Trusting Sumu is the right choice. Just as Orochimaru prepared to swallow the pill, Kabuto suddenly noticed an envelope within the package. Lord Orochimaru. This letter is addressed to you from Sumu. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, then set the pill down and took the letter to read. The 3 pills within are called Chi Refinement Pills. They can rapidly transform your body into spiritual energy. However, remember, you may only consume one within 3 days, or you risk exploding your body. The Chi Refinement technique enclosed will improve the chakra within you. You are likely aware that this world possesses 2 types of power. One is the chakra implanted by external forces, while the other is the innate spiritual energy existing in this world. If you have truly made your decision, then swallow 1 Chi Refinement pill to commence your training. Once you choose the path of Chi Refinement, chakra will no longer exist within you. After reading Sumu's letter, Orochimaru did not hesitate for a moment and swallowed a Chi Refinement pill. The elixir slid down the esophagus, gradually dissolving and releasing its medicinal power. This power swiftly permeated Orochimaru's body, melding into his flesh and blood, with a small portion seeping into his bones and skin, while another integrated into his internal organs. An excruciating sensation akin to the agony of skinning and slicing spread throughout Orochimaru's entire being. It hurts. The medicine master Kabuto, startled, hurriedly supported Orochimaru, exclaiming, Lord Orochimaru, how do you feel? I will extract that pill for you immediately. As he spoke, Kabuto withdrew a chakra surgical knife from his waist. Orochimaru chuckled with a hint of reluctance. There's no need for that. The suffering I endured before was far more unbearable. At this juncture, do you think I would still care about such trivial pain? A peculiar force coursed through every corner of Orochimaru's body, stirring his very soul. In that instant, his chakra dissipated, replaced by an unending flow of spiritual energy. When he opened his eyes once more, the air was thick with ethereal energy. Though Kabuto could not perceive it, this sensation, this power far surpasses my previous chakra. Orochimaru erupted into maniacal laughter, while Kabuto stood beside him. A look of confusion etched across his face. Grasping the energy refinement technique from his package, Orochimaru began to study it earnestly. An hour passed, and a murky aura was slowly expelled from his mouth. Orochimaru, exhilarated, rose from the ground, proclaiming, I've reached the first stage of energy refinement. I suddenly feel my body progressing towards wholeness. Just then, as Orochimaru returned the energy refinement pearl, he noticed a book lying beneath the package. Sword Mastery. Orochimaru picked it up, puzzled. Could this be a complimentary gift from Master Su? What a windfall. In the hidden mist village, Mei Terumi, clad in a cerulean strapless dress, was intently reading the immortal. Suddenly, Chuji ran in, breathless, clutching a scroll titled Gonggong's Fury against Mount Bujo. I got it. 5th Hokage, I got it. Chuji exclaimed, panting heavily as he bent over in front of Mei. You look quite adorable when you're exhausted, Chuji, Mei teased with a charming smile, causing his cheeks to flush crimson and his speech to falter. And no, it's nothing, 5th Hokage. Mei took the scroll from Chuji's hands, flipping to the first page. The storyteller's tale is truly captivating. I wonder if the author is handsome. I find myself quite intrigued by him. Chuji, if you possessed even half of his charm, you might just win my heart. Chuji, already shy, felt a rush of embarrassment from Mei's playful banter and wished he could vanish into thin air. The land of water had been tranquil lately, presenting a splendid opportunity for a little relaxation. Mei stood and gazed out the window, stretching languidly. 5th Hokage, are you planning to visit Shanshan Street? Chuji inquired, astonished. Clever boy, next time I shall reward you with a sweet kiss. Come, let us discover what the next story holds. Mei changed her attire and left the hidden mist village with Chuji. Chapter 12. Mei Terumi's Affection. The great uproar in the sky begins. At Gillen residence on Shanshan Street, Sumu stood outside the tavern, reviewing the blueprints for renovations. At that moment, Tsunade, transformed into a petite girl, suddenly leaped out from behind him. "What are you up to?" she asked, peering curiously at the plans in Sumu's hands. "Before long. It seems this Gillen residence will no longer accommodate guests. We must expand it properly," Sumu responded, turning to glance at Tsunade. The sight left him momentarily flustered. Though she had shrunk in size, her allure remained striking. "From this angle, it's just right," Tsunade teased. "I didn't greet you last time I worked as a waitress at your establishment. I hope you don't mind?" Sumu smiled slightly. "With a stunning beauty like you assisting, how could I possibly object? Flattery will get you everywhere. I might as well stay here at your Gillen residence since I have nowhere else to go," Tsunade thought to herself, delighting in the prospect but concealing her joy. Once the renovations are complete, this will become the most bustling tavern in the ninja world. Sumu, satisfied with the plans, decided to commence renovations after the next storytelling session. Recently, many outsiders had arrived at Shanshan Street, including some notorious wanted criminals from the ninja world. However, the allure of Sumu's tales was so compelling that these criminals were willing to take the risk to hear just one story. As the time for the next storytelling session drew near, a night fell upon Gillen residence. Suddenly, Jiraiya burst in, carrying a large bundle of published books. "It's only courteous to acknowledge the publication of their stories," he declared, his thick skin allowing him to place the books before Sumu without hesitation. Tsunade approached, picked up a copy, and glanced at it. "I wondered why there have been so many copies of The Immortal on the market lately, including the supplementary volume, Gonggong's Fury against Mount Bujo. So, it's your work?" Jiraiya, unperturbed, sat down and opened a bottle of sake, taking a swig. "I apologize for not obtaining Master Su's authorization. However, I am here to clarify the situation. Master Su, you handle the stories, and I will handle the writing, splitting the profits evenly. What do you say?" Sumu waved his hand with a chuckle. "The book is your creation. It has nothing to do with me. As for the finances, keep it for yourself." Within the system, one could exchange for currency from the Naruto world. A mere amount of shock value could be converted into 10,000 currency. Thus, Sumu held no interest in money. Tsunade, taken aback, exclaimed, "You must realize that this storybook is flying off the shelves. You won't take a single coin?" Sumu yawned lazily. "Otherwise, why not discuss with Jiraiya that any surplus should go to you?" Tsunade's eyes sparkled at the prospect of sharing the profits. Jiraiya cast a reluctant glance at Tsunade. "But you haven't done anything. Enough chatter. Didn't you hear, Master Su? The extra share is mine. Hand over half of the earnings from yesterday and today," Tsunade asserted, standing up from her chair and placing a foot on Jiraiya's shoulder. Sumu shook his head in resignation. Beautiful women are a delight, but their tempers can be quite fierce. As dawn broke, Gillen residence was already surrounded by eager listeners. Shinobi and villagers from the 5 great nations anxiously awaited outside, fearful of missing out on a seat. "Chuji, how did it go?" May observed the queue of guests with amusement from beneath a nearby tree. Emerging from the throng, Chuji, exhausted, raised 2 tickets in triumph. "Number 13. Well done. Your effort hasn't gone unrewarded." As May took the ticket, a familiar figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, vanishing in an instant. Yet, May distinctly noted the gleaming blade at their waist. Truly, one may tread far and wide, yet find nothing. The crowd outside Gillen residence continued to swell. As the doors opened, a torrent of eager patrons surged inside. "Come, Chuji, we should enter as well." After 3 rounds of drinks, the patrons could no longer contain their impatience. It was nearly time for the storytelling, yet Sumu had yet to make an appearance. Seated by the window, May took a sip of beer from the table, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. The flavor of this wine is truly exquisite, imbued with a delightful sweetness reminiscent of fruit. I must say, the proprietor possesses a remarkable business acumen. Just at that moment, the door to the 2nd floor swung open unexpectedly. There emerged Sumu, clad in pristine white, gracefully wielding a folding fan. Instantly, the tavern erupted in enthusiastic applause. "The esteemed Master Su has finally graced us with his presence. How anxiously we awaited this moment. Even before the sun had risen, I had been waiting at the door. How astonishingly youthful Master Su appears. Just witnessing his commanding presence makes me crave another drink. Bring me 3 more bottles." Upon hearing the cheers of the crowd, Koyomi May turned her gaze towards the 2nd floor. Sumu, dressed immaculately, exuding a clean and refined aura, captivated her with his striking features and physique, sending waves of excitement through her heart. Such looks are indeed rare throughout the ninja world, a living embodiment of beauty. I find myself quite enamored. Filled with joy, Koyomi May seized a hearty gulp of the beer on the table. Most ninjas possess a rugged, fiery appearance, perpetually emanating the scent of sweat. Yet Sumu is different. He exudes an extraordinary aura, as though he hails from an entirely different realm. The tales he shares are utterly enchanting, lingering in the mind long after they are told. Ladies and gentlemen, today's story is titled The Great Havoc in Heaven. It bears the same vibrant essence as the previous tale set in the primordial world. Please prepare your beer and peanuts, for the story is about to commence. Upon hearing the title, the patrons below were filled with eager anticipation. The prior story set in the primordial world was already thrilling enough. Surely, Sumu would not disappoint this time. On the eaves of the Guilin Tavern on Shanshan Street, a man wearing a swirling mask sat quietly. He could hear the unfolding tale within the tavern quite clearly. Glancing up at the slanting rays of the azure sky, he reclined lazily against the roof tiles. The Great Havoc in Heaven? It seems like quite an intriguing story, he mused. Chapter 13. The Weapons Compendium of the Ninja World is unveiled, with Sumu's sharp commentary. Now, let us discuss the protagonist of the Great Havoc in Heaven. Born from the primordial stone that emerged during the creation of the world. He hails from the Flower Fruit Mountain in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. He was revered as the Monkey King for leading his monkey brethren into the Water Curtain Cave. Later, to pursue his studies, he crossed the seas to apprentice under Master Subhuti, earning the name Sun Wukong. He mastered the Grand Supreme Celestial Technique, the 72 Transformations, and the Somersault Cloud, among other extraordinary skills. As Sumu passionately narrated, a masked man in the audience suddenly interrupted. A monkey leaping out from a rock. Can this story get any more absurd? The patrons glared at the man, their faces betraying their displeasure. Master Su was in the midst of his storytelling. Why did he choose to interject? If he did not wish to listen, he should promptly leave. The man furrowed his brow, and an aura of menace emanated from him. Many patrons felt the chill of his intent and fell silent. Koyomi may cast a disdainful glance at the masked figure. Beside her, Nagato seemed to understand the situation. Slowly gripping the hilts of his twin blades, Sumu did not admonish the masked man. Once the uproar subsided, he continued, when I set forth on my journey. In search of a worthy weapon, I ventured to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea and retrieved the treasure known as the Rui Jingu Bang. This Rui Jingu Bang is also referred to as the Heavenly River Stabilizing Divine Iron, possessing the ability to control water and pacify the seas. Its appearance features two golden hoops at either end, with a segment of dark iron in the middle, inscribed with the words, Rui Jingu Bang, weighing 13,500 pounds. After a brief pause, Sumu lifted the teacup from the table and took a slow sip. The masked man erupted into laughter. 13,500 pounds? You exaggerate the worth of a mere iron rod. Is this still a story? Unfazed, Sumu set down his cup and calmly inquired. Then allow me to ask you, in your opinion, what constitutes the mightiest weapon? The masked man scoffed. Have you heard of the 7 ninja swordsmen? As soon as he spoke, the tavern erupted in a clamor. The 7 ninja swordsmen? They are reputedly the elite of the Mist Village, each wielding a blade suited to their unique ninja techniques. Legend has it that together, they could conquer a small nation in a single night. Tasked with executing high-difficulty missions for successive Mizukichi. The crowd buzzed with excitement, while the masked man beneath his mask revealed a hint of pride. Sumu filled his teacup once more and casually remarked, trash. Immediately, the patrons below murmured in disbelief. The masked man's eyes burned with fury, itching to draw his blade and exact revenge upon Sumu. Master Su, as we know, each weapon of the 7 ninja swordsmen is considered a paragon in the ninja world. Since you deem them as trash, could you elucidate your reasoning? A middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly asked. If the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen are trash, what weapons could possibly be deemed formidable? Sumu closed his fan and descended from the high platform, standing before the crowd. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Today, I shall present a ranking of the weapons within the ninja world for your consideration. The patrons were instantly intrigued, and even Koyomi May found herself deeply captivated. Ever since the Third Great Ninja War, only the Black Ho Raiga from the 7 ninja swordsmen remained. The others had been swiftly defeated by the Jonin Might Guy utilizing the 8 gates. After escaping, Raiga had defected from the Mist Village, committing numerous misdeeds, and was subsequently listed as a B-rank fugitive. The masked man was likely Raiga himself. Koyomi May was also eager to learn where Sumu would rank this elite team, which once belonged to the 4th Mizukichi. The weapon ranked first in the ninja world is none other than the Spear of Creation, the Spear of the Swamp. Legend has it that the Sage of 6 Paths employed this divine sword to create the world. Tales of the Sage of 6 Paths have persisted throughout the ninja world. Surely some of you are familiar with this, yes? Koyomi May felt a jolt of surprise. As the 5th Mizukichi, how could she not have heard of the Sage of 6 Paths? She merely did not expect that Sumu would be so well-versed in the weapon wielded by the sage. Sumu continued. The weapon ranked second in the ninja world is the Six Paths Truth-Seeking Balls. However, their formation is exceedingly rare, requiring the complete mastery of Six Path Sage techniques. Upon mastering these techniques, 5 to 9 black orbs formed from yin-yang release will float behind the user, which they can manipulate at will. Their power is immense, capable of easily annihilating a forest. The black orbs contain the essence of all existence, able to transform into various weapons. The patrons were utterly captivated. The Spear of Creation. The Six Paths Truth-Seeking Balls. These were items they had only seen in the portraits of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, when it came to their applications and abilities, they could hardly fathom their significance. The expression on the masked man's face was one of sheer astonishment. He had never even heard of these weapons. Are the Truth-Seeking Balls considered a bloodline limit? Koyomi May suddenly interjected. Sumu offered her a faint smile. Though the Truth-Seeking Balls possess the power of all 5 elements of yin and yang, and can easily surpass the strength of bloodline limits, they do not belong to the bloodline limit category. Now, the weapon ranked third is the Jukin sword. Tsunade, who was serving drinks, suddenly halted in her tracks. The name of this weapon sounded familiar, yet she could not quite place it. Jiraiya, sitting in the corridor on the second floor, quickly took out a notebook to record the events unfolding in the tavern, including the interactions between Sumu and the patrons. This was bound to be a bestseller. Attention, everyone. This weapon is not a weapon in the conventional sense, as it lacks a physical form. Sumu articulated carefully, enunciating each word. Lacks a physical form? What does that mean? Are we to believe this weapon doesn't actually exist? Can a weapon without a physical form truly be classified as such? Is it not somewhat inappropriate for a non-physical weapon to be ranked third? The crowd began to voice their skepticism, some accusing Sumu of trying to deceive them. Allowing their doubts to swirl, Sumu waited for silence before continuing. Though the Ten-Fist sword lacks a tangible presence, it is far more formidable than any corporeal sword. For it is an embodiment of chakra, a manifestation of the divine Kusanagi sword. It exists within the ocular technique Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, belonging to the bloodline limit. Anyone pierced by this sword will find themselves eternally trapped in the illusionary realm of drunken dreams. At last, Tsunade understood why the name sounded familiar. Previously, Orochimaru had a fascination with collecting the Kusanagi sword and had learned of the Ten-Fist sword's existence through historical texts, yet had never been able to locate it. It turned out that this sword resided within Itachi Uchiha's ocular technique. The masked man was utterly astonished. The weapon Sumu spoke of could indeed be considered a divine artifact in the ninja realm. The 7 ninja swordsmen's weapons, in comparison, seemed little more than worthless scrap metal. The guests were left in awe, unable to fathom the existence of such a weapon within a person's ocular technique. And they could not help but exclaim their exhilaration. Yet the masked man remained unconvinced. What about the 4th? Surely one of the 7 ninja swordsmen's weapons can rank among them? Sumu shook his head slightly. The 4th is also a divine instrument from Itachi Uchiha's ocular abilities, known as the Yada Mirror. Chapter 14. The last of the 7 ninja swordsmen met his end from fear. Note that the Yada Mirror belongs to the bloodline limit, Sumu elaborated, flashing a smile at Mei Terumi. Instantly, Mei felt her heart flutter, having already consumed some alcohol. Sumu's smile completely captivated her. When this weapon attacks, it hurls a series of 8 Shaka Magatama at its enemies for ranged assault, taking the form of a giant Magatama adorned with the Sharingan pattern. It can target a single foe or disperse to attack an extensive area of enemies. However, this weapon can be wielded not only by Itachi Uchiha, but by 2 others as well. Sumu paused here, reluctant to delve further into that topic. The 5th-ranked weapon is the Flame Fan, wielded by the former leader of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha, possessing the ability to manipulate fire-style ninjutsu through wind-style and reflect it. Crafted from the divine tree, its placement at 5th may seem low, but the difference is negligible. The 6th is the Six Paths artifact, the Banana Leaf Fan. The 7th is the Yada Mirror. The 8th is the Six Paths artifact, the Amber Purifying Bottle. The 9th includes the Six Paths artifact, the Illuminating Gold Rope, the 7-star Sword, and the Purple Gold-Red Gourd. The 10th is the Monkey King's Rui Jingu Bang, wielded by the 3rd Hokage. Thus, the weapons compendium of the ninja realm was unveiled, leaving the audience in a state of utter shock. Everyone was profoundly shaken by Sumu's rankings, astounded that none of the 7 ninja swordsmen managed to secure a place. Mei Terumi began to harbor doubts regarding Sumu's identity. How could such a young storyteller possibly possess such extensive knowledge of ninja weapons? Moreover, as the Mizukage, she had never even heard of many of them. Yet, According to Sumu's explanations, they undoubtedly existed. The masked man, furious that not a single weapon from the 7 ninja swordsmen made the list, erupted in anger. What proof do you have for your rankings? And that Rui Jingu bang from your story is nothing but a piece of scrap. Sumu, shaking his head in exasperation, replied, why should I provide proof? Even if I ranked them, they would still be trash in my eyes. The crowd gasped. Sumu's weapons compendium was still regarded as worthless by him. Could it be that the Rui Jingu bang from his story truly surpassed these weapons? Your flippant demeanor betrays your inexperience with the harsh realities of life. Let me offer you a piece of advice. It is best not to interrupt me while I narrate my tale. Do you understand? Sumu's gaze turned icy, causing the masked man to involuntarily shudder. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the tavern. Sumu waved his folding fan, and before anyone could comprehend what was happening, a deafening drumbeat resonated. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves soaring amidst the clouds. As the fog dispersed, they beheld an army of heavenly soldiers armed with black iron blades, descending upon the northern realm. Where are we? It feels as though we are in the heavens. I recall something from the Eternal Life tale that spoke of listeners entering the world of the story. Are we now within the narrative of the havoc in heaven? The crowd was electrified, astonished that the tales they had heard were indeed real. Mei Terumi gazed around in disbelief. Not far away, a colossal golden structure loomed above the clouds, the palace from Sumu's tale. Chojiro, hold me up, I have a fear of heights. Mei Terumi felt her legs weaken, almost collapsing as she stood upon the clouds. The magnificent army of celestial soldiers blotted out the sun, their majestic formation thrilling the guests. Glancing at the heavens, a figure riding a rainbow cloud shot towards the celestial realm. The crowd gasped, look, that appears to be a monkey. Was this the Sun Wukong from Sumu's story, challenging 10,000 heavenly soldiers all by himself? Even against such overwhelming odds, the great sage's might was unmatched. In mere minutes, the once mighty army was rendered scattered and disarrayed. Countless heavenly soldiers fell to the mortal realm, and not even the strongest celestial generals could lay a finger on Sun Wukong. Jiraiya was beside himself with excitement, his writing becoming even more fluid. For him, it was all invaluable content. When reinforcements arrived, Sun Wukong suddenly hurled his Rui Jingu bang into the sky, reciting a spell. The staff began to grow rapidly, expanding at a remarkable pace. Mei Terumi and Tsunade felt their cheeks flush at the sight. The masked man, staring up at the ever-enlarging Rui Jingu bang, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. Before such a massive staff, he resembled a mere ant. Is this scrap metal? Yet, there was no turning back for him now, despite his earlier words. Sumu gently touched the Rui Jingu bang, causing it to tilt downward from the depths of the clouds. The masked man trembled in fear, realizing that no matter where he ran, he would be struck by its descent. Thus, he drew the blade at his waist, prepared to fight. Lightning style, sky-rending thunder serpent. Merging with the lightning blade, he transformed into an electrified form, swiftly forming seals. Instantly, hundreds of small snakes surrounded by electricity surged towards the Rui Jingu bang at breakneck speed. However, the staff remained unaffected, its descent accelerating. With the masked man's final, anguished scream, the audience was abruptly returned to the reality around them. Everything appeared unchanged. Yet the only difference was that the masked man now lay lifeless on the ground, his eyes wide open, as if they might burst from his head. It was clear he had succumbed to fear. Sumu had not inflicted any physical harm upon him. Rather, the man's fragile psyche had shattered under the overwhelming force of the Rui Jingu bang. Mei Terumi remained entranced by the previous world. While some first-time listeners still believed they were experiencing an illusion, a distinguished guest suddenly caught sight of Sumu on stage, who was then toying with a staff forged from dark black gold iron. At that moment, his expression transformed into one of exquisite intrigue. Could it be the Rui Jingu bang? Sumu chuckled softly, promptly inserting the iron staff into his ear. Ladies and gentlemen, today's tale concludes here. Our establishment will undergo renovations and reconstruction. Please return in 4 days. Kozukura Mei, seated by the window, rose and approached the masked man, crouching before him. She then removed the mask from his face. The nearby Chojiro was momentarily stunned. Indeed, he was the last of the original 7 ninja swordsmen, Raiga. Kozukura Mei gazed at Sumu's departing figure, a hint of a contemplative smile gracing her lips. Such an impressive younger brother. Dear sister truly wishes not to let you slip away. But how might I capture your attention? Chapter 15. The catalog of weapons stirred an uproar within the ninja world, causing Sasuke to undergo a breakdown, evolving his double Tomo Sharingan. Mr. Su, wait a moment. Kozukura Mei suddenly called out, halting Sumu. in front of the gathered crowd. She boldly approached him and planted a kiss upon his lips. Damn! Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim. However, Sumu reacted swiftly, opening his fan and placing it before his cheek. A dense cloud of white smoke began to rise from the side of the fan, and the area kissed by Kozakura-me ignited, leaving a large hole. Kozakura-me, teasingly wiping her lips of the molten remnants, felt quite dissatisfied for having missed her target. Mr. Su, you just helped eliminate a traitor from the Mist Village. I intended to express my gratitude, but alas, you evaded me. The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly, realizing the gravity of the so-called gratitude. Was it not a direct threat to his life? One sip of that molten substance. And who could withstand it? The onlookers were left in a state of shock, while Sumu cleared his throat. Hastily redirecting the conversation, a couple of extra bottles of beer would suffice as my thanks. Truly, nothing more is necessary. With that, Sumu turned and ascended to the second floor. Kozakura-me smirked mischievously. Then, Mr. Su, when I return next time, you must join me for a drink. Tsunade, who was tidying the tables, felt a surge of jealousy upon witnessing this scene, though she could not fathom the reason for her envy towards Sumu. What a vile woman. Such a green tea. Back in the kitchen, Tsunade angrily hurled the dishes into the sink, startling Naruto, who was caught sneaking a bite. The release of the catalog of weapons sent shockwaves through the ninja world once more. In the land of Fire's Konoha village, although there was currently no Hokage in succession, the higher-ups convened an emergency meeting. Tokaharu and Mito-kun were temporarily in charge of Konoha. The meeting's agenda revolved around the catalog of weapons mentioned by Sumu. Today was a special day. Not only Konoha, but also the other 4 great nations held urgent meetings. Concerning the weapons listed in the catalog, please pay close attention, Tokaharu said sternly, narrowing her eyes at the assembly. Subsequently, Mito-kun produced a thick dossier and distributed it. This contained detailed capabilities of some weapons from the catalog. However, substantial evidence was still required for validation. Kakuzu, what are your thoughts? Kakuzu, seated in the second row, picked up the document and scrutinized it. I believe that regardless of the authenticity of the weapons in this catalog, we must treat this matter with utmost seriousness. For any village, the weapons listed are catastrophic threats. Mito-kun nodded slightly, his gaze shifting as he inquired with ulterior motives. Then do you think that if we were to locate these weapons, the Land of Fire could become the most powerful nation? Upon hearing this, Kakuzu paused, alarmed. Absolutely not. It is likely that not only you harbor such thoughts, the other 4 great nations do as well. This could very well incite a new ninja world war. Tokaharu interjected with a cold huff. Yet, if we do not seek these weapons, and any of the other 4 nations finds them, we will equally face annihilation. However, Konoha's current situation does not permit us to take further risks. Kakuzu slammed his hands onto the table, rising abruptly. Precisely because Konoha is in such a precarious state, we must acquire the weapons from the catalog. Tokaharu also stood up. The air in the conference room was thick with tension. Mito-kun gestured for both to take their seats, then turned patiently to Kaku. We are merely seeking your opinion. Whether or not to pursue the weapons in the catalog is not within your purview. Kakuzu slumped back into his chair, dejected. Beside him, Akimichi Choji patted his shoulder with a resigned sigh. Kakuzu, let it go. At the meeting's conclusion, Mito-kun announced, the task of seeking the catalog of weapons will be decided next week. For now, our priority is to protect the members of the Sarutobi clan. The top-ranked weapon, the Sarutobi's Rui Bang, can only be summoned by them. At the same time, the Land of Lightning, Wind, and Earth convened urgent meetings. All intrigued by the rankings in Sumu's catalog, they believed that whoever could obtain all the weapons listed would become the most powerful nation in the ninja world. In contrast, the Land of Water's Mist Village did not participate in these discussions. Kozakura-me was well aware that some weapons were unattainable. After all, Uchiha Itachi possessed 3 divine artifacts from the catalog, all of which existed solely within his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, lacking physical form. To acquire them, one would have to kill Uchiha Itachi and seize his eyes. A storm of bloodshed was on the horizon. The 5 great nations simultaneously dispatched ninja to Shanshan Street, the Gairen Tavern, seeking to gather more intelligence regarding the catalog from Sumu. From Konoha, Hatake Kakashi, Sakura, Might Guy, and the 3rd Squad. From Tsunade, Chiyo, Temari, Shikamaru, Gaara, and Karui. From Kumogakure, Killer Bee, 2 of the Jinchuriki, Darui, and Samui. From Awagakure, Akatsuchi, Kotetsu, Akatsuki, and Fu. Additionally, neighboring small countries sent their own emissaries to gather information. On a mountain peak near Konoha, Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, cloaked, were en route. Suddenly, Itachi halted, turning to gaze at the village of Konoha. Itachi-san, for someone like you to harbor such sentiments, are you feeling homesick? Kisame couldn't help but chuckle. Itachi remained silent, slowly extracting a copy of the catalog of weapons from his robe. At that moment, the sky opened up, pouring rain. Drops, the size of tears, fell gently upon the book's cover. Itachi's face was etched with melancholy, his crimson Sharingan piercing through every corner of Konoha. Simultaneously, within the Uchiha clan's shrine, Sasuke clutched a copy of the catalog and burst into tears. A surge of lightning coalesced in his left hand, which he furiously thrust against the wall. Boom! A gaping hole appeared, and amidst the billowing smoke, Sasuke sat on the ground, gazing at the catalog, murmuring, Uchiha Itachi, 3 divine artifacts. Can I truly take my revenge? Ha ha. Sasuke let out a bitter laugh, and in a moment of daze, a second tomo appeared in his eyes. Chapter 16. The Baobao Yuli Tower is completed, and ninjas from the 5 great nations gather. Kisame, could you possibly refrain from having money occupy your thoughts daily? Just look at this book. The stories within are truly fascinating. A single monkey can take down 100,000 men. What an eye-opener. At the border of Kumogakure, Haiden sat upon a rock, engrossed in reading the great havoc in heaven. Beside him, Kakuzu was diligently counting the cash in his pocket. Suddenly, a black and white head emerged from the grass. The situation had changed. It seemed you would have to run another errand. Black Zetsu spoke in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Haiden sprang up in protest. Do you have any idea how much time we've already spent here? I'm done with this. Black Zetsu chuckled wryly. Kanu, you can handle this alone. At this juncture, the only one you can trust is yourself. Kakuzu abruptly halted his actions. No, that's not right. The only thing worth trusting is money. Haiden, seeing Kakuzu's demeanor, was filled with ire. How can you say that? If it weren't for your job, the search for the Jinchuriki Wuan-Ti have been delayed. Now we're late, and we have to run again. Kakuzu scoffed. The only reason I teamed up with you is because you claimed your religion could bring in money. You ought to consider my role in managing the Akatsuki's finances. The other half, White Zetsu, chuckled. Money is indeed of paramount importance. Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and keep an eye on the Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu said impatiently to White Zetsu. With a dismissive pout, White Zetsu vanished underground. In the quiet of Short Coral Street, Sumu took advantage of the cover of darkness to summon the 200 death warriors from the Take-Torai clan that had been drawn from the system. On the silent street, more than 200 figures marched with great momentum towards Sumo. Master, what commands do you have for us? We are willing to face death without hesitation. Sumu produced and handed over the blueprints. It's nothing too complicated. Please reconstruct my tavern in the shortest time possible. As for the materials required for the construction, I will prepare them immediately. With so many hands, it would be a waste not to utilize them. The members of the Take-Torai clan possessed immense strength, capable of supporting thousands of pounds with the bones in their bodies, making their assistance invaluable. Sumu entered the system world and began selecting the materials needed to repair the 8 treasures glazed pavilion. Heavenly Shin Stone, 100 points of shock value. Qinghong Paste, 70 points of shock value. Moon Glazed Glass, 500 points of shock value. Sandalwood, 10 points of shock value. The materials required for the construction of the 8 treasures glazed pavilion alone amounted to approximately 10,000 shock points, causing Sumu to feel a pang of regret. Nevertheless, the benefits of the 8 treasures glazed pavilion were substantial. As the system revealed, the pavilion was divided into 3 levels, boasting a vast area. 4 sides encircled a central elevated platform where Sumu would conduct his storytelling. Inside were private rooms, fountains, and visual ink wash imagery. This meant that guests would experience a more immersive encounter with the stories told within these walls. Realistic scenes would appear on all sides, tailored to each seated guest. Moreover, the entire 8 treasures glazed pavilion was equipped with sensory functions. Tsunamis, infernos, and earthquakes depicted in the scenes would all have sensory effects, far superior to the ink wash paintings Sumu had previously acquired. The materials are ready. You may commence. Sumu addressed the 200 Take-Torai death warriors with a calm demeanor. Yes, master. It will take merely 1 night. The 8 treasures glazed pavilion will surely be completed. Sumu nodded in satisfaction and promptly turned to leave. The next day, as sunlight illuminated Short Coral Street, a new tavern, resplendent in transparent, multicolored glass, was finally completed. From the outside, this tavern exuded luxury, ranking among the finest in the entire ninja world. The surface of the colorful glass shimmered under the sun. Its interior was even more opulent, resembling a royal palace. Exquisite. Towering chandeliers, a flawless bar, and a clean, spacious kitchen adorned the establishment. Particularly noteworthy were the private rooms on the upper floors, each level housing 2 rooms that afforded a direct view of the elevated platform. Beyond the 3rd floor, there were 8 independent rooms, the contents of which remained a mystery. However, as the 8 treasures glazed pavilion was completed, Sumu had already envisioned its layout in his mind. Host, please be aware that the 8 treasures glazed pavilion is mutually bound to your shock value. The shock points you acquire through the 8 treasures glazed pavilion will be recorded by the system once a certain number of points is reached. One of the 8 doors upstairs can be unlocked. Please exert yourself diligently. Once you meet the conditions to unlock the first door, the system will inform you of what lies behind it. To unlock the first door, the condition is to obtain 1,000,000 shock points within the 8 treasures glazed pavilion. Sumu was momentarily speechless. Relying solely on storytelling to accrue shock points was a daunting task. Nevertheless, he would eventually unlock the 8 doors above, taking it slowly. Wow, look, the Taketorai clan has transformed into such a luxurious tavern. Am I dreaming? It wasn't tea like this yesterday. My goodness, what a beautiful tavern. The residents of the street rushed over, their expressions filled with awe. When Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Naruto arrived in the morning, they were equally astounded. Jiraiya stared at Sumu in disbelief. How did you manage to construct such a prosperous tavern overnight? Sumu merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. The 4 entered the 8 treasures glazed pavilion together. Tsunade was utterly taken aback by the decor and atmosphere inside. 3 floors surrounded a vast open space, with stairs leading directly up to the elevated platform, where Sumu would tell his stories. In front of the bar was a moderately sized fountain, which surprisingly contained several live goldfish. I feel as though you're not an ordinary person. You resemble the legendary deities. Are you a god? Tsunade asked Sumu earnestly, gazing into his eyes. I can't even fly, what god am I? Go prepare in the kitchen. Today's business will surely be booming. Sumu ruffled the little girl Tsunade's hair before heading towards the prepared private room. Don't touch my head. How dare you? Tsunade angrily shook her small fist at Sumu. System, how many shock points do I currently possess? You currently have a total of 86,500 shock points. Sumu stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. The earlier havoc in heaven had garnered him 30,000 shock points. Prior to this, he had 66,500 shock points, bringing the total to 96,500 shock points. He was on the verge of a golden tenfold draw. However, last night, Sumu had spent 10,000 shock points on the construction of the 8 treasures glazed pavilion. There was no choice but to earn more today. The item exchange interface for the journey to the West World had also been unlocked. When the time came for a golden tenfold draw, it would be utterly exhilarating. By midday, a throng of guests arrived outside the tavern, swiftly flocking towards the 8 treasures glazed pavilion like a pack of tigers. Kakashi, dance with the vigor of youth. This time I've won. Among the crowd, a man in a tight green suit with a watermelon head charged ahead, claiming the first position. Kakashi. Chapter 17. The Tavern and Forge in Shuriki. Akatsuki organization comes to the rescue. This time, the number of attendees was several times greater than before. The tavern was packed with nearly 1,000 people, with numerous surrounding ninjas peering in from outside, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse inside. My goodness. So many people have come today. Jiraiya, hurry and serve the dishes. Naruto, what are you dawdling for? Quickly serve drinks to those at the tables. Tsunade was busily bustling around at the front desk. Thankfully, there were enough waitstaff in the tavern, ensuring that every table was attended to with food. The business of the 8 treasures glazed pavilion would likely yield several tens of thousands in a single day, a source of envy for many. Sumu had already heard the sounds of guests taking their seats from the private room. Noticing the time was nearly right, he pushed open the door and stepped outside slowly. The tavern master has emerged. The crowd erupted in cheers. Sumu smiled slightly and gestured for everyone to quiet down. After a brief silence, Sumu ascended the central platform. You must listen carefully, for the weapon chronicle holds great significance for us, the elderly Chiyo remarked to her companions in the box on the 2nd floor. Gaara nodded slightly, momentarily catching sight of Naruto serving drinks below. Humph, that guy is here too, he mused, just as Sumu's cough echoed through the room, instantly silencing the entire tavern. Perched upon the high platform, Sumu emanated an air of divine mystery, captivating the curiosity of the patrons. Let us continue. Sun Wukong faced 100,000 heavenly soldiers without fear, even declaring himself the great sage equal to heaven. What does it mean to be equal to heaven? It signifies sharing the same lifespan as the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Sumu passionately narrated the tale, his words resonating with fervor. The audience listened in rapt attention, initially concerned that the story of Wukong's defeat of the heavenly hosts would lack excitement, yet it proved to be particularly captivating. He fought against Yang Jian, battled the stars, and stormed the heavenly palace. Alas, he was ultimately subdued beneath the five elements mountain by the Buddha. How tragic it is that even the myriad deities could not overcome a mere stone monkey. Yet, that Yang Jian possesses some skill, Kakashi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In a box on the east side of the second floor, Kuratsuchi downed her drink with gusto. Humph, Sumu indeed has some talent. The tale of the great havoc in heaven is quite impressive. Such a pity for that monkey, she remarked, pouring herself another glass while crossing her delicate legs atop the table. 500 years beneath the five elements mountain, Sumu declared as he savored his tea. The words struck a painful chord with the patrons. Gaara exclaimed in shock, 500 years? A monkey trapped beneath such a heavy mountain for 5 centuries? Is the Buddha truly compassionate? Handing her cup to Shikamaru, Temari added, but son Wukong committed unforgivable sins. Isn't such punishment justified? The heavens were destroyed by him. And even the Buddha would find that intolerable. Why not try being trapped beneath a mountain for 500 years? Gaara retorted coldly. In a dim corner of the tavern, 2 men in disguise observed the unfolding scene. Brother Scorpion, there are 4 Jinchuriki in this tavern. I have placed explosives in every corner. They will surely refrain from acting recklessly. Deidara, hidden beneath his black cloak, licked his lips in excitement. Scorpion remained silent, his gaze fixed on a box on the west side of the 3rd floor, sensing an overwhelming chakra presence, likely a master of the shadow level. This 8-treasure glazed pavilion feels off, Scorpion contemplated, feeling a twinge of hesitance. Today, half of the ninjas from the 5 great nations had gathered here, with a dozen or so renowned names among them. Capturing the Jinchuriki with just the 2 of them would be impossible. Deidara, do not act rashly. We need reinforcements. Suddenly, he spotted Tsunade at the front desk and Jiraiya bustling about, and his eyes widened in realization, sweat trickling down his forehead. A tavern that employs 2 shadow-level experts as waitstaff is no ordinary establishment. Scorpion once again turned his gaze to Sumu on the high platform, sensing no chakra fluctuations from him, which perplexed him. Sumu, we would like to hear more about the Weapon Chronicle from you. Please, share more. Many expressed their eagerness for Sumu to delve deeper into the subject. The group from the 5 great nations, here on a mission, grew increasingly excited. Since you wish to hear more, I shall share what you do not yet know. Sumu opened his folding fan and waved it lightly. Previously, I spoke of one of Uchiha Itachi's divine artifacts, known as the 10-Fist Sword. Did you know that this sword is a variant of the Kusanagi sword? As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd. Chiyo's expression turned serious. Listen closely. There is another weapon that stands alongside the 10-Fist Sword, the legendary Kusanagi sword, belonging to one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru. This sword is entirely white, measuring 2 feet and 7 or 8 inches in length, with a blade resembling a calamus leaf, akin to the types of swords found in China. Thick in body and adorned with decorations resembling fish bones. It is said that this divine sword was discovered in the tale of the Yamata no Orochi when Susanoo slain it, surpassing even the 10-grasp sword wielded by the gods of Japan. As the head of the Yamata no Orochi was often shrouded in clouds, this sword is referred to as the Yekuin sword. Killer B, seated beside Darui, hastily jotted down Sumu's information. This is a legendary artifact. Who wouldn't desire it? Just then, several figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds appeared outside the 8-treasure glazed pavilion, swiftly surrounding the establishment. They formed hand seals, quickly establishing a barrier that sealed the pavilion tightly. Simultaneously, Scorpion spoke up. Deidara can make his move now. Upon hearing this, a manic smile spread across Deidara's face as he spread his arms wide and slowly walked to the center of the high platform, bellowing, "Everyone, do not move. This place is filled with my explosives." Chapter 18. Naruto serves drinks to the Akatsuki. Haiden angrily upsets the table. Sumu stared blankly at Deidara, who had suddenly appeared before him. "Brother, could you allow me to finish my story before you rob us?" "Robbery." Deidara burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. "Look around you. We, the Akatsuki, have surrounded this place." Kuratsuchi abruptly stood up from her chair. "It's Deidara. Should we inform the old man?" Akatsuki whispered nearby. "Not yet. The situation is special." Kuratsuchi glared furiously at Deidara on the platform. "This guy has some guts." Jiraiya and Tsunade utilized their chakra to sense the perimeter of the tavern. As expected, a formidable barrier had sealed them within. In the leftmost room on the 3rd floor, Terumi May watched Sumu on the platform with amusement. "Oh dear brother, It seems you're in trouble. If I lend a hand, perhaps you might repay me in kind. Kakashi pondered. What now? Most patrons were not ninjas. Might Guy worried that a fight would endanger them? Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Guy, don't panic. With Jiraiya and Tsunade present, there shouldn't be any issues. Niji, use your Byakugan to assess the situation outside. Understood. Niji's veins bulged as he activated his Byakugan. Through the walls, he spotted 5 figures on the eaves surrounding the building. The leader, Pain, seemed to notice the Byakugan's gaze and smirked. The one who spies shall be punished. In an instant, Niji felt a chilling presence behind him. A pair of massive Rinnegan eyes fixating on him. That bone-chilling sensation compelled him to deactivate his Byakugan immediately, a sharp pain flooding his mind. Kakashi and Might Guy finally recognized the gravity of the situation as Scorpion, hidden among the crimson flow of the tavern, slowly approached the high platform. His gaze first settled on Naruto, who was standing next to Jiraiya, before shifting to the 2 figures beside him, Killer Bee and Gaara. Master Su, I apologize. Your story is indeed captivating, but I must take this course of action today, Scorpion said, turning to Sumu with an indifferent tone. Sumu chuckled softly, fanning himself lightly. No need to feel sorry just yet. Whether you can escort them away remains to be seen. Scorpion also smiled. Indeed. There are 3 masters here at the level of Kaguya, but do you dare to make a move? As soon as Scorpion finished speaking, Deidara let out a playful laugh and suddenly raised both fingers towards the kitchen, exclaiming, Ka. The tavern fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at Deidara on the high platform, but no sound emerged from the kitchen. At this moment, both Deidara and Scorpion found themselves in an awkward predicament. I say, are you reliable at all? Scorpion whispered to Deidara. I truly placed bombs in the kitchen. There's no reason they wouldn't explode. Deidara replied, now somewhat anxious, attempting to trigger an explosion in various directions, only to be met with the same lack of response. What a catch in a barrel. You've ensnared both of you, Sumu remarked, unable to contain his laughter. Curse it, is this your doing? Deidara pointed an accusing finger at Sumu. The crowd around them was on the brink of action, preparing to strike at the 2 Akatsuki members on the platform. Outside the Bao Yoli Tower, the reinforcements from Akatsuki included Pain, Devapath, Konan, Haiden, Kakazu, and Zetsu. Sensing the silence within, Pain seemed to realize that Scorpion and Deidara might be in trouble. Thus, Konan suggested opening a gap in the barrier to investigate. However, as they entered the barrier, they suddenly found that their chakra had inexplicably vanished. What is happening? Konan looked at the other 4 with surprise. Pain remained silent as he slowly walked towards the tavern's entrance. Scorpion, this tavern owner is suspicious. Not only Deidara and Scorpion, but everyone present suddenly found themselves unable to mobilize their chakra, as if it had simply vanished. Kurenai, who was prepared to assist Sumu, was taken aback by the revelation that Sumu had concealed yet another secret. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Sumu smiled at everyone, saying, Gentlemen, as you gather in my tavern to listen to stories, leave your hostility at the door. Once you step inside, I, Sumu, can assure you of your safety, regardless of the troubles you may face. However, once you exit this tavern, your fate is no longer my concern. Here, there shall be no bloodshed or warfare. Bang! The door swung open, and blinding sunlight poured in. Pain and the other 4 entered slowly. Tsunade immediately stood up, but Jiraiya quickly pulled her back. Don't be reckless. Everyone is currently in the same boat. No chakra. Hey, you all finally arrived. Hurry up and take action. There are 4 Jinchuriki in here. Deidara shouted excitedly at his comrades. Pain did not respond, but continued to fixate on Sumu atop the platform. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted outside. The crowd turned curiously towards the window to see 200 members of the Take-Torai clan charging towards the tavern's entrance. Master, we have arrived late. Thud, thud. The warriors outside immediately knelt down. Kurenai on the 3rd floor revealed a hint of astonishment. The Take-Torai clan? They actually refer to Sumu as their master? Could it be that Sumu is the leader of the Take-Torai clan? The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Who in the ninja world does not know that the Take-Torai clan is akin to lions galloping across the prairie? They are utterly madmen, renowned as the most bloodthirsty family in the ninja realm. Within the consciousness of their clan, they believe that only through battle can they feel their own value. This is the Take-Torai clan. Sumu gestured subtly for them to rise. Wait outside. Do not enter without my permission. Yes. The door was closed once more. Sumu turned to the others with a smile. Shall we continue the story? Pain led the 5 to a table and sat down slowly. Seeing this scene, Deidara and Scorpion rushed down from the platform. What an honor for the legendary Akatsuki to come and listen to my story. Naruto, serve the drinks. Sumu said, waving his folding fan with nonchalance. At the front, Naruto trembled as he carried the drinks. Tsunade attempted to take the drinks from Naruto, but Jiraiya suddenly stopped her. Trust Sumu, it will be fine. Trembling, Naruto approached the table filled with Akatsuki members. Why your drinks? Kakuzu, eyeing Naruto, suddenly tightened the pouch at his waist. I haven't even placed an order yet. It's on me. Sumu waved his hand with a smile from the platform. Konan's lips twitched slightly as she watched Naruto, a delectable morsel, so close yet out of reach. They couldn't even act while drinking in a tavern. If this got out, wouldn't it become the laughingstock of the ninja world? What is wrong with you all? You said you were going to relocate and capture the tailed beasts, yet now you sit here drinking. What kind of tavern is this? I'll kill everyone here right now. Haiden shouted, standing up and flipping the table, gripping his scythe as he charged towards Sumu on the platform. Damn it, Haiden. Don't smash things that cost money. Kakuzu exclaimed, furious as he hadn't even had a sip of good wine yet. Sumu merely smiled faintly as a taiji diagram suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Chapter 19. Comparison of tailed beasts in the ninja world to the beasts of the primordial era? Kurama stirred restlessly. This is bad. Everyone looked at Haiden's ferocious demeanor and felt a chill run down their spines for Sumu. Yet, Sumu remained calm and composed, sitting and sipping his tea. A gust of wind rose around the platform. In a daze, a blend of faint black and white began to disperse. Haiden leaped into the air, bringing his scythe crashing down. Without even glancing, Sumu closed his fan, pinching it between two fingers. What the hell? The crowd below couldn't help but exclaim. Such a massive scythe, and Sumu managed to hold it effortlessly with just 2 fingers. Haiden was taken aback, gripping the scythe and attempting to pull it back. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not free the scythe from Sumu's grasp. Damn it! Haiden hadn't expected that Sumu, who appeared so delicate, possessed such overwhelming strength. With the taiji comes the duality. The duality gives rise to the 4 images, and the 4 images manifest the 8 trigrams. Sumu, holding the scythe, gradually stood up as the taiji diagram beneath him suddenly emitted a bright green light. With just a featherweight, I can move mountains. With a swift motion to the side, Sumu released his grip, sending Haiden flying as if kicked like a soccer ball, crashing out of the tavern's door. The Taketori clansmen outside had long been impatient. Without a word, they drew their sharp bone blades and slowly surrounded Haiden. What are you doing? Wait, A wretched scream echoed from outside. The crowd felt their skin crawl at the sound. In a mere minute, Haiden's body was reduced to over 60 pieces. However, this fellow possessed an immortal body and could still struggle to live with just his head. Niji, standing next to Guy, was utterly astonished. That move just now seemed to have some correlation with my 8 trigrams 64 palms. Why was his strength so fluid, sometimes soft, sometimes hard? Sumu brushed off the dust from his clothes and resumed his seat. The story must continue. Gentlemen, please enjoy your drinks. After a long silence, Pain suddenly spoke. I have heard tales of the extraordinary beasts that inhabit the primordial world as depicted in the story Immortality. It is evident that Master Su possesses a discerning mind. How do the 9-tailed beasts of this ninja world compare? Sumu gently shook his head in response. How could the tailed beasts of the ninja realm possibly be compared to the wondrous creatures of the primordial world? Is there any basis for such a comparison? Upon hearing this, the ninjas from the 5 great nations could no longer remain composed. The tailed beasts were the trump cards of their mighty nations, vital for survival in times of war. Yet, Sumu suggested that they paled in comparison to the extraordinary beasts of his narrative. Far away in the rain village, Nagato chuckled. Utilizing Pain's body to voice his thoughts, the power of the tailed beasts is sufficient to annihilate the entire ninja world. Perhaps you have never witnessed their wrath. Sumu did not interrupt him. Instead, he activated the story's visual projection within the tavern. Everyone was instantly transported to the primordial realm. They found themselves in a savage land, littered with bones, where the scorching sun emitted a foul stench from the searing earth. Suddenly, a colossal shadow eclipsed the sun above them. Before them appeared a beast resembling a tiger, yet as large as a bull, flapping its massive wings as it landed upon a stone pillar ahead. At that moment, Shikaku within Gar stirred, while the fur on the 2 cat-like beings emerging from the wood bodies bristled. Even the 9 tails residing within Naruto slowly opened its drowsy eyes. To the north roamed a fearsome creature known as Chionchi. Capable of flight with wings, it preyed upon humans, understood human speech, adept at sowing discord, and thrived on war. Loathing the dead, Sumu fanned himself with a folding fan, dispersing the heat, and calmly addressed Pain before him. Behind him, Konan and the others were utterly taken aback, overwhelmed by a terrifying sensation. Nagato, through Pain, could perceive the unfolding scene. The sheer power emanating from Chionchi left him astounded. How could the tailed beasts of the ninja world even hope to compete? Was this truly merely an ordinary extraordinary beast? Conan, gazing at the colossal creature, instinctively stepped back. A sudden cool breeze swept through, accompanied by a thunderous sound that resonated in their ears. The ground split open, a torrent of the Yangtze River rushing into the chasm, revealing a shimmering bronze-patterned jade before them, adorned with the likeness of a monster with a lamb's body and a human's face. Sumu whistled, and the creature within the jade sprang to life, letting out a deafening roar. It possessed eyes beneath its armpits, tiger-like teeth, human claws, and a massive head with a gaping mouth, known as Taotai. It was the fifth offspring of the legendary dragon, renowned for its insatiable appetite, capable of consuming all worldly greed. Naruto, drenched in sweat, lay on the ground as the nine tails within him stirred restlessly, seemingly eager to emerge. Sumu found this predicament amusing. The nine tails truly had audacity. Should it choose to manifest now, Taotai would have another feast. The existence of such terrifying beings in the primordial world was unexpected. Mere mortals would be insufficient to satisfy their appetite. Shikaku within Gaara was utterly petrified, the mere pressure of its bloodline signaling a palpable threat. Not to mention the stark comparison. One must concede, the nine tails truly exhibited courage. Sumu slowly approached Pain, his gaze unwavering as he met his Rinnegan. Peace is merely an abstract concept. The tailed beasts themselves symbolize power and destruction. The notion of gathering them to forge a new world is fundamentally a deception, is it not, Nagato? Conan's pupils widened in alarm. She fixed her anxious gaze on Sumu. How do you know, Nagato? Who exactly are you? Sumu did not respond, instead waving his fan once more, restoring the tavern to its former appearance. Ladies and gentlemen, our tale concludes here for today. I shall await your arrival in 2 days. With that, the barrier outside the tavern disintegrated. Many patrons anxiously pushed their way out, eager to escape before the members of the Akatsuki departed, hoping that such a move might ensure their safety. I appreciate your current neutral stance, not out of fear of your intervention, but because through your story, I have glimpsed the true nature of the world. We could indeed become good friends, Master Su, Pain remarked, patting Kakuzu on the shoulder. Kakuzu, however, was displeased. Why should I pay for the table that Haiden overturned? Aren't you the Akatsuki's treasurer? Pain queried, casting a puzzled glance at Kakuzu before turning to leave with the others. Once they left the 8 Treasures Tower, everyone's chakra would be restored. The ninjas from the 5 great nations were now preparing to band together, fully aware that the Akatsuki would not hold back this time, aiming for the tailed beasts within the Jinchuriki. Inside the tavern, Sumu could safeguard them, but once they stepped beyond those doors, their fates would be uncertain. Chapter 20. Surprise 20 consecutive draws. Sumu acquires the physique of Tang Xing from Journey to the West. The brief tranquility had merely been a reprieve that Sumu had procured for them, allowing the 5 great nations and the Akatsuki to share a space to drink and listen to tales, a feat that only Sumu could accomplish. Maki, take Gaara away from here shortly. My old bones may withstand for a while, Chiyo said, pulling out 2 scrolls from her waist. Yes, Lady Chiyo. I will ensure Lord Gaara returns to Tsunade. Maki affirmed, casting a resolute glance at Gaara behind him. Tsunade currently lacked a leader. Only Chiyo could take action. The other 4 great nations ninjas could assist, but they too had to protect their own Jinchuriki. Aside from Meitarumi, Kirigakure had no surplus Jinchuriki except for the 3 tails. And like Sumu, she was disinclined to meddle. Killer Bee, he turned to Omoi, you need to inform Reikage of the situation here. As long as he arrives in time, we can return home safely. Kimogakure has 2 Jinchuriki present. If the Akatsuki captures them, the consequences would be dire. Under the sunlight, Pain slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the rhythm of the winds around him. The 6 members of the Akatsuki stood guard at the tavern's entrance, waiting for the opportune moment. Only Haiden remained in the clutches of the Take-Torai clan, while Kakuzu, still irked by having to pay for the table Haiden upended, had no intention of rescuing him. Let's devise an appropriate strategy. The Akatsuki currently has 6 members outside, while the remaining ninjas from other villages are here. Perhaps we could act together to protect the 4 Jinchuriki. Kakashi and Jiraiya discussed their thoughts by the window. However, Jiraiya disagreed. Konoha is severely weakened. After the 3rd Hokage's death, no new Hokage has taken the mantle. If we could balance the power among the 5 great nations, it might be a viable plan. Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. But if we allow them to capture the tailed beasts, Naruto will inevitably meet a similar fate. Jiraiya fell silent. Tsunade shared a similar perspective as Jiraiya, unwilling to intervene. With Konoha and Kirigakure absent, only Tsunade and Kumogakure could collaborate now. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, Kuratsuchi had managed to notify Inoki. One could only imagine how furious the old man would be upon seeing Deidara in his current state. Within the private room, Sumu checked the system to see the shock value he had garnered. Host has successfully obtained 20,000 shock points this time. Your total shock points now stand at 106,500. Finally, I have accumulated 100,000 shock points. What a formidable feat. Tears of gratitude streamed down Sumu's face. Golden 10 consecutive draws, here I come. Sumu opened the golden lottery interface. However, the realm of lotteries plunged him into a state of turmoil. Presently, he was but a novice in the world of Naruto. To ascend to unparalleled heights, he undoubtedly required the support of the lottery. Nevertheless, the rewards from the journey to the West world also appeared quite enticing. After several minutes of psychological deliberation, Sumu ultimately opted for the journey to the West universe. After all, the ninjutsu from Naruto paled in comparison to the magical arts of the latter. Commenced the golden 10 consecutive draws in the journey to the West. Under Sumu's directive, the system promptly extracted a staggering 100,000 points of shock value. Please remain patient. The system is currently conducting the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a ginseng fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fragment of the king of the daughter kingdom. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a fragment of Chang'e. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have secured another fragment of Chang'e. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained yet another fragment of Chang'e. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 72 transformations technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a nimbus. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the true fire technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a golden box. Gold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Tang Sung physique. Gold. Thus, 100,000 points of shock value were expended by Sumo. Gazing at the rewards displayed on the interface, he was rendered speechless with astonishment. It seemed that the system's rules dictated that 3 fragments of a character or skill could be exchanged. As soon as Sumu's words fell, a notification from the system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have exceeded 3 fragments of Chang'e, and the character has been successfully redeemed. Current location of Chang'e, Konoha Village. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. What, then, is the purpose of this golden box, especially since it is also gilded? Tang Sung physique. The host's allure to women is enhanced by 70%. Sumu, feeling somewhat disheartened, clutched the box in his hand. The moment he opened it, a new notification emerged from the system. Congratulations, host. You have randomly obtained a reward from the golden box, a golden 10 consecutive draw discount voucher. In an instant, Sumu was filled with exuberance, for it meant that all the rewards he had just drawn were essentially free. Now, with a discount voucher for another golden 10 consecutive draw, he truly felt he had struck gold. Commenced the golden 10 consecutive draws in the Naruto world. Please remain patient. The system is currently conducting the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fragment of the 8 gates of death. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained another fragment of the 8 gates of death. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the immortal body. Gold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sage art, spiraling shuriken. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have secured a fragment of Uchiha Ibido. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received another fragment of Uchiha Ibido. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the corpse demon technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 200 members of the Taketorai clan's dead soldiers. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received yet another fragment of Uchiha Ibido. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, with Doghead version. Congratulations, host. You have exceeded 3 fragments of the 8 gates of death, and the ability has been successfully redeemed. Congratulations, host. You have exceeded 3 fragments of Uchiha Ibido, and the character has been successfully redeemed. Current location of Uchiha Ibido, within the Land of Wind, in the ruins of the ancient Lulan Kingdom. Outside the tavern, battle had commenced. Killer Bee and the 2 wooden beings swiftly transformed into their tailed beast forms to summon Omoi to notify Raikage for assistance. As Konan and Kakuzu prepared to confront Chio, Scorpion slowly stepped forward. Allow me to handle this. At that very moment, the tavern's door was suddenly thrust open, revealing Sumu striding out with panache. Pain furrowed his brow upon seeing this. Now that you have exited the tavern, do you still intend to intervene? Sumu quickly shook his head, misunderstanding. Feel free to fight. It is of no concern to me. Nimbus. A resonant voice echoed across the expanse. Under the gazes of all present, a vibrant seven-colored cloud swiftly descended from the heavens to Sumu's side. Farewell, everyone. With that, Sumu rode the Nimbus and soared towards the direction of Konoha, vanishing almost instantaneously from sight. Deidara stood in bewilderment. What a magnificent vehicle. I yearn to possess such a thing. Chapter 21. Might Guy's Sixth Gate versus Pain. Naruto's Nine-Tails Rampage. Sumu was no saintly figure. Were he to intervene, he would certainly require some enticing benefits. Yet, at this moment, he was disinterested in managing the trivial affairs below. With both Uchiha Obito and Chang'e emerging simultaneously, he needed to hasten to retrieve them. For the 8 Treasure Lioli Tower truly required a few proprietresses to maintain its operations. Tsunade watched Sumu's departing figure, a tinge of melancholy washing over her. Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and remarked softly, "Perhaps he is simply not of our world. Over in Konoha. Do you truly not intend to return and provide an explanation?" Tsunade sighed in resignation. "I never aspired to be Hokage. I would never sacrifice my life for the people of that village. You would indeed be quite suitable. Why not let it be yours?" Outside the tavern, Chio was being restrained by Scorpion and Deidara. Maki's retreat was obstructed by Konan. Without a moment's hesitation, Gaara lifted his hands to launch an attack against Konan. "The situation in Tsunade is dire. Gaara has been targeted," Jiraiya remarked bitterly. Suddenly, Naruto, within the tavern, recklessly flung open the door and dashed outside. "Wait, Naruto. What are you doing?" Jiraiya and Tsunade hastily pursued him, followed closely by Kakashi and Might Guy. "Gaara, hold on." With Naruto's emergence, Pain redirected his attention, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. "How intriguing. Had you remained within the tavern, perhaps you could have avoided this calamity." Kakashi and Might Guy leaped in front of Naruto. "Get Naruto back inside the tavern." Kakuzu and Konan's combined assault shattered Gaara's absolute defense. In the instant the explosive tags detonated, the sand on Gaara's face began to disperse with the wind. Naruto's eyes transformed into a crimson hue, a vibrant cloak of red chakra enveloping his body. It was the chakra of the Nine Tails. "Are you feeling pain within?" Pain, having kicked Killer Bee and the 2 wooden beings aside, rushed toward Naruto with haste. "Watch out. It's coming this way," Kakashi shouted urgently. Tsunade discarded her outer coat, raising her right fist to strike the ground with all her might. Instantly, the ground before her collapsed entirely. Pain, witnessing this, leapt away to evade the onslaught of her formidable strength. Universal pull. In midair, Pain's movements abruptly halted as he unleashed a powerful gravitational force, targeting the impending rampage of Naruto. Since the universal pull was an area of effect attack, anyone within its designated range would be affected by its gravitational influence. In an instant, Kakashi and the others found their bodies losing control. Without hesitation, Jiraiya bit his finger and thrust it toward the ground. Summoning technique. Puff. A massive plume of white smoke billowed around them. The appearance of the great toad sage directly interrupted Pain's gravitational pull. Wind release, pressure damage, paper dance. From the eaves behind them, Kakuzu and Konan simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu attacks. Niji, witnessing this, swiftly leapt in front of the others. 8 trigrams. Revolving heaven. A blue barrier rapidly spun, deflecting the incoming attacks. But just as Niji paused for a moment, several explosive tags suddenly materialized before their eyes. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. Might Guy was momentarily taken aback, observing a sand wall rising as a defense before them. Gaara collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Clearly, he had reached his limit. Due to Gaara's assistance, Tsunade and Jiraiya's previous thoughts began to shift. Deidara, Gaara is in your hands. Understood. Deidara swiftly approached Gaara, piloting a colossal bird. Jiraiya faced Gaara, swiftly weaving hand signs, while his flowing white hair swiftly enveloped Gaara's body, drawing him closer. Observing the unfolding situation, Konan turned to Pain and remarked coolly, "Shall we summon the remaining 5 Pains?" Pain slowly shook his head, stating, "They have yet to earn that privilege. At present, Naruto has entered the two-tails state. The situation is spiraling out of control." Might Guy stepped forward, exuding an unprecedented confidence. "I will hold them off. You focus on suppressing the tailed beast's power within Naruto." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. "There are 3 enemies before us. And you believe you can handle this, Guy?" Kakashi. Suddenly, Guy extended his right thumb. "Trust me." In the instant that Might Guy turned, his teeth gleamed with brilliance. Kakashi, scratching his head in exasperation, replied, "Leave Naruto to Lady Tsunade and Jiraiya. I shall assist you in the offensive." Without further ado, Might Guy clenched his fists. and an overwhelming force erupted from his body. Hashim and Tonko, open the first gate. A scorching whirlwind suddenly swept around them. Kakashi gazed in shock at Might Guy. That is the 8 gates technique. Guy? Cough. Kakashi. The moment Might Guy took a step, he vanished from his original position. Conan, standing beside Pain, reacted a beat too late. Might Guy appeared behind them, his right fist gathering all his strength, striking down fiercely. Shinra Tensei. Pain reacted swiftly, a repulsive barrier forming around him. However, to his astonishment, Might Guy withstood the force of Shinra Tensei. A smile involuntarily spread across Might Guy's flushed face. As a peacock, Pain used the repulsion to push Conan away. Then, Might Guy unleashed a series of flames in the air like a ferocious beast. Nagato coughed up blood, a flicker of shock in his eyes. I never anticipated someone could hone their taijutsu to such an extent. I underestimated you. Yet, you must have limits. Might Guy delivered his final blow, smashing Pain into the ground. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and billowing smoke rose as everyone stared in awe at Might Guy suspended in midair. How powerful! Might Guy gasped for breath, subsequently releasing the 8 gates and collapsing onto the ground. Upon witnessing Pain being driven into the earth, Conan furiously launched a sneak attack on Might Guy. Shuriken of paper. Guy? Kakashi swiftly closed the distance between them, uncovering his forehead protector. Kamui. Redirecting Conan's attack, Kakashi rushed to Might Guy's side, helping him up. Meanwhile, Naruto's rampaging speed intensified, sprouting 4 tails and undergoing a significant transformation. The wreckage from the Cloud Village, accompanied by reinforcements, finally arrived, alongside the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki from the Stone Village. However, their purpose for being here was solely to ensure the safety of their Jinchuriki's departure. Choosing to disregard the events unfolding between Konoha and Suna, Inoki, in particular, had come for Deidara. Elsewhere, Sumu had arrived at a village near the ruins of Lulan. The once thriving Lulan had now become a desolate wasteland, though many residents still ventured into the ruins in search of gold. The system informed Sumu that Uchiha Shursui resided within the Lulan ruins, but it did not specify the exact location, leaving Sumu somewhat vexed. Thus, she decided to inquire with the nearby villagers in hopes of uncovering some clues. Chapter 22. The centipede emerges from the ruins of Lulan. Villagers offer Uchiha Shursui as tribute. Once a character fragment is successfully exchanged, the system will immediately assign a new identity to balance the world. However, after the system's differentiation, she will appear in the Naruto world under her new identity, and everyone in that world will only remember her new persona. As for the deceased Uchiha Shursui, he no longer exists. This new identity could be described as pure and innocent, understood only by those who are aware. Sumu wandered the streets of the village in search of Uchiha Shursui's presence. What identity had the system assigned her? How long would it take to find it? There were hundreds of villages in the vicinity, and Sumo felt overwhelmed. At that moment, in a particular village, several hundred villagers were gathered in the courtyard of the village chief's home, engaged in fervent discussions. Inside, the chief conferred with several clansmen about recent occurrences. They relied on gold panning within the ancient ruins, but the recent emergence of a centipede had instilled great fear among them. Many villagers had unwittingly become the centipede's prey. At a critical moment, a woman had appeared to rescue them. The chief discovered her in a basement within the ancient city ruins. She didn't even know her own name, yet she clearly remembered a man named Sumo. Chief, that centipede is merely injured and not dead. What if it recovers and seeks revenge? What will we do then? Yes. It's quite possible there's more than one centipede. We've seen many small ones lately. It terrifies me. The villagers chimed in, causing the chief's head to spin. All right. Everyone quiet down. You should all return home. I need to think this over. The chief took a puff from his pipe and waved his arms to disperse the crowd, but the villagers were unwilling to leave. As long as the centipede lived, none dared to venture into the ancient city ruins to pan for gold, yet without doing so, they would face hunger. Their families depended on the income. An elderly man with a sharp demeanor approached the chief. When we panned for gold there before, we did so without incident. Perhaps it is due to the appearance of that woman that the centipede began attacking the villagers. As soon as the elder finished speaking, a chorus of villagers voiced their agreement. I say she disturbed the centipede's existence. We could have coexisted peacefully, but now she has harmed it, making it impossible for us to explain ourselves. The chief sighed deeply, looking troubled. But she saved you. Saved us. Chief, have you grown senile with age? The centipede began attacking villagers because of her presence. We are innocent. How can that be called saving? The sharp-tongued elder stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, declaring, there is but one solution to our current predicament. We must sacrifice the woman to the centipede. Only by appeasing its wrath can we continue to pan for gold in the ancient city ruins. The chief was taken aback, rushing before the crowd, frantically waving his hands. This cannot be allowed. Please, do not do this. Yet the villagers, desperate to continue their gold panning, ignored his pleas. I think that's a splendid idea. Tonight, we shall bind her and take her to the back mountain. Perhaps the centipede will reward us with hints about where to find treasures. Chief, you brought her here. You must support us. The villagers unanimously agreed with the sharp-tongued elder's plan. Despite the chief's attempts to dissuade them, he was ultimately compelled to accompany them to the back mountain. After Uchiha Shursui was brought back by the chief, she was settled in a house at the back mountain. Under pressure from the villagers, the chief entered the house with a box of food. Chief, you've arrived. Inside the dwelling, Uchiha Shursui was lost in thought as he gazed into the mirror. Upon noticing the arrival of the village chief, he hastily rose and fetched a stool. The chief's expression was marked by hesitation. However, due to the pressing insistence of the villagers outside, he found himself compelled to act. After all, their very survival hinged upon the pursuit of gold. Not only the villagers, but he himself was in need of it as well. With this thought in mind, the chief cast aside his doubts and promptly placed the meal upon the table. You must be hungry. I had some free time today, so I decided to come and check on you. This meal is specially prepared for you, so please eat it while it's hot. The chief beamed as he opened the lunchbox, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that filled the air. Uchiha Shursui could not help but swallow hard. It had been an entire day since she last ate. Well then, I shall not be polite. Uchiha Shursui smiled brightly at the chief and eagerly picked up her chopsticks. Diving into the delicious food, she believed that those she had saved could be trusted, completely oblivious to the villagers' sinister plot unfolding just outside. Peering through the gaps in the window, a group of villagers watched intently. She's eating. She's finally eating. Splendid. Starting tomorrow, we can resume our gold mining. Among the crowd, several villagers retrieved thick ropes from nearby sacks, bound tightly. Jingtian, you take one, and Matsushima and I will take another. Just in case. This woman is a ninja. All preparations were meticulously made. Inside, Uchiha Shursui was savoring her meal when suddenly a wave of lethargy washed over her, and her vision began to blur. Crash! The moment her bowl shattered upon the floor, the villagers burst into the room. Bind her up. We need to send her to the ruins of the ancient city immediately. Several villagers brandished the ropes they had prepared, swiftly binding Uchiha Shursui. Remember, we also need to bring some offerings, preferably chickens, ducks, or livestock, the acerbic elder reminded everyone as he stepped forward. The chief sighed helplessly at the scene before him. I hope your plan is sound. Otherwise, we may have brought upon ourselves a great calamity. The elder scoffed coldly. You, chief, are nearing the end of your tenure. So many villagers have perished. Do their lives mean nothing? At the ruins of the ancient city, the villagers had bound Uchiha Shursui to a wooden stake. Beside her, within a cage, 3 ducks, 5 roosters, and a large goose were imprisoned. Ready? Light the torches. At the elder's command, the villagers ignited their torches simultaneously. A foul wind swept through, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. From the depths of the ruins, a hissing sound began to emerge. The ground trembled as stones rattled beneath their feet. The villagers' hearts raced, fear gripping them tightly. Uchiha Shursui suddenly opened her bleary eyes, coughed uncomfortably, and turned her gaze towards the villagers. What are you planning to do? The villagers averted their eyes, offering no answers to her query, perhaps out of guilt. The chief approached her to clarify the situation. My dear, I apologize on behalf of all the villagers. However, we are truly out of options. We all need to survive. You shouldn't be here. Uchiha Shursui gazed at the villagers in shock. Do you know why there is an abundance of gold in this place? It is because the dragon vein of the ancient Lulon city lies beneath these ruins. Periodically, the dragon vein transforms some stones into rare golden stones. The centipede, in fact, seeks to locate the dragon vein and consume it for evolution. The elder stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Uchiha Shursui. Nonsense. There has never been such a problem here until you arrived, and now the centipede follows you. I want to know what your true intentions are. Why are you trying to harm us? Uchiha Shursui shook her head slightly. This is not my issue. I am here waiting for someone. At that moment, a villager suddenly spoke up. I think the chief mentioned someone named Sumu. What does it matter? No matter who comes, they will meet the same fate. You are the scourge. Become the centipede's meal. Once it devours you, we can continue our gold mining. The elder interrupted the villager and retreated to a safe distance. He will come for me, my master. Chapter 23. Slaughtering the entire village, recovering the dragon vein, unexpected wealth from the flying thunder god Kanai. Sumu passed by a village where many villagers were anxiously rushing towards the direction of the ancient city. Hurry! I heard that the neighboring village has tied a woman to a stake as a sacrifice to the centipede to seek peace. Is that true? Did the centipede harm the villagers because of that woman? It seems so. Recently, no one dares to go gold mining, fearing that the centipede will devour them. After tonight, the problem should be resolved, right? A few villagers walked past Sumu, and every word they uttered resonated clearly in his ears. In that moment, Sumu's eyes reddened with fury, a tempest of anger surging within him. It must be Uchiha Shirsui. Within the ruins of the ancient city, the tremors grew louder. The villagers peered into the darkness, illuminated only by the feeble light of their torches. Suddenly, a massive centipede emerged, crawling up a stone pillar. Oh my, it's out. Just look at this colossal creature. I have never seen a centipede this size. Once the centipede emerged, it coiled around the pillar, fixated on all the villagers present. The elder slowly approached, addressing the centipede. "O mighty centipede, we understand that this woman has disturbed your existence, so we have brought her to you as a sacrifice. Please, consume her and grant us your protection." With that, the elder knelt down. The other villagers followed suit, bowing in reverence. The centipede slowly extended its body toward Uchiha Shirsui. She stared defiantly at the creature above her, and within her dark eyes, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard appeared. "You must know where the dragon vein lies." An eerie voice whispered in her ear. "Don't harbor such delusions. I will never tell you." Uchiha Shirsui's fearless demeanor caused the man within the centipede to erupt into laughter. "Spiral sphere." A resounding voice echoed throughout the ruins of the ancient city. The centipede suddenly turned, only to see Sumu, right hand clutching a colossal spiral sphere, hurling it down with tremendous force. Boom! The ground collapsed instantly. The man within the centipede, terrified, leaped out and sprinted deeper into the ruins. The villagers were paralyzed with fear. As the dust settled, Sumu stood before the stake, coldly regarding the villagers. "Where are the bamboo take warriors?" No sooner had he spoken than hundreds of bamboo take clan warriors leapt forth from behind the mountains, their murderous intent palpable. "Master, please give your command." The acerbic elder trembled, hiding among the crowd, terrified of being singled out by Sumu. "Kill every villager present. Not a single one left. Chop that old fool who came up with this idea into pieces for the dogs." "Understood." Hundreds of bamboo take warriors unsheathed their bone blades, unhesitatingly commencing a massacre. "Master, I knew you would come to rescue me." Sumu cradled Uchiha Shirsui in his arms, his gaze filled with affection. Her graceful form only heightened his resolve. "I'm sorry for the trouble you've endured." Uchiha Shirsui shook her head obediently. "Master, when I first arrived, I discovered the dragon vein hidden beneath this place. Allow me to escort you to retrieve it," suggested Sumu, as a flicker of realization crossed his mind. It seemed that the dragon vein was of significant importance, as depicted in the original Naruto series, possessing the unique ability to traverse into the past. He pondered the prospect of utilizing the system for reclamation, which could potentially fetch a handsome price. "You clever little rascal. You've brought me quite a remarkable surprise right from the start," he remarked affectionately, ruffling Uchiha Shirsui's long hair. "As long as my master is pleased, there will be even more surprises to come." Uchiha Shirsui, feeling bashful, nestled closer into Sumu's embrace as they ventured deep into the ancient city of Lulan. In a basement, Uchiha Shirsui moved aside a heavy stone, revealing a dragon-shaped apparatus embedded deeply into the ground, with a golden kunai thrust into it. Sumu immediately discerned that the seal was upon that kunai. Once it was withdrawn, the dragon vein would re-emerge into the world. So, the dragon vein had been concealed in this very spot all along. Suddenly, an enthusiastic shout echoed from behind them. Sumu and Uchiha Shirsui turned to see the middle-aged man who had been hiding within the centipede's body, leaping down from the upper levels of the basement with palpable excitement. "How about a trade? If you unlock this dragon vein, you can return to the past Lulan. Help me ascend to the throne, and I shall bestow upon you endless riches." He eagerly proposed to Sumu and Uchiha Shirsui. With a serene smile, Sumu replied, "Even if we return to the past, what difference would it make? The fate of Lulan's demise cannot be altered. It is predetermined. As for you and Lushan, what qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, his body instinctively recoiling a couple of steps. "How do you know my name? Who are you?" Sumu, unwilling to waste further time, instantly appeared before Lushan, seizing his neck with his right hand. "You are not worthy of knowing," he stated coldly. With a slight exertion, Lushan's life was extinguished. Leaving Lushan's lifeless body behind, Sumu crouched before the seal. The seal itself was not particularly difficult to unravel. However, He was uncertain of the dragon vein's remaining vitality. With that thought, Sumu extended his right hand to grasp the kunai's handle. With a firm tug, the kunai was swiftly extracted. As the seal shattered, the golden dragon vein surged forth. Attempting to flee? System, retrieve the dragon vein. Host, please hold on. Evaluating the value. Evaluation complete. The dragon vein's price is 300,000 shock points. Shall I proceed with the reclamation? Reclaim. Reclamation successful. 300,000 shock points have been allocated. Beep. It has been detected that the host has another item available for reclamation. Shall I proceed with the evaluation? Perplexed, Sumu scratched his head. Another item? Evaluate. Evaluation complete. The Flying Thunder God kunai's price is 50,000 shock points. Shall I proceed with the reclamation? Remarkable, Sumu thought, nearly forgetting that this kunai was used by Minato Namikaze to seal the dragon vein. To think it could still be valued at 50,000 shock points was intriguing. Reclaim. Reclamation successful. 50,000 shock points have been allocated. Content. Sumu nodded in satisfaction before turning to scoop up Uchiha Shursui. Soaring towards the 8-treasure Liuli Pavilion atop his Nimbus cloud. Outside the tavern, Naruto had reached the form of the Six Tails. While Tsunade awaited Sumu's return with an anxious expression. Do you think he will lend a hand? Jiraiya sighed, believing Sumu to be a man of principle. Since he has stated he will not interfere in matters outside the tavern, he will surely uphold his word. Tsunade shook her head, uncertain. Perhaps I could present him with an irresistible condition. It might just work. Chapter 24. The Ninetales Rampage. Sumu mused. By the way, there exists something called a Poké Ball. Deidara, you little rascal. Hurry and show yourself. The imposing Inoki had set his sights on Deidara, who, upon seeing the old man, hastily leaped onto a giant bird and took flight. How bothersome, I'm out of here. Deidara, stop right there. Playing with clay every day, you're going nowhere. Inoki declared as he pursued Deidara, followed closely by Kuratsuchi, Akatsuchi, and others. We should take our leave as well. The Raikage. Noticing Naruto on the verge of manifesting his seventh tail, prepared to lead everyone in retreat. Tsunade and Jiraiya were in a state of acute anxiety. Suddenly, the rainbow clouds returned to the sky. Tsunade's excitement surged. Sumu has returned. Sumu, cradling Uchiha Shursui, leaped down from the Nimbus cloud. As Tsunade rushed towards him, she was taken aback by the woman in his arms. Who is she? Tsunade blurted out, unable to contain her curiosity. My master, this sister seems a bit fierce. Uchiha Shursui timidly remarked, burrowing deeper into Sumu's embrace. Tsunade's fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking bones audible even to Jiraiya beside her. For some reason, she felt that every woman near Sumu was a potential rival. Don't be afraid, let us head inside. Wait, Sumu. Tsunade interjected, blocking his path. Could you assist me with a favor? Not a chance, Sumu decisively refused. But you haven't even heard my request. Tsunade insisted anxiously. Sumu, his expression impassive, shook his head. I have stated before, I will not involve myself in your affairs. However, as long as you remain within the tavern, I can guarantee your safety. Please step aside. Tsunade's heart felt as though it were being cut by a knife. She had believed that after assisting in the tavern for so long, a bond had formed between them. Yet when faced with the situation, Sumu showed no inclination for sentiment. This was the source of her deepest anguish. If you are willing to help Naruto, I will agree to work at the tavern for 10 years. Tsunade thought that by offering this leverage, Sumu would be compelled to assist. Yet she had overestimated her influence. If you are so reluctant, what use are you to me? Do you think this place is a kindergarten shelter? Ridiculous. Sumu, still holding Uchiha Shursui, walked past Tsunade. At that moment, her heart sank into despair. However, there is someone who can assist you. He should be arriving shortly. As Sumu reached the tavern entrance, he turned back to address Tsunade and the others. No sooner had he finished speaking than a beam of sword light sliced through the heavens. Jiraiya, Tsunade, how have you fared? A resounding voice echoed across the sky, astonishingly accompanied by a lingering reverberation. The crowd looked up to see Orochimaru standing upon the blade, his hands clasped behind his back with an air of nonchalance. What is happening? Why is he standing on the sword without falling? Moreover, how can he make the sword fly with him? Meanwhile, countless pedestrians poured out of their homes, gazing up in awe at the sight of Orochimaru soaring through the air on his sword. I recall that Sumu mentioned in Immortal that chi refiners can fly with their swords. They can traverse the entire ninja world in a single day, a journey of 10,000 miles. If this is the case, could it all be true? Many villagers engaged in fervent conversation. Inside the tavern, Sumu sat comfortably at a table, sipping tea, while the system notifications rang ceaselessly in his ears. Shock value, 500. Shock value, 700. Shock value, 2000. As a storyteller, how can I resort to violence? Sumu observed the unfolding spectacle outside with a bemused smile. Orochimaru gradually circulated his internal energy, suddenly pointing towards the sky. Sword flight technique. Countless long swords descended rapidly from the sky towards the members of Pain. Pain frowned, and in an instant, he unleashed the Shinra Tensei. Clang, clang. The myriad swords incessantly collided against the repulsive barrier surrounding Pain's body. Beside him, Kakuzu and Sasori were left dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a jutsu before. Was it of his own invention? Orochimaru observed Pain with a nonchalant demeanor. Depart now. As long as I am here, your plan shall not come to fruition. Suddenly, Konan swooped in from behind, flapping her paper wings. Attempting a surprise attack, Orochimaru smiled faintly, turning to point at Konan. In an instant, a blade of ethereal energy cleaved through her wings. Universal pull. As Konan began to fall, Pain hastily drew her back towards him. Incredible. When did Orochimaru become this formidable? I don't recall his jutsu being this powerful, Jiraiya muttered, scratching his head in confusion. The Raikage, who had not yet departed, stood utterly astonished by Orochimaru's prowess. This was utterly outrageous. The two members of the Akatsuki quickly retrieved the previously purchased immortality from their pockets and handed it to the Raikage, who eagerly began to examine it. How do you pronounce this character? Seeing the tide turning, with Orochimaru's jutsu proving exceedingly strange, Pain gestured for everyone to retreat. Wait, what about Haiden? Sasori inquired, bewildered. He won't die anyway. Consider it a punishment for flipping the table earlier. We can rescue him next time. Kakuzu remarked bluntly. The Akatsuki began their withdrawal. However, a pressing dilemma remained for Tsunade and her team. Naruto had already entered the state of the six tails, and in mere moments, the seventh tail would manifest. Tsunade turned and rushed into the tavern. Sumu, even if you are reluctant to intervene, surely there must be a solution. Sumu watched Tsunade's anxious demeanor and sighed helplessly. The necklace of the first Hokage, which Tsunade had intended to gift to Naruto, had inadvertently been snatched by him. Moreover, it had been sold to the system. Otherwise, Naruto would not have been driven to such a rampage. Yet, this alone was insufficient to compel Sumu to take action. With this thought, Sumu leisurely began to crack sunflower seeds on the table. By the way, there's a story that features something called a Poké Ball. Chapter 25. The Master Ball successfully captures the Nine Tails. Jiraiya, upon hearing Sumu begin to tell a story, hastily produced paper and pen. Sumu cleared his throat and spoke at a leisurely pace. In this tale, there exists an abundance of Pokemon, also referred to as magical beasts. They possess a myriad of extraordinary powers and abilities, maintaining a most peculiar relationship with their hosts. Outside, Naruto's seventh tale was nearing completion, while Sumu continued his leisurely storytelling. Tsunade was now in a state of acute anxiety. Can't you just tell me what to do? Yet, the more impatient she became, the slower Sumu spoke. In the ancient Johto region of that world, a group of craftsmen meticulously split acorns in two, cleaned them, and then fitted them with special devices to create Pokemon balls. Listen closely, for here comes the crux. What is a Pokemon ball, you ask? Pokemon balls can be crafted from acorns of various colors or from mixed metals. Pokemon balls made from different colored acorns yield different effects, while those made from mixed metals possess numerous functionalities. Generally, Pokemon are kept within these balls. However, some Pokemon prefer not to stay inside, and once captured, they can only return to the ball used to capture them. Kakashi, pondering deeply, stroked his chin. So, Pokemon are akin to monsters like the Nine Tails, and Pokemon balls can capture these creatures? Sumu looked at Kakashi in astonishment. This guy's intellect was indeed formidable. But, how large would a Pokemon ball need to be to contain the Nine Tails? Tsunade stood up excitedly. Do you have any Pokemon balls? Sumu opened his folding fan and waved it slightly. Such items cannot be carelessly flaunted. It would be quite inappropriate if the Akatsuki laid eyes upon them. For some reason, she felt that Sumu was particularly captivating today. Earlier, Sumu had won a lottery in the journey to the West World, unexpectedly acquiring the rare physique of Tang Sing. Characteristic: increases attraction to women by 70%. Tsunade's bold personality made it impossible for her to resist Sumu's charm. Damn it. Why am I feeling so hot all over? Pokemon World successfully unlocked. The host can now purchase items from this world in the Universal Exchange Mall. Just as the system finished its notification, Sumu eagerly entered the Universal Exchange Mall. On the shelves, he found Red and White Pokemon Ball, 2,000 shock points. Mixed Metal Pokemon Ball, 5,000 shock points. Yellow and Black Super Pokemon Ball, 7,000 shock points. Blue and White Advanced Pokemon Ball, 10,000 shock points. Purple and Red Master Pokemon Ball, 20,000 shock points. Sumu thoughtfully stroked his chin. He was unsure how effective these would be on the Nine Tails. But he was well aware of its volatile temperament. Perhaps multiple attempts would be necessary. To be safe, Sumu opted for the Purple and Red Master Pokemon Ball. Purple and Red Master Pokemon Ball. Master Ball. Manufacturer, Silver Company. Price, 20,000 shock points. Capture rate, 255. Efficiency, 100 capture. Throwing power, 30. With 100% efficiency, if it truly worked on the Ninetales, one throw would suffice. Sumu handed the exchanged Master Ball to Tsunade. When Naruto reaches the state of the Seven Tails, the true form of the Ninetales will emerge. At that moment, you must throw this Master Ball, ensuring your target is locked onto the Ninetales. Tsunade took the Master Ball, nodding uncertainly. All right, I will give it a try. A surge of blood-red chakra pierced the clouds. The wind began to stir. Villagers, terrified, rushed into their homes, peering cautiously through windows and door cracks. Outside the tavern, Naruto's seventh tail had fully formed. The massive body of the Ninetales emerged, letting out a deafening roar towards the sky. Tsunade took a deep breath, gripping the Master Ball tightly, and raised it to lock onto the position of the Ninetales. Now, Tsunade yelled, exerting all her strength to hurl the Master Ball towards the Ninetales. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the flying Master Ball. The Ninetales, sensing something approaching, abruptly turned its head. Whoosh! A brilliant golden light erupted from the Master Ball. The Ninetales was still bewildered by the unfolding events when its entire form vanished within the radiance. As the light faded, Naruto lay on the ground, unconscious. Thud! In midair, the Master Ball descended beside Naruto. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. Where was the Ninetales? Jiraiya stared blankly at the Master Ball. It should have succeeded. Right? Shock points, 8,000. Shock points, 10,000. Shock points, 15,000. Well, the shock points just spent. Haven T they just returned? Rakage AI, witnessing the Ninetales vanish. Was left agape. Can you feel the presence of the Ninetales, B? Killer B attempted to have the Eight Tails sense the chakra of the Ninetales. But the Eight Tails could not perceive its existence in the air at all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Rakage AI frantically climbed atop a tree stump, his gaze sweeping across the entirety of Shanshan Street, yet he failed to spot a single strand of Ninetales fur. Sumu, feeling rather bored, let out a languid yawn. Alas, it seems this tale will soon spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. I wonder what expressions will adorn the faces of the higher-ups in the 5 great nations upon hearing this news. The matter of carrying tailed beasts within Pokeballs had reached its conclusion. Gaara followed Granny Chio and the others as they departed, while Naruto was taken into the tavern to receive aid from Tsunade. Ever since Uchiha Itachi's governance commenced, the tavern had been managed with impeccable order. However, what delighted Sumu even more was Itachi's extraordinary culinary skills. The dishes he prepared could only be described as exquisite. Furthermore, Itachi paid meticulous attention to detail, knowing precisely what Sumu relished and what he preferred to avoid. Thus, the chef Itachi officially commenced his tenure at the 8 Treasure Glazed Pavilion. Itachi, take good care of the tavern for now. I must make a trip to Konoha. Someone is waiting for me there. Sumu affectionately said as he embraced Itachi in the private room. Master is quite greedy, summoning so many sisters back. Will Itachi lose favor? Itachi, nestled against Sumu's chest, absent-mindedly traced circles with his finger. How could that be? You shall forever remain my most cherished little treasure. With that, Sumu leaned in for a deep kiss. In the private room, a scene of spring blossomed vividly. Even amidst the gentle drizzle, one must toil in the fields. Chapter 26. Let everyone believe in science. Orochimaru turned and soared away on his sword. Upon hearing that Sumu was heading to Konoha, Jiraiya's face lit up with joy. Who wouldn't love someone as capable as Sumu? If we could bring him into Konoha, the land of fire would swiftly regain its former glory. Just in time. I need to handle some matters regarding the Hokage as well. Whoever wishes to take the position may do so. I shall reside here at the 8 Treasure Glazed Pavilion from now on, Tsunade remarked cheerfully, her mood instantly transforming her back into the ponytailed young girl she once was. Outside the tavern, Orochimaru remained suspended in midair upon his sword. Tsunade and Jiraiya emerged. Thank you for your assistance, Orochimaru. But the matter concerning the 3rd Hokage will not simply be overlooked, Jiraiya said, his brow furrowed and voice serious. Orochimaru offered a bitter smile. In the past, I was too extreme, which led to such a grave calamity. I owe you an apology, Jiraiya. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged astonished glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, is this truly Orochimaru? Tsunade gazed at him in bewilderment. He appeared to have transformed into an entirely different person. The three of them had grown up together, trained under the same master, and weathered numerous wars. They understood Orochimaru's temperament better than anyone. He would never admit to his wrongs or offer apologies for his actions. Yet now, Orochimaru was voluntarily acknowledging his mistakes. Ever since I was enlightened by Master Su, I have rediscovered the meaning of life from the depths of my lost existence. The old Orochimaru has perished. I have been reborn, Orochimaru said, his face radiating gratitude as he looked towards Sumu at the tavern entrance. Sumu nodded slightly. Recognizing that Orochimaru had reached the pinnacle of the 10th stage of chi refinement and had gained a clear understanding of the tribulations faced along the path of cultivation. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable. With the Nine Tails captured, villagers poured out to gather at the entrance of the 8-treasure glazed pavilion, their heads tilted skyward, captivated by the unfolding spectacle surrounding Orochimaru. It seemed that the path to immortality, as spoken of by Master Su, was indeed real. Oh, how I long to pursue immortality. I envy it sincerely. Take me as your disciple, O immortal. I would do anything. A villager exclaimed. The immortal just looked at me. Hearing the commotion below, Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk. What immortality? One must believe in science. With that, he soared away on his sword, leaving the villagers bewildered and utterly stunned. After taking a brief respite at the tavern, once Naruto's health was restored, Sumu, along with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi, set forth towards Konoha. Konoha, Ichiraku ramen shop. Choco, it's time to eat. You've been busy all day. Take a moment to rest. Uncle Ichiraku placed a steaming bowl of delectable ramen before her. Business at the shop was exceptionally brisk today, though it was already deep into the night. A steady stream of customers continued to arrive. Among them, several patrons returned for a third bowl within the hour, all due to the unexpected presence of Choco. Just a day prior, Uncle Ichiraku had spotted her standing idly across the street, waiting patiently throughout the day. Upon witnessing this, he personally prepared a bowl of ramen for her and invited her to assist at the shop. Before her, Choco savored the ramen, her long, lustrous black hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, exuding grace. Her fair, flawless complexion bore a faint rosy hue, and her delicate lips resembled tender rose petals. Her feet, adorned with golden clogs, were as white as frost. How delightful! Suddenly, a throng of root ninjas appeared on the street, prompting the diners to hastily grab their coats and flee. A few villagers wandering the streets were seized by several Umbu ninjas and dragged into an alley, where they were injected with a substance that rendered them unconscious. They then hoisted the villagers' bodies and hurried back toward the route. Lord Danzo specifically ordered us to capture a woman for human experimentation. After all, there have been too many failures with men, one Umbu ninja remarked to the team leader. However, it was already late at night, and not a single woman could be found. Suddenly, one of them noticed a stunningly beautiful woman seated inside Ichiraku ramen shop. Team leader, we have identified a target. The root ninjas immediately turned their gazes toward Ichiraku ramen shop, seizing the opportunity while Uncle Ichiraku was in the storeroom fetching ingredients. They stealthily emerged from behind Choco and abducted her. When Uncle Ichiraku returned, he was a harrowing wail echoed throughout the subterranean laboratory. Danzo cast a satisfied glance at the bound Changa beside him. Are you afraid? One swift strike, and it will all be over. Changa vigorously shook her head, when suddenly, a golden elixir fell from her pocket, clattering loudly to the floor. Danzo approached, examining the elixir with keen interest. This substance bore a striking resemblance to a certain pill from eternal life. Could it be that this elixir is somehow linked to the cultivation of chi? No, wait. Its color appears to be golden. Ah, it seems I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Danzo gently caressed Changa's cheek, unleashing a chilling laugh. I've had a change of heart. Tonight, you are temporarily safe. Chapter 27. The admiration of Konoha's security for Sumu. Danzo initiates a second experiment. On the journey to Konoha, Naruto scrutinized the Pokeball in his hand. Perverted sage, I can no longer perceive that fox's presence within my inner world. Yet, for some reason, I can still sense its aura, as if it were right beside me. Jiraiya, slightly perturbed, rubbed his chin. I see. I'm not certain either. Perhaps you could inquire with Sumu about how to utilize that ball. Upon overhearing their conversation, Sumu smiled at Naruto and remarked, the Pokeball merely relocates the Nine Tails. Your bond remains intact. However, it will no longer be as ferocious towards you. This ball will purify its thoughts, meaning from now on, you are its master. Is that so? Naruto exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the Pokeball. But how exactly do I use it? Sumu halted, took the Pokeball from Naruto's grasp, and said, simply throw it. With that, Sumu suddenly tossed the Pokeball into the open space ahead. A dazzling light erupted forth. Everyone's eyes widened in anticipation as, within the glow, a small fox emerged. Is that the Ninetales? Mike Guy exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the little fox. Well, it could be considered that. Although it resembles more of a husky, Sumo coughed lightly, unable to suppress a chuckle. Damn humans, I will devour you whole. The Ninetales emitted a high-pitched growl directed at Sumu, prompting even Jiraiya to burst into laughter. Sumu explained to the group. The Poké Ball will take some time to purify its thoughts, but for now, it cannot defy its master's orders. Naruto can command it to perform tasks it may not wish to do, and it will have no choice but to comply. Hearing this, Naruto's lips curled into a mischievous grin. The Ninetales' heart raced with anxiety. Let me tell you, I am a tailed beast. I will not, before the Ninetales could finish. Naruto issued a command. A small rabbit happened to hop past, and the Ninetales' body uncontrollably followed the rabbit's movements. The illustrious Ninetales, reduced to such a state. You must admit, this little creature is quite adorable now. The group, including Tsunade, spent the afternoon laughing heartily. As dusk fell, they finally arrived in Konoha. However, at this moment, the village gate guards abruptly blocked their path. Kamizuki Izumi, Tetsu, you have both worked hard lately, Jiraiya called out from a distance. Lord Jiraiya has returned. And Lady Tsunade. Upon seeing Tsunade, the two guards were so overwhelmed with emotion that they nearly cried. Ever since the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha had plunged into darkness. Although Mito and Koharu temporarily managed affairs, they were utterly incapable of containing Danzo's rampant influence. Jiraiya surveyed the ninjas stationed around and inquired, "Why are there so many guards here? Has something happened?" Kamizuki Izumi frowned and sighed deeply. Recently, there have been numerous disappearances at night in the village. The higher-ups suspect that ninjas from outside may be infiltrating Konoha under the cover of darkness. Therefore, they dispatched additional personnel for night watch. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, both harboring the same troubling thought. The last time such occurrences took place was before Orochimaru defected from Konoha, but this seemed implausible now. Given that Orochimaru was no longer in the village, could someone be imitating Orochimaru's human experimentation behind the village's back? Sumu yawned in boredom. How long will you continue this discussion? Nightfall is imminent. Let us proceed. Who is this person? Kamizuki Izumi obstructed Sumu's path. Jiraiya quickly pulled Kamizuki and Tetsu aside. He is an esteemed guest. Remember his face. Whenever he visits Konoha, allow him passage without question. Though Kamizuki and Tetsu were baffled, they nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Jiraiya's profound respect for Sumo, "You fools, he is the most popular storyteller in the ninja world, Sumu, the master storyteller." Naruto unabashedly revealed Sumu's identity before everyone. Upon hearing the name, Kamizuki and Tetsu's jaws dropped in astonishment. Is he the storyteller of God of Gamblers, Blood-Stained Soul, Eternal Life, and Havoc in Heaven? Naruto playfully nodded. Indeed, no falsehood here. Wow, Tetsu, I finally get to meet the real deal. Kamizuki excitedly embraced Tetsu, bursting into tears. Sumo found himself in a rather awkward position. Master Sumo, everyone in our village adores your works. The stories you tell are unparalleled. I dream about them every night. Could you sign something for us? Tetsu promptly produced a notebook and pen from his pocket. Sumo scratched his head sheepishly. I am rather lazy, but given your genuine appreciation for stories, I suppose I could oblige. Hand me that notebook. 1 minute later, Sumu entered Konoha alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade. This Master Sumu is quite handsome. By the way, I forgot to ask him what his next story will be. Having received an autograph is already enough. No need to think of anything else. As they stepped into Konoha, the higher-ups received the news immediately. Mito and Koharu sat in the Hokage Tower's office, their faces clouded with concern. This girl, why does she return now of all times? What will we say to Danzo? Koharu remarked, setting down her teacup with a hint of sarcasm. Let us keep this matter under wraps for now. After all, our actions are for the sake of Konoha's current situation, Mito said, rising to gaze out the window. Below, Tsunade and Jiraiya approached. Now, we can only hope that Danzo completes the Hashirama cell transplant experiment swiftly. Koharu's face reflected a deep sense of melancholy. Do not worry, he has succeeded once before. That boy has now successfully mastered wood release. Otherwise, we would not have chosen to trust him, Mito remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips. On the other side, after entering Konoha, Sumu hastily concocted an excuse to send the others away, seeking out Chang'o alone. He wondered what identity the system had arranged for her this time. Hopefully, it would not lead to any unforeseen incidents like those with Uchiha Izumi. Chapter 28. Sumu's Little Admirer, the Byakugan Princess Hinata. In the Hyuga main house, Hinata sat in her chamber, her head bowed as she meticulously read a copy of Havoc in Heaven. The captivating plot of the story ensnared her deeply. She gently closed the book and rested her chin in her hand, gazing out at the moonlit sky. "My lady, it is getting late. You should retire for the night." Outside, the servant Hinata entered, carrying a basin of warm water. Hinata nodded slightly and settled against the edge of her bed. "Aunt Natsu, have you ever read any of Suki's works? I have to care for you and Hanabi every day. When would I find the time to read?" Aunt Natsu replied, removing Hinata's socks and gently placing her feet into the water. "Ah," Hinata exclaimed softly. "Aunt Natsu, the water is a bit too hot. Please add some cool water." While soaking her feet, she continued to cradle the book The Great Havoc in Heaven. Aunt Natsu inquired, "My lady, what kind of person is this storyteller Suki?" She was eager to discover the nature of the individual who had so captivated Hinata. Upon hearing Aunt Natsu's question, Hinata narrowed her eyes and a smile unfurled on her lips. "Suki, who can narrate such enthralling tales, is undoubtedly a person of remarkable literary talent. Each character in his writings possesses a distinct personality. There is Shanshan, who seeks immortality, striving to establish an unparalleled heavenly dynasty and amassing the fortune of the world to cleanse his own karmic burdens, ultimately challenging heavenly authority and creating the universe. Then there is Lin Jingying, the master of summoning souls and commanding corpses, who embodies the clear distinction between good and evil, slaying demons along the great path. However, my favorite remains Sun Wukong from The Great Havoc in Heaven." Hinata's enthusiasm grew as she spoke, completely forgetting her need for sleep. The ancient art of alchemy for longevity. Learn to transform in boundless ways. The Zhai Lingxiao Palace is not his long-term abode, yet the legacy of the monarchs of yore is intertwined with him. Even 100,000 heavenly soldiers cannot withstand his divine might. Hearing Hinata recite those lines, Aunt Natsu was equally captivated. "You are quite talented as well, my lady." Hinata's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "This is not my creation. It is a line Suki wrote about Sun Wukong in The Great Havoc in Heaven. Impressive, isn't it? The most crucial part is that I've heard he is exceptionally handsome, not much older than I." Aunt Natsu chuckled heartily. "No wonder you are so enamored with Suki." "Aunt Natsu, what I admire is Suki's talent, not his appearance," Hinata asserted earnestly. "The heart of a youth is as intoxicating as wine, and the sentiments of a maiden are always poetic." She naturally hoped that the Suki she admired was indeed as flawless as the rumors suggested. "Haha, my lady. Your eyes are positively sparkling with admiration," Aunt Natsu teased, seated in front of Hinata. Flushed with shyness, Hinata lowered her gaze. "Humph, Aunt Natsu, you mock me. The key is that you have yet to read Suki's works. If you truly understood him, you would not ridicule me thus. You can take this copy of The Great Havoc in Heaven with you and read it," Hinata added, directly handing the book to Aunt Natsu. She believed that after Aunt Natsu read it, she would certainly have a newfound appreciation for Suki. "My lady, this is your favorite book? I cannot accept it," Aunt Natsu replied, wiping Hinata's feet dry and preparing to leave. Hinata suddenly called out to her, "You don't understand. A true lover of books, upon finding a cherished volume, typically buys 3 copies, one for collection, one for reading, and one to gift. This one I have is meant as a gift, so you may take it without worry." Aunt Natsu, hearing such reasoning for the first time, smiled slightly. "Then I shall accept it. It will be perfect for when I cannot sleep later. I can read it and learn more about the story of the Great Havoc in Heaven and the kind of person Suki truly is." She naturally thought Hinata's praises of Suki were somewhat exaggerated. Many outstanding individuals belong to the Hyuga clan. Could Suki truly be more exceptional than their own genius, Niji? Although Suki had gained some notoriety in the shinobi world recently, he remained merely a storyteller. Hinata was the sole hope of the main family. If the clan leader discovered what Hinata had been preoccupied with, he would surely erupt in fury. The pursuit of these tales seemed less significant than the rigors of diligent training. She hoped that if my lady ever encountered Suki, she would not be too disappointed. With a heavy sigh, Aunt Natsu exited, closing the door behind her. In Kanahagakure, Suki had been searching the streets for several hours, and the evening sky had deepened. The foot traffic had dwindled. Returning to Ichiraku Ramen, Suki sat despondently at a table. "Youth, I've seen you wandering here for quite some time. Are you searching for someone?" Uncle Ichiraku wiped his hands on his apron and approached slowly. "Yes, a girl. I've checked all the places I could think of, but I still have not seen her," Suki sighed in frustration. Uncle Ichiraku suddenly recalled a girl named Chang'e who had worked in his shop the previous night. "I think I remember the girl you mentioned. She waited here all day yesterday, and as she hadn't eaten anything, I made her a bowl of ramen. But when I went to fetch ingredients from the storeroom, she suddenly vanished. You should be cautious. There have been many disappearances in Konoha lately, especially among outsiders. Over the course of just a few days, dozens have gone missing, Uncle Ichiraku warned. A sense of foreboding washed over Suki upon hearing Uncle Ichiraku's words. The fact that people were disappearing at this juncture surely implicated Danzo. It was possible that Chang'e had been taken by his orders. Damn it, Suki exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table, startling Uncle Ichiraku. If you have concerns, feel free to share them. I usually keep my shop open late, Uncle Ichiraku offered, placing a bowl of hot soup before Suki. Suki smiled faintly at Uncle Ichiraku. I apologize. I do have matters weighing on my mind. But confronting them directly is far more comforting than voicing them. Suddenly, Suki's gaze fell upon a copy of Immortality by Suki. Specifically the side story Gonggong's Fury against Bujo Mountain, resting on a nearby table. Uncle Ichiraku seemed to notice Suki's interest and cheerfully brought the book over to him. Have you read Suki's works? They are truly delightful. Out of the 10 people who come to dine here daily, at least 9 engage in discussions about the stories he has told. If you haven't read any, it would be a great loss. I will gift you this book. Suki felt a warmth spread through him. He shook his head gently, saying, what if Suki were to come here and tell a story? What would you think? Uncle Ichiraku burst into laughter. Dreams are wonderful, but reality is harsh. Haha, how could Suki possibly come to my shop to tell tales? You certainly have a way with humor. Suki did not respond to Uncle Ichiraku, but instead stood up, lifting the curtain and striding deeper into the village. Chapter 29. Danzo's abduction of Chang'e for the moon elixir. Suki is captured by the laboratory. In a dimly lit alley beneath the moonlight, Suki stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy. He had successfully entered the underground chamber. Suddenly, he sensed several chakra signatures nearby. For him, blessed with the perfect Uzumaki lineage, the Kagaya Eye was an innate ability. Through the perception granted by the Kagaya Eye, he could discern the number of individuals around him, their strength, and their locations. 6 root ninjas. Their strength was elite. Quite intriguing. Suki smiled faintly, allowing his chakra to dissipate completely. His aim was to feign vulnerability, allowing them to take him to Danzo. Perhaps Chang'e was being held in the laboratory. Another outsider. Captain, let me handle this. One of the root ninjas crouched on the eaves suggested earnestly. Be careful not to expose yourselves, the captain replied. Sumu feigned intoxication, leaning against the wall with his eyes shut in a lethargic manner. After a ninja descended from the eaves, he stealthily approached Sumu's left side. Having assessed Sumu's condition, he signaled an okay gesture to the other root ninjas above. Don't blame me. If you must assign blame, let it be on your ill fortune. A syringe pierced Sumu's neck, and the concoction swiftly coursed through his veins. Sumu's immediate reaction was to recognize the specialized anesthetic, likely derived from Kabuto's previous research. However, this substance bore no effect on him. By merely allowing his chakra to flow, the drug's potency would dissipate. After completing this act, the root ninja hoisted Sumu and leapt back onto the roof. Let us go. You return first. I'll wait here a while longer to capture another person to fulfill Lord Danzo's mission. Be careful then. Time passed, and Sumu sensed his surroundings. It appeared they were heading underground, traversing a concealed passage. A sharp sound suddenly emanated from an iron door deep within, likely indicating that experiments were underway. The subjects of these experiments had seemingly been rendered completely voiceless. Lord Kabuto, another man has returned, a foreigner. Affix this label. Number 43, and place him on the cot inside. Upon hearing Kabuto's voice, Sumu couldn't help but chuckle coldly. It seemed that Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality had fundamentally altered his character and ideals. Kabuto, unable to perceive the future he once envisioned with Orochimaru, chose to betray him. At least in Danzo's faction, he could continue to pursue his ambitions. He now mirrored the old Orochimaru, mad and perverse. After depositing Sumu, the root ninja departed, leaving only Kabuto and himself in the laboratory. The door creaked open, and Danzo entered slowly. Lord Danzo, what brings you here? Kabuto paused his work and approached him. Tsunade and Jiraiya have returned. It seems the higher-ups are facing some complications. You need to expedite your efforts. Danzo stated coldly. Lord Danzo, the woman you captured last night. Bring her here. Perhaps we can experiment with transferring the first Hokage's cells into her. Kabuto began to prepare the necessary instruments for the procedure. Could the woman captured last night truly be Chang'e? Sumu's heart raced with urgency. That woman was extraordinary. Have you encountered this substance before? Danzo retrieved a golden pill that had fallen from Chang'e. Kabuto examined the pill closely. This appears to resemble the elixirs consumed by Lord Orochimaru, though this one is golden, while Lord Orochimaru's was black. Upon hearing this, a smile of delight spread across Danzo's face. It seems to indeed be a remarkable item. Continue your work. I must return to interrogate that woman. After Danzo left, Kabuto approached Sumu with a scalpel in hand. However, upon seeing Sumu's face, he was momentarily taken aback. He had seen Sumu clearly alongside Orochimaru before. What was he doing here? The scalpel in Kabuto's hand trembled slightly. He hesitated to act against Sumu. What is the matter? Are you going to make a move? Kabuto spun around at the sound of Sumu's voice, who sat up on the bed, looking at him with interest. Master Su, how did you end up here? Kabuto rushed over, donning a forced smile. You seem to be faring well, after leaving Orochimaru. Your life appears to have improved. Sumu lazily yawned, crossing his legs. Kabuto chuckled awkwardly. Master Su, truth be told, my situation is rather unique. It's for work. So please don't take offense. Are you merely a double agent? Do you truly believe you can return to Orochimaru's side? Sumu remarked with an expressionless gaze. Kabuto was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Master Su, everyone has their aspirations. Isn't that quite normal? But now, I only wish to be a good person. Like Lord Orochimaru. Can you grant me that opportunity? Sumu scoffed derisively. Then go tell Tsunade and Jiraiya. See if they are willing to trust you. So you wish for my demise? Kabuto's gaze turned suddenly icy. Where is the woman captured last night? Sumu directly broached the subject. If I reveal this to you, you perceive me as worthless and dispose of me? Kabuto coolly analyzed the situation. That will depend on your performance. In an instant, Sumu's chakra surged forth. Suddenly, everyone in the subterranean chamber felt an unprecedented pressure. In another subterranean chamber, Danzo stood before Chang'e, presenting the pill. What is the purpose of this item? If you tell me, perhaps I might be in a good mood and release you. Chang'e scoffed, falling silent. Danzo recalled what Kabuto had previously mentioned. Such pills bore little distinction from the elixirs consumed by Orochimaru. However, since this one was golden, it must possess some unique quality. You need not speak. I know of a person named Sumu, who seems to have been described in immortal life as requiring certain substances for cultivation. Once ingested, one could, like Orochimaru, soar through the skies. Seeing the golden elixir in Danzo's hand, Chang'e resolved to seize it, yet her bindings rendered her powerless to do so. Do not consume that elixir. You will ascend to the moon like a hot air balloon. Nonsense. Danzo interrupted Chang'e. I shall consume it right before your eyes. Perhaps I truly will fly like Orochimaru. Chapter 30 Sumu unleashed his fury, and the village of Konoha collectively observed Danzo's lunar expedition. When Kabuto brought Sumu to the underground chamber where Chang'e was imprisoned, Danzo had already swallowed the entire golden pill. Sumu intended to extract the pill, but at that moment, the system provided a prompt. Unlocking character, Chang'e, system assigning identity, mythological original identity, carries the immortal golden pill. Mortal. Special setting. If in danger, will directly consume the immortal golden pill and ascend to the moon. Sumu was momentarily stunned. Well, I must thank Danzo. Had he not seized the golden pill, I would have remained unaware of this peculiar setting assigned to Chang'e by the system. Who knows? She might have flown away in my absence. Yet, the situation was now reversed. Danzo had claimed the immortal golden pill, and it would be he who ascended to the moon. Sumu gazed at Danzo with profound gratitude. This fellow had finally done something commendable. Danzo, perceiving Sumu's gaze, found it somewhat unsettling. Kabuto, what is the meaning of this? Who is he? Danzo coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on Kabuto. Kabuto smiled faintly. Lord Danzo, perhaps you should focus on your own well-being. I shall take my leave. Kabuto, indeed a clever man, recognized the potential issue posed by the golden pill and wisely chose to refrain from further discussion. With Sumu already present, it was time for him to depart. Otherwise, being discovered by the Leaf Village would prove quite troublesome. Wait, what do you mean? Danzo's tone grew increasingly frigid, perplexed as to why Kabuto would suddenly abandon the situation. Hey, do you feel a warmth in your abdomen? Sumu jested at Danzo. Upon hearing this, Danzo genuinely became aware of a searing sensation in his belly. The discomfort radiated outward, spreading throughout his body. Within mere seconds, Danzo was drenched in sweat. You have yet to reveal your identity. Why are you here? He inquired darkly, fixing his gaze upon Sumu. Ignoring Danzo's question, Sumu approached Chang'e, unbinding her before gently cradling her in his arms. I am so sorry for the immense suffering you have endured, he murmured, his voice laced with concern. Master, Chang'e waited an entire day for your arrival. They kidnapped me, and I feared I would never see you again, she sobbed, burying her face in Sumu's chest. In that instant, an intense aura of murderous intent emanated from Sumu's being. Observing this, Kabuto felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. In that case, I shall take my leave, Lord Danzo, he exclaimed, hastily retreating. Danzo, Sensing Sumu's murderous aura, furrowed his brow, his unease mounting as he regarded the unfamiliar figure before him. Those who dare to harm my beloved shall find themselves courting death, Sumu declared ominously, abruptly turning on his heel, a powerful chakra swirling around him like a tempest. Danzo, taken aback, instinctively raised his left arm to shield his chest. I cannot allow this. With a resounding crash, Sumu's figure materialized before Danzo, delivering a devastating kick. In that moment, Danzo was propelled like a kicked football, crashing through the wall and tumbling onto the lawn outside, the ground gouged beneath him. At the other end, he leaned against a nearly splintered tree, slowly regaining his footing, blood spilling from his lips. The force of the impact had reverberated throughout Konoha, prompting the guards to rush toward the commotion. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others were engrossed in discussions regarding the succession of the fifth Hokage when a thunderous sound erupted outside. They hurried to the window, peering out to see a cloud of dust rising from the base, as if a fierce battle had just unfolded. Kakashi Guy, come with me, Tsunade commanded. Understood, they replied, leaping from the window to hasten toward the scene of chaos. Meanwhile, Mito and Konohamaru, feeling increasingly anxious, were drenched in sweat, their faces betraying their unease. Jiraiya, ever observant, smirked knowingly at their discomfort. You two seem a bit overheated. On such a cool night, are you feeling unwell? He teased. The pair, rendered speechless, stood and prepared to leave. Wait, you haven't done anything to betray Konoha, have you? That could spell trouble. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade holds such actions in utmost contempt. Jiraiya jested, hands resting on his hips. Panic seized Mito and Konohamaru. Meanwhile, Danzo, clutching his chest, fixated his gaze on Sumu, astonished that this seemingly frail youth wielded such formidable power. Lord Danzo. Several figures descended before him, reinforcements from the root. Under the full moon, a warm breeze rustled through the ripened wheat. Sumu, clad in white, appeared exceptionally refined. Chang'e stared in awe. Eliminate them, Danzo uttered through gritted teeth. Instantly, the root reinforcements surged forward. Sumu, folding his fan, furrowed his brow. Hashim and Tonko, open. Simon. A surge of crimson chakra erupted from Sumu, swirling winds encircling the entire meadow. The ground, unable to withstand the sheer force of Sumu's power, began to buckle beneath him. The root personnel, witnessing the spectacle, were taken aback. Through the bandages on his right side, Danzo's Sharingan discerned the raging force within Sumu, gathering at the threshold of death. Has this man lost his sanity? He thought, clenching his fists as he began to retreat slowly. Like autumn leaves falling from their branches, Sumu radiated an intense, blazing heat. This kick, even your prized Mangekyo Sharingan cannot withstand it, he proclaimed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Danzo, feeling a chill run down his spine at Sumu's laughter, stammered. How do you know? Are you affiliated with the Uchiha? Realizing he had divulged too much, Sumu charged forward with reckless abandon. The ground crumbled beneath his feet as he approached. The Umbu guarding Danzo trembled, unable to withstand the impending onslaught, and instinctively fled. Wait, hold on. Danzo, in a panic, tore the bandage from his right arm, and upon seeing the metallic protective device, was left utterly bewildered. To conceal his transplanted Uchiha Sharingan, he had fashioned a metal protective device, complete with seals requiring time to deactivate. Yet now, a harbinger of death approached rapidly, and he found himself unable to control his own body, the very air around him warping in response. Over there. At that moment, Tsunade, alongside Guy and Kakashi, arrived on the scene. Is that the 8 gates? Guy exclaimed, wide-eyed in astonishment. The power within Sumu flowed with the currents of the air. Guy, witnessing Sumu's form, felt a surge of fervor. Father, I never imagined there was someone else who could use the 8 gates. If this continues, he will perish, Tsunade thought, her heart racing as she observed the chakra within Sumu converging toward a fatal point. The guards of Konoha had now fully assembled, and the villagers climbed onto rooftops, gazing toward the root's direction. Sumu, resembling a ferocious dragon, traversed the expansive meadow, the rising smoke obscuring the vision of all. In a critical moment, a golden light enveloped Danzo's form. His feet began to lift from the ground, his body becoming weightless. Byakugan. Niji activated his Byakugan, peering into the smoke, his expression one of bewilderment. Danzo is flying. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. Indeed, Danzo's body, like a fragile sheet of paper, drifted toward the moon. I cannot control my body. What is happening? Is it that golden pill? Danzo thought frantically as he watched Konoha recede into the distance, suddenly recalling the golden pill he had swallowed earlier. No, I don't want to fly. I don't want to fly. High above, Danzo's figure grew increasingly distant, until he became a mere speck, vanishing from sight entirely. The villagers of Konoha bore witness to this celestial journey, remaining awake throughout the night, filled with doubt. As the smoke dissipated, Sumu stood bare-chested, his skin resembling charred stone, the ashes swirling away with the breeze. Yet, as the flames extinguished, new skin began to regenerate. Chapter 31. The Opening of Ichiraku Ramen. The Enthusiasm of Konoha Citizens. Guy gazed at Sumu's restored form, utterly astonished. Even Tsunade appeared taken aback. Despite having opened the 8th gate, he seemed to emerge like a butterfly from its cocoon, reborn. Guy sighed heavily. Perhaps my father was right. Seeing the brilliance of the 8 gates once more, I suddenly understand the significance of protection. He cast a sidelong glance at Lee, offering a warm smile. However, if it were like last time, I would have no right to speak such words. He reflected on his battle with pain, recalling how his 6th gate attack had failed to inflict any damage. His body's resilience was insufficient to sustain the 6th gate. He could not fathom how Sumu had directly accessed the 8th gate, nor why Sumu had not perished as his father had. What he did understand now was that Sumu was the sole guiding light on his youthful journey. The recent spectacle had utterly transformed his worldview. How astounding! Who was that person just now? That kick was earth-shattering. Even indoors, I could feel the tremors of such immense power. He doesn't seem to be from Konoha. I've never seen him before. In the dead of night, a throng of villagers gathered on the streets, buzzing with excitement. Nara Shikaku, Saratobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and Yamankuchi Keidu, among others, had all witnessed the battle of the enigmatic Samuki. This guy must possess strength on par with a Kage, Yamankuchi Keidu remarked in astonishment. No, he feels even more formidable than a Kage, Nara Shikaku responded somberly, gazing at Samuki's retreating figure. Asuma lit a cigarette, coughing lightly. This is the most outrageous thing I have ever seen in my life. I still can't comprehend it. Was it an illusion? Yuhi Kurenai slowly shook her head. I sensed no trace of illusionary chakra. It must be genuine. She then turned her gaze towards Samuki. He is perilous. The route has been thoroughly dismantled. Due to Mito Gate In and Tensei Kaharu's unilateral decision to partake in Danzo's human experimentation, they were stripped of their advisory roles and sent to the Shinobi World Prison. That very night, the news of Samuki thwarting Danzo's schemes spread like wildfire throughout the village. No one could have imagined that the individual who had just caused such an uproar in Konoha was none other than the legendary storyteller of the Shinobi world, Samuki, the esteemed owner of the Su Pavilion. In an instant, the entire village of Konoha was in a frenzy. Wow, I adore him. He is so handsome. He has resolved the recent mysterious disappearances upon arriving in Konoha. I can't sleep tonight. I wonder where Samuki is staying. I wish he could come stay at my home. It was already late at night. Uncle Ichiraku glanced at the time, preparing to close up and head home. Uncle, 2 bowls of ramen, please. Suddenly, a figure slowly walked in from outside. Uncle Ichiraku turned and, upon seeing the newcomer, his face broke into a long-lost smile. Just a moment, it'll be ready soon. The following day, the news of Samuki's storytelling at Ichiraku Ramen reverberated throughout Konoha. Many neighboring small nations, upon hearing that Samuki would be telling stories in Konoha, rushed over to attend. Early in the morning, Ichiraku Ramen was surrounded by thousands of eager listeners. Uncle Ichiraku, witnessing the scene before him, was filled with shock. It seems today's business will be booming. Uncle Ichiraku, are you ready? Naruto and Sakura suddenly dashed into the crowd. The two were holding colorful balloons, having decided to help decorate the venue upon hearing that Samuki would be telling stories there. Naruto, there are too many people. We can't possibly decorate now. Since everyone is already here, it's unnecessary, Uncle Ichiraku awkwardly replied. Indeed, with such a massive crowd already present, decorations were trivial. The priority was to ensure Samuki arrived quickly. At the Hyuga compound, Hinata peeked out from inside, scanning the courtyard, which was empty. Cautiously, she stepped outside and closed the door behind her. Hey, Hinata, over here. From atop the back wall, Kiba called out softly. Hinata quickly gestured for silence. Come up here. I'll pull you up. Kiba perched on the wall, extending his arm. Suddenly, he noticed Shino standing beside Hinata. Wait, how did you get in? The back door was left open, so I walked in. There's no one outside now. We can leave, Shino replied to Hinata nonchalantly. Hinata nodded slightly. And just as the trio stepped out the back door, Hinata Hanabi abruptly blocked their path. Miss, if the clan leader finds out, you'll be in for quite a bit of trouble, she said seriously, looking at Hinata. Hinata, anxious, clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. Samuki has come to Konoha. I can't miss this opportunity. Just once, please, Aunt Hanabi. If father finds out, I'm willing to accept punishment. As Hinata's most trusted confidant, Hanabi should have understood her feelings at this moment. Kiba looked at Hanabi and spoke up. Woof. Even Akamaru is standing up for Hinata. Meanwhile, Shino, feeling overlooked, was completely ignored by Hanabi. Observing Hinata's determined expression, Hanabi sighed in resignation. Fine. However, you must have Niji accompany you on the way back. Hinata was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, Aunt Hanabi. I'll return right after listening to the stories. The trio dashed off in excitement. Last night, the battle at Konoha was of Kaga level. Samuki defeated Danzo of the Root with just a single move. Had Danzo not suddenly fled, he would have already become a corpse. You must understand, Danzo is on the same level as the third Hokage. On their way, Kiba animatedly recounted the events of the previous night. Hinata's eyes sparkled with admiration, her heart brimming with anticipation for Samuki. He had solved the mystery of the disappearances and had come specifically to share stories. In Hinata's eyes, Samuki grew even more illustrious. As the trio approached the vicinity of Ichiraku Ramen, they were taken aback by the sight before them, for streets were filled to the brim with villagers, surrounding Ichiraku Ramen to the point of being impassable, while the guards struggled to maintain order. Hinata, we're over here. A familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Hinata turned to see Niji, Lee, Sakura, and Naruto standing at the end of another street. It turned out everyone was there. The 12 young ninjas had gathered at Ichiraku Ramen. At that moment, a wave of shrieks erupted from the crowd ahead. Samuki, accompanied by an exceptionally innocent-looking young woman, slowly approached the newly prepared podium. Ladies and gentlemen, because I dined here last night without paying, I promised the owner I would tell a story. I hope you all will support him by ordering a few more bowls of ramen, so he can let me leave afterward. This amusing opening drew hearty laughter from everyone present. They hadn't expected the seemingly dignified Samuki to exhibit such humor. Uncle, I want 10 bowls of ramen. Me too. I want 20 bowls. Don't fight me for it. It's for Samuki. I'll cover it all. The villagers surged into Ichiraku Ramen, frantically placing orders. Uncle Ichiraku, overwhelmed with excitement, didn't he know how to respond and hurriedly began preparing the dishes. He never imagined that the young man who had dined at his ramen shop the previous night was the famed storyteller of the shinobi world, Samuki. Please take your time eating. The story requires savoring. In ancient times, celestial beings descended to the mortal realm, their lifespans everlasting. But who can truly know if such divine beings exist? Beneath the stars, the 9 dragons carry their coffins at the journey's end. Will it lead to the abyss of deep space? Samuki lifted a teacup to his lips and took a slow sip before addressing the crowd loudly. Let the tale of Heavenly Shield commence. Chapter 32, Under the Starry Sky. The 9 dragons carrying the coffin, an explosive story unfolds. The side story of a mortal life featuring Gonggong colliding with Bujo Mountain was met with shock throughout the shinobi world. Looking up at the heavens, is there a divine presence? This is a question that all yearn to know. Primal myths, rare beasts, eternal life, traversing the heavens. The stone monkey creates chaos in the heavens, battling gods and Buddhas. Blood-soaked garments summon souls as dawn breaks upon the world. Samuki's stories had a significant impact on the shinobi world, deepening everyone's understanding of the divine and the celestial. Jiraiya comfortably leaned against a nearby stump, pulling out his notebook to begin recording. The last time Samuki told the tale of Pokemon was yet to be published. This time, he planned to release them together. The notion of capturing tailed beasts with Pokemon balls was indeed intriguing and would likely send the shinobi world into a frenzy once more. We're making money, making money. After saying that, Jiraiya wrote the 2 characters Jitien at the top of the book. Is this Mr. Su? Sakura looked at Sumu sitting at the lectern and was somewhat surprised. Sumu, whether in appearance or temperament, completely outshone Sasuke. She then turned her head toward Hinata, but found Hinata standing completely still like a jade sculpture. Those pure and flawless eyes could no longer hold anything else. I had heard before about Mr. Su's weapons register of the ninja world, and it was the first time I realized that the ninja world had so many powerful artifacts. Nearby, Tian was excitedly telling everyone about her love for Sumu. For her, who loved collecting all kinds of weapons, the weapons register was simply a divine book. On the nearby rooftops, Yuzuki Yuyin was maintaining security around her with her teammates. It was the first time in Konoha that so many villagers had gathered in one place. If an unexpected event suddenly occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, pay attention. 2 suspicious figures have been spotted. Stay alert. Yuzuki Yuyin said in a low voice to the people behind her. Yuyin, could it be that you're just too nervous? Those 2 people are just passing through Konoha. Here to listen to the story, right? A teammate beside Yuzuki Yuyin followed her gaze and saw the 2 people in black clothing, thinking there was nothing suspicious. No. The one on the left. might have once been from the ANBU. First, report the situation to Lady Tsunade. Yuzuki Yuyen turned and jumped down from the rooftop with her 2 teammates. Meanwhile, beyond outer space lies the universe. In the cold and dark depths of the universe, 9 enormous creatures remained motionless. At their tails, bound were black iron chains as thick as a bowl. The chains connected to an endless dark universe behind them. There, silently suspended, was a bronze coffin over 20 meters long. Under the starry sky, 9 dragons pulled the coffin. Sumu waved the folding fan in his hand, and the story he described deeply captivated everyone present. The opening of the story was so shocking that many people had already begun to look forward to the story that followed. 9 dragons pulling a coffin. Why do I feel so terrified hearing this? Naruto scratched his head, feeling a little spooked, and said. Sakura immediately punched Naruto on the head. Stop talking. Focus on the story. At the lectern, Sumu spoke eloquently. All the surrounding listeners became excited and cheered. Curator Su, may I ask, who exactly is lying in that coffin? If 9 dragons are pulling it, that must be someone important, right? Universe? Beyond the sky is the universe? What is the universe like? Several nearby listeners asked in turn. Sumu closed his folding fan and suddenly pointed at one person. Good question. This bronze coffin is called the 3-life bronze coffin. The original owner of the coffin was a supreme being of unknown origin, and for unknown reasons fell gravely ill. So, on a remote plateau, a bronze coffin was forged, a stone container was carved, and then he incinerated himself. His ashes fell into the stone container, placed inside the 3-life bronze coffin, and buried beneath the plateau, leaving eternity empty. As soon as Sumu said this, it was like a thunderclap, instantly causing the surrounding crowd to become even more raucous. Everyone listening to the opening story felt it mysterious and unfathomable. But when they heard the explanation of the bronze coffin being pulled by 9 dragons, they were all shocked. This Sumu, his storytelling is truly extraordinary. Mr. Su, please continue. Stopping suddenly makes everyone anxious. Yes. Quickly, tell us, how did this bronze coffin finally reach the universe? Mr. Su said beyond the sky is the universe. The dragons should come from the universe. So was this bronze coffin pulled into the universe by dragons? Sumu put down his teacup, calmly opened his folding fan, and said, Listen, I will continue. After long ages, the plateau collapsed, and the ashes scattered, giving rise to a strange clan. This eerie ancestor obtained the 3-life bronze coffin, studied it for many years, but gained nothing. Later, the coffin was shown to others to see if anyone could gain anything from it. At the lectern, Sumu's tone was unhurried, yet carried an undeniable certainty. At this moment, the crowd felt that this story really seemed plausible, perhaps even true. Sumu mentioned one person, the protagonist, Yi Fan. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin from Mount Tai, taking Yi Fan and his classmates. From there, they embarked on an unknown journey into the Zhetian era. Ding, shock value 500. Ding, shock value 3000. Ding, shock value 4000. At the lectern, Sumu was instantly excited hearing the system alert sounds in his mind. He suddenly remembered that he had previously sold the dragon vein of Lulan Ancient City and the kunai of Namikaze Minato in the system. He now had 350,000 shock points. After this storytelling session, he definitely needed to go back and draw the lottery to his hard-S content. Everyone, today's story ends here. If you want to know what happens next, please come to Babeo Lioli building on Shanshan Street in 2 days to hear the story. Sumu closed his folding fan and slowly stood up. The villagers expressed their dissatisfaction. The story ended before they felt satisfied. Mr. Su's storytelling was sparing with words. Without any conditions, telling so much was already generous. In 2 days, I'll definitely go to Babeo Lioli building to support a session. Such a wonderful story. And it's over just like that? Today's session was way too short. What is going on? Not seeking fame, just making a living. Zhetian was already a blockbuster. Telling it here in Konoha was a waste. Better to tell it inside Babeo Lioli building. That would also help complete the task of opening the first gate. Many traveling ninjas from other lands were still on their way here, unaware that Sumu was preparing to leave. By the time they arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, he would probably be gone. Chapter 33, Uchiha Itachi's Revenge. Sasuke lost the 2 black-clad men with bell cloaks, saw that Sumu's story had ended, and turned to leave. The crowded scene was chaotic. Yuzuki Yuyen and her 2 teammates closely watched the direction of the targets. Do not take action here later, there are too many villagers. Yuzuki Yuyen said cautiously. The previously clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. In the dense forest, the 2 black-robed men stopped simultaneously. Yuzuki Yuyen and her 2 Yenbyu teammates suddenly jumped from the trees, blocking the path ahead. Routine inspection, remove your cloaks. One of the ANBU ninjas stared coldly at the two men and said. Suddenly, Yuzuki Yuyin clearly saw the rings on the hands of the two black-robed men. Ju Nan. Stay alert. Yuzuki Yuyin drew her long sword from her back cautiously. The genius of the Uchiha clan, unexpectedly, had really joined Akatsuki. As soon as these words were spoken, Yuzuki Yuyin's two nearby teammates were stunned. It's the Uchiha Itachi, who personally slaughtered his own clan. Long time no see, Yuyin. A familiar voice came from beneath the cloak. The clear sound of bells jingled. Uchiha Itachi slowly removed the cloak from his head. In those crimson eyes, the Sharingan twirled ever so slightly. The birds surrounding him seemed startled, their wings flapping as they ascended into the sky. Yuzuki Yukaina inadvertently raised her head, only to discover that the trees were now teeming with crows. Do you truly believe you can obstruct me with such confidence? Itachi's form gradually dissipated as the crows pecked at the air. Yukaina and her two teammates were astonished to find their world transformed into a hue of red. Was it an illusion? When did it happen? The sharp chime of a bell echoed once more, causing cold sweat to trickle down Yukina's forehead. She suddenly recalled the moment Itachi had unveiled his cloak. That was the moment. Release. A familiar voice suddenly resonated in her ears. In that instant, Yukaina and her comrades jolted awake from the Jinjutsu. Turning around, they were greeted by the sight of Yugao and Asuma approaching. Miss Yugao, you remain as beautiful as ever, Itachi remarked, his expression inscrutable as he cast a cold smirk at Asuma beside her. I am here for two purposes. One is to seek the legacy left by the fourth Hokage. The other. At that moment, a potent aura of malice emanated from Itachi. Beside him, Kisame brandished his sword and charged forward. Yugao, prepare. Asuma shouted, gripping his twin blades tightly to counter Kisame's assault. Itachi had already learned of Sasuke's defection from Konoha. It was on the day when Sum announced the ninja world's catalog of weapons. But did Sarutobi's promises vanish into oblivion with his death? Then let the wrath be unleashed upon his son. Yugao dashed towards Uchiha Itachi, forming hand seals with haste. In an instant, the massive tree behind Itachi extended numerous vines, binding him tightly. A satisfied smile graced Yugao's lips. Is this the illusion you take pride in? Itachi gazed coldly at Yugao, his Sharingan swirling ominously. With a swift motion, in the blink of an eye, their positions were reversed. Now, it was Yugao ensnared in the tree's grasp. Yugao! Asuma exclaimed in shock. Itachi turned and slowly approached Asuma. Kisame, stand down. Let us see how you perform, Itachi commanded. Kisame sheathed his sword and retreated a few steps. Enough of your theatrics. You shall not leave Konoha today, Asuma retorted, his gaze fixed firmly on Itachi. At that moment, Itachi stepped into Asuma's striking range. Asuma frowned, tightening his grip on his blades, and with a single strike, severed Itachi's form. The air around them seemed to be shrouded in a gray haze. Itachi's body was instantly cloaked in crows. Asuma stood momentarily stunned as the environment transformed drastically. He now found himself standing before the entrance of Yugao's home. How could this be? After hesitating for a moment, Asuma stepped inside. The door was ajar, and strange sounds emanated from within. Just as he approached, he was startled to see Uchiha Shursui exiting with a radiant expression. Uchiha Shursui. Asuma's complexion paled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Asuma, your timing is impeccable, Shursui remarked, his gaze towards Asuma shifting to something peculiar, a grin involuntarily forming on his lips. I must say, you have excellent taste. Yugao is quite alluring. Suddenly, the surrounding scene shattered like fragments of glass. Asuma gasped for breath, returning to reality, only to find Uchiha Itachi and Kisame had vanished, while Yugao and Yuzuki Yukaina lay unconscious. He slowly approached Yugao, crouching beside her, his mind echoing with Shursui-'s earlier words, quite alluring. On the streets of Konoha, some bid farewell to Tsunade and the others, deciding to return. Aside from Tsunade and Naruto, Jiraiya would accompany some back to the tavern. After all, the story must continue. And he also intended to release his new book in Shanshan Street. Tsunade, unable to extricate herself, agreed to assume the role of the fifth Hokage, planning to relinquish it once a new candidate emerged. Enthusiastic villagers escorted some out of Konoha, just as they stepped beyond the village gates. The figures of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame slowly materialized ahead. Master Sum, it's a pleasure to see you again, Itachi said, his expression impassive, unlike Kisame, who wore a sheepish grin, recalling the incident involving the book The Fury of Gonggong. Although it had left him in a precarious situation, he genuinely admired Sum. Every glance at him filled Itachi with respect. It's Uchiha Itachi. The guards readied themselves to rush to Sum's aid, but Tsunade intervened, declaring, he can handle it alone. Itachi addressed Sumu. Having witnessed your prowess last time, I have yet to forget. May I propose a duel? Consider it a friendly spar. Sumu chuckled, realizing that Uchiha Itachi was seeking him out. Perhaps it was due to the revelations surrounding the catalog of weapons. Initially, he had infiltrated the Akatsuki organization, orchestrating everything, including the training of his unworthy younger brother. For that purpose, he had annihilated his entire clan. Yet, it turned out that the abilities he bore were exposed in mere words by Sumu. Now, with Sasuke lost, Chapter 34, The Three Flames of Truth versus Amaterasu. The five great nations shocked again. Raikage takes the lead. Rude, Sumu said, folding his fan with a nonchalant air. As a storyteller, how could one resort to violence? Itachi let out a cold laugh. Then do not blame me for my rudeness. If you can withstand the Amaterasu in my eyes, I concede. Sumu yawned in boredom. Your mention of Amaterasu reminds me of another tale. Flames ablaze, filling the sky, radiating magnificence across the land. Evil spirits long understood the three flames of truth, forever reigning as the foremost in the West. The traveler seeks but finds it not amidst the fire, nor quenched by the Dragon King's reign. Thus is named the Three Flames of Truth. Upon hearing this, Itachi chuckled again. Fire? With the character for fire, it bears the essence of the mundane. Do you truly believe your three flames of truth surpass my Amaterasu? The two locked gazes, and the air thickened. A trickle of blood slowly flowed from Itachi's right eye. Amaterasu. Itachi's Sharingan focused on Sumu, and black flames surged forth like a tidal wave. Unperturbed, Sumu waved his folding fan, chanting, Heavenly fire, earthly fire, three flames of truth. Instantly, a crimson flame, akin to blood, slowly poured from Sumu's mouth. The moment the three flames of truth manifested, the villagers of Konoha felt an overwhelming heat. Unlike Itachi's Amaterasu, Sumu's three flames of truth radiated purity. The raging flames gradually engulfed Itachi's black fire. A pillar of light shot into the sky, revealing phoenixes and dragons within Sumu's three flames of truth. The crowd erupted in applause, exhilarated by the spectacle, finding it even more thrilling than merely listening to a tale. This Master Sumu was no ordinary man. Just that ball of flame could incinerate the entire battlefield of the ninja world, Nara Shikaku mused, gazing at Sumu's figure with a soft sigh. I concede. Itachi shook his head bitterly before turning to leave. He realized he stood no chance against Sumu. Rather than await news of Sasuke, he would confront what lay ahead. Wait. I have something for you, Sumu called out. Suddenly, Sumu called out to Uchiha Itachi and produced a small box from his bosom. Itachi paused momentarily. Do you know what I intend to do? Sumu remained silent, merely nodding slightly before handing the box to Itachi. As Itachi accepted the box, he felt its weight. Sensing it contained something substantial, perhaps iron. Give Sasuke some time. He may yet come to understand. If he truly fails to grasp your intentions, then it is best for you to seek him out in person. Living solely for a mere subordinate is not worth it. The contents of this box will provide you with the answers you seek. With that, Sumu turned and departed. Itachi gazed after Sumu, a tumultuous wave of emotions stirring within him. Sumu was aware that Sasuke had gone to seek Orochimaru. Yet, the current Orochimaru had embarked on a righteous path, engaging in the practice of energy refinement, and would harbor no ulterior motives towards Sasuke's body. Furthermore, it was likely that Orochimaru could guide Sasuke towards the right path. Should Sasuke fail to awaken, the box would offer Itachi a new revelation. Let us proceed, Kisame. Itachi secured the box and donned his bell-laden cloak. In the surrounding forest, intelligence ninjas dispatched by the four great nations observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. Once Sumu had left, they hurried back to their respective countries to report on the encounter. In the land of lightning, Himogakure. What? A single burst of flame forced Uchiha Itachi to retreat. He is an S-rank fugitive in the ninja world. Sumu, a mere storyteller, proved to be so formidable. Within the Raikage building, an intelligence ninja recounted the events of that day. Beside him, Samui displayed an expression of astonishment. Raikage leaned back on the sofa, nodding slowly, his face suddenly adopting a grave demeanor. Such a person does not belong to any of the five great nations. He poses a significant threat to the ninja world. Yet, Lord Raikage, he seemingly committed no egregious acts. Samui unexpectedly began to defend Sumu. This sparked a hint of jealousy in the attending Darui. Ever since their last visit to the tavern, Samui had developed a favorable impression of Sumu. However, as a ninja, she believed her partner must surpass her own strength. After hearing the intelligence regarding Sumu today, her yearning for him blossomed like a bud finally coming into bloom. Just because he has not committed wrongs does not mean he won't. Samui, You must be rational. His power far exceeds that of Akatsuki's S-rank fugitives. Darui remarked with a hint of malice. The Raikage recalled the battle at Shanshan Street. Akatsuki had a genuine opportunity to capture the one-tail Shikaku, or even the nine tails. Naruto's rampage had placed considerable pressure on Konoha's ninja. The leader of Akatsuki appeared personally, undoubtedly prepared for the encounter. Yet, at a crucial moment, the nine tails had inexplicably vanished. Prior to that, Tsunade and Jiraiya seemed to have gone to the tavern. Could it be due to Sumu? As Samui and Darui continued their banter, Mabui entered, carrying a dossier. Lord Raikage, I have gathered all pertinent information regarding Sumu from recent times. Have you unearthed any valuable insights? The Raikage inquired slowly. Mabui nodded slightly. Do you recall Sumu's earlier book, Immortality? The Raikage stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes, I remember. During the observation at Shanshan Street, the two of you showed it to me. I conducted a thorough investigation into the accounts within, and Orochimaru's recent actions strongly suggest that the practice of immortality indeed exists. Mabui spoke each word with deliberation. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room fell silent. The Raikage meticulously recalled the scene of Orochimaru flying on a sword, summoning countless mystical blades from the sky. Was this not akin to the practitioners mentioned in the stories? The room collectively inhaled sharply. If this were true, then the daily rigorous training of chakra and physical techniques would be nothing but a waste of time. Lord Raikage, consider this. Orochimaru is also an S-rank fugitive, his cruelty rivaling that of Uchiha Itachi. Furthermore, immortality states that energy refinement practitioners can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to elevate their levels, thereby attaining boundless longevity. Mabui's words finally illuminated the Raikage to the underlying truth. In essence, Orochimaru had achieved immortality. The Raikage closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. In that case, we must employ every means to win Sumu to our side. If the Land of Lightning can secure this individual, the future will be limitless. Chapter 35. The Wandering Dragon Returns to the Sea, left Jiraiya teary-eyed. Sumu, should I publish the book about Pokeballs? On his way back, Jiraiya found himself engulfed in indecision. He understood the significance of this story. It could easily capture tailed beasts and seal them within the balls, enhancing their loyalty and compelling them to undertake tasks they otherwise would avoid. For the various nations, this would undoubtedly be explosive news, likely causing Sumu considerable trouble. Sumu, however, waved his hand dismissively. Do as you wish, it matters not to me. As I've said before, I am accustomed to a leisurely existence and will not interfere in any matters. Jiraiya sighed helplessly, aware that Tsunade was now under Sumu's command. With Tsunade as the Hokage of Konoha, the village would undoubtedly become a formidable ally, inciting envy among the other four great nations. With nothing else to pass the time, Sumu suggested, shall we indulge in a story? Breaking the awkward silence, Jiraiya instantly brightened. A private narration? What an honor. Then let us begin, Sumu said, slightly shaking his folding fan as he began his tale. In this story, the protagonist was an exceptionally mediocre ninja from a young age. Upon hearing the term ninja, Jiraiya's interest peaked. This is the first time I've heard you tell a story about ninjas. Splendid, splendid. It suits my taste perfectly. Remember this tale well, Sumu said, gazing skyward with a soft sigh before continuing. Around the age of 12, he and two teammates were assigned to the same class. At that time, he fell in love at first sight with one of the female teammates. However, his lack of cunning and average skills overshadowed him completely. Unwilling to accept this, he resolved to train diligently, fueled by the desire to overcome the pain of being overlooked by his beloved. Jiraiya suddenly paused, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. I must admit, the protagonist of your story seems rather reminiscent of myself. Reflecting on his own past, Jiraiya wore an embarrassed smile. Perhaps fortune had smiled upon him. In an unexpected turn of events, he stumbled into a realm beyond the ordinary. This place allowed for rapid growth, where he mastered many ninjutsu and discovered his true mission. By the age of 20, he and his two teammates had carved out a name for themselves, becoming renowned and earning their respective titles. They had endured numerous battles together, during which he took in 3 children who had lost their homes due to conflict. Sumu paused momentarily to take a few gulps from his water bottle. Jiraiya, deep in thought, rubbed his chin. This story of yours couldn't possibly be tailored specifically for me, could it? It truly mirrors my own experiences, haha. Sumu regarded Jiraiya with curiosity. Does it? Unfortunately, he met a tragic end. Jiraiya fell silent, the wind rustling through the forest, sweeping away the fallen green leaves. He looked up at the sky, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Is that so? It must have been a dreadful fate. Sumu nodded slightly. One of his teammates betrayed the organization, committing unspeakable atrocities in pursuit of eternal life. In another tale, a warrior lost his beloved during battle, leading him to depart from the organization and vanish from everyone's sight. From that day forth, the bond among the three shattered completely. Titles and honors faded into mere wisps of smoke. At the age of 35, he drifted through the corners of the world, embarking on his journey of creation and inspiration. During this time, he took on a disciple, dedicating all his thoughts and efforts to nurturing the young one, hoping to cultivate him into greatness. However, many years later, he received the heart-wrenching news of his disciple's demise. At this juncture, Jiraiya was already in tears. As emotions ran deep, even the softest corners of his heart crumbled. He felt an uncanny resemblance between the protagonist of the tale and his own experiences, evoking a profound sorrow within him. Look at me at my age. Unable to hold back tears upon hearing a sorrowful story. How utterly embarrassing, he chuckled through his tears, wiping his cheeks as he grinned at Sumu. Sumu too felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart, for the narrative he recounted was none other than Jiraiya's own life story. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the ultimate fates of all within the ninja world. This elderly gentleman in his 50s had spent a lifetime in pursuit of the prophesied child, only to find himself like a kite severed from its string, plummeting into the abyss. Although his disciple had passed, he left behind a child. Much like him in his youth, this child bore striking similarities, equally mediocre in talent, similarly dubbed as a laggard, and possessed of unrequited love. Perhaps seeing his own reflection in this child, he took him as his own disciple. The master and apprentice embarked on a lengthy journey of training, during which he imparted numerous abilities, enabling the child to rapidly enhance his strength. At 54, his life came to a close, meeting his end at the hands of his once beloved disciple. Do you recall the three disciples I mentioned earlier? Sumu suddenly paused the narrative to inquire of Jiraiya. Jiraiya, taken aback for a moment, responded, "Are you referring to the three homeless children the protagonist took in at the age of 20? Sumu nodded emphatically. Indeed. The protagonist believed that the other three perished in the subsequent war. Yet unexpectedly, the death of their companion irrevocably altered the initial benevolence of the remaining two. In the battle with his disciple, he fought valiantly against 7 foes, only to be ambushed and lose an arm. He could have escaped, but chose to sacrifice his life to protect the last vestiges of his passion. He was just a breath away from witnessing his beloved disciple grow, marry, and have children. Just a heartbeat away from seizing the chance to share the rest of his life with the one he cherished. Ultimately, he sank into the deep sea, burdened with immense regret. And thus, the tale concluded. The usually jovial Jiraiya wept like a child at this moment. Yet he could not help but ask, why 7 adversaries? Gazing ahead at the approaching 8 treasure-glazed pavilion, Sumu replied with a smile, "Seize the day. Let us drink while we can, lest we let the golden goblet remain empty before the moon. Would you care for a drink? That would be splendid." The two shared a knowing smile as they entered the tavern. "What is the title of this story? It should be published," Jiraiya exclaimed. "And you haven't told me the protagonist's name either." Sumu suddenly halted. The Dragon Returns to the Sea. Chapter 36. Pokemon Veil of Heaven released. Jiraiya's private sentiment, the dragon returns to the sea. Sumu, accompanied by Chang'e, finally returned to the 8 treasure-glazed pavilion. Business was thriving. That evening, Jiraiya, thoroughly intoxicated, was awash in nostalgic tears. The Dragon Returns to the Sea had become the most cherished story in his heart. The following day, the publishing house simultaneously sold large quantities of the Pokemon Veil of Heaven series to all nations of the ninja world. Once the tales were released, they incited frenzied demand. Within an hour, 300,000 copies vanished from the shelves. Countless individuals clamored, lamenting their missed opportunity. What? Mr. Sumu actually went to Konoha to tell stories. Why was there only one prologue for Veil of Heaven? Why was no one informed that Sumu would be narrating in Konoha? Veil of Heaven is the next masterpiece following Immortality. When will the second session of Veil of Heaven commence? I can hardly wait. The story of Veil of Heaven once again stirred a tempest in the ninja world. Upon finishing, all were left yearning for more. Compared to Immortality, the aspect of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin in Veil of Heaven held even greater enigma. The pursuit of immortality became a hot topic among the ninja realm. After reading Veil of Heaven, Orochimaru redoubled his efforts in cultivation. Although it was merely a brief introduction, he could already sense the grandeur of the story's world. However, even more astonishing was Pokemon. The narrative explicitly detailed the events on the scene. Aside from Konoha and Tsunade, the remaining 3 great nations were utterly astounded. Was it when we were pursuing Deidara that the 9 Tails was captured by that sphere? In Iwagakure, Inoki sat stunned in his chair as he listened to the report from Akatsuchi. Akatsuchi nodded slowly. Indeed, the situation was dire at that time. The nine tails within Naruto was on the verge of breaking free from its seal, prompting Princess Tsunade of Konoha to seek Sumu's assistance. It was then that Sumu casually spun the tail of Pokemon. What a remarkable talent, Inoki remarked, gazing out the window. Third Hokage, should we continue the search for Deidara? Akatsuchi inquired. The mere mention of Deidara's name ignited Inoki's ire. That little rascal. He almost self-destructed last time. Let us set Deidara aside for now. Our utmost priority is Sumu. The truths within his stories are undeniable. If we could win him over. Contemplating this, Inoki turned to Akatsuchi. I have a task for you. From now on, no matter what Sumu does, keep a close watch on him. Find a way to improve relations with Konoha. They are currently backed by Sumu, and we cannot afford to offend them. Especially concerning that Poké Ball, find a way to ascertain its origins. For now, let us not discuss anything else. Akatsuchi, you must keep a tight grip on Sumu. We cannot allow the other great nations to seize this opportunity. Report any special circumstances to me immediately. Akatsuchi nodded earnestly. Understood. Third Hokage. The winds howled, and dust danced in the air. Since returning, Gaara had been thrust into the position of fifth Kazekage by the people. Any developments at the 8 treasure-glazed pavilion must be reported to me immediately. I owe Mr. Sumu a debt of gratitude. Tsunade withdrew from the search plan, fully supporting Konoha. If that Poké Ball is real, it could potentially transform the current landscape of Tsunade. Standing atop the Kazekage building, Gaara gazed out at the swirling sand and spoke slowly. Beside him, Temari nodded slightly. You need not worry about that. Have your injuries healed from last time? I wonder how Naruto is faring now. On Shanshan Street, today was the day Sumu would tell stories. Jiraiya sat alone on the sofa, gazing out at the scenery, clutching the dragon returns to the sea as if reluctant to set it down. What are you pondering? Great author? Sumu approached with 2 cups of wine, sitting across from Jiraiya. Casually, Sumu noticed the book in Jiraiya's embrace. In the past few days, Sumu had also perused the books released, Pokemon and Veil of Heaven. Yet, it seemed the dragon returns to the sea was absent. Thus, Sumu smiled and inquired. Isn't this story your favorite? Why has it not been published? Jiraiya raised his cup and took a hearty gulp, immediately revealing a bitter expression. This too is quite delightful. But it does have a bit of a throat-burning quality. Sumu merely smiled at Jiraiya, patiently awaiting his response to the earlier question. Alas, I truly wish to see this story published, yet I fear that people might perceive the protagonist as a great fool. They do not understand him, but I do. Despite his regrets, he is willing to embrace his fate, and for that, he has no regrets. Perhaps there is a hint of selfishness in me, worried that others might not appreciate it. Jiraiya's face flushed, and he patted the volume of The Return of the Dragon in his embrace, speaking with fervor. Sumu chuckled and shook his head, then raised his cup from the table. Cheers. To the protagonist of The Return of the Dragon. Their cups clinked, and Sumu downed the potent liquor in one go. Perhaps influenced by Jiraiya's mood, Sumu began to recite with enthusiasm. The wandering dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me. At this moment, Sumu abruptly paused. Jiraiya looked at him in confusion. Why did you stop? Oh, by the way, you haven't told me the protagonist's name yet. You promised to tell me last time, so hurry up. Sumu turned, lifting his cup as he departed. The fiery liquor coursing through his veins and rushing to his brain, leaving him with a heart full of bitterness. The patrons outside the tavern were beginning to trickle in. As bustling as ever, amidst the throng, a familiar figure emerged. Sumu opened his folding fan and strolled toward the high platform. The tavern soon filled to capacity. At a table by the railing on the 2nd floor, Might Guy greeted Sumu with a friendly smile. Jiraiya, feeling a bit dejected, patted Might Guy on the shoulder from behind. What brings you here alone? Might Guy jumped in surprise, wiping the sweat from his brow as he explained. I had a mission nearby, and thought it a good opportunity to train Lee and Niji. So I sent them to handle it. I came to listen to a story. Jiraiya eyed Might Guy with amusement. You don't seem like the storytelling type. Isn't Kakashi your main focus? You didn't come specifically to find Sumu, did you? Unwilling to lie, Might Guy was completely transparent to Jiraiya, particularly with his keen eyes. Anyone could guess that he had something on his mind. Before embarking on any endeavor, Might Guy always tried to appear clever, fearing others might not discern his true intentions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's story time. Thank you for your patience. Let us continue from where we left off. What manner of person lies within the 9 dragons' coffin in the great beyond? Allow me to elaborate. Chapter 37, The Stars and Universe, the 9 dragons' coffin revisited. The enigmatic ancestor, having gleaned nothing from the copper coffin, decided to release the 3 generations copper coffin to see if others might glean insight. Yet, they were met with disappointment. After endless epochs, nothing was discovered. Consequently, everyone lost interest. The 3 generations copper coffin was possessed by countless powerful beings. And after the corpse emperor was consumed by darkness, portions of his pure flesh were severed and sealed within the smallest of the 3 coffins. Sumu coughed lightly twice, casually waving his folding fan. Instantly, everything around transformed into a starry cosmos. At that moment, everyone resembled stars converging in a corner of the universe. What lay before them seemed to be the edge of the world, engulfed in an endless abyss of darkness. Is this what Mr. Su refers to as the cosmic expanse? Wait, is that blue sphere behind us our home? How vast is the universe, truly? Do all those spherical bodies represent worlds akin to ours? There are so many spheres, surely they exceed millions. The crowd erupted in excited discussions about the scene before them. In the corner, Haitu was utterly stunned. No wonder Grandpa insisted I keep an eye on Sumu. This is beyond breathtaking. Suddenly, a meteor enveloped in flames hurtled toward the crowd. The listeners were alarmed. Quick, it's coming down. Sumu shook his fan, a playful smile gracing his face. Then let it crush us, shall it? Whoosh. The fiery light seamlessly passed through the bodies of the audience. In that moment, everyone realized they were unharmed. What is that? One listener pointed toward the depths of the starry cosmos and shouted. Everyone turned to look. They beheld 9 colossal entities dragging a copper coffin as they floated by. Dragons. Indeed, they are dragons, albeit deceased. The sun's radiance illuminated the bodies of the 9 dragons. Despite the passage of countless millennia, their former majesty still lingered. This stunning spectacle caused Might Guy's breath to quicken. Is this the 9 dragons' coffin? Sumu closed his fan and continued. Our dwelling is but a fragment of the vast universe. The civilizations it harbors have endured for millennia, even billions of years. The stories I narrate, each one is true within these cosmic corners. However, the timelines differ. Reflecting on his own journey through time, Sumu let out a soft sigh. Perhaps one day, if he became powerful enough, returning to his original world would not be an insurmountable task. The minds of the listeners were overwhelmed. Today, they not only heard a tale, but the visuals combined with Sumu's narration awakened a new realm of consciousness within them. They realized they were merely a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. In the ancient era of the immortal age, immortality was a time of flourishing cultivation. Following this, during the chaotic era, the world transformed and no immortals remained. Only one named the Desolate Emperor seemed to have transcended and left behind the immortal artifact, the Desolate Tower. Then came the era of the Great Beyond, where the world's rules were flawed. Sumu began to delve into the main plot of the Great Beyond. Haida had completely immersed herself in the story, even forgetting her surveillance duties. At that moment, Sumu shone like a luminous star, captivating the eyes of all present. His graceful demeanor resonating throughout the tavern. Haida's heart began to race, and she found herself unable to suppress her thoughts, yearning to rush forward and embrace Sumu in a fervent display of affection. Her legs tightened, and a peculiar expression crossed her face. Why am I thinking this? No, I mustn't. Haitu, blushing furiously, turned away, while Sumu, who seemed to sense her movement, revealed a patient and knowing smile. The Tang monk's essence is truly intoxicating. Shock value, 10,000. Shock value, 4,000. Shock value, 7,000. The accumulation of shock value continued to rise, and Sumu might have already surmised what lay behind the 8 doors. The shock value he possessed must not be squandered. This time, the shock value acquired within the 8 treasures glazed pavilion should amount to around 100,000. The lottery for the world of the Great Beyond was simultaneously unlocked. Perhaps it was time to give it a try. Sumu lifted his teacup and sipped slowly. Once more, he waved his folding fan, and everyone was transported into the world of the Great Beyond. Looking up at the sky, they beheld countless cultivators soaring on swords, while various exotic beasts tore apart the corpses of the deceased. Even the female cultivator's wrist being reduced to flesh by the myriad of swords. The pure remnants of the corpse emperor's flesh, after being sealed within the smallest copper coffin, were subsequently encased within a Deluo sword embryo forged from scrap materials. The remaining 2 copper coffins continued to drift through the endless epochs of the starry sky. In the tumultuous era of the decline of the Empire and the ancient celestial epoch, the existence of the bronze coffin became increasingly known to a multitude of individuals across various ages. Yet, its origins remained shrouded in mystery. During the cataclysmic demise of the ancient celestial realm, Formidable beings from the 9 heavens and 10 lands utilized the copper coffin to breach the seals of foreign realms, escaping into uncharted territories. The battle spirits of certain ancient celestial powerhouses commenced a protracted period of cultivation within, enduring until the twilight of the ancient Chaos era. It was not until the emergence of a formidable individual named Sure-How that the shadows of the foreign realm once again loomed ominously. With a snap, Sumu closed his fan, and the fantastical world before him instantaneously reverted to the familiar ambience of the tavern. The patrons gaped with mouths agape, their expressions resembling that of peaches, their minds overwhelmed to the brink of saturation with the tale just recounted. The content of the narrative was simply divine. In a corner, Haida struggled to suppress her emotions, equally astonished by the preceding scene. She needed to swiftly report today's developments to Daimyo following the conclusion of the story. According to the current analyses from Daimyo and the Reikage of Yunin village, anything narrated by Sumu would inevitably manifest into reality. Hence, all preparations for subsequent strategies must commence with utmost urgency. Might Guy cast his gaze downward, contemplating his hands. Could it be that physical techniques could still be honed further? Perhaps, pursuing the path of immortality was the true choice of youth? Possessing boundless life, free from the shackles of aging and illness. One could relish in the joys of youth eternally. Sumu rose from the high platform, addressing the audience. Esteemed guests, today's tale concludes here. Should you wish to uncover the subsequent chapters, you must return next time. The tavern fell into a profound silence, all present still enraptured, unable to extricate themselves from the enchanting narrative. Thus, the story reached its end, yet they were loath to depart. Unconcerned, Sumu turned and descended from the platform. Upon realizing the tale's conclusion, Might Guy hurried down to pursue him. Chapter 39, Sasuke's New Revenge Plan. The masked man of the whirlpool offers assistance. Sasuke cautiously entered the chamber where Orochimaru resided. After ascertaining the vicinity was devoid of any other presence, he commenced a frenzied search. That individual named Sumu had claimed that Orochimaru possessed a divine artifact comparable to that of Uchiha Itachi. It must be within this very room. If I could obtain it, revenge against Uchiha Itachi would be within my grasp. Meanwhile, far off in the courtyard, Orochimaru utilized his spiritual awareness to observe everything unfolding within the room. Every motion of Sasuke was meticulously noted. Alas, I too yearned to reclaim the Kusanagi sword, which I once bestowed upon Sumu. Now, the weapons at my disposal have become increasingly inadequate. With a resigned shake of his head, Orochimaru turned to leave, allowing Sasuke to wreak havoc within his quarters. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After thoroughly searching every nook and cranny of the room, Sasuke despondently sank to the ground. Failing to locate the Kusanagi sword left him utterly distressed. Initially, it had been Orochimaru's desire for him to seek strength. Now that he had come, not only had Orochimaru failed to teach him ninjutsu, but he also insisted on daily meditation practices. The thought of bearing the weight of deep-seated blood feuds brought tears to Sasuke's eyes. Oh, is someone crying? A deep voice suddenly interjected. Sasuke jolted his head up to find a man clad in a whirlpool mask observing him with amusement. Who are you? Sasuke inquired coldly, fixing his gaze on the masked figure. The masked man did not respond directly, but instead lamented the environment. How could a place so desolate accommodate human life? It is truly a travesty to have summoned you here. I'm speaking to you. Answer me. Sasuke charged towards the masked man. The masked figure did not evade, allowing Sasuke to pass through him, then swiftly locked his right hand around Sasuke's throat. What? Sasuke stared in shock at the masked man, his breath quickening as a crimson mark began to form around his neck. If revenge is what you seek, perhaps I could be of assistance. A faint chuckle emanated from beneath the mask. Sasuke ceased his struggles, confusion etched across his face. How did you know I sought vengeance? The masked man gradually loosened his grip. What difference does it make if I know? If revenge is your aim, you must bide your time. Before that, allow me to escort you to a certain location. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Sasuke felt compelled by the prospect of revenge and thus followed the masked man away from the courtyard. In an underground cave of the Sound Village, the masked man brandished a torch, leading Sasuke deeper into the dimness. An overwhelming stench assailed their nostrils as the cave teemed with rodents scurrying about beneath the hanging bats. What is this place? Sasuke inquired warily, trailing behind the masked man. This is Orochimaru's former experimental base in the Sound Village, where he imprisoned various subjects for his experiments. The masked man abruptly halted at a fork in the path, the flickering torchlight casting eerie shadows. In an instant, Sasuke unsheathed his blade, his eyes widening in shock as countless venomous snakes slithered toward them. Fire style, great fireball technique. The masked man declared, raising 2 fingers. And the flames swiftly consumed the surrounding serpents. Sasuke stood stunned, contemplating the masked figure before him. Fire style, are you of the Uchiha clan? The masked man disregarded Sasuke's inquiry, proceeding down the right path until he reached a stone door. Utilizing a mechanism beside them, they opened the door. As Sasuke stepped into the laboratory, he was utterly astounded. Countless glass containers were meticulously arranged along the walls, filled with greenish liquid that had likely gone unchanged for ages. The air within the sealed chamber thick with a nauseating stench. Some containers even housed human organs, and in certain cases, entire bodies were confined within, their fates uncertain. The masked man, observing Sasuke's wide-eyed astonishment, chuckled derisively. How do you feel? You should consider yourself fortunate. Had Orochimaru remained the same as before, you would likely have become one of the specimens in this very room. Unbelievable. This fellow has undergone such a transformation. It's quite impressive, the masked man mused. Reflecting on Orochimaru's past deeds, Sasuke gulped, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Then what is your purpose in bringing me here? The masked man sighed. Perceiving Sasuke's bewilderment, hoping to seek vengeance alone, Uchiha Itachi is now a renowned figure within the ninja world's arsenal. If you wish to confront him, you must first establish your own power. With your current 2-tomo Sharingan, you wouldn't stand a chance against even a mere dog. Sasuke clenched his fists in frustration, aware that the masked man's words carried undeniable truth, leaving him without a retort. The masked man inserted the torch into a wall-mounted holder, then turned to face a peculiar white container. Unlike the others, this one contained a liquid of normal hue, though from the exterior, it appeared empty. With a swift motion, the masked man unlocked the chains securing the container, raising 2 fingers to break the surface seal. Gradually, the liquid within began to coalesce into the form of a person. The air outside is quite refreshing. It has been ages since I experienced it, the figure proclaimed moments before a puddle transformed into a living being. He possessed white hair and purple eyes, with sharp teeth. Emerging from the container, he was completely unclothed. Kisame Hoshigaki of the Hozuki clan, he announced. Endowed with the ability to liquefy any part of his body, once heralded as a prodigy known as the reincarnation of the demon. His sole weakness lay in his aversion to lightning-style ninjutsu. I trust my words pose no issue, do they? The masked man stroked his chin, gazing contemplatively at Suigetsu. TCH. Suigetsu cast a disdainful glance at the masked man before turning to leave. The 7 ninja swordsmen have perished, and I hear their weapons remain unclaimed. The masked man remarked casually. Instantly, Suigetsu halted and turned back. Where? The masked man chuckled softly. You certainly resemble your brother. Though he seems to have surpassed you in prowess, tragically taken by illness far too early. At that moment, a surge of fury ignited within Suigetsu. He pointed an accusatory finger at the masked man, declaring vehemently, Do not utter that bastard's name in my presence. He is utterly unworthy. Chapter 40. The Akatsuki gather for poker. The tavern transforms into a peaceful inn. Leaning against the wall, the masked man spoke slowly. I will assist you in slaying Orochimaru. But you must wield the blade yourself. Only by drawing the attention of the entire ninja world will Itachi Uchiha take notice of you. Surely, you do not wish for a cowardly revenge, do you? I understand the turmoil within your heart. In that moment, Sasuke's shattered spirit reignited with hope. The masked man's words rang true. Should he eliminate Orochimaru and seize the Kusanagi sword, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of various nations. He must ensure that all bear witness to how he personally vanquished Itachi Uchiha. Only in this way could the fury within him be quelled. Only in this manner could the Uchiha clan find solace. What must I do? After serious contemplation, Sasuke finally resolved himself, his gaze now imbued with newfound steadiness. The masked man slowly extended a finger, joined the Akatsuki, but first, another must fall. During this time, I shall devise a means to elevate your Sharingan. Why should I place my trust in you? Sasuke questioned, not lacking in discernment. Why would a stranger extend help? Because the blood that courses through our veins binds us. The torch mounted on the wall flickered and dimmed, enveloping the 3 in darkness. Within the swirling vortex of the masked man's right eye, a crimson Mangekyo Sharingan subtly rotated. At that moment, Sasuke was utterly astonished. On Shanshan Street, a few distinguished guests arrived today. Regrettably, it was not a time for storytelling. The patrons who had just entered the tavern, indulging in food and drink, were all taken aback. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Everyone turned their gaze toward the newcomers, their chopsticks trembling involuntarily. It appeared there were not many guests today. At the forefront sat none other than the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, followed closely by Konan, Kazu, and Deidara. The four found a spot to settle down. From the loft's window, Sumu observed the group below, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The entire tavern's clientele found their appetites waning. Upon witnessing the presence of Akatsuki members, they hastily sought to conclude their meals and depart. In a pivotal moment, Sumu, wielding a folding fan, gracefully stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your meals and drinks. I have previously stated that visiting my establishment is for the sake of merriment. Consider it a peaceful tavern. Upon hearing Sumu's words, the patron's unease gradually dissipated. Mr. Sumu speaks wisely. Having come to this tavern, one should cast aside worries. I too am but a guest today, Pain explained, turning his head towards Sumu. At this juncture, shock filled the hearts of all present. When did the Akatsuki become so accommodating? It seemed the 8-treasure glazed pavilion was indeed an intriguing establishment. They could scarcely have imagined that one day they would dine and drink in the same tavern as Akatsuki members. Moreover, would they engage in poker? Kakuzu produced a deck of cards from his pocket, and the group began to play openly. More and more patrons gathered around to watch, some even offering unsolicited advice. You played that card incorrectly. You should have played it too. Use the bomb. Don't hesitate. If you delay, your opponent will win. I happen to have a pair of kings. This should be the highest hand. The onlookers became increasingly animated, directing Kakuzu and Deidara on how to play. In no time, Deidara's ears were overwhelmed by the noise. Shut up, you fools. Are you playing, or am I? A bomb. I'll bomb your mother. Once we're out, the first bomb will be so powerful that even your mother won't recognize you. Sumu observed the Akatsuki members playing cards with a sense of bemusement. It seemed they truly regarded his establishment as a peaceful tavern. The trio offering advice were instantly startled by Deidara's outburst. Fear not, did not Mr. Sumu just say there is no issue? This fellow likely lacks the courage, a middle-aged ninja in the crowd casually remarked, patting the shoulders of the three. This provoked Deidara's ire. Had it not been for the prohibition on chakra usage within the 8-treasure glazed pavilion, he could scarcely have restrained himself from self-detonation. I'll blow you all to smithereens. On the front desk, a peculiar flower pot was displayed. Inside, rather than exotic blooms, lay a meticulously adorned Haiden. His body had been dismembered and hidden by the Takigakure shinobi, leaving only his head for Sumu to display as a good luck charm. Every patron passing through would inevitably tease Haiden as they settled their bills. Oh, what is the matter? You seem a bit down today. Come now, smile. Such a cute head. Don't always wear that frown. Today's look is different. Why are there bunny ears atop your head? Haiden squinted at the passing patrons, having long since grown accustomed to such mockery. By the way, why haven't we seen Scorpion lately? Kakuzu queried, laying down a 2 and glancing quizzically at Deidara. Don't, Deidara scoffed, crossing his legs in dissatisfaction. That guy just sits at the Wind Country's border, gazing at Tsunade. I suspect he joined the Akatsuki merely for the prestige. At the border of the Wind Country, Scorpion gazed longingly towards Tsunade. The surrounding winds kicked up sand, swirling it into the air as he extended his hand, allowing the grains to fall into his palm. Each grain seemed to represent a story from the past. Scorpion bitterly smiled as he stared at the sand in his hand. But are past stories even worth recalling? How meaningless. Suddenly, 5 figures emerged from the swirling dust. If you long for home, then return. The masked man quipped at Scorpion. Scorpion replied with a smile, Return? They have forsaken me. Where would I be buried if I went back? Before the masked man could respond, the imposing figure of Zetsu stepped forward, his demeanor cold and deliberate. What do you think of the scenery here? It's quite a distance from Tsunade. If you were to be laid to rest here, it might be akin to returning home. Who sent you to kill me? Scorpion asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Sasuke and the masked man. What purpose does our dialogue serve? Sasuke slowly drew his long sword from his waist. Simultaneously, in Orochimaru's laboratory, the rescued Karen and Suigetsu stood poised behind Sasuke. The masked man clapped his hands, a grin spreading across his face. How delightful. Let the battle commence. Chapter 41, Scorpion's Demise, Chiyo's Forbidden Technique of Life Transfer. You want him to fight me? Scorpion scoffed at the seemingly fragile Sasuke. Sasuke clenched his fists in indignation. Do not underestimate me. Gripping his long sword tightly, Sasuke charged forward. Scorpion smirked, manipulating the tail stinger of Hiriko to block Sasuke's attack. The sound of steel clashing resonated throughout the desolate desert. Sasuke slightly withdrew his strength, and at the moment the tail stinger descended, he unleashed a surge of lightning. The electric current enveloped the sword, colliding with Hiriko's tail stinger. In an instant, the electricity surged into Scorpion's body. Sasuke was instantly filled with elation. I've got him. Yet, Scarcely had the words escaped his lips when Scorpion manipulated the tail of the crimson stream to suddenly alter the direction of his attack. As he approached Sasuke, he executed a sharp turn, slicing in from behind. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, leaving him no time to react. Be careful. At that critical moment, Yugo gathered his chakra at the tail and surged forward, pushing Sasuke out of harm's way. Take this. Suddenly, Scorpion raised his head with fervor, and there was Karui, her fist swinging powerfully towards him. Boom. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Karui swiftly rolled back from the haze. Sasuke, now brimming with confidence, chuckled. I thought he'd be much more formidable. Oh, is that so? The crimson stream shattered, and a fair-haired boy with long red hair leaped forth from within. Allow me to teach you a lesson in humility. Scorpion's true form emerged, gazing mockingly at the four before him. Secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. Scorpion promptly discarded several scrolls from his waist. Puffed. Puffed. Hundreds of puppets clad in red robes emerged in response to the scroll's summon. Don't even think of retreating, or the consequences will be dire. Scorpion waved his arm, and the throngs of puppets surged towards Uchiha Sasuke. Let me handle this. Yugo interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Sasuke. The sage transformation gradually unfolded. With the release of his second persona, Yugo's potent sage chakra caused Scorpion to furrow his brow. Ha ha. Yugo, in his second persona, laughed maniacally, multi-lotus cannon. In an instant, the cells within Yugo's body morphed, resembling barnacles. Kill. Observing the situation, Scorpion commanded the puppets to encircle Yugo tightly. With a flick of his wrist, the connected chakra threads drew several puppets closer to Sasuke and Yugo. Chidori. Sasuke unleashed the gathered electricity, slamming it into the ground. The nearby puppets were instantly obliterated by the electrical surge. The disparity in power was too vast to inflict any lethal damage. Sasuke clenched his teeth in frustration. The masked man sighed helplessly. It was unrealistic for Sasuke to eliminate Scorpion. Must I intervene? How troublesome. With this thought, the masked man approached the group, observing the hundreds of advancing puppets. A vortex suddenly forming in his right eye. In the blink of an eye, the multitude of puppets was sucked into an unknown void. Looking at the masked figure before him, Scorpion's heart stirred with unease. This man is formidable. The battle raged for an entire day. As the sun set, the last rays of light faded upon Scorpion's cheek, and he realized he could not withstand the day any longer. Sasuke, clutching his bloodied sword, erupted into triumphant laughter. Lying on the ground was Scorpion's lifeless body. Thanks to the efforts of the masked man and the others, Scorpion ultimately did not survive the day. The masked man knelt before Scorpion's corpse, casually removing the ring emblazoned with the character for Jade from his finger. Excellent. The first step of the plan has succeeded splendidly. With this ring, I can successfully join the Akatsuki organization. Seizing this opportune moment following Scorpion's death to infiltrate the Akatsuki was perfectly timed. As for why he had to eliminate Scorpion, the masked man understood that the last capture of the tailed beasts by the Akatsuki had heightened vigilance among the 5 great nations. The Sand and Leaf had formed an alliance, and with the Leaf's support from some, capturing the tailed beasts again would be exceedingly challenging. Within the Akatsuki, Scorpion was the only one easy to target, as others presented no suitable opportunities. Sume's tail had caused a seismic shift in the shinobi world, and the masked man worried that his plans might be affected, thus adjusting his strategy to utilize Uchiha Sasuke to forge a new power. Uchiha Itachi had always harbored suspicions regarding the masked man's identity. The masked man was well aware that Itachi would never kill Sasuke, so he intended to use Sasuke to eliminate Itachi, facilitating the progression of his plan. Now, once he joined the Akatsuki and drew near to pain, he could resurrect that person from the past. Sasuke nodded slightly. What about Orochimaru? I have investigated Orochimaru. His practices do not conflict with ours. Moreover, it seems he has recently acquired the legacy of the Dragon Cave. At the time of his shedding his skin and rebirth, he will be at his weakest, in a vulnerable state. At that moment, he can be easily dispatched. It turned out the masked man had orchestrated everything from the very beginning. He was acutely aware of all the plans. Sasuke couldn't help but admire this individual's capabilities. Finally, the issues had been resolved. The masked man sighed deeply. In 3 days, I will personally attend to matters in the Sound Village. Until then, it would be wise to remain discreet. After the others departed, ninjas from the Sand Village arrived at the scene of the incident. Accompanying them, Granny Chio froze upon seeing Scorpion's visage. The youthful face she remembered faintly resurfacing in her mind. This is Scorpion. Trembling, Granny Chio approached Scorpion's body and knelt beside it. The sensation of reuniting with her long-lost grandson felt like rain nourishing parched earth, yet she never expected their next encounter would be with a corpse. In that moment, a flood of memories surged to the forefront, and Granny Chio broke down in tears. The face from that year had remained unchanged, transformed only into a puppet. Scorpion, after all these years, you have returned to my side, yet it has culminated in such an ending. Scorpion's body was sent back to the Sand Village, where Granny Chio took charge of the arrangements. The elderly woman locked herself in her room for an entire day without coming out. Gaara, concerned for her well-being, decided to check on her personally. As the door creaked open, Gaara was met with the haunting sight of Scorpion cradling Granny Chio's lifeless form. I see now. Is it the forbidden technique of self-rebirth? Gazing at Scorpion's impassive expression, Gaara could sense the turmoil within him. One was an elderly woman who had searched for her grandson for years. The other a boy who had defected from the village due to the death of his parents in battle. This was surely her guilt towards him. However, admit it, Scorpion. She truly did nothing wrong. Chapter 43, Backlash, Orochimaru's Demise. Sasuke evolves to 3 Tomo. In the Sound Village, Orochimaru sat cross-legged on his bed, deep in meditation. Some had previously mentioned that the essence of this world possessed 2 types of power. Thus, the sage arts of natural energy could be cultivated using spiritual energy. The effects were simply marvelous. As he slightly opened his eyes, Orochimaru suddenly noticed the skin on his wrist had developed a network of dry cracks. After calculating the time, he realized it was indeed time for shedding. Engaging in the sage arts of the Dragon Cave, as Orochimaru now stored spiritual energy within him. He needed to complete a thorough shedding of his serpentine skin without relying on chakra to truly commence his training. Thanks to Sum's energy refining technique, he would no longer need to switch bodies. The time was ripe. It was time to enter the shedding state. With that, Orochimaru subtly activated his spiritual energy, and a faint blue glow enveloped the surroundings. Crack, crack. The sound of crisp cracking filled the air as Orochimaru's body began to sprout an array of fissures. Outside, Uchiha Sasuke was peering through a gap, intently observing the unfolding events. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Sasuke turned to gaze into the distance. But not a single shadow was in sight. Orochimaru's shedding had commenced, and if he didn't hurry, Orochimaru might succeed in shedding his skin. Just then, a vortex materialized in the air. The masked man emerged alongside Yugo, Karui, and Suigetsu, slowly stepping into view. It seems Orochimaru has treated you rather well. Are you truly willing to kill him? The masked man jested upon their meeting. The time has come. He is currently shedding his skin within. Sasuke spoke in a somber tone to the 4 individuals. Understood, but do exercise caution against Orochimaru's potential counterattack. After all, he is not like ordinary ninjas. With that, the masked man strode directly towards Orochimaru's chamber. The door did not open. The masked man simply disregarded it and entered. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly caught a whiff of a living presence. He abruptly opened his eyes and gazed ahead. Sasuke and the others pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing them, Orochimaru's expression instantly darkened. Sasuke, what are you planning to do? What am I planning? Hand over the Kusanagi sword. Sasuke's regal demeanor reemerged, eliciting a suppressed chuckle from the masked man beside him. Orochimaru furrowed his brows slightly. He was halfway through his shedding process, and if interrupted suddenly, it could result in a degradation of his abilities. The Kusanagi sword is not in my possession, and even if you were to acquire it, you would not stand a chance against Itachi Uchiha. Upon hearing Itachi Uchiha's name, Sasuke's anger resurfaced prominently on his face. Are you suggesting that I am inferior to him? Just watch. I will personally slay him and bring his head to honor all the fallen Uchiha clan members. Stubborn fool, I shall not allow you to succeed today. With that declaration, Orochimaru transformed into a colossal serpent. The masked man scoffed derisively, a desperate struggle. Gripping the chains tightly, he pierced through Orochimaru's body, driving forcefully into his pelvis. Orochimaru let out a pained scream, his power now entirely stifled. The shedding had already diminished his strength significantly. It must be said, they certainly picked a well-timed moment. Sasuke, the masked man tugged fiercely at the chains, holding Orochimaru firmly in place. Understood. Sasuke swiftly drew his long blade and dashed towards Orochimaru. Did you ever imagine this day would come? With a swift thrust, the sharp blade effortlessly pierced through Orochimaru's form. As Sasuke watched the blood drip from the blade's tip, he felt a sudden sense of satisfaction. Be warned, he won't perish so easily, just as the masked man cautioned. Sasuke was abruptly sent flying by a slap from Orochimaru's shedding body. Sasuke! Karen rushed forward to catch him. Orochimaru transformed back into human form and collapsed to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The shedding has failed. My power has plummeted. Why have you come to provoke me? Orochimaru roared towards the heavens, his body flickering ominously. 8 serpent heads breaking free into the sky. The masked man and the others hastily fled from the collapsing building. The Yamata no Orochi? I did not anticipate he could persist to this extent. I underestimated him. Sasuke approached, clutching his chest. What now? Is there no way out? The masked man immediately gestured for silence. Wait. Orochimaru, already wounded from the failed shedding, was further weakened by the ambush. Even transformed into the Yamata no Orochi, he was merely a shadow of his former self. As anticipated, without the need for the others to act, Orochimaru soon suffered a backlash. The anguished cries of Orochimaru echoed above the sound village, sending chills down the spines of the villagers. The Yamata no Orochi began to lash out wildly at its surroundings. Under the bright moonlight, the villagers fled in terror. Attention, the opportunity has arrived, Choji. The masked man spoke, and Choji was already prepared. The air around them was saturated with a potent natural energy, a consequence of Orochimaru's rampage, causing the sage chakra stored within him to leak dangerously. After absorbing this energy, Choji transformed into a sage. He laughed maniacally, activating the second stage of his cursed mark, his cursed right arm bursting forth from the ground. His body, resembling a barnacle, had now condensed a significant amount of chakra projectiles under immense pressure. Bathed in moonlight, he leaped into the air, instantly piercing through the chest of the Yamata no Orochi. The chakra projectiles detonated at that moment. The sound village was engulfed in a powerful tempest. Day and night melded into a blinding light, as if daybreak had arrived. Villages across the ninja world heard the commotion and dispatched personnel to investigate. As the blinding light dissipated, Choji crashed heavily to the ground. The Yamata no Orochi lay in a gruesome state, its 8 heads sprawled lifelessly in various corners. In the center of the crater lay a severely weakened Orochimaru. Sasuke, it is your turn. Grasping the long sword embedded in the ground, Sasuke slowly approached Orochimaru. Where's the Kusanagi sword? Sasuke inquired, pointing the blade at Orochimaru's neck with a calm demeanor. It is in the Hozuki castle with Sumu. If you have the guts, go and take it. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru cackled maniacally. Sasuke asked no further questions and swiftly slashed the sword across Orochimaru's neck. Blood erupted like a blossoming flower. Nearby, the operatives dispatched by the major nations witnessed the scene of Orochimaru's demise. The youth who had slain him bore a red and white fan emblem on his back. At the moment Sasuke glanced back, the third tomo finally emerged. Chapter 44, Sasuke exposed and pursued. The Kusanagi sword remains unfound. In the Hozuki castle, Sumu suddenly opened his eyes. Sensing something amiss, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. He observed that a ray of daylight had abruptly vanished from the eastern sky. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "It seems you have yet to guide Uchiha Sasuke onto the right path." A faint hissing sound suddenly emanated beneath his feet. Glancing down, Sumu noticed a small white snake gazing up at him. Kneeling down, he cradled the small serpent in his palms. Given the circumstances, what are your plans moving forward? This small white snake was, in fact, Orochimaru's essence. When I initially decided to become a Chirifiner, I abandoned my previous ideals. As I embarked on my training, I grew increasingly indifferent to human emotions and came to understand the calamities and karmic flames of life. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not resurrect myself using the method of seizing another's body. Orochimaru sighed softly. I never anticipated Sasuke to be so obstinate. Who is that masked man beside you? Sumu nodded slightly. Indeed, you perceive it clearly. True cultivation is inherently solitary, necessitating the severance of all emotional ties. You have changed considerably. Why not stay with me for the time being? I shall devise a way for you to continue your training, but you must be prepared. If you truly have no intention of seizing a body to restore your corporeal form, you will need to cultivate for a century to regain the qualifications for transformation. At present, you are merely a spirit beast with some cultivation. Achieving transformation is not a matter of a day or two. Orochimaru resolutely nodded. Let it be as you say. I willingly accept, and shall have no regrets. Sumu wasted no further words, cradling the small white snake as he entered the house. From the exchange marketplace, Sumu found a book titled Spirit Gathering Array. Ding! Successfully deducted 5,000 shock points. Item has been issued. The total shock points currently held by the host, 370, 500 points. Progress for the first door task at Hozuki Castle, 100, 0001. 000. Previously, through storytelling at Hozuki Castle, Sumu had earned 100, 000 shock points. The system's task required him to tell stories within Hozuki Castle to accumulate shock points for task progress. There remained 900,000 shock points needed to unlock the first door. Sumu felt a moment of despair. However, it was fortunate that the shock points earned per storytelling session had increased significantly compared to the initial amount. The first door required 1,000,000 shock points. There were a total of 8 doors. Sumu could no longer dare to contemplate the points he needed. He placed the little white snake into a transparent box and created a miniature spirit gathering array. Thus, Orochimaru could comfortably swallow spirits and cultivate within the confines of the box. In the hidden cloud village, the ninja who had gone to investigate the sound village returned last night. Lord Raikage, the investigation is complete. What transpired? Raikage inquired nonchalantly while seated on the sofa. Orochimaru has been slain. Orochimaru slain? Raikage abruptly rose from the sofa in shock. What exactly happened? Clarify. His heart was overwhelmed by disbelief. Just days prior, he had witnessed Orochimaru arrive on the sword of the serpent and repel the Akatsuki with a single strike. Moreover, tales of Orochimaru's ascension to sagehood as narrated in Sumu's story had been circulating throughout the ninja world. How could a being of such caliber perish so easily? The intelligence ninja kneeling before him was startled and hurriedly recounted the events from the previous night. There was a boy. When I arrived, Orochimaru was already gravely injured. There were 5 opponents in total, and the boy at the forefront wielded a sharp sword, personally severing Orochimaru's head. One of them wore a whirlpool mask, while the other 3 were unrecognized. Raikage took a deep breath to compose himself. He could hardly fathom that Orochimaru had been killed by an unknown boy. Suddenly, a conjecture sprouted in his mind. The Kusanagi sword. It must be. With this thought, he grasped the kneeling subordinate by the collar. Did you catch a glimpse of the boy's appearance? He had a red and white fan emblem on his back and possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan. Raikage froze momentarily. A red and white fan, 3-tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan. Darui, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Could it be Itachi Uchiha? After all, he had personally exterminated the Uchiha clan. Raikage slowly shook his head. Unlikely. If Itachi had indeed annihilated his clan, why would he don clothing adorned with their crest? Could it be that he did not slay every last member of the Uchiha? However, such considerations were not his primary concern at this moment. The most pressing matter was that the boy had slain Orochimaru and seized the Kusanagi sword. With the sword no longer in Orochimaru's possession, they could boldly attempt to seize it for themselves. Simultaneously, the 5 great nations received the news of Orochimaru's demise. In Konoha, Tsunade could not help but flinch at the news. After all, he had once been a comrade in battle, and it was truly unfortunate for him to meet such an end. The Kusanagi sword. Now that Orochimaru is dead, should we still pursue it? The captain of the Umbu intelligence team inquired. At this, Tsunade slammed her palm against the table in anger. Do you not remember why Mido Gate Kurenai and Torian Koharu ended up in the ninja prison? The weapon catalog holds no significance for Konoha. Relay the message that no one is to entertain any thoughts regarding the weapons listed within. In a foundation of peace, these weapons are the very catalysts for war. Deep in the forest, Sasuke and his companions were desperately fleeing. Hot on their heels were elite ninjas from various great and small nations within the ninja world. Surround him from the front. Split into 2 groups. The rest follow me. From the land of water, the elite forces of the Mist Village, led by Ao, were relentlessly hunting down Sasuke and his companions in pursuit of Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. However, Sasuke felt wronged. He had not found the Kusanagi sword on Orochimaru. Do these people think they can chase me down just because they heard I killed Orochimaru? Have they lost their minds? He muttered as he fled. They had all witnessed Orochimaru's prowess. They could not possibly believe that a mere boy could have defeated him. Perhaps they only thought he had employed some despicable means. Suddenly, a vortex appeared before Sasuke, and a masked man clad in Akatsuki garb stepped forth. Gentlemen, does my current attire not resemble that of an assassin? With that, the masked man confidently puffed out his chest. For some reason, Sasuke found the masked man rather amusing today. What had happened to that previous sense of oppression? The pursuers were closing in behind him. Why aren't you running? Chapter 45. With the mist behind and the cloud ahead, Sasuke's life or death battle. You wish to avenge Itachi Uchiha? But you lack even this level of strength? The masked man suddenly absorbed Karen, Sujetsu, and Yugo into his right eye, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke. What fun! Use your power to make them feel your wrath. With that, the masked man too was drawn into the whirlpool of his right eye. Wait, you scoundrel! Left alone. With the pursuers closing in, Uchiha Sasuke had no choice but to continue fleeing. Damn it, am I truly destined to be hunted down like this? Indeed, if he had killed Orochimaru and could not even deal with them. Sasuke leaped onto a higher tree branch, drawing several shurikens from his waist. and hurled them just as Ao and the others caught up. Good lad, daring to fight back? Ao smirked coldly, effortlessly dodging the shuriken as he raised 2 fingers. In an instant, a torrent of water surged forth from behind him. Water release, water surge wave. The spiraling water surged rapidly, transforming into a cascading waterfall that knocked Sasuke down from the treetop. Not good. Sasuke scrambled to his feet, shaking off the water, but before he could regain his balance, Ao was already upon him. Clang. Sasuke hastily grasped the kunai from his waist and blocked Ao's incoming attack. Ao let out a cold snort, thrusting his kunai fiercely towards Sasuke's vital points. Each strike aimed to be lethal. Though his opponent possessed the Byakugan, Sasuke was no pushover. His 3-tomo Sharingan allowed him to see through Ao's movements, enabling him to fend off the onslaught for a while longer. Surround him, Ao suddenly shouted. At that moment, several Umbu ninjas from the Mist Village leaped out from the surrounding grass. As they sprang into action, they simultaneously threw explosive tags at Sasuke's feet. Sasuke frowned and leaped away just in time. Boom. An explosion erupted, sending a cloud of smoke billowing into the air. Sasuke's figure burst forth from the smoke, swiftly forming hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. The Mist ninjas quickly formed their own hand signs in response. Water release, water surge wave. The clash of fire and water generated steam, enveloping the entire forest in a thick haze. Taking advantage of the chaos, Sasuke stealthily maneuvered behind a tree. There was no escaping now. The enemy outnumbered him. Sasuke began to devise a plan for the impending battle. Ao and his comrades cautiously scanned their surroundings. The steam generated by the explosion would not dissipate anytime soon, keeping them on high alert. It seems we must rely on the Byakugan. Ao gradually raised his fingers, his veins bulging around his right eye. Byakugan. Behind a tree on the left, the outline of a human figure appeared in his sight. Once he had locked onto the target, he gestured to the 2 behind him. Surround him from both sides. Understood. The 2 moved in from either side toward the designated tree. In Ao's Byakugan vision, the target had not moved at all. From the left and right, the 2 reached their optimal attack positions, peeking out to find Uchiha Sasuke leaning against a tree stump, seemingly incapacitated by a severe blow. They exchanged glances and nodded. Now, as they jumped out from both sides, they swung their long blades mercilessly towards Sasuke's body. Thud. In an instant, Sasuke's body transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Was it a shadow clone? Both individuals were taken aback. A look of astonishment also crossed Ao's face. How could this be possible when the Byakugan had clearly detected him? Suddenly, with a swift motion, Sasuke descended from the treetops, brandishing a long sword, and struck down with lethal precision. Thud. The 2 fell to the ground, defeated. Sasuke glanced at Ao with a slowly emerging scornful smile. Your attention was solely focused ahead. Had you merely lifted your gaze, you would have spotted me by saturating the chakra within the shadow clone. And in the absence of a second target, surely your Byakugan would not deceive you, would it? Sasuke erupted into laughter. You bastard. Ao, leading the remaining few, charged furiously at Sasuke. Sasuke hurled 2 smoke bombs violently to the ground, vanishing once more. Ao's scalp tingled again. You little brat of the Uchiha clan. Once I capture you, I shall personally gouge out your Sharingan. Sasuke sprinted to the edge of the forest, feeling quite proud. However, before he could relish his triumph, another squad obstructed his path. The forehead protectors bore the emblem of the Cloud Village. At that moment, he sensed an ominous aura, particularly emanating from the sunglasses-wearing leader. Did you think yourself safe? It is not just us. The Rock Village and Sand Village have also dispatched elite forces to hunt you down. Yet, they shall be disappointed, for you will fall at my hands. Yo, you bastard, you fool ya. Karabi began to rap, and Sasuke's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Behind him, Darui, Samui, and Ki charged forward without hesitation. Clenching his fists in frustration, Sasuke gritted his teeth and dove back into the jungle. Just then, Ao, leading the Mist Village troops, collided once again with Sasuke. However, what troubled Ao was the Cloud Village forces pursuing Sasuke from behind, which included a Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. Sasuke found himself trapped between the Mist and Cloud forces, with his chakra nearly depleted. Was he destined to perish here? Unwilling to accept such a fate. Suddenly, the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck began to spread across his body. Everyone gazed in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was the mark left by Orochimaru during the Chunin exams in Konoha. Back then, Orochimaru was merely a perverse survivor. 2 enormous fleshly wings gradually sprouted from Sasuke's back. He writhed in agony on the ground, his body undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. Yo, that's disgusting, Karabi remarked unexpectedly. To everyone's surprise, Sasuke abruptly lifted his head to glare at him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. So fast, before anyone could react. The appendages behind him violently sent Sasuke flying. We cannot allow the Cloud Village to seize Uchiha Sasuke. Ao shouted urgently to the others. Both squads advanced toward the direction where Sasuke was sent flying. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke, with his fleshly wings, soared into the air. His right hand, charged with Chidori, radiated a blend of black and white, akin to flames igniting in the wind. This power caused Ao's expression to darken. Be careful, that technique is infused with natural energy. If I am not mistaken, the strength of the cursed seal within him derives from Sage Mode. Should he target you for an attack, this move, if it strikes, will be impervious to the tailed beast's cloak. A voice echoed from within Kurabi, the Eight Tails. Chapter 46. Sasuke mistakenly enters a tavern. Sumu begins to speak of battle through the heavens. This little fellow is quite fierce. Dare we scoffed derisively at Sasuke. Ao, sensing the urgency, peered through his Byakugan to ascertain Sasuke's chakra. This move should be his final strike. To capture Sasuke before the cloud forces, he must take a risk, even at the cost of his comrades. Attention, follow my lead and block his attack. As soon as Ao's command was issued, Sasuke, clutching Chidori, charged towards them. Block him. Ao bellowed, and the remaining 5 mist ninjas surged forward to intercept. 7 miles. Sasuke flapped his wings and soared toward them. Boom. Sasuke collided with the mist ninja's body. 1, 2, 3, until the 5th, Ao leaped from behind with hand signs. Water release. Water collision wave. Caught off guard again by Ao. Sasuke found himself sprawled on the ground. His chakra had reached its limit. Reluctantly, he withdrew from the cursed seal mode. Ao, witnessing Sasuke's weak state, revealed a sinister smile. This time, the mist has seized the opportunity. Just as Ao was about to strike, a massive cloud of dust swept through the air. A thick sand wall rose before Ao. In the chaos, Sasuke was enveloped by sand and transported to the other side of the jungle. There stood Gaara, leading the Sand Village forces. Yo, the Sand Village's Kazekage personally intervening is quite terrifying. Kurabi and the others stood by, awaiting their moment. Gaara regarded Sasuke, suspended in sand, and said calmly, "Because you are Naruto's friend, you are also considered my friend." With that, Gaara positioned Sasuke behind him. However, I have heard Naruto say that you do not truly understand him. Individuals like us yearn for the feeling of being recognized. For you, revenge signifies a form of recognition, stemming from the acknowledgement of that person within your heart, your desire for Itachi Uchiha's validation. Let us go. Sasuke scoffed dismissively. Us? What kind of person are you? What kind of person is that loser? Have you ever felt my pain? Watching my parents and clan members slaughtered by my own brother. If you have not experienced my suffering, do not dare to lecture me. Struggling to rise from the ground, Sasuke paused momentarily before fleeing toward the forest's edge. How infuriating. You let him escape. Are you not after the Kusanagi sword? Ao shouted angrily, pointing at Gaara. Gaara, expressionless, met his gaze. Does that kind of thing truly matter? The Mist Village seems intent on provoking a war among the shinobi. Do not even think about pursuing him. Surrounding Gaara, a multitude of sand swirled. And Ao trembled with rage, yet found himself powerless. Lord Ao, let us circle around from another direction, with the Kazekage of the sand here. We cannot afford to offend them. Dare we suggested. Thus, the cloud forces veered off to the side to evade pursuit. Stumbling, Sasuke found himself beside a garbage dump on Short Mountain Street. Weak and weary, he leaned against the wall and retrieved bandages from his pocket to tend to his wounds. Passers-by glanced at Sasuke beside the refuse, their expressions laced with disdain. Looking down at himself, Sasuke noted his tattered clothing, stained with blood, and bruises adorning his body. In that moment, he felt like a beggar. Leaning against the wall, he let out a bitter laugh. I never imagined I would see such a day. Now, not only can I not seek revenge against Itachi Uchiha, but even passers-by view me as a madman. Ha ha. Everyone who dares to pursue and kill me merely believes I am a nameless little brat. Yet, I want them to respect me. I need to make them aware of the cost of angering me. Sooner or later, I, Uchiha Sasuke, will stand before them, and they will find their laughter more painful than their tears. After venting his frustrations, Sasuke steadied himself against the wall and slowly stood up. As he stepped onto the street, barely taking 2 strides, the Rocknin had already surrounded him. Leading the pack were Akatsuchi and Yellow Earth. Sasuke, weary, took a deep breath and then sprinted towards the crowd. Everyone blocked the way. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The ground trembled with a resounding roar, and suddenly, massive earthen walls emerged around Sasuke. On the verge of collapse, he turned to a slightly lower earthen wall and, with a furious shout, lunged against it. The impact nearly cost him his life, as his chakra was nearly depleted at that moment. Fortunately, the wall crumbled under the force, and his body, like a deflated balloon, tumbled and rolled to the front of the 8-treasure glazed tile pavilion in the right alley. At that instant, Sasuke felt a surge of new chakra flooding within him, as if its source lay within the tavern before him. Cursed be this fate, he had managed to escape. Everyone, capture him. Akatsuchi waved his hand, and the Rocknin surged forward. With his last ounce of strength, Sasuke staggered to his feet and stumbled towards the tavern's entrance. From another angle, it was evident that his legs had grown weak from chakra depletion. A desperate thirst for life surged within him as he dashed into the tavern, just as Akatsuchi and Yellow Earth closed in. At that moment, an extraordinary power suddenly coursed through his body. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed his wounds visibly healing and his strength gradually returning. Where on earth is this place? Sasuke scanned the interior of the tavern. Suddenly, he recalled the last words spoken by Orochimaru before his demise. The Kusanagi sword is in the 8-treasure glazed tile pavilion, in the hands of Sumu. Could this place indeed be the 8-treasure glazed tile pavilion referred to by Orochimaru? Outside, Akatsuchi and Yellow Earth, upon seeing Sasuke enter the tavern, were relentless in their pursuit. Fortunately, Kuratsuchi arrived in time to block their path. I forgot to mention, this place has its own rules. Anyone who enters the 8-treasure glazed tile pavilion becomes a protected person of Sumu. You two nearly made a grave mistake. Kuratsuchi pointed to a nearby building. Yellow Earth and Akatsuchi turned to see a group of bamboo cultivating warriors smiling at them from within. The two were instantly taken aback. Retreat. I'll explain to Grandpa when we get back. Kuratsuchi dismissed them, then adjusted his attire before entering the tavern. Inside the elegant room on the second floor, Sumu gazed out the window at Sasuke below. He shook his head helplessly. What a tenacious fellow. Pushing open the door, Sumu changed into a lighter garment and stepped outside. The crowd below had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him emerge, their enthusiasm surged once more. Sumu greeted them with a polite smile before taking his place on the high platform. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall delve into the tales of the Heavenly Shield series another time. Today, however, I present to you a new story. Upon hearing Sumu was to tell a new tale, the audience immediately perked up with heightened anticipation. Ah, truly, Mr. Su is a romantic soul, always surprising us. I have already ordered 100 jugs of apple wine. Let us see if the story matches the libation. Sumu closed his fan, stood up, and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. Battle Through the Heavens. Chapter 47, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not look down on youthful poverty. In a certain realm, within the city of Wutan, there lived a boy named Xiao Yan. Despite his tender years, he exhibited astonishing talent. Among his peers, he was the subject of great expectations and one of the few geniuses of the Xiao clan. As Sumu narrated, he caught a glimpse of Sasuke perched on a table. From the onset of the story, Sasuke found himself deeply captivated. The notion of a talented youth within a clan resonated within him. It was well known that the Soul Clan's emperor sought to collect ancient jade to refine the Emperor Dan and ascend to the Do Emperor rank. If left unchecked, it would only lead to the annihilation of the ancient 8 great clans, bringing devastation to the Duki continent. Our protagonist, Xiao Yan, was gradually thrust into a position to alter the very outcome of events, beginning with his engagement to Nalan Yanran. The most riveting part of Battle Through the Heavens is undoubtedly Xiao Yan's 3 visits to the Yunlon sect. How exhilarating it was. I shall unfold it to you slowly. As Sumu waved his hand, wisps of azure smoke and ink began to materialize before the audience. Within the mist, interconnected towns came into view. A youthful boy was diligently practicing in the courtyard of his family's estate. Sasuke beheld this scene, feeling as though he had returned to his own childhood, when he trained tirelessly at night to catch up with Itachi. Initially, his efforts yielded little. Even his great fireball technique was but a miniature version. Sumu continued, a genius requires no assistance, even that which he has never learned. He can master on his own. In every regard, he is always a step ahead of others. Yet, Xiao Yan's success was not merely due to his innate talent. Yao Lao, a soul residing within his ring, was pivotal. Xiao Yan's strength stagnated, while his peers surpassed him, leaving him in a state of inertia. Once a person is cloaked in glory, if they fail to shine, they become but a mere ornament. Thus, mockery, scorn, provocation, and disdain from his clan followed suit. Sumu sighed, his tone tinged with sympathy. The audience, having been drawn into the narrative's emotional depths, felt a swell of indignation rising within them. From genius to failure. Had it been me, I would have long lost hope. The most painful truth was that even his own kin looked down upon him. Raising his cup of tea, Sumu took a sip while shaking his head at the murmurs below. As I mentioned earlier, once a person is cloaked in glory, when that luster fades, they become but a mere ornament. If this were where the story ended, it would be rather dull. The most anticipated moments are yet to come. Sasuke gazed at Sumu on the platform, filled with confusion. Was this individual truly just a storyteller? Not long after, the Nailin clan from Wutan City came to annul the engagement. The reason was simple. The daughter of the Nailin clan did not wish to marry a waste. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in outrage. Many felt the story was strikingly realistic, as the wine on the table dwindled by half. In times of prosperity, everyone seeks to curry favor with you. In times of downfall, you must appease everyone around you. Sumu sighed, waving his fan in resignation. The scene shifted around him. Within the Shao clan's hall, the stunningly beautiful Nailin Yenran entered, accompanied by servants and elders of the Nailin clan. I, Nailin Yenran, will not marry a waste. This statement drove the audience into a frenzy, many wishing to rush forward and confront Nailin Yenran. Sasuke, watching Shao Yen on the screen, suddenly felt an inexplicable kinship. It was as if Shao Yen mirrored his own struggles. At that moment, Sumu stood atop the table, addressing the audience with fervor, yet, when one is pushed to the brink, they will ignite the deepest passions within themselves. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not look down on youthful poverty. A 3-year promise, severing the shackles of marriage. Shao Yen is determined to exact his vengeance. This is both the origin and the choice of blood. Tears welled in the eyes of the audience, their cups trembling in their hands. The phrase 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, do not look down on youthful poverty stirred the very essence of their spirits. Perhaps, as men, they understood this sentiment more profoundly. The humiliation of being jilted resonated deep within them. Many in attendance could relate to such experiences, having faced similar situations in their youth with their most cherished ones. Yet, at that tender age, one is unable to provide a stable home for the one they cherish. Consequently, much like Shao Yen, as time passes, the other person sees no glimmer of hope in you and departs. An annulment signifies one's own inadequacy. In a corner of the audience, a middle-aged man weeps bitterly while drowning his sorrows in alcohol. The memory of a particular string strikes him deeply. Perhaps he has already settled down now. Nevertheless, the presence of that person lingers in his heart. Tears trickle down Sasuke's cheeks. Reflecting on his current predicament, he finds himself besieged and hunted by several great nations. Presently, he feels akin to a dog, still harboring the delusion of slaying Orochimaru to catch the attention of the ninja world and Itachi Uchiha. Was he too naive, clinging to a wretched existence while each day the hope for revenge eludes him? 30 years of fortune to the east, 30 years of misfortune to the west. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Sasuke murmurs, a sudden resolve glimmering in his eyes. A listener nearby hands him a bottle of liquor, perhaps moved by a shared emotion. He observes Sasuke's tears and offers the drink. Brother, there's nothing that cannot be overcome. Drink this cup, and your troubles will vanish. Sasuke remains silent, accepting the drink and indulging in its warmth. In this moment, he finally comprehends the essence of the tale of Sumu. To live is to live splendidly. One's destiny must be grasped firmly in one's own hands, even amidst ridicule, bullying, and provocation. Regardless of how the outside world surrounds and hunts him, he must learn to swallow his pride. Sooner or later, he will stand before Itachi Uchiha and convey the words that weigh heavily in his heart. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. The listeners have nearly emptied their cups. Sumu closes his folding fan, and the surroundings revert to their original state. When he looks back towards Sasuke's spot, he finds it empty. Sumu smiles and shakes his head. Deep down, he is a person who refuses to concede. How could he possibly give up? He remains the neutral storyteller of the ninja world, refraining from intervening in anyone's affairs. Yet, some matters and individuals are destined to remain unchanged. Sumu merely illustrates that there are myriad paths to traverse. In the corner, Jiraiya closes his notebook. He gently rubs his temples, then rises to push open the door and heads towards a nearby publishing house. How many hearts does this book truly resonate with? Sumu, does Do Patsang Cheong truly exist? Chapter 48, Sharing the Name of Sun Wukong, Why Must You Pretend? Sasuke Uchiha enters the sights of the ninja nations through this battle. For the wanted level, it has temporarily been marked as A. In Awagakure, the land of earth, Itachi and Kisame, in disguise, stroll through the bustling streets. Mr. Itachi, have you heard? One cannot deny that fellow has no fear of death. To provoke all nations to hunt him down, he truly is fortunate. Itachi says nothing, his thoughts concealed beneath his cloak. Suddenly, an excited voice erupts from a nearby newspaper office. Mr. Sumu's new book, Do Patsang Cheong, has arrived. Limited to 20,000 copies today. First come, first served. As soon as the announcement ends, villagers rush down the stairs in a frenzy. Itachi and Kisame are momentarily caught off guard, shoved aside by the oncoming crowd. Ah, Mr. Sumu's book remains as popular as ever. It reminds me of the initial frenzy over Gonggong crashing Bujo Mountain. Mr. Itachi, would you like to buy a copy and take a look? Kisame glances at the books on the publisher's table, feeling a sudden itch of curiosity. At that moment, a villager passes by, clutching dozens of copies of Do Patsang Cheong. With a thud, they drop to the ground, oblivious to their fall. Itachi slowly crouches down to retrieve the book. Do Patsang Cheong. Itachi's brow furrows as he opens the first page. Beside him, Kisame leans in eagerly, attempting to decipher the content of the book. The stories woven within are subtly enthralling, captivating both Itachi and Kisame deeply. Especially when they read the phrase, "Do not underestimate the impoverished youth." It strikes a chord in the softest recesses of their hearts. This reminds Itachi of the young Sasuke. If he had possessed such ambition back then, he might have become a formidable warrior by now. However, to slay Orochimaru and be marked as a Class A wanted criminal in the eyes of the nations, Sasuke now possesses an indomitable will not to be underestimated. Kisame, resting his hands on his shoulders, looks at Itachi with amusement. Who hasn't he dreamed of being a righteous hero once? Don't let my current appearance fool you. I was more rebellious than anyone else in my youth. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth strikes a chord with me. Mr. Sumu is truly remarkable. Itachi closes the book, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems I am unworthy to reminisce about youthful days. Mr. Itachi, perhaps you're overthinking it, Kisame replies, rising and shaking off his wrinkled black cloak. The sky has darkened. They must hasten to locate the whereabouts of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Perhaps, but I beg to differ. Much like you, Kisame, did you ever contemplate the meaning of life in your youth? Itachi speaks softly, his gaze lowered. Kisame slowly shakes his head, then laughs. Unlike you. I only enjoyed playing in the water back then. Haha. However, having experienced war at 4 years old, I have yet to form a perspective on life's meaning. Yet, I do understand that being responsible for one's life and engaging in meaningful endeavors equates to not living in vain one day. You should comprehend this. Itachi's words carry a hint of melancholy. After finishing, he lets out a deep sigh and continues on his path. Kisame chuckles lightly, then follows suit. Atop a mound of earth and stone, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, sits cross-legged, gazing at the moon. Beside him lies a copy of The Great Havoc in Heaven. Listen, Old Purple, do not believe in such nonsense about cultivation. Rather than waste time on that, why not focus on refining your chakra? In the realm of Old Purple's mind, the Four Tails son Wukong incessantly babbles from his back. After a while, Old Purple slightly opens his eyes, perplexed as he picks up the nearby The Great Havoc in Heaven. The book clearly states that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be absorbed into one's body, thereby generating divine power. I have been researching this. The spirit should come from the moon, yet it's been hours. Why has it not arrived? Old Purple irritably scratches his head. Damn it, I'm talking to you. Son Wukong angrily points a finger at Old Purple's head. Old Purple furrows his brow, his face gradually revealing impatience. I say, you smelly monkey. You share the same name as the protagonist in the book, yet you are entirely different. Both named Son Wukong. Look at you. Now look at him. Two sharp fangs resembling green onions, pretending. The Four Tails did not expect Old Purple to speak this way, and he is on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, two powerful chakras emerge, catching the attention of Old Purple and the Four Tails. From the southeast, there are two figures. To locate my position directly, their strength must be considerable. Old Purple returns his consciousness to reality, rising to gaze behind him. In the dim jungle, a beam of moonlight shines down, and two figures swiftly leap into view before him. A gentle breeze brushes against the three faces. The bright moon, observed from an angle, casts elongated shadows. Itachi removes his cloak, shaking out his disheveled hair. Four Tails Jinchuriki, we have finally found you. Kisame lets out a cold laugh, swiftly discarding his black cloak. Soon, the Akatsuki robe adorned with red clouds emerges before Old Purple. Old Purple's pupils constrict slightly, a sense of trepidation creeping in. It's Akatsuki. The news of Akatsuki capturing tailed beasts in the ninja world has long reached his ears. He has also acquired information about their strength and profiles from Anoki. However, today marks the first encounter. Suddenly, Kisame caught sight of the havoc in heaven beneath the feet of Old Purple and erupted into a mocking laugh. At your age. Still fantasizing about becoming a mere monkey? Mr. Su just released Fights Breaking the Sky today. Are you certain you won't purchase a copy to peruse? Upon finishing his taunt, Kisame's expression shifted to one of gloom as he scratched his head. I nearly forgot. You may never have the chance again. Old Purple, incensed, radiated flames forged from his molten release. Be wary, Old Purple. Do not allow yourself to be swayed by emotions. It can lead to a distortion in your judgment. The Four Tails abruptly cautioned Old Purple. I don't need you to instruct me. Just a stinking fish. I'll incinerate you now, Old Purple retorted. Furiously charging at the two, Itachi furrowed his brow, preparing to act, but Kisame leapt forward first. Allow me to test the waters. Empowered by the molten release, Old Purple seemed to have gained speed. The moment Kisame surged forward, he unleashed the Samahata from his back. Can you feel the delectable chakra? Kisame exclaimed excitedly, licking his lips as he aimed the Samahata at Old Purple with fierce intent. Old Purple smirked disdainfully, colliding his wrists against the Samahata. Clang. The impact produced a crisp sound, leaving Kisame momentarily astonished. Itachi began to analyze Old Purple's abilities through his Sharingan. His entire form was enveloped in searing lava, dramatically enhancing the effectiveness of his physical techniques. Anything that made contact seemed to melt, and that layer of lava simultaneously bolstered his defensive capabilities. Kisame, do not let him touch you. Chapter 49. Deidara teams up with Ah-Fei. I am so excited. Kisame, brimming with confidence, retracted the Samahata. Mr. Itachi, it appears you have not grasped the situation clearly. With swift hand seals, Kisame unleashed water release, great exploding water shockwave. A torrent of water erupted violently from Kisame's mouth, instantly forming a massive, elliptical water prison. Old Purple was taken aback, his body abruptly ensnared within the watery confines. The surface began to churn, and the lava on Old Purple's body extinguished at an alarming rate. Kisame smirked condescendingly, raising two fingers. Water release, great shark bullet technique. An enormous shark-shaped water bullet manifested before Kisame. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi discerned the unfolding circumstances. Kisame's water release effectively countered the molten release of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Thus, the battle should conclude here. Old Purple found himself hindered by the water, compounded by Kisame's counter. He could no longer initiate his tailed beast transformation, helplessly watching as the shark bullet bore down upon him. Yet, he defiantly unleashed his molten release ninjutsu. Molten release, scorching river rock technique. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple magma spheres erupted from Old Purple's mouth, only to be swiftly absorbed upon contact with the shark. The shark clamped down on Old Purple, violently thrusting him to the water's depths. Kisame wore a satisfied smile as he brought his hands together to dissolve the water prison. The formidable Four Tails Jinchuriki was thus vanquished. He was filled with reluctance, but was powerless against an adversary that countered his molten release. Had it been Itachi, perhaps more time would have been required. However, everything had already concluded. Akatsuki, within a dimly lit cave, Pain and the others were deliberating the strategy for capturing the tailed beasts. At that moment, Kisame and Itachi entered, shouldering Old Purple's body. Ah, everyone is here. It's the perfect opportunity to showcase our team's strength. Kisame mockingly addressed the crowd, then unceremoniously dropped Old Purple onto the ground. Pain approached, crouching down to gently touch Old Purple's body. Suddenly, a monkey engulfed in flames appeared in his consciousness. Indeed. It is the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Sun Wukong. Kisame froze upon hearing this. So the Four Tails is named Sun Wukong? I wondered why he was so engrossed in that havoc in heaven. It seems he truly aspired to become the great sage. Excellent. This is the first tailed beast captured by our Akatsuki. Surely, the 5 great nations will soon heighten their defenses. Pain nodded at Itachi and Kisame. Let us first conclude the matter at hand. The group positioned themselves before the outer path golem. However, there were only 8 of them. To activate the golem, at least 10 individuals were required. Currently, Haiden was merely a decoration at Sumu's place, and Sasori had vanished. Nagato sighed helplessly, just as 2 unfamiliar ninjas suddenly entered the cave. The group turned to see that these 2 ninjas bore a slight resemblance to their leader, Pain, though they could not pinpoint the exact similarity. Let us begin. The 10 individuals synchronized their consciousness towards the outer path golem. Boom. The entire cave trembled with a resounding quake. Subsequently, the outer path golem was activated, releasing a heavy chain from its maw. The chain pierced through Old Purple's body, provoking a resounding roar that echoed throughout the cave. The Four Tails, Sun Wukong, was forcibly extracted from Old Purple's form, entering the maw of the outer path golem. After consuming the chakra of the four tails, the golem slowly closed its mouth, once again drifting into slumber. I am utterly exhausted. The figure wearing the swirling mask, Ah-Fei, staggered and collapsed onto the ground. Kisame looked at Ah-Fei in bewilderment. Who is this? A newcomer? Pain nodded slowly. Ah-Fei, entrusted to join Akatsuki by Sasori, vanished after leaving his ring behind. Itachi's gaze remained fixed on Ah-Fei's mask. For some reason, he felt a strange familiarity with the individual hidden beneath. That chakra. It feels oddly recognizable. Deidara, you will temporarily team up with Ah-Fei. Kakuzu, stay with me in the Rain Village. Akatsuki's recent expenditures require meticulous accounting. Pain spoke in a calm tone. I get to team up with Senior Deidara. Ah-Fei scampered over to Deidara, exuberantly gesticulating. I'm so thrilled, Senior. Deidara looked at Ah-Fei with disdain, initially inclined to refuse, but relented upon witnessing Ah-Fei's fervor. This fellow seems rather dim-witted. How could someone like him easily join Akatsuki? Deidara, the Three Tails is currently in a wild state, making it quite easy to capture without a Jinchuriki. Let us take Ah-Fei along for practical experience. After saying this, Pain turned and walked deeper into the cave. Finally, we can take a breather, Mr. Itachi. Kisame comfortably found a spot to sit, relieved that he no longer had to rush about. Itachi remained silent, walking straight out of the cave. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and torrential rain began to pour. Itachi tilted his head back, closing his eyes, allowing the rain to drench his face. Oh! Kisame glanced at Itachi outside the cave, shaking his head in resignation. That's not good for your health, you know. An umbrella suddenly appeared over Itachi's head. Kisame chuckled from behind. From this angle, it looks as though you are weeping. Is that so? I thought I was beyond redemption, only feeling truly awake on rainy days. Itachi replied nonchalantly. Kisame burst into laughter. It seems we are both irredeemable souls. On rainy days, I share the same sentiment as Mr. Itachi. Iwagakure. Inoki received the news of Old Purple's capture by the Akatsuki organization immediately. He trembled with rage, nearly doubling over in anger. Old Purple, that stubborn old man. If it weren't for his obstinacy, I wouldn't have quarreled with him so fiercely. If he thinks my temper is bad, he could have just said so. Why leave the village to become a wandering monk? What good is that? Now he has been captured. And our Iwagakure is the first village to lose a Jinchuriki to the Akatsuki. It's utterly humiliating. Inoki slumped in his chair, letting out a resigned sigh. Beside them, Akatsuki and Chidu were so terrified that they dared not even breathe. From now on, keep a tighter guard on Han. If he gets captured again, our rock ninja village will lose its balance with the other four great nations. The other nations must have already begun to bolster their defenses. We have unwittingly become their warning. The anger was palpable as Inoki slammed his hand against the table. Just then, Kuratsuchi entered the room. Grandfather. There's new information from Sumu. Chapter 50. I am merely a good child who admires my senior. In the 8-treasure glazed pavilion, Sumu lay resting in a private room. Ding. The host has unlocked the world of battle through the heavens, and the Universal Exchange Mall is now open. Ding. The host has gained a total of 150,000 shock points from the storytelling of battle through the heavens. Your current total shock points are 670,500 points. Progress for opening the first door of the 8-treasure glazed pavilion. 250,001,000,000. Ding. Task progress has reached 25, revealing partial information behind the first door. Information prompt. Fusion. Sumu pondered, stroking his chin. Fusion? Could it be that something formidable lurks behind the first door? Yet, that doesn't seem quite right. What lies beyond should be something not available in the Universal Exchange Mall, given that it requires progress to unlock. Perhaps it is an unknown world? Fusion may signify a connection with the world of Naruto? He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. With such a substantial amount of shock points at his disposal, it had been ages since he last participated in a lottery. If the reality behind the first door truly aligns with his imagination, he must remain vigilant. System. Initiate a lottery for the world of battle through the heavens. Open a 10 consecutive golden draw. Ding. Are you sure you want to proceed with the 10 consecutive golden draws for battle through the heavens? Affirmative. Drawing, please be patient. Successfully deducted 100,000 shock points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of Medusa Queen. Gold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of Shao Suner. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3rd rank alchemy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of Yun Yun. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the void-devouring flame. Gold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 3000 thunder movement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fragment of Medusa Queen. Gold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 6 harmonies body technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired absorbing palm. Wow. Sumu was momentarily stunned. Is this the joy of spending money? Just from the extraordinary flames in battle through the heavens, he had acquired 2, including the 3000 thunder movement and the 6 harmonies body technique. Most exciting of all were the character fragments. He was just 1 fragment away from redeeming Medusa Queen. Xiao Suner and Yun Yun, these were all top-tier beauties. Sumu was indeed fortunate. Now, the rewards from the story world made him profoundly question the outcome behind the first door. If it were truly a merging world, it would be exhilarating. If he were to encounter the protagonists from the tale, perhaps he could have some fun at their expense. However, to which world would they converge? Or perhaps it was not a merging world at all. In the mountainous jungle, Afei and Deidara were hastening toward the hidden mist village. As they passed by a meatball stall, Afei excitedly tugged at Deidara's sleeve. Senior, I'm suddenly so hungry. I want to eat red, white, blue, and black meatballs. Deidara looked at Afei incredulously, patting his wallet, relieved to find it still contained some cash. You know that Kakuzu is a miserly old crow. Every time we go on a mission, the money he gives is barely enough for a stick of candied hawthorn. If it were just 1 serving of meatballs, perhaps I could consider it. Afei immediately hugged himself in despair. Just 1 serving? Senior seems even more miserly than Kakuzu. What? A flicker of anger appeared on Deidara's face. How dare you compare me to Kakuzu? Today, you'll eat until you burst. At the meatball stall, Deidara and Afei sat at a table, eagerly awaiting their meal. Throughout the process, Deidara's gaze was fixed on Afei, the murderous intent never leaving his eyes. Senior, have you read this book? The Great Havoc in Heaven. Don't you think I resemble Sun Wukong? As he said this, Afei picked up a nearby twig and struck a pose. The meatballs arrived. The vendor approached with a plate. Deidara's attention was instantly captured. Bang! Afei suddenly struck Deidara on the head with the stick. You bastard, I'll kill you. Deidara could no longer contain himself and casually tossed out a C3. Senior, wait. Wait. I was wrong. Boom. In an instant, Afei vanished from the table. After they had finished their meal, they resumed their journey. At the alleyway to the right, a throng of people was making their way toward a nearby tavern. Deidara, seeing the crowd, rubbed his chin. What is this place? Gathering so many people? Senior, look here. It's Jiang. Afei pointed to a sign beside them. The sign read 3 clear characters, Shanshan Street. Shanshan Street. Oh, I remember. That was the place where I first captured the tailed beast. Afei nodded vigorously and then suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, Deidara looked down to find Afei clinging to his leg. Senior, let's go listen to the story. Anyway, the 3 tails 1T run away. We can go later. Doesn't Senior want to showcase his prowess in front of so many people again? Deidara suddenly recalled the moment he had embarrassed himself as the renowned bomb artist who failed to detonate a single bomb. Before so many onlookers, he had suffered a great loss of face. Deidara's eyes narrowed. My art has never let me down, except for last time. That was merely an accident. With so many people gathered, if he were to drop a bomb, Deidara couldn't help but chuckle. Senior, even I think you're a pervert. Afei looked at Deidara with sincerity. Hey, don't look at me like that. Deidara felt a bit awkward and pointed at Afei. You were the one who mentioned going to listen to stories. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of this. Senior, you're lying. Clearly, you wanted to do something naughty. Afei teased, touching his fingers together. Deidara's face flushed with anger. Teaming up with someone like you, I must be blind. Enough talk. Let us head to the hidden mist village. But Senior, are you really satisfied? Afei looked at Deidara with a naive expression. Thud. Deidara directly knocked Afei down. Can you please shut your mouth? I might just kill you, got it? Afei tilted his head, shyly turning away. Is Senior Jiang annoyed with me? I'm just a good child who admires my senior. Deidara suddenly jumped up, pointing at Afei's mask. A good child? Take off your mask and let me see. No, Senior. Please don't. Chapter 51. Continuing the story of Sun Wukong in a Chinese Odyssey. The Monkey King marries the bride. A plate of sandalwood, a cup of tea. Sumu sat on a high platform, sipping strong tea to moisten his throat before beginning the tale. Just then, Deidara and Afei slowly walked in. Upon seeing Deidara, some familiar patrons burst into laughter. Isn't that the guy who robbed us last time? Is he here today with his body full of bombs? Ha! The laughter of familiar faces, soaked in the aftermath of revelry, floated into Deidara's ears. Frowning, He contemplated tearing off his black cloak. "Senpai, once you step inside, you cannot utilize chakra," Akatsuki remarked softly beside him. It dawned on Deidara that this was the reason for his previous failure. With a resigned sigh, he suppressed his irritation and found a place to sit. "Wow, senpai, there are so many beautiful ladies in here." Hey, senpai, do you prefer men or women?" Akatsuki, like an excitable child seeing the world for the first time, chattered incessantly, his eyes wandering around eagerly. "Shut up, you chatterbox. Can't you be quiet for a moment? What a torment," Deidara lamented, propping his head up with his hands, utterly lost on how he had endured the past few days. At night, dreams filled with Akatsuki's voice calling him senpai haunted him. From a high platform, Sumu noticed the two squabbling and decided to descend. "Why are only two of you here today?" "Oh, a new face," Sumu exclaimed, his gaze fixed curiously on Akatsuki. Deidara, still lost in thoughts of the past, awkwardly averted his head. "Senpai, they're asking you something," Akatsuki called out, partially covering his face with his hand. Deidara shot a fierce glare at Akatsuki before haughtily replying to Sumu. "You know the tasks of the Akatsuki organization, it's just like last time. The three tails." Sumu quickly grasped the situation, but when he looked at Akatsuki, he found the latter deliberately turning his head away. Even Deidara noted Akatsuki's behavior. Wasn't he usually quite talkative? Why the sudden shyness in front of Sumu? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Akatsuki's cheek beneath the mask. Sumu's gaze felt as if it could see right through him. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Suddenly, Akatsuki pulled out a copy of Journey to the West from his bosom, excitedly addressing Sumu. "Mr. Sumu, I am very interested in Sun Wukong. Are there any stories about him?" Deidara rolled his eyes and interjected, "Always talking about Sun Wukong. Soon you'll turn into a monkey yourself." Sumu opened his fan and gently waved it. "Of course, there are stories. However, I have already earmarked another tale for today, if you wish to hear it. Perhaps you could present something that piques my interest. Shall we dedicate a performance just for you?" Upon hearing this, Akatsuki turned to Deidara. "Senpai." Deidara's eyes widened in surprise. "What are you looking at me for? I can listen or not." A few minutes later, as Sumu was about to ascend the platform, Akatsuki jubilantly approached. "Mr. Sumu, how about this?" Sumu took the item Akatsuki presented, examining it closely. It was a lens resembling a piece of equipment. "This is..." Akatsuki whispered excitedly in Sumu's ear. "It's Deidara senpai's." Sumu was momentarily taken aback, impressed. Looking at Deidara, who was comfortably sipping free tea, he was oblivious to the fact that his device had been swiped. Suddenly, Deidara seemed to sense their gazes and turned his head in confusion. In an instant, Sumu and Akatsuki hastily averted their eyes. "System assess. Assessing, please wait patiently." Ding, assessment complete. Deidara's left eye apparatus, 30,000 shock value. Would the host like to recover this? Upon hearing the 30,000 valuation, Sumu felt a wave of disappointment. This item wasn't worth much at all. The main reason lay in the apparatus's purpose. It was equipped with a miniature telescope, designed to complement Deidara's unique combat style. Deidara was a ninja specializing in medium to long-range output, relying on his special abilities to deploy explosive clay against his foes. To maintain effective distance and avoid self-harm, Deidara often needed to engage from afar. Thus, the apparatus was essential for confirming enemy positions to compensate for his limited physical sight. Sumu glanced at Akatsuki, who seemed particularly enamored with Sun Wukong. Did he see himself reflected in the Monkey King? It might not fetch much shock value, but it was nonetheless a token of his goodwill. Adhering to his long-standing principle of conducting business after acquiring something, Sumu nodded. "All right, this item is satisfactory. I shall prepare." Akatsuki, thrilled, hopped back to his seat. Meanwhile, Deidara was left bewildered, utterly at a loss as to what had transpired. "Ladies and gentlemen, I presume you have not yet had your fill of Journey to the West. Today, I shall recount a new tale from the Sun Wukong series. Titled A Chinese Odyssey, The Monkey King Marries." Sumu's expression suddenly turned earnest atop the platform. Akatsuki, who had been brimming with excitement, froze upon hearing the phrase "The Monkey King Marries." The audience erupted with enthusiasm. A new book in the Sun Wukong series had finally emerged following Journey to the West. It was well known that within the tales narrated by Sumu, Sun Wukong's popularity soared above all. Many children in villages idolized him, and even adults held a deep fondness for the Monkey King. However, the audience soon began to murmur among themselves. The Monkey King marries? How could a monkey experience love? Nonsense. Sun Wukong is the great sage equal to heaven. Seeking a wife is quite normal. It appeared that even such a formidable hero would eventually seek companionship. For who among us is not subject to the whims of love? The very title, A Chinese Odyssey, The Monkey King Mary's carried a weight of significance. Sumu subtly gestured for silence. Every individual is destined to encounter a beloved in their lifetime. Even the great sage, who wreaked havoc in the heavens and battled a multitude of celestial soldiers, is not exempt from this truth. Who throughout history has truly escaped the tribulations of love. Upon closer examination of 500 years, the love, hate, and intricate emotions of Sun Wukong reflect our own shadows. Akatsuki, silent since Sumu began speaking, sat quietly, while Deidara, for the first time, seemed unaccustomed to Akatsuki's sudden quietness. His annoyance turned to concern as he glanced at Akatsuki, puzzled by this unusual behavior. Chapter 52, The Cause and Effect of 500 Years. Deidara listened intently. Once, Sun Wukong had wreaked havoc in the heavens, a crime most grievous, and was subsequently imprisoned under the Five Fingers Mountain by Buddha for a full 500 years. After 5 centuries, Tang Song, reincarnated as Jin Shanzi, passed by and liberated him. The journey to the west was fraught with peril, and thus, Sun Wukong was tasked with escorting him. Yet, Sun Wukong, with his mischievous nature, showed little appreciation for Tang Seng's kindness. On stage, Sumu animatedly recounted the tale, capturing the audience's attention profoundly. When they heard that Sun Wukong had been confined under the Five Fingers Mountain for 5 centuries, a collective sigh of sympathy arose. Who would have thought the great sage had his sorrows? Such a powerful character, why would he willingly become someone else's disciple? Who was this Tang Sung that managed to rescue Sun Wukong from beneath the mountain? He must also be quite remarkable. Deidara could not help but burst into laughter. A monkey is just a monkey. He can't turn the tides. In the end, he still must face his fate. Akatsuki's fists clenched slightly, a hint of anger evident beneath his mask. Over the past few days, Black Earth, who had not missed a single storytelling session, gazed at Sumu with a growing fascination. Why did he suddenly find Sumu's storytelling so captivating? With a grand flourish, Sumu continued, "Now, this Tang Song. His flesh is incredibly fragrant. Anyone who takes a bite will attain immortality. As the second disciple of the Buddha, his ability to rescue Sun Wukong is surely destined." The illustrious Sun Wukong not only harbored no desire to accompany Tang Sung on his pilgrimage for scriptures, but instead craved the longevity meat that resided upon the monk's body. Thus, the South Sea Guanyin intervened. Sumu spoke at length, his throat becoming parched and hoarse, prompting him to take a brief respite, lifting his teacup and settling down. "Mr. Su, please continue your tale. What stratagems does the South Sea Guanyin possess? Can she truly contend with Sun Wukong? Did Tang Sung fall prey to his ravenous appetite?" The audience murmured their discontent. At that moment, Haida suddenly bellowed at the crowd, "Silence." His voice resonated powerfully. "What's wrong with Mr. Su taking a moment to hydrate? What's the fuss?" The onlookers, recognizing the mark on Haido's forehead as belonging to the Rock Ninja, promptly quieted down. The strength of the Rock Ninja village was quite formidable within the ninja realm, making these wandering patrons think twice before offending them. Sumu smiled appreciatively at Haido, who, in response, felt his cheeks flush and his body temperature rise rapidly. He was smiling at me. Haido felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Sumu glanced at the fallen Haitu and sighed. "Brother, I did not intend for this." After a brief intermission, Sumu remained seated. Addressing the audience once more, "Let me reveal the outcome directly. Sun Wukong was ensnared within the South Sea Guanyin's pure vessel, and in a bid to enlighten him, Tang Sing willingly sacrificed himself. This act granted Sun Wukong the chance to be reborn in the human realm 500 years later. The South Sea Guanyin hoped he would emulate Tang Song, selflessly aiding others and atoning for his past transgressions. 5 centuries later, atop the Wuji Mountain at the border of the Great Tang, there existed a band of brigands known as the Axe Gang, led by the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, who was now called Jizun Bao. The audience erupted in astonished delight, never anticipating that the formidable great sage Sun would have such a bizarre tale. "Waiter, bring forth the wine. I wish to toast with Sun Wukong." A patron at the third table, clearly inebriated, managed to hold on to his composure, much to the amusement of others around him. The atmosphere within the tavern was undeniably delightful. With a master like Tang Song, this life was indeed worth living. I am eagerly anticipating the next chapter of the story. Sumu smiled slightly and continued. Now, Jizun Bao reigned supreme on Wuji Mountain, becoming the notorious leader of bandits. In Jincheng Mountain's Phoenix Valley, 2 disciples of the great master of the Silk Cave, Chun Shirsanyang and Bai Jingjing, suddenly arrived in search of Tang Seng's whereabouts. The true forms of Chun Shirsanyang and Bai Jingjing were a spider spirit and a bone spirit, respectively, and they had long coveted Tang Seng's flesh. By chance, They encountered Jizun Bao and captured him to inquire about Tang Seng's location. During their journey, they also met the Bodhi Patriarch of Fengsuan Mountain, who was Sun Wukong's master from 5 centuries past. This led to an epic battle against demons, where the Bodhi Patriarch revealed to Jizun Bao that he was indeed the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, to fulfill the sacred mission of retrieving the Western scriptures. The heavens had orchestrated this reunion of master and disciple. Didera found himself increasingly drawn into the narrative, captivated as it was his first time listening to a story with such earnestness. He had only heard whispers of the havoc in heaven before, but was astonished by the richness of Sumu's retelling of Sun Wukong's new adventures. The inhabitants of the ninja world were utterly enthralled by tales of this caliber. Please, continue. If only I could use chakra here, I would unleash fireworks in celebration. Afei, lend me that book The Havoc in Heaven when we return, Didera exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in excitement. The banter soon shifted as Afei retorted, Do you even know how to read, you fool? I swear, I will end you. Their voices grew louder, prompting Sumu to cough lightly as a gentle reminder. Instantly, Didera and Afei fell silent, returning to their seats. In a certain mountainous region, there resided a formidable demon known as the Bull Demon King, who sought Tang Seng's flesh as well. Upon learning of Tang Seng's impending arrival at Wuji Mountain, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Bai Jingjing and Chun Shirsenyang clashed with the Bull Demon King, but were ultimately overpowered and grievously injured. In their escape, they brought Jizun Bao back to the Silk Cave. Bai Jingjing then fought her own sister to protect Jizun Bao, only to be struck by a lethal toxin. Sumu closed his fan and let out a soft sigh. What need is there for prior acquaintance? At this juncture, Bai Jingjing fell deeply in love with Jizun Bao, and such passion can swiftly turn to bitterness. How tragic indeed. Afei, now somewhat bewildered, inquired, Why did Bai Jingjing choose to save Jizun Bao? Were they particularly close? An astute question, for it pertains to a significant artifact. It is due to this artifact that Jizun Bao would encounter the person he truly loved, Sumu replied, pointing at Afei with a smile. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. What? Bai Jingjing is not the one Jizun Bao desires? How intriguing. I never expected this monkey to be such a charmer. 2 women. Mr. Su, do tell us about this artifact. Sumu sipped his scalding tea and exhaled a sigh of warmth. The Moonlight Treasure Box. Upon hearing this, Afei's body trembled slightly. Chapter 53. I like you so much. Will it kill you to like me back? Bai Jingjing and Chun Shirsenyang were disciples of the great master of the Silk Cave. They had known the Sun Wukong who once wreaked havoc in heaven 500 years ago. Bai Jingjing, driven mad by love, sought to take her own life. Meanwhile, Jizun Bao stumbled upon the treasure left by the great master of the Silk Cave, the Moonlight Treasure Box. Sumu fixed his gaze on Afei, enunciating each word with clarity. Sensing Afei's emotions, Sumu gradually turned and sat down. At that moment, someone called out, Mr. Su, you have yet to explain the purpose of the Moonlight Treasure Box. Is it truly that significant? What connection does it have with Jizun Bao and his beloved? The inquiries came in rapid succession. Sumu fell silent for a moment before responding. Indeed, it bears immense significance. The Moonlight Treasure Box is a magical artifact capable of traversing both past and future, serving as a guidepost in Jizun Bao's life. It can transport one to both bygone eras and distant futures. Afei was left astounded, muttering beneath his mask, his emotions suddenly igniting. If such a wondrous item exists, I would dearly like to see how the future of the ninja world might be transformed by us. Didera raised his teacup and took a sip, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. The audience, having witnessed Sumu's prior prowess, was naturally filled with excitement at the prospect of the Moonlight Treasure Box. Capable of traversing time. I have never even seen the visage of my grandparents. I've only heard my parents speak of how they doted on me at birth. If I could journey back to the past, I would willingly forsake the path of a ninja. I have truly endured enough of this blood-soaked existence. So many memories. Every recollection brings me to tears. The space fell into a profound silence. Everyone became immersed in the echoes of their past, where every right and wrong from their histories was invoked and revisited. Though Sumu was reluctant to disrupt this tranquility, the story must continue. Jizun Bao wielded the Moonlight Treasure Box, repeatedly returning to the moment of Bai Jingjing's suicide, yet he was always a step too late. After 4 attempts, all yielding unsatisfactory outcomes, the final use of the treasure box unexpectedly transported him to the Silk Cave 500 years prior. It was here that Jizun Bao encountered his one true love, the fairy Zixia, who bestowed upon him 3 marks of destiny. The audience gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment. The Zixia fairy encountered in the Silk Cave 5 centuries ago was none other than Bai Jingjing and Chun Shixinyang's master. This tale grows ever more fascinating. The disciple has fallen in love with the supreme treasure, who, in a bid to save his disciple, encounters the disciple's master and subsequently falls in love as well. Is this a tale of love transcending a century? How poignant! What do the 3 moles signify? It leaves one somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, a resolution formed in Ah Fei's heart, though he himself found it somewhat surreal. Images of a rainy night from the past flooded his mind, as if they truly existed. Despite Ah Fei wearing a mask, Sumu could clearly discern the emotions etched upon his face. This narrative seems to be the key to Ah Fei's innermost thoughts. Perhaps by the end, he would no longer wish to be the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Legend has it that whoever can draw the purple-blue sword shall be the beloved of Zixia Fairy. This absurd rule was set forth by Zixia herself. Coincidentally, it was indeed the supreme treasure who drew the sword. Consequently, Zixia developed feelings for the supreme treasure, believing it to be a fate orchestrated by the heavens. Yet, the supreme treasure's heart yearned solely to rescue Bai Jingjing, while the moonlight treasure box remained in Zixia's possession, beyond his reach. Thus, in a bid to reclaim the moonlight treasure box, the supreme treasure deceived Zixia, promising to cherish this destined bond. However, the gaze of affection for someone cannot be concealed, nor can one hide whether they truly like you. With that, Sumu waved his folding fan, and a gentle breeze swept through, instantly transforming the surrounding scene. Inside a modest dwelling, at a table, Zixia gazed at the supreme treasure with eyes full of love, while he, unable to meet her gaze, looked away nervously. Perhaps Zixia understood the turmoil within the supreme treasure's heart, yet in her desire to hold onto this bond, she silently repeated his name 1,000 times. "I love you so much. Would it kill you to love me back?" Zixia exclaimed, tugging at the collar of the supreme treasure in frustration. "Come on, we're all just playing along. You know that. Please, just give me the moonlight treasure box." Even as he spoke, the supreme treasure did not dare to look Zixia in the eye. The listeners could not help but sigh deeply in lament. Such a beautiful girl. What a pity. Do not blame him for his high standards. After all, he is the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. This illustrates one point. The great sage is quite devoted. Standing outside the scene, Ah Fei slowly approached the front of Zixia and the supreme treasure. In this scenario, the listeners would not be seen or touched by the characters within. "Ah Fei, what are you doing? Come here." Deidara called out urgently as he saw Ah Fei stepping in. At that moment, Ah Fei's eyes beheld his younger self seated at the table, perhaps lost in reminiscence. The girl he adored was engrossed in a book, and young Ah Fei longed to express his feelings but found himself unable to speak. That bashful, awkward demeanor lingered in his memory even now. He was not the supreme treasure, with a girl who liked him, nor did he know if the girl harbored any affection for him. In that moment, he turned to gaze at the supreme treasure, his eyes filled with envy. Sumu waved his fan once more, and a vivid crimson hue appeared before the audience. They saw the Bull Village, where countless little bull demons joyfully adorned their homes. The listeners were left dumbfounded. This is the Bull Village, but wasn't it said that the great sage was getting married? This place is home to the formidable Bull Demon King. Sumu turned and remarked, the supreme treasure ultimately achieved his wish. Retrieving the moonlight treasure box and returning to the past, he decided to marry Bai Jingjing, while Zixia and others were captured by the Bull Demon King, including Tang Sung. On that day, the Bull Demon King resolved to wed Zixia and consume Tang Sung's flesh. Upon hearing this, Sumu glanced at Ah Fei with a knowing smile and asked, "If it were you, would you choose to go back and save Zixia and your master?" Ah Fei was momentarily taken aback by Sumu's question but quickly replied, "Of course, I would. Because, in my heart, there is only one girl I love." Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Yet, the supreme treasure remains oblivious. It was only when Bai Jingjing entered his heart that he realized the true object of his affection was not her. It became apparent that the girl left a tear in his heart. I can feel how heartbroken she was at that moment. Yet, how can a mere mortal contend with the formidable Bull Demon King? Ah Fei looked at Sumu, puzzled. What exactly are you trying to convey? Chapter 54. Look at yourself now. You resemble a dog. It's alright if you don't understand now. However, I still hope that one day you will. Sumu waved his fan again, and a water curtain cave appeared before them. Deidara, puzzled, patted Ah Fei on the shoulder. What did he mean by that? Ah Fei, are you hiding something from me? As your senior, I feel it is my duty to educate you. Honesty is the best policy. Ah Fei shook his head vigorously. Senior, I assure you, there is absolutely nothing. Deidara remained somewhat skeptical but, recalling Ah Fei's simple-mindedness, decided not to press further. The crowd turned their attention to the supreme treasure, who knelt before a golden hoop, hands clasped in prayer, his eyes reflecting a myriad of earthly attachments. I must remind you once more, once you don this golden hoop, you shall abstain from all earthly desires. Otherwise, it will tighten further, leading to unbearable suffering. Suddenly, a commanding feminine voice resonated from the void. The crowd looked up, searching for its source, yet no figure was in sight. No need to be astonished. The voice belonged to Guanyin Bodhisattva, beginning with Guanyin, culminating with Guanyin. The karmic ties of 5 centuries have reached their conclusion here. Sumu spoke softly. The supreme treasure forced a bitter smile. Understood. Guanyin continued, before donning the golden hoop. Do you have anything else to say? The supreme treasure replied. Once, a sincere love lay before me, and I failed to cherish it. Only after its loss did I realize my regret. Nothing is more painful in this world. If the heavens grant me another chance, I would tell that girl 3 words. I love you. At this point, tears streamed down the supreme treasure's cheeks uncontrollably. With a mix of sorrow and joy, he wiped his tears and continued. If the heavens must impose a time limit on this love, I hope it lasts for 10,000 years. Beneath his mask, Afe was already weeping uncontrollably, his nails digging into his flesh, staining his fingers with blood. If only I could confess to Lin. I wouldn't care about 10,000 years. It should be now. But Lin, I'm so sorry. Afe lamented to his own heart, the feeling of regret suffocating him. The love and hate of this mortal world are beyond compare. How could one ever hope for a second chance? Deidara, unfamiliar with Afe's past, mistook his sorrow for being moved by the story. The crowd raised their cups, pouring the strong drink down their throats. The intensity of the alcohol brought forth tears at the story's climax. It turned out that the great sage had such a heart-wrenching past. How could the once rebellious Monkey King be reduced to such a state? I can't take it anymore. I need to cry for a moment. Sumu sighed helplessly. As the gentle breeze dances with the bright moon, and dreams fall among the flowers, awakening from a dream feels like a lifetime apart. With longing coloring my brows, the scene shifted once more. On a gallows in Bull Village, Tang Sung was bound tightly to a cross. As the sky thundered with lightning, the Bull Demon King forced Zixia to wed him, inciting the wrath of the audience. Such a beautiful woman, how could one lack compassion for her? They wished to turn that bull into braised beef. Zixiao's words before the wedding deeply pierced the hearts of the listeners. My beloved is a hero of unparalleled greatness, and one day he shall come to marry me, riding upon a rainbow-hued cloud. Yet, why has the illustrious Zhen Bao yet to make his appearance? Suddenly, a vibrant cloud of 7 colors swiftly converges in the sky. The dark night is illuminated brilliantly, revealing a monkey soaring towards Nyo village atop the radiant cloud. It is Sun Wukong. At last, Zhen Bao has transformed into Sun Wukong. Hope is restored for Zixia. As she sees Sun Wukong approaching on the colorful cloud, Zixia excitedly breaks free from the grasp of the Bull Demon King and rushes towards him. Yet, Afe is perplexed. Why does Zhen Bao, after becoming Sun Wukong, choose to avoid Zixia? They can finally be together, so why the hesitation? Sun Wukong's demeanor towards Zixia suddenly shifts dramatically, leaving not only Afe but everyone around bewildered. Do you remember what Zhen Bao said before donning the golden circlet? The notion of sacrificing something to gain something in return. As a mere mortal, how could he save Zixia without the circlet? Once he wears it, he must relinquish earthly desires and follow Tang Sung on his pilgrimage to the west. A choice must be made. Afe steps forward and inquires, does Sun Wukong truly love Zixia? Sumu remains silent, gazing skyward at the spectacle unfolding above Nyo village. Sun Wukong is fiercely engaged in battle with the Bull Demon King, wielding his golden staff with fervor. Suddenly, the Bull Demon King, unable to hold his ground, brandishes the banana fan and sends the entire Nyo village soaring towards the sun. Observing this, Sun Wukong swiftly flies beneath the village, propping it up with his staff, thus slowing its ascent. At a crucial moment, Zixia darts forward and grasps Sun Wukong's garment. You clearly care for me, so why do you refuse to admit it? Sun Wukong, with irritation, glares at her. Get away. It is only because you are a woman that I spare you. Do not mistake this for fear. You scoundrel. Zixia gazes at Sun Wukong, her eyes brimming with tears. Suddenly, the Bull Demon King lunges at Sun Wukong from behind. Zixia cries out, watch out, and positions herself in front of Sun Wukong. In that instant, as the Bull Demon King's weapon pierces her body, tears cascade from the eyes of all present. Even someone like Deidara is unable to escape the wave of sorrow, weeping uncontrollably. Afe's heart bleeds. My beloved is a hero of unparalleled greatness, and one day he shall come to marry me, riding upon a rainbow-hued cloud. I foresaw the beginning, yet I could not fathom this tragic conclusion. Ultimately, Zixia dies in Sun Wukong's embrace. As love awakens, the golden circlet tightens, causing Sun Wukong to clutch his head in anguish. The deeper the love, the greater the pain endured. Sun Wukong loves Zixia, yet he is devoid of choice. Having donned the circlet, he cannot choose love. What joy is there in life? And what sorrow in death? This is the conclusion of a Chinese odyssey. Love you a million years. Sumu waves his fan, and the surroundings revert to their previous state. Each person's eyes glisten with tears, unable to shake off the poignant scene they have just witnessed. Everyone yearns to be Sun Wukong, yet they fail to grasp the burdens he has carried along his journey. A monkey, inherently mischievous, is destined to become a Buddha, to sit solemnly in Ling Mountain reciting scriptures. Is this truly the outcome he desires? Sumu turns to a Fei and gently asks, does one need a reason to love? A Fei pauses, bewildered. Isn't it unnecessary? Sumu, is it? A Fei, isn't it? Sumu bursts into laughter. Just look at you now. You appear like a lost puppy. Chapter 55. The Three Tails is swiftly subdued. Whose merit is it? What do you mean by that? Just because my friend is honest, you berate him? Deidara approaches, indignant. Sumu pays him no heed and addresses the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, today's tale of a Chinese odyssey, Love You a Million Years, concludes here. I hope you do not drown your sorrows in drink due to the melancholy of the story. Until next time. With that, Sumu descends from the platform. What a character. He has gone a Fei. A Fei, still pondering Sumu's words, is pulled away by Deidara as they exit the tavern. As they step outside, a melodious flute plays within the tavern. Listening closely, the song carries a sense of sorrow, making all who hear it reflect on a Chinese odyssey, Love You a Million Years, with greater poignancy. Looking up, they see Sumu perched on the railing, melancholically playing a piece entitled The One I Love for a Lifetime. In profound love, one finds solitude. The audience below, lost in their thoughts, reflects the desolation of the moment. Jiraiya, chronicler of the tale, is stunned by the sudden flute melody. Such a song truly resonates with the soul. The desolation blankets the sea, love and hate entwined. Outside the tavern, a Fei shakes his head slightly at the flute's sound, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Sumu's words. A Fei, why are you so strange today? Come on. At Deidara's persistent urging, a Fei finally turns and leisurely departs. On their way to the hidden mist, Deidara keeps a watchful eye on a Fei. He senses that a Fei has become more reticent, as if something vital has suddenly vanished. Cough, cough. A Fei, although you seem rather clueless and lacking in ability every day, you are now my teammate. As your senior, it is my duty to protect you. Just remember, if that Sumu ever insults you again, one day I will blow up his tavern. Despite Deidara's continuous reassurances, a Fei remains silent, causing Deidara to feel somewhat dejected. Senior. Suddenly a Fei speaks. Deidara grabs a Fei's collar, thrilled. You finally spoke. I'm really hungry. A loud grumble escapes from a Fei's stomach. Unable to contain himself, Deidara bursts into laughter. Then let us go eat. I'll treat you to as much as you want. Really? Thank you, senior. A Fei, reverting to his former self, bounces joyfully ahead. Deidara sighs helplessly. You really gave me a fright. On the coast of the hidden mist's boundary, Deidara and a Fei lazily yawn. We've finally arrived. A Fei. Later you will attract the Three Tails, and I'll handle the capture. A Fei freezes, hugging himself in fear. Senior, didn't you say you would protect me? If I attract the Three Tails, what if I get eaten? Deidara waves his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you. If you really do get eaten, I'll pull you out from the Three Tails' belly. So, my senior is already prepared for me to be eaten. A Fei feels tears welling up. Deidara summons a clay giant bird, leaping onto its back. It's all up to you, a Fei. A thick fog begins to rise over the sea. The station mist Umbu ninjas furrow their brows. It's foggy. It might be caused by the Three Tails. Be cautious in your observations. It could induce hallucinations. I've never heard of that before. Suddenly, two Umbu ninjas turn, alert, to see Deidara standing on the giant bird. A fierce expression on his face. They quickly leap away, creating distance from Deidara. What are you dressed as? Before the two ninjas can finish their words, a clay spider drops onto their shoulders. A blinding white light pierces their eyes. With a thunderous explosion, all that remains are their masks on the ground. After dispatching the station ninjas, Deidara soars above the sea on the giant bird. From his pocket, he pulls out some clay, skillfully shaping it before hurling it into the depths of the ocean. Boom, boom. The immense explosions send towering waves crashing against the surface. A roar resonates as the colossal Three Tails gradually surfaces, Spotting a Fei standing on the water's surface, the Three Tails unhesitatingly swings its tail to strike. Ah, senior. Bang. As Ah Fei turned to flee, he was instantly struck into the sea by the tail of the Three Tails. Mistaking Ah Fei for the one responsible for dropping bombs, the Three Tails relentlessly pursued him. Witnessing this scene, Deidara wore a satisfied smile. He promptly retrieved a specially crafted clay bomb from his pocket and tossed it onto the surface of the water. With this throw, the Three Tails was bound to suffer injury. At that point, he would prepare to drop the C4 Garuda, confident that the Three Tails would not withstand it. Once the plan was set, Deidara patiently awaited the detonation of the clay bomb. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated from the depths of the ocean. The Three Tails let out a wretched cry, preparing to escape. Seizing the moment, Ah Fei swiftly used his ocular abilities to appear before the Three Tails. Blind Spirit, he commanded, plunging it into a realm of illusion. The Sharingan beneath the mask of the vortex began to whirl rapidly. In that instant, the Three Tails froze, its eyes reflecting the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Sharingan, before it gradually floated belly up to the surface. For Ah Fei, if the Uchiha clan Sharingan could control the Nine Tails, then controlling the Three Tails would be even easier. As the Three Tails emerged from the water, Deidara was taken aback. Is this all? How splendid, my senior. A one-hit kill. Just as expected of you, he exclaimed, cheering towards Ah Fei, who was now positioned at the Three Tails' abdomen. However, Deidara felt something amiss. He was acutely aware of the extent of damage his specially crafted clay bomb could inflict. The strength of a tailed beast was formidable, and its defensive capabilities were equally terrifying. Achieving such an effect with just one bomb seemed implausible. Hence, the true victor over the Three Tails must have been Ah Fei. Deidara shook his head vigorously. No, Ah Fei doesn't seem to possess much power either. Am I being overly sensitive? With this thought, Deidara casually inquired, by the way, Ah Fei, what exactly are your abilities? Senior, my stomach hurts terribly. I need to relieve myself. Before Deidara could respond, Ah Fei rushed into the nearby bushes. Clutching his backside, Deidara let out a deep sigh. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Suddenly, a thunderous fart echoed through the forest. Deidara inhaled sharply, and in an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Ah Fei, you scoundrel! From a distance, Deidara shouted as he tumbled off the giant bird. Chapter 56. The Akatsuki Strategy, Initiating the Operation. Jiraiya returned to Konoha, as Jiraiya was the only one in the ninja world with the copyright to the story of Sumu. The latest release script would first arrive in Konoha. Coincidentally, Sumu planned to rest for 2 days, prompting Jiraiya to return to Konoha to visit Tsunade. As he departed, Sumu suddenly called out to him, possibly sensing a hint of melancholy in Jiraiya's life. I imagine you and Tsunade have much to discuss. Time waits for no one. You must seize the moment. Sumu smiled gently at Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook his head bitterly. It doesn't matter. After all, this isn't the first time she has rejected me, and I have long since grown accustomed to it. Ha ha ha. Until next time. The evening light fell upon the quaint town of Short Book Street. As a cool breeze ruffled the green leaves, Jiraiya strolled slowly towards Konoha. I've said what needed to be said, if nothing changes. Perhaps he isn't as foolish as I thought. Sumu sighed helplessly. In the rain village, Pain sat atop a rooftop, gazing at the darkening sky. Rain poured down, overflowing the flower pots below. A bolt of lightning sliced through the heavens, causing pedestrians to scurry homeward. We have already captured the Four Tails. What shall we do next? Behind him, Conan approached slowly. Pain remained silent, extending his hand to feel the gentle rain against his palm. Suddenly, he rose to his feet. Inform them not to act alone any longer. 1 tails, 2 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails. We shall gather collectively for the capture. As Pain finished speaking, Kakuzu stepped forward. Isn't that a bit cumbersome? It seems a waste of Akatsuki's resources. If we split up, our efficiency would improve. Conan turned to Kaku. We shall adhere to the leader's directive. Being together can alleviate many complications. Itachi and Kisame should have gone to Konoha. Deidara and Ah Fei are back and resting. As for Haiden, Conan suddenly glanced at Kakuzu. Kakuzu paused, then sighed in resignation. Fine. This guy has been at the tavern long enough. I'll bring him back, though I wonder if Mr. Su would allow me to. Go ahead and inform Mr. Su that it was my request. It should pose no problem, Pain said, turning his back to the two. Kakuzu nodded slowly after a moment of silence. I will head out now. The real battle is about to commence. Pain leaped gracefully, disappearing into the rainy night. In Konoha, amidst the bustling crowd on the streets, Jiraiya found himself enveloped in chaos. The reason for this frenzy was the recent release of A Journey to the West, the great sage Mary's. With Jiraiya having brought at least 1,000 copies signed by Sumu, He had intended to distribute some benefits to the people, but it seemed their enthusiasm was overwhelming. Just look at the disorder in the streets. Ever since that guy returned, nothing good has come of it. Atop the Hokage building, Tsunade was observing the streets through binoculars. Lady Tsunade, we have received urgent reports from the Rock Village, and the intelligence team has already begun analysis. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja burst through the door. Quick, show me. Tsunade set down the binoculars and turned to her chair. After reviewing the urgent report, her brows furrowed tightly. Has Akatsuki already begun to act? At that moment, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Fifth Hokage, I'm here. Everyone looked up to see Kakashi entering, breathless. Tsunade gave a slight nod. Kakashi, you arrived just in time. Take a look at this. Kakashi took a deep breath to regain his composure, then accepted the urgent report from Tsunade, scrutinizing it carefully. The Rock Village has lost the Four Tails. This is troubling news for the entire ninja world. Tsunade sighed. Indeed. While the Rock Village was the first to have a tailed beast captured by Akatsuki, the fact that it succeeded is disheartening. With this success, I anticipate that Akatsuki will escalate their actions. Kakashi, what are your thoughts? Kakashi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. We still do not fully comprehend Akatsuki's capabilities. To prevent such occurrences, we require accurate intelligence. Yet now, Tsunade closed her eyes, recalling the events of that day on Short Book Street. Conan's abilities seemed to revolve around a paper-like jutsu, particularly adept with explosive tags. Kakuzu's abilities remained unclear, though he possessed multi-attribute ninjutsu. And then there was Pain. Tsunade rubbed her temples in frustration. Pain appeared to wield both attractive and repulsive forces, reflecting any attack aimed at him. However, possessing merely this information was far from sufficient. As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade felt an overwhelming fatigue. After a while, Kakashi emerged from the Hokage building, weariness etched across his face. At that moment, Jiraiya, who had just finished distributing the signed books, spotted Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Kakashi turned sharply. Jiraiya-sensei. Inside a tavern somewhere in Konoha. After finishing their drinks, Kakuzu and Jiraiya placed their empty cups on the table. Stepping out of the Hokage building, your visage was etched with concern. Had you encountered some vexing predicament? Jiraiya, perplexed, refilled his sake and inquired. Kakuzu nodded slightly. It pertains to the Akatsuki. At the mere mention of the Akatsuki, Jiraiya abruptly halted his pouring. Within the tavern in Sugi, he had encountered members of the Akatsuki multiple times, yet due to the inability to utilize chakra indoors, he lacked a comprehensive understanding of their capabilities. Last time in Shorut Street, you and the fifth Hokage must have faced a blockade from the Akatsuki, but fortunately, they faltered. However, this time, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails from Awagakure, Old Purple, has been captured and perished at the hands of the Akatsuki. His corpse has been returned, but the tailed beast within him is missing. As Kakuzu spoke, he raised his cup and gulped down the contents, exclaiming, "This is the most terrifying aspect. What, pray tell, do they intend to do with the tailed beasts they extract from the Jinchuriki? With their initial success in capturing a tailed beast, their subsequent actions will undoubtedly be swifter." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya set his cup down. He gazed out the window at the moon, its brilliant light cascading upon the pinnacle of the Hokage building. The lights in that room were still aglow. Tsunade must be working hard. What did Tsunade say? Jiraiya tentatively asked. Lady Tsunade inquired about my understanding of the Akatsuki's abilities, as I naturally wish to grasp their capacities so that we may formulate countermeasures when they strike Konoha. Kakuzu appeared to have indulged a bit too much, as he fervently picked at the peanuts on his plate with chopsticks. Hearing this, Jiraiya abruptly stood and exited. Hey, where are you going, Jiraiya-sama? The drinks are not finished, Kakuzu exclaimed. Just then, he noticed a book left behind in the spot where Jiraiya had been seated. What is this? The dragon returning to the sea? He pondered. Chapter 57. Jiraiya investigates the Akatsuki's intelligence alone. Cloud Village, the beginning of the Akatsuki's target. In the late hours of the night, Jiraiya sat on a stone bench, heartily consuming a beer he had procured from Sugi. When alone, a drink could alleviate some worries. His gaze remained fixed on the brightly lit room atop the Hokage building. After a considerable time, he finished his last sip of beer and gradually rose, vanishing into the night. The following day, in the Hokage building, bang! That fool has decided to investigate the Akatsuki's intelligence alone. Who informed him of yesterday's events? Tsunade slammed her palms against the table, her expression fraught with tension. Beside her, Kakuzu sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies, Lady Tsunade. I was the one who informed Jiraiya-sama about the situation last night. Tsunade, resting her head on her hands, sighed helplessly. Everyone else is avoiding the Akatsuki, wishing to keep their distance, Yet Jiraiya is the only one who acts recklessly. I know his character all too well. Even when faced with danger, he will not back down. If anything were to happen to him now, it would be a great loss for Konoha. Before leaving the village, Jiraiya had left behind a letter, but its content merely pertained to Sugi's dissolution of their servant relationship. The rest was blank. This left Tsunade increasingly anxious about Jiraiya's safety. They had witnessed the Akatsuki's prowess firsthand. A few of them together could potentially annihilate a great nation. Going in alone would lead only to death. That stubborn fool. He still loves to show off, Tsunade muttered, biting her lip in irritation as she gazed out the window. In the Cloud Village. Effective immediately. All missions assigned by the daimyos of various nations are hereby cancelled. No one is permitted to leave the village without the Raikage's consent. In a dimly lit chamber, Killer Bee was placed in a room by several members of the Cloud Village's Umbu. In another room, 2 individuals from the Wood Village awaited. The entrance to the chamber was equipped with a specialized concealment area, surrounded by hundreds of elite Umbu from the Cloud Village. Raikage-sama. It is possible that the news of the Akatsuki targeting the Cloud Village is unfounded. There have been sightings of the Akatsuki's movements from the Tsunade region. Their target seems to be Gaara, Darui stated earnestly before the Raikage. The Raikage slowly shook his head, regardless of the veracity of the information. It is prudent to remain vigilant. That chamber can isolate the tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki. For now, let us impose upon them. He continued, instructing Darui, furthermore, notify the other 4 great village leaders. We must communicate any special circumstances promptly. In these trying times, mutual assistance is imperative. Darui nodded in affirmation. Yes, Raikage-sama. At the border of the Cloud Village, Pain and his associates surveyed the village's condition, poised to act at any moment. Just then, 2 shadows landed silently behind them. Conan turned to see Kakuzu and Haiden. Mr. Su released Haiden. The issue is that this fool lacks ambition and does not wish to return. Kakuzu grumbled through clenched teeth. Hey, you stingy old miser. I'm living quite well. It's only natural I wouldn't want to leave, especially after you abandoned me for so long. If it were anyone else, I would have sent them straight to hell. Haiden retorted, the 2 immediately bickering, drawing disdainful looks from their companions. Enough. Your task is to locate the positions of the 8 tails and the 2 tails. The rest of you, follow me to the Raikage's building, Pain commanded. Just as he was about to set off, a black and white head suddenly emerged from the ground. No need. I have already located the 2 Jinchuriki. The Raikage requires 2 people to restrain them, Black Zetsu reported hoarsely. Raikage? It's been a while since I've had a good workout. Let me give it a try. Haiden brandished his scythe, stepping forward. Hearing this, Kakuzu hastily retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, diligently flipping through the pages until he found the Raikage's name. It appeared that all former Raikage were named A, and the bounty was consistent. Suddenly, Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with excitement. 100 million. Closing the notebook, Kakuzu fixed a serious gaze upon Haiden. Perhaps this is the only time you will make a wise choice in your life. We are truly suited to be teammates. Haiden rolled his eyes in disdain. How incredibly pragmatic. You 2 must exercise caution this time. Your task is merely to hinder his support. The Raikage's strength is quite formidable. Pain instructed before setting off with Conan, Deidara, and Toby towards the location indicated by Black Zetsu. Meanwhile, at the border of Konoha, Itachi and Kisame strolled leisurely through the forest. You endure a great deal for your younger brother, Kisame remarked with a smirk directed at Itachi. Itachi shook his head. I merely believe he has chosen the wrong company. Kisame abruptly halted. Is it the new member, Toby, who has caused you to harbor doubts? Did you come to Konoha to investigate any information regarding his past? Itachi coughed lightly, then pressed a hand to his chest. It is born from a sense of distrust. I am uneasy with such a person remaining in the organization. Kisame chuckled heartily. It seems this still pertains to Uchiha Sasuke. You simply have not articulated your true feelings. Whatever course you take, I shall support you, though these eyes of mine are specifically arranged to monitor you. Itachi offered a faint smile to Kisame before leaping directly into the heart of Konoha. Ah, waiting is the most tedious, Kisame lamented as he settled onto a rock. Chapter 58. The Secret of Toby, Kabuto's Theft of the Coffin. In the Uchiha clan's shrine, Itachi's figure gradually entered, confronted by the fractured stone tablet before him. He hesitated for a brief moment before venturing deeper into the shadows. This was the terminus of the ancestral hall. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness. And through his crimson gaze, Itachi beheld a wall. He extended his right hand to gently caress its surface. This must be the place. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the wall crumbled, and Itachi stepped into the swirling smoke. Before him loomed a colossal tree. The open dome above was ensconced in a myriad of weeds. While at the base of the tree lay a stone pedestal, adorned with various medicinal tubes, now thickly coated in dust from ages of neglect. It seemed this place had been forsaken for a considerable time. Itachi slowly turned, and there emblazoned on the expansive wall was the emblem of the Uchiha clan. In a corner, a viscous substance lingered, seemingly left by some creature. However, its sticky nature suggested it was of botanical origin. Abruptly, countless venomous serpents slithered forth from beneath the stone pedestal. Itachi's pupils contracted as he swiftly retreated. Had he arrived too late? In the thickets outside the dome, the figure of Kabuto, cloaked in brown robes, excitedly flicked his red tongue. Upon his back rested a massive coffin, within which lay the master of this stone cavern, Uchiha Itachi. So you managed to find your way here. I underestimated you, indeed. Kabuto chuckled coldly, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest with the coffin. Itachi gazed upward at the vanishing chakra above the dome and could not help but shake his head. Had he truly failed? Perched upon a rock, Kisame was lost in thought when Itachi suddenly leaped up beside him. Have you uncovered something? Kisame inquired. With a sigh, Itachi replied, someone must have foreseen my arrival. Intrigued, Kisame probed further. I'm curious. How did you manage to locate this place? Itachi, casting his gaze toward the village of Konoha, chose silence. He closed his eyes, recalling the words Nagato had once imparted to him in the Rain Village. From Mr. Su, I learned that the essence of peace does not encompass war. I once feared loss, but after enduring so much, I have grown somewhat numb. Yet I cannot deny that if this continues, will the new world truly embrace the mistakes we have committed? Will a new Akatsuki arise to punish us, forging yet another world anew? Returning from his reverie, a profound melancholy etched itself upon Itachi's face. Nagato had harbored doubts regarding Tobi's identity when he first appeared. He had aided in the establishment of Akatsuki under the guise of Uchiha Madara. None had ever seen Madara, and thus, none knew his visage. However, through clandestine investigations, Nagato had gleaned some intelligence regarding Tobi, information he had only shared with Itachi. The unrelenting pursuit of the tailed beasts was driven by Tobi, Uchiha Madara. It's time to return, Kisame, Itachi declared, making his way back. Wait, Itachi-san, perhaps I can reveal to you the truth behind the mask, Kisame said, trailing behind him. In the hidden village of the clouds, the ambushing Umbu suddenly sensed several formidable chakra signatures drawing near. They sprang forth, blocking the entrance to the cavern. Team 2. Hurry and inform Lord Raikage. We shall hold them here. Before the second unit could depart, Pain and Conan descended heavily from above. Boom. The entire area trembled violently. Inside the cavern, Killer Bee and the two wooden figures anxiously peered outside. Weavie found them. Pain coldly regarded the Umbu ninjas guarding the entrance. Opposing God leads only to ruin. Stop them and await Lord Raikage's rescue. The leading captain quickly formed hand seals, enveloping the rear of the cavern in a crimson barrier. Pain swiftly drew a black rod from his sleeve, advancing with resolute strides. Swoosh, swoosh. Within the encircled group, Pain effortlessly dispatched several elite Umbu. Lightning release. Lightning pillar. The crowd unleashed their lightning ninjutsu simultaneously. Pain raised his right hand slightly. Shinra Tensei. Boom. All fell uncontrollably, their bodies crashing forcefully against the sturdy trees behind them. At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, and amidst the smoke, Lord Raikage emerged, clutching the severed head of Haiden. TCH, is this the caliber of your Akatsuki? Raikage exclaimed, tossing Haiden's head at Pain's feet. I refuse. Put my head back. I want to fight him again. Haiden, with only his head remaining, defiantly glared at Raikage. Conan furrowed her brow slightly. So? Does this mean Kakazu below the Raikage's tower? Kakazu, with his heart pierced, Leia's surrounding ninjas cleared the area. Suddenly, Kakuzu's eyes snapped open. Cough, cough. He spat a mouthful of blood, struggling to realign his bones. I never anticipated this old fool's strength and speed to be so monstrous. Fortuitously, I possessed the ability to store hearts. Just as Kakuzu sat upright, the clearing ninjas erupted in excited shouts. This guy is alive again. Kakuzu grinned coldly, instantly appearing behind a man. Black tendrils plunged into the man's chest. I'll be taking your heart. Raikage erupted in laughter towards Pain and the others. I anticipated your arrival. None of you shall leave today. Deidara disdainfully leaped onto a giant bird. At that moment, a fierce explosion erupted from the location of Raikage's tower. Raikage turned, his face a mask of shock. How is this possible? I clearly killed that guy. The thrilling battle had only just begun. Deidara soared swiftly toward the densely populated areas of the hidden cloud village atop his colossal bird. You bastard. Stop right there. Raikage bellowed angrily at Deidara in the sky. Yet before him, Conan and Pain obstructed his path, preventing him from aiding the villagers. Is this how you intend to force my hand? Raikage slowly removed his white outer coat, casting it to the ground. A potent surge of lightning enveloped his body. Pain frowned slightly. Conan, initiate an aerial assault. No sooner had the words left his lips than Raikage appeared before them in a flash. Pain, taken aback, immediately activated Shinra Tensei. However, he was unprepared for Raikage to breach the defensive shield, creating a fissure. Duck. Chapter 59. The sixth Black Zetsu makes mischief. Toby reveals his hand. Conan hastily threw paper shurikens. Clang. Clang. Raikage's lightning armor proved impenetrable, rendering ordinary attacks futile. Pain once again exerted the force of Shinra Tensei. With a furrowed brow, Raikage was finally unable to withstand the impact, being sent flying. Raikage-sama. At that moment, Darui and Samui arrived just in time. We arranged support to assist the villagers in their retreat. You can rest assured here. Meanwhile, Toby had stealthily infiltrated the cavern behind Raikage. Upon discovering the 8 tails and 2 tails Jinchuriki within the 2 rooms, a satisfied expression spread across his face. Noticing the intrusion of foreign chakra, Killer Bee stood alert. Toby had entered the chamber of the 2 tails. Who goes there? A swirling vortex began to absorb the space. The 2 tails vanished in an instant. The previously somewhat oblivious Toby now appeared quite serious. 8 tails Jinchuriki. Such formidable power. Boom. As Raikage and the others engaged in battle with Pain, the cavern behind them erupted violently. Out leaped the tailed beast-empowered Killer Bee, roaring ferociously. A face screamed as he climbed up a grand tree. Turning around, Deidara, who had been assaulting the village, suddenly witnessed the scene of a Fae being bullied. Damn it. A Fae, wait for me. Deidara swiftly manipulated a colossal bird, soaring towards the tailed beast transformation of Killer Bee. You scoundrel, come savor my exquisite art. C2 Dragon. The explosive clay materialized into a gigantic, flying dragon, which immediately unleashed a torrent of explosive clay upon Killer Bee. With remarkable agility, a Fae leaped down from the tree and quickly burrowed into the earth. A series of furrows appeared on the ground, extending directly to Killer Bee's feet. As Killer Bee prepared to defend against the clay spewed forth by the dragon, he was oblivious to the landmines concealed beneath him. Boom. A resounding explosion enveloped the entire Cloud Ninja village in smoke and chaos. Killer Bee reverted to his human form, rolling out of the thick smoke, and in an instant, seized Deidara's neck midair. Got you. Yo. Deidara, however, revealed a sinister smirk. In a flash, his body transformed into explosive clay. His true self had already slipped away to the ground. Crack. As Deidara raised his 2 fingers, a massive explosion erupted in the air, causing Killer Bee to plummet heavily downwards. Despite using his tailed beast cloak for defense, the proximity rendered it futile. In an instant, Killer Bee was severely injured. Raikage, filled with fury, punched Pain back and then rushed towards the spot where Killer Bee had fallen. Shinra Tensei. Pain raised his right hand, and Killer Bee's body was instantly drawn towards him. After securing Killer Bee, Pain and his comrades swiftly began their retreat. Raikage sought to pursue, but at that moment, Deidara soared overhead on his giant bird, hurling a C3 explosive. A blinding white light erupted. The entire Cloud Ninja village was engulfed in a tremendous explosion. Deidara gleefully admired his artistry. Hey, where's a Fae? I hope I didn't blow him up too. Deidara anxiously peered down. To his relief, a Fae was sprinting away, evading the explosions behind him. Deidara swooped low, picking up a Fae. Thus, the Akatsuki members retreated, leaving the Cloud Village in ruins. Upon returning to the Akatsuki base, Pain unceremoniously tossed Killer Bee onto the ground. Suddenly, Killer Bee's body transformed into a tentacle in the blink of an eye. Pain frowned. A miscalculation. Is this the unique ability of the 8 tails? I overlooked this during combat. Hey, shouldn't you put my head back first? Kakuzu sat disinterestedly on the ground, clutching Haiden's severed head. Haiden's body was riddled with wounds, yet he remained alive. Did you capture the 2 tails? Pain turned to a Fae and spoke coolly. A Fae remained silent, his right eye emanating the power of Shinjutsu, causing the wooden body of the 2 tails to suddenly drop out. Upon witnessing this, Deidara was taken aback. Wait, is this your ability, a Fae? A Fae walked past Deidara and approached the outer path statue. Shall we begin extracting the chakra of the 2 tails? A Fae's sudden transformation left Deidara in shock. He never anticipated that the Fae, who had previously addressed him as senior, possessed such a formidable facade. From disdain to significance, Deidara felt his intellect had been thoroughly humbled. You bastard, you deceived me. Deidara furiously pointed at a Fae. Deidara, came a Fae's cold, elongated voice from beneath his mask. It appears you are not particularly clever either. With that, Afei stepped before Pain, his right eye swirling with a crimson hue. No need to wait for Itachi Uchiha. Let us commence directly. On their way back from Konoha, Kurizetsu suddenly appeared, obstructing Itachi and Kisame's path. Afei already knows about your trip to Konoha. You should go seek out Sasuke Uchiha directly. With that, Kurizetsu burrowed back into the earth. Itachi sensed an ominous premonition. Kisame chuckled and shook his head. Kurizetsu truly enjoys being a snitch. Before Afei followed Pain to the Cloud Village, Kurizetsu had already informed him of Itachi's journey to Konoha. Furthermore, Kurizetsu had overheard the conversation between Nagato and Itachi. He relayed this information to Afei, who realized that his identity had raised suspicions in both Itachi and Nagato, prompting him to drop the facade. Afei merely had Kabuto positioned to intercept Itachi on his way to Konoha. Unexpectedly, Kabuto managed to locate the hidden coffin directly. Inside the coffin lay the true Uchiha Madara. Nagato did not command Pain to perform the Kenjutsu. He observed Afei's silhouette, seemingly having made a decisive choice in his mind. Not sensing any movement behind him, Afei suddenly trembled with laughter. Have you sensed it? Yet our ideologies align. We are both preparing to create a new world. On the other hand, Nagato slowly shook his head. The birth of a new world will give rise to a new Akatsuki. In the pursuit of peace, we can still alter the world. At this point, Afei could no longer bear to listen. He turned and walked past Pain, then abruptly halted. You are indeed a very irresponsible leader. Mysterious Code, Urbaki Seiner Error. Chapter 60. Tsunade unexpectedly witnesses the conclusion of the dragon's return to the sea, and Jiraiya is in danger. The Cloud Ninja Village has been attacked. The other 4 great nations are deeply shocked. They decide to convene a meeting of the 5 nations to specifically discuss plans against the Akatsuki organization, including the protection of the Jinchuriki. At the periphery of the meeting place, Afei stood upon a rock, gazing towards the direction of the discussions below. It seems they intend to capture all the tailed beasts at once. Only by forcing Nagato to act can they succeed. Inside the conference room, Raikage slammed his fist on the table in anger. I don't care how you decide. We must take strong measures against the Akatsuki. He had lost all patience with the Akatsuki. Inoki sighed slowly. While your sentiment is undeniable, we currently lack understanding of each other's situations. Should war break out, it could lead to dire consequences. Peace is hard won. Raikage's irritation grew. The 4 tails of a Wagakure has been extracted. How can you not be angry? Perhaps we should first listen to my opinion, Tsunade interjected suddenly. Jiraiya has already begun investigating intel on the Akatsuki. I currently recommend relocating all Jinchuriki to bases specially established by the 5 great nations. With the protection of all 5 Kage, they should not act recklessly. Hiruzen nodded slightly. I believe this proposal is sound. As a Jinchuriki myself and a Kage, having more people will deter the Akatsuki from making rash moves. Tobirama remained silent, observing the discussions with a hint of drowsiness. Although the 6 tails belonged to the Mist Village, its Jinchuriki, Yutaka, was now a rogue ninja. Their fate had no bearing on her, let alone the thought of protecting the other Jinchuriki. Is the representative from Takigakure not present? Tsunade suddenly inquired. Silence fell around the room. It appeared that Takigakure had chosen not to attend this meeting. The 7 tails Jinchuriki was also a target of the Akatsuki. They could only hope that they had better methods for protecting the Jinchuriki. At that moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the space. Afei's figure materialized atop the table. Upon seeing Afei's attire, everyone immediately furrowed their brows. It's the Akatsuki. Greetings, everyone. It seems you are having a delightful discussion. Afei coldly surveyed the room. Scoundrel. Raikage charged forward, passing right through Afei's form. Did he just disregard the attack? Tsunade gasped in astonishment. Do not rush into action just yet, Afei interjected. Having overheard the conversation regarding the transfer of all Jinchuriki to this location, it is indeed a commendable choice. I shall personally come to collect all the Jinchuriki when the time comes. My sincere thanks in advance. With those words, his body was drawn into the whirlpool of his right eye, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. The 5 Kage exchanged glances, each harboring the same resolute decision in their hearts. They would proceed as previously discussed and transfer all Jinchuriki to this place. Akatsuki would surely mobilize their entire force at that moment, presenting a golden opportunity to ensnare them all. Tsunade sprang to her feet in indignation, and the other 4 Kage concurred with her stance. Thus, the 5 great nations commenced the transfer of the Jinchuriki to the conference site, while simultaneously mobilizing all elite forces for support. In the Rain Village, a robust arm emerged from the mouth of a toad. Finally emerged, Pain, seated on the rooftop, suddenly furrowed his brow. Someone has interrupted my jutsu. It appears they are coming for me. Walking through the deserted streets, Jiraiya remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. Suddenly, a figure materialized above him. Looking up, he saw Konan, her paper wings unfurled, staring coldly down at him. Jiraiya-sensei, you should not have come. Stunned to hear his name, Jiraiya faltered. In the Rain Village, you are Konan, he exclaimed, recognizing her. I never expected you to remember my name. It is indeed an honor. Konan replied with a cold smirk. Were you not with Nagato and Yahiko during that war? Jiraiya fell silent at this. Having believed that his 3 former students perished in that battle, he was taken aback to see her like this, now aligned with Akatsuki. Where are Nagato and Yahiko? He asked, looking up. Ignoring his question, Konan tossed several explosive tags, signifying her response. Jiraiya swiftly leapt away, forming hand seals and expelling a torrent of toad oil bullet. Struck by the attack, Konan's wings lost their propulsion and she plummeted. Fire style, fireball. A searing flame erupted forth. At that critical moment, a monstrous bird descended from the sky, unleashing a barrage of bubbles that cleansed the surrounding toad oil and countered Jiraiya's flames. Beside Konan stood another Akatsuki member with Rinnegan, though not the same one he had encountered previously. Jiraiya's brow furrowed in astonishment. I never imagined such eyes truly existed in this world. Jiraiya-sensei. It's good to see you again, came the voice, causing Jiraiya to shudder involuntarily. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively inquired, Nagato? Indeed, you still possess remarkable strength, Jiraiya-sensei. The cold voice of the animal path replied. A reunion between master and student, which should have been joyous, was instead steeped in hostility. Without further ado, the animal path clapped his hands against the ground, summoning jutsu. With a resounding thud, hellhounds and a white dragon emerged. Jiraiya smiled slightly, biting his finger and summoning forth 3 toads amidst plumes of white smoke. In Konoha, Kakashi handed the book The Tale of the Gallant Dragon to Naruto, recognizing him as Jiraiya's pupil. After perusing its contents, Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. This seems eerily similar to the experiences of the perverted sage. He once told me I was his 5th disciple. The situations in the story are strikingly alike. It cannot be a mere coincidence. At that moment, Tsunade and the others approached. Naruto, we need you to accompany us to the 5 Kage summit for a while. All the Jinchuriki will be present. Naruto nodded, handing the book over to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I find this book rather peculiar. Tsunade sighed. Taking the book, that man only has some merit in writing about the wood story. Otherwise, it's all rather strange. However, as she opened the first page, she was taken aback by its contents. Could this possibly be Jiraiya's autobiography? The resemblance was uncanny. Tsunade recalled every detail from the earlier passages. Yet, upon reaching the end, her heart raced. If it recounts the tale of the wood, could it be detailing Jiraiya's entire life? It's well known that the wood story is entirely true. I cannot shake the feeling that Jiraiya is in grave danger. Chapter 61. Jiraiya battles pain, a critical counterattack to preserve his arm. Chaos Lion Hair Technique. Faced with the summoning crab from the animal path, Jiraiya struck first. His white hair swiftly ensnared the crab's body. With a resounding pop, the crab was banished. Jiraiya then directed his white hair, emerging from the smoke, towards the animal path. The animal path furrowed his brow, evading the attack. The rigid strands of hair shattered the wall behind him. Toadken, buy me some time. Jiraiya leapt atop Toadken's head, as 3 hellhounds charged forward. Leave it to me. Toadken brandished a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, advancing boldly into battle. As he neared the hellhound, Toadken thrust his spear, striking the creature's neck with precision. The scene elongated dramatically as the hellhound howled and exploded into fragments. Toadken leapt out of the ensuing explosion with Jiraiya, the water pipes along the building collapsing in their wake. The duo soared to a higher rooftop. Jiraiya caught sight of the chameleon's back. I've caught you in the gap behind. The chameleon, startled, quickly turned invisible and attempted to flee. Toadken brought his spear crashing down. The chameleon emitted a mournful cry as Toadken pinned it to the ground, propelling them both 100 meters forward. The animal path clasped his hands. This is far from over, Jiraiya-sensei. The Yata no Kagami circled above, its sharp beak aimed at Toadken as it dove down. Toadken abruptly turned, raising his shield defensively. The impact sent him hurtling backward. Toadken, Jiraiya shouted as he plummeted from the sky. The Yata no Kagami targeted Jiraiya, launching another fierce assault. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiraiya turned to flee, his hands still clasped together, preparing for a jutsu. Konan observed Jiraiya, her expression grave. And what of it? The Yata no Kagami, in pursuit of Jiraiya, unleashed explosive golden eggs. Any misstep on his part would lead to disaster. Swiftly navigating through the dark water pipes, Jiraiya reached his limits. Just as he reached a dead end, the Yata no Kagami blocked his path. "Your journey ends here," he declared, unleashing a torrent of flames. The Yata no Kagami was instantly engulfed. At that very moment, the animal path's summoned rhinoceros struck Jiraiya from behind, propelling him into the opposing wall. With a deafening crash, a large hole was created. Conan and the animal path fixed their gaze intently on the location. A tremendous explosion erupted from within the breach, and something propelled the rhinoceros backward, unconscious. The explosion sent a plume of smoke billowing forth. In the darkness, 3 pairs of eyes flickered into view. It seems they have truly been left with no choice. The light from the breach illuminated Jiraiya's figure. Upon Jiraiya's shoulders stood 2 toad-like creatures clad in trench coats. The beast realm Pain was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover that Jiraiya's appearance had undergone significant transformation. "This must be the technique he prepared earlier," remarked Conan. The battle commenced. Jiraiya unleashed his power, causing the ground to buckle beneath him. Sage Shima extended her elongated tongue, ensnaring a chameleon lurking nearby. Sage Fukasaku spewed forth a torrent of water, cleaving the chameleon in twain, the surrounding waters stained crimson with blood. The beast realm Pain clasped his hands together, summoning jutsu. A cloud of white smoke billowed forth, revealing the human realm Pain and the hungry ghost realm Pain. Jiraiya exhaled heavily, his expression somber. In an instant, the human realm Pain charged forward. Bang! Merely with a kick, Jiraiya sent the human realm Pain tumbling 1,000 meters, crashing against the wall. "Let us finish this quickly. Sage Art, 5 right guards." Jiraiya, in concert with the 2 sages, expelled a copious amount of oil. Both sages unleashed their fire and wind techniques simultaneously, igniting the entire area beneath the structure in an instant. The hungry ghost realm Pain, quick of hand, dashed in front of the duo, raising his hands to absorb their combined assault entirely. In that case, a giant wooden sandal plummeted from the sky. Super large Rasen shuriken. The furious winds concealed within the pipes were unleashed at that moment, and a colossal spiraling sphere materialized above the hungry ghost realm Pain. Withstanding the ferocious winds, he spread his arms wide, absorbing the Rasen shuriken in an instant. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, hastily retreating to create distance between himself and the 3 Pains. "This is bad. Little Jiraiya, start with the weakest." The 2 sages simultaneously tossed smoke bombs. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya suddenly appeared behind the human realm Pain. To his surprise, the human realm Pain, unguarded, effortlessly blocked Jiraiya's attack. Before Jiraiya could register his shock, the hungry ghost realm Pain charged at him. Sage Art, Hair Needle 100,000. Jiraiya somersaulted up the wall, his hardened hair launching a tempestuous assault upon the 3 Pains. Summoning Jutsu, the beast realm Pain hastily summoned a panda for defense. Among the 3 adversaries, none were inclined to attack. They would first target the one capable of summoning. Jiraiya locked onto the beast realm Pain. Observing this, the beast realm Pain clasped his hands once more to perform the summoning. Not a chance. Jiraiya, swift as lightning, delivered a decisive kick. The beast realm Pain rolled to the end of the pipe. "Little Jiraiya, use that technique." Jiraiya nodded slightly. The 2 sages' mouths fell agape. Magical toad chant. The enchanting sound waves resonated through the pipes with heightened clarity. All 3 Pains simultaneously found their bodies immobilized. Before they could react, the environment shifted dramatically. They were ensnared within a transparent glass container filled with water. Surrounding them were 4 toads wielding swords, all aiming their right hands at the trio within the glass. The sound of dripping water echoed throughout the building. Conan stood by, observing the scene without intervening. The 3 Pains each bore a gigantic blade affixed by chains. Jiraiya let out a deep sigh. Finally, it's over. Let South leave this place and rest. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he came to an abrupt halt. From a puddle before him, the figure of Deva realm Pain surged towards him. A smile spread across Jiraiya's face. "I felt something was missing. It was you." Just as Deva realm Pain drew near, Jiraiya spun around suddenly. Deva realm Pain was taken aback. Jiraiya's fist landed squarely on Deva realm Pain's face, sending him flying like a kicked football, devoid of resistance. Jiraiya laughed heartily as he shook his wrist. "I almost forgot. We met back on Short Book Street." Upon first encountering these 3, he had sensed some familiarity. Their black iron rods were identical to Deva realm Pain's. Chapter 62, Nagato's Awakening. The reversal of the dragon returns to the sea. Deva realm Pain rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Jiraiya-sensei, I didn't expect you to be quite astute. I thought I could ambush you from behind. If that had failed, things would have become quite troublesome." At that moment, Hell Realm Pain and Azura Realm Pain emerged simultaneously from either side. Jiraiya easily defended against their dual assault. Deva Realm Pain opened his right hand towards Jiraiya. How long can you withstand additional attacks? Shinra Tensei. Jiraiya's body was uncontrollably pulled by a powerful force. Mother of the child. Use your tongue. Understood. Sage Shima extended her tongue towards a nearby iron pillar. Her elongated tongue wrapped tightly around it. As she retracted, Jiraiya was pulled back. The enormous blades that had previously restrained the three pains were now withdrawn. Deva Realm Pain leapt down, followed by 5 other figures. What is this? Sage Fukasaku's expression tightened as he observed the unfolding scene. Those 3 were already killed, weren't they? Jiraiya furrowed his brows. I've encountered this individual before, but only one was present at that time. Wait. As the scene before him crystallized, Jiraiya glanced skyward at Konan, then back at the 6 pains standing atop the platform. 7 individuals. Precisely 7. A flood of memories washed over Jiraiya's mind, recalling the journey back to the 8 treasure glazed tile tower with Sumu. Sumu had recounted the story of the dragon returns to the sea, culminating in the protagonist being slain by his own apprentice, ultimately facing his demise in the depths of the ocean. What was the name of that protagonist? You never told me. Jiraiya was jolted back to reality. He had inquired twice of Sumu regarding the protagonist's identity, but Sumu had merely evaded the topic in silence. Jiraiya gazed at the tumultuous sea behind him, suddenly bursting into laughter. How foolish of me, not realizing that this tale was narrating my own story all along. It seems Sumu was already aware of my fate. The dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me. Jiraiya? Jiraiya finally articulated the words Sumu had left unfinished that day. Those final 3 words were, in fact, his own name. Deva Realm Pain chuckled coldly. Jiraiya-sensei, it appears you have already contemplated your conclusion. This sea shall be your resting place. What on earth is happening? Sage Fukasaku stared at Jiraiya, perplexed. Jiraiya shook his head slightly. Someone has long known my fate, and today it unfolds. But I refuse to concede. Recalling the last lines from the book, a surge of strength coursed through Jiraiya. He was so close to witnessing his apprentice's wedding, so close to confessing his feelings to the one he cherished. Today, I shall not be buried in this sea. The 6 pains leaped into the air. Observing this, Jiraiya swiftly bit into his fingertip, summoning jutsu. Poof! White smoke erupted. The toad Gamabunta appeared, his demeanor impassive. Summoning jutsu. In midair, the beast realm Pain formed hand seals. Yada no Kagami and Hell Crab descended from above, creating tumultuous waves upon the sea's surface. 6 pain figures landed upon the back of the Yada no Kagami. The Hell Crab advanced with agile strides towards Fukasaku. Fukasaku furrowed his brow, his right hand subtly reaching behind him. Whoosh! The glimmer of blades flashed. In an instant, the Hell Crab was cleaved into 6 pieces of flesh. I refuse to accept this fate, roared Jiraiya, who stood atop Fukasaku's head, unleashing a colossal fireball. The Deva Path Pain stepped forward, extending his right hand. Shinra Tensei. The fireball was instantaneously repelled. A gust of sea wind howled past. Seizing the opportunity, Deva Path Pain leaped down from the back of the Yada no Kagami. Bansho Tenin. As he descended, Deva Path Pain manipulated the gravitational force to control Jiraiya's movements. A metal rod swiftly shot out from his sleeve, aiming directly at Jiraiya's heart as he landed before him. Little Jiraiya, Fukasaku bellowed, rapidly extending his tongue to intercept the metal rod. With a squelch, the tongue deflected the rod's trajectory, allowing Deva Path Pain to strike Jiraiya's left shoulder instead. In retaliation, Jiraiya's right hand swiftly formed a Rasengan, hurling it towards Pain. Unfortunately, the hungry ghost Path Pain appeared behind Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, watch your back. With a thrust, another metal rod pierced Jiraiya's body. Blood trickled from Jiraiya's lips, yet a steely determination glimmered in his eyes. Sage Fukasaku swiftly joined his hands. Bansho Tenin. Deva Path Pain immediately drew Sage Fukasaku towards him, brandishing the metal rod for a strike. Fukasaku, Jiraiya cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Upon hearing this, Fukasaku's body tilted downward at once. Deva Path Pain's body swayed in response, interrupting the Bansho Tenin. Sage Fukasaku was finally saved, though he was soon sent flying into the sea by the Azura Path Pain's fist. Hang in there, kid. Go check on Sage Fukasaku. Jiraiya forced through the pain. Sage Fukasaku leaped into the sea. In the dim hollow of the tree, Nagato gasped, expelling blood. His breaths were labored, and his chakra was nearly depleted. Just a little more, only a little more. The Azura Path Pain unleashed a barrage of missiles from his back. Jiraiya, wounded, rolled across the surface of the sea. Fukasaku gripped his twin blades tightly, racing across the water while swiftly slashing at the 6 panes. Devapath Pain coldly spread his right hand. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Fukasaku was instantly sent flying. At that moment, beneath Jiraiya's feet, the Hellpath Pain surged forward, thrusting a metal rod brutally into Jiraiya's chest. Jiraiya cried out in agony, immediately kicking the Hellpath Pain away. He then knelt on the water's surface, blood staining the sea beneath him. Jiraiya-sensei, do you truly believe peace can be attained without resorting to war? Devapath Pain approached Jiraiya slowly, a metal rod in hand. Jiraiya gasped for breath, his sage mode dissipating abruptly. Nagato, do you recall what I once told you? Peace won through war will inevitably spawn new conflict. Your suffering is but a manifestation of the hatred war brings. You, Yahiko, Konan, the three of you are the blossoms that emerged from that very war. Devapath Pain suddenly froze. In the hollow, Nagato's tears streamed down his cheeks as he looked up and wept openly. At that moment, Nagato let out a heart-wrenching scream. The metal rod in Devapath Pain's hand surged towards Jiraiya. Kid, little Jiraiya. The two sages had just surfaced when they witnessed the scene before them. As Devapath Pain approached Jiraiya, the metal rod halted mere millimeters from his heart. Jiraiya-sensei. I'm sorry. I am not a worthy savior. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya unleashed a Rasengan directly into Devapath Pain's abdomen. The immense force instantly penetrated his body. Nagato coughed up a torrent of blood, shaking his head bitterly. How I long for those years spent learning ninjutsu with you. Soon after, Nagato ceased to breathe, his remaining chakra dissipating. The instruments covering his body finally ceased their function. Nagato, Konan cried out, her voice filled with anguish, tears swept away by the sea breeze. Thud. Devapath Pain collapsed before Jiraiya. Jiraiya gazed expressionlessly ahead as the remaining 5 pains fell simultaneously. Nagato, in the end, you hesitated. Suddenly, heavy rain began to pour from the sky. Jiraiya lay beside Devapath Pain, slowly closing his eyes. I am so tired. Chapter 63, The Golden Beast Might Guy. Online defeating Obito. Time passed, and Jiraiya opened his blurred eyes. Glancing sideways, he saw Tsunade, Naruto, Kakashi, and others from Konoha rushing towards him. Unconsciously, a smile crept onto Jiraiya's face. I guess I've become a hero this time. After returning to the shore, Naruto rubbed his tear-streaked eyes, glancing at Jiraiya, turning his head away reluctantly. I've already lost my parents. I don't want to lose the perverted sage too. Did you ever consider my feelings during your adventures? As he spoke, Naruto began to cry again. Jiraiya reached out, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair. I'm sorry for being so selfish, always wanting to be a hero. Now I can finally spend time with you for training. You'll definitely find a good wife in the future. However, speaking of which, how did you all know about me? Tsunade produced a book titled The Dragon Returns to the Sea from her chest and handed it over. You accidentally dropped it while drinking with Jiraiya. Luckily, I discovered your autobiography. Jiraiya shook his head with a bitter smile. That's the story of Soma. Everyone stood dumbfounded. How is that possible? You must be joking. It's clearly your autobiography. How could it be his story? The nearby Umbu exclaimed in astonishment. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Let us not dwell on it. I can finally return to the village to rest. Suddenly, Jiraiya remembered Konan. He rose and gazed at Konan, who was staring skyward atop a platform, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Noticing Jiraiya's gaze, Konan fluttered down with her paper wings to stand before him. Tsunade and the others quickly positioned themselves in front of Jiraiya. Tsunade, it's fine. I have something to say to her. After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade allowed the others to retreat. I'm sorry, Konan Nagato. Sigh. What will you do next? As soon as Jiraiya mentioned Nagato's name, he swiftly shifted the topic. Konan gazed at Devapath Pain's corpse, shaking her head slightly. Let us consider them as flowers that have already bloomed. I wish to protect both of them. I have always been with them. Now, finally, no one can disturb us. Jiraiya lowered his head in silence. Reflecting on Nagato's final hesitation, he found it strange. Before he could inquire further, Konan revealed the truth. Jiraiya-sensei, this was Nagato's own decision. Being your disciple was a kindness. He insisted on dying by your hand. The wrongs he committed cannot be undone. Even if he chose to step into the light, he could not shed the shadows of his past. At that moment, Jiraiya realized. This battle had been decided by Nagato long ago, merely to conclude his life at Jiraiya's hands. Instantly, Jiraiya's body trembled uncontrollably, tears of anguish streaming down his face. Konan turned slightly, revealing the identity of Uchiha Obito, who had been masquerading as Uchiha Madara. Just days prior, he had traveled to the site of the 5 Great Nations Summit to announce his intent to gather and capture all tailed beasts. Nagato had been left with no choice but to make this decision. This was not the fault of the teacher. After speaking, Konan approached Nagato's corpse, lifting him gently before taking flight. Upon returning to Konohagakure, Tsunade conspired with the other 4 great nations to implement a plan to capture Obito. During this time, the 6 tails and 7 tails were successfully apprehended by the Akatsuki. Currently, only the 1 tail from Tsunagakure, the 5 tails from Iwagakure, the 8 tails from Kumogakure, and the 9 tails from Konohagakure remained. The 3 Jinchuriki were placed together in a special facility at the site of the summit, surrounded by elite ninjas from the 5 great nations. On that day, Obito emerged slowly from a swirling vortex in the air, making his way directly to the entrance of the 5 great nations summit. His brazen demeanor shocked those hidden in the shadows. It was eerily quiet. Since they were unwilling to reveal themselves, shall I take matters into my own hands? Obito remarked with a cold smile. In an instant, all the concealed elite ninjas leaped forth, converging from all directions, totaling several thousand. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage stood atop the summit's building, observing the unfolding scene below. He must not escape today. Yet, he surely could not have come alone, could he? Are the members of the Akatsuki also lurking in the shadows? Reikage pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Above all, we must exercise caution. With that, Inoki took flight, followed closely by the other 4 Kage. Just you lot? Obito disregarded those surrounding him and strode purposefully toward the Jinchuriki's location. Block him. Several Iwagakure ninjas swiftly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth wall. Thick earthen walls rose abruptly from the ground. To their astonishment, Obito ignored the walls completely, passing straight through them with nonchalance. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and a surge of intense heat radiated upward from the earth. The heat permeated the air, reaching the very breath of everyone present. At that moment, as Obito turned his head, a flash of golden light appeared before him. Feel the fury of youth. Fortunately, Obito had phased his body, allowing him to evade the attack. In the blink of an eye, he saw Might Guy suspended in midair, his golden hair flowing like a halo around him, an aura emanating from his body. What kind of ninjutsu is this? All present were taken aback. Even Inoki and the others were startled. This power is rather peculiar. Although not a match for Might Guy, one could certainly feel the overwhelming chakra emanating from him. A single punch from him could likely incapacitate several of us. Inoki's expression turned grave. Tsunade couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Previously in Konoha, she had often spotted Might Guy's silhouette on the expansive lawn during the late hours of the night. Ever since he returned from the Hachiya Ryuri, he had begun to exhibit unusual behavior. Villagers reported witnessing a golden light descending from the sky during the night, yet upon pursuit, they only caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden-haired watermelon head. This is the bloodline of the Scion, coupled with the assistance of the 8 gates. I can feel the power of annihilation, Might Guy declared confidently, a smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly, his body vanished. Obito was taken aback as Might Guy appeared behind him. So fast. Obito was shocked and phased his body once more. In less than a second, Guy's fist struck him squarely. He could sense that Might Guy's punch was formidable. I will not grant you a moment's respite. Might Guy continued to close the distance to Obito, unleashing a flurry of instantaneous attacks that disrupted Obito's rhythm. He struggled to keep up even with his phasing technique. Seizing the opportunity, Might Guy unleashed an earth-shattering punch. King Kai's fist. A suffocating force radiated from Might Guy's right fist, the crimson aura instilling a sense of impending doom in all present. A serious expression finally crossed Obito's face. This is bad. Just as he coughed. At that moment, a colossal bird soared swiftly from the opposite side of the mountains. Obito endured. I am here. Chapter 64, Scorpion vs. Obito, Deidara's Inner Thoughts. Everyone looked up to see Deidara riding atop the giant bird, swiftly approaching. Along the way, countless explosive clay spiders rained down. Boom. The sound of explosions erupted. Soon as Gaara quickly spread his arms to control the sand, shielding everyone from above. As they reached Obito's position, Deidara leaped down from the giant bird. Obito, why didn't you call me? Deidara said with an unwilling expression. Obito remained silent, lost in thought. On the rooftop, Inoki immediately spotted Deidara. That kid, he really came. Tsunade, make Might Guy cease his attack. I will personally go down to bring Deidara back. Tsunade nodded slightly and stepped forward, calling out loudly to the shimmering Might Guy. Guy, halt your assault. Might Guy frowned, the red light in his hands dissipating with the wind. Inoki, hands clasped behind his back, floated slowly before the two. Deidara, return with me now. I am willing to overlook the past. Otherwise, today, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Deidara scoffed disdainfully. Enough of that, old man. I will not return with you. With that, Deidara turned to Obito. The current situation is not favorable for combat. it would be better to break through first. With my skills, getting you out of here would be a piece of cake, Obito. Enough of your prattle. A cold voice suddenly emanated from behind the mask. At that moment, Deidara froze. I am here today to capture the tailed beasts. If you are afraid, then leave on your own. With that, Obito leaped onto the rooftop. Quickly follow me. A multitude of ninjas pursued closely behind. Deidara stood there, feeling as though he had lost something. He had once despised Obito's incessant chatter. Yet now it seemed he was the most verbose one. Inoki teased Deidara. So, are you not going to follow? Silence. Deidara suddenly snapped at Inoki. Inoki raised an eyebrow. Are you still determined to oppose the alliance of the 5 great nations? Deidara lowered his head, trembling with laughter. Do you truly believe that all of us in Akatsuki are heartless demons? This statement left everyone present in shock. We are all merely pursuing our own art, our own beliefs, even encompassing peace. Everyone fears us, for we have been labeled as madmen since the beginning. In contrast, I believe we are the ones more qualified to perfect this already meaningless world. With that, Deidara swiftly hurled a C3 explosive clay. Inoki and the others gasped. Watch out. Everyone, take cover. Gaara wrapped the C3 in sand at the speed of light. Yet, it was ultimately too late. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud slowly ascended, engulfing even the building where the 5 Kage were meeting. The fierce winds roared in the aftermath of the explosion. The blinding light vanished in an instant. Inoki struggled to move a massive rock off himself, finally crawling out. You bastard. Beside him, Reikage also shifted a boulder and stood up. If you are reluctant to take action, next time, I will handle him myself. But it's quite the dilemma. Poof. A cloud of white smoke rose as Tsunade's summoning beast, the slug, appeared. The ground was blasted into a vast, deep pit, with countless individuals sprawled around, severely injured. Shizen. Notify the Konoha medical team to set off immediately. Evacuate the casualties to the hastily erected shelter. At that moment, Akatsuki's leader, Tobi, had already arrived at the entrance of the special building housing the Jinchuriki. Tobi, wait for me. A voice suddenly echoed from behind. It was Deidara. Tobi scoffed lightly, continuing his advance. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, blocking their path. Halt. Deidara's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the person before him. Brother Sasori? Tobi. His mask obscuring his expression, furrowed his brows. He had witnessed Sasori's demise with his own eyes, yet here he stood, alive before him. Glancing at the forehead protector atop Sasori's head, Tobi shook his head slightly. You returned to Suna. It was someone from Suna who saved you? Sasori leisurely withdrew a scroll from his waist and placed it on the ground. It was my grandmother. Wait, Brother Sasori, Tobi, what on earth are you two discussing? Deidara's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Deidara, this is not your concern. This is a matter between him and me. Just stand back and watch. Sasori clasped his hands together and forcefully pressed down on the scroll. In a cloud of white smoke, the 3rd Kazekage and a crow materialized simultaneously. You wish to engage me in battle? Tobi stated indifferently, observing Sasori. Had it not been for your hand in my demise, Chiyo-sama would not have sacrificed herself to save me. I have always been a rebellious soul, having lost my parents, and now my only remaining kin. For this, I have prepared for a long time. This is my last remnant of hope. Fulfill it for me. Sasori spread his hands, and blue chakra threads instantly connected to the 2 puppets before him. Observing Sasori's readiness for battle, Tobi ceased his banter and charged forward with agile strides. Let the battle commence. Sasori swiftly manipulated the chakra threads, and the 3rd Kazekage's right hand suddenly manifested a sharp long blade. As Tobi approached, Sasori commanded the Kazekage to swing the blade down. Tobi did not evade. His body momentarily flickered and became intangible, passing straight through the blade as it swept past him. Magnet release. Sasori awaited this moment, and Tobi abruptly lifted his head, witnessing a massive triangular prism plummeting towards him. Sand iron triangular prism. Tobi's form flickered again as he leaped backward. Sasori's smirk widened. Black ant. A puppet resembling an ant lunged at Tobi with incredible speed from behind. Having recently activated his intangibility, Tobi was caught off guard by the sudden attack of the black ant, remembering the moment Sasori summoned his puppets. He realized the 3rd had been concealed behind one of them. Interesting. It seems you have gone to great lengths to prepare for me. Perhaps I should commend you. The black ant ensnared Tobi tightly. Ninjutsu, black secret technique, machine gun. Countless blades plunged into the black ant's slots. Deidara, standing nearby, was rendered speechless. Is Tobi dead? Impossible. Tobi, Deidara shouted, rushing forward. Sasori narrowed his eyes and directed the 3rd Kazekage towards Deidara. In that instant, Tobi's masked figure materialized behind Sasori, Such a pity. Though you are meticulous, you forgot one of my abilities, the power to transfer myself or anything threatening to me. With a swift motion, Sasori's own poison blade pierced through his chest. He gasped, blood spilling forth, and then bitterly smiled. Gazing at Deidara, he opened his mouth to speak. But the poison coursing through his veins began to take effect. Chapter 65. No need, old man. The essence of protection is equivalent to art. Toby withdrew the long blade and discarded it carelessly onto the ground. Deidara could hardly believe his eyes. Toby seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. The cold detachment and decisive brutality were utterly chilling. Deidara, stay here. Reinforcements should be arriving shortly. With that, Toby swiftly entered the imposing entrance. Indeed, Gaara and his companions had just arrived. Upon seeing the unconscious Sasori on the ground, Tsunade hurried over to administer aid. Deidara, are you still clinging to delusions? This is your final chance. Otherwise, I cannot dissuade them. Anoki stepped forward, attempting to persuade Deidara one last time. Instead of listening, Deidara scattered explosive clay throughout the vicinity. This is my answer. Tsunade and Reikage exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Guy? From the back of the crowd, Might Guy appeared before Deidara in an instant. Boom. A single punch struck Deidara's abdomen. Cough. Deidara spat blood, crashing against the door behind him. Anoki turned away, unable to bear the sight, though his heart felt heavy. After all, he had regarded Deidara as his own grandson. Kuratsuchi hesitated, wanting to speak in Deidara's defense, but Anoki remained silent, his eyes closed. Cough, that truly hurts. Deidara tumbled down from the door, wiping the blood from his lips, and stood up once more. Might Guy gazed at Deidara, shaking his head slowly. If I had struck with all my might, you would certainly be dead. Even so, you still seek to buy time for your comrades? Deidara stared defiantly at Might Guy. If your comrades were inside, would you abandon resistance? Might Guy fell silent. Huh, see, you wouldn't. Enough of your words. As long as I, Deidara, am here, no one shall pass through this door. As Deidara regained his footing, Might Guy launched another attack. Crack. Deidara swiftly raised his fingers, and the surrounding bombs detonated. Boom. Inside the building, Toby paused at the sudden commotion behind him and slowly turned his head, his expression beneath the mask unflinching. Someone has entered. At that moment, Naruto, seated in a chair, abruptly stood up. Killer Bee followed Naruto's gaze and saw Toby approaching leisurely. A fresh Jinchuriki, huh? But it seems one is missing? Toby tilted his head in frustration. Suddenly, a surge of steam erupted from behind him. The host of the Five Tails, Han, charged forward with fury, his straw hat tilted. Boil release, unmatched strength. Han raised his chakra to boiling point, amplifying his power in an instant. As he kicked out, Toby's form flickered into intangibility. Naruto and Killer Bee gasped, quickly leaping away as Han barreled toward them. Boom. The walls of the building crumbled under the force, steam billowing from Han's body. In the haze, a vortex appeared behind Han as Toby stepped out. Chains in hand, he ensnared Han's form, drawing him into the vortex. Naruto and Killer Bee warily observed the encroaching smoke. The crisp sound of clanking chains grew nearer as Toby emerged, chain in hand. Is it truly amusing to struggle before death? Toby swiftly hurled the chain. Quick as lightning, Killer Bee unsheathed his 7 swords. Clang, clang. The metallic clash ignited fierce sparks. Killer Bee spun to evade the second strike of the chain, his right hand gripping the chain tightly. Toby, noticing this, exhaled a torrent of flames onto the chain. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball enveloped the chain, instantly intensifying the heat. Ah, so hot. Killer Bee hastily released his grip. At that moment, Naruto swiftly produced a poke ball and threw it to the ground. A brilliant golden light erupted. The silhouette of the small Ninetales gradually materialized before Afe. Huh, is this Ninetales? Afe was taken aback by the appearance of the Ninetales. Although he had heard tales of the Sumu Pokemon, he never envisaged encountering it in such a manner. Kyubi, launch an attack, Naruto commanded, pointing at Afe. In an instant, a glimmer of golden light flashed in Ninetales' eyes. The next moment, its speed intensified, and a paw swiped towards Afe's head. Afe executed the Earth Dragon hidden technique and burrowed into the ground. Unable to sense Afe's chakra for a moment, Naruto warily scanned his surroundings. Ninetales slowly approached Naruto, and at this juncture, a cloak of tailed beast chakra manifested around Naruto's body. This was an active protective mechanism. The Ninetales within the Pokeball had developed a certain loyalty towards Naruto, thus instinctively releasing its power to form a protective barrier around him. This seemed rather troublesome. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Afe emerged from the ground at another location. Observing Ninetales positioned in front of Naruto, He let out a deep sigh and then turned his gaze towards Killer Bee. At that moment, Afe was unaware that Nagato had already perished, still hoping to utilize Nagato's Rinnegan ability to resurrect Uchiha Obito. Therefore, he resolved to take action today, summoning the Outer Path Golem to forcibly extract the two Jinchuriki. Just as he was about to proceed, a sudden cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted from outside. Deidara was revealed to have been thoroughly beaten by Might Guy, bloodied and bruised. His face unrecognizable. Yet, he stubbornly remained in his position at the entrance, refusing to budge. Each time he was knocked down by Might Guy, he would rise again. Onoki, unable to bear it any longer, turned to Might Guy and shouted, "Stop! Cease this at once. Deidara, you are an exceptionally talented ninja, possessing gifts that few can attain. I do not wish for you to reach this point. Can your self-indulgence truly fulfill what you call art?" Deidara remained silent, trembling as he struggled to rise from the ground, nearly exhausting his strength in the process. Before the golden-haired beast that was Might Guy, he held no capability for resistance. Onoki sighed towards Tsunade and the others. Let him keep his life. No need, old man. Deidara lowered his head, trembling as he began to laugh, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth with each faint gust of wind. Everyone present felt a chill race down their spines upon hearing that laughter. I have always thought of myself as someone irredeemable when it comes to art, but it seems that friends may be far more important to me. The significance of protecting with one's life. That is the true essence of art. Suddenly, Deidara tore off his black cloak. At that moment, a mouth slowly opened on his chest. Onoki was taken aback. Retreat. Everyone, retreat swiftly. Gaara, confused, asked, "Surely my strongest defense can withstand the explosives he previously released. Is retreat truly necessary?" Onoki urgently explained to the group. "This is a unique ability of Deidara. Within 10 kilometers, everyone will be drawn into it." Upon hearing this, Tsunade and the others panicked, hastily instructing everyone to prepare for withdrawal. Deidara began consuming explosive clay from the mouth on his left chest, channeling all his chakra into a black sphere. His body gradually turned black and transparent as he fused the explosive chakra through his heart's meridian system. Deidara took one last glance behind him. "I'm sorry, Afe." Boom. The black sphere erupted, emitting a blinding radiance that spread outwards, causing a massive explosion that engulfed every corner nearby. The surroundings began to transcend. At that moment, Might Guy transformed into a flash of golden light, carrying Naruto and Killer Bee away, disappearing from the scene. Chapter 66. Breaking through the 10 consecutive draws, Orochimaru merged with the 7-colored devouring python. Fragments of the explosion swept through the surrounding mountains and seas. Afe stood atop the mountain, silently removing his mask as a solitary tear trickled down his cheek. "Farewell, my predecessor." As he departed, Afe cast the swirling mask over the cliff. He lifted his spirits, gazing towards the direction of the 5 great nations. "I, Uchiha Obito, shall create a world solely for Rin." In the bustling streets, rain poured heavily outside. The tavern was devoid of customers. Sumu sat by the window, lost in thought. At that moment, the wind chimes at the entrance chimed unexpectedly. Sumu looked up to see Konan slowly stepping inside, her entire form drenched, her expression seemingly grim. "Mr. Su, Nagato has already departed." Sumu appeared to have anticipated this outcome, reacting without particular surprise. "Please, have a seat." Konan pulled out a chair and sat down, pouring herself a drink from a nearby beer pitcher. "Nagato always expressed a desire to share a drink with you. I shall fulfill that wish on his behalf." With that, Konan raised her glass in salute to Sumu. Sumu paused for a moment, a bitter smile forming at the corners of his mouth. After filling the glass, he downed the drink in one go. For some reason, he found this drink particularly bitter, reminiscent of the tragic lives of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Observing the sorrowful girl before him, he suddenly felt a pang of compassion. "Thank you for fulfilling this wish for Nagato. Mr. Su, I shall take my leave now." Outside, the rain intensified. The gales howled, bending the trees along the roadside. Konan stepped out of the tavern, gradually disappearing into the downpour. Sumu shook his head helplessly. Returning upstairs, he opened the transparent box where he had placed Orochimaru. Inside, Orochimaru was sleeping soundly, surrounded by dense spiritual energy, which allowed him to elevate his realm swiftly. Even without a pure physical form as a white snake, it seemed you were quite resilient. Sitting cross-legged upon the bed, Sumu closed his eyes and entered the system world. Current total shock value of the host, 520, 500 points. Statistical details, storytelling battle through the heavens increased shock value by 100,000 points. Storytelling A Chinese Odyssey, Part 1, Pandora's box increased shock value by 100,000 points. Progress to unlock the first door, 450,000,1,000,000. Ding. Task progress has reached 45. Obtained information for the subsequent section of the first door. Great. Sumu was taken aback. Wait, the last hint I received mentioned fusion. This time it's great. Fusion great? What does this mean? Sumu pondered in confusion. Perhaps he would wait for the next hint. Let us engage in a golden 10 consecutive draws for some fun. In the world of battle through the heavens. Initiating golden 10 consecutive draws. Drawing in progress. Please be patient. Successfully deducted 100,000 shock value. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of Medusa. Goal. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a youth-preserving pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired another youth-preserving pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Tianshan Snow Lotus. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 drops of Half-Life Purple Crystal Source. Goal. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a transformation pill. Goal. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a specially made roasted pork by Xiaoyan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 7-colored poison sutra. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3 drops of Half-Life Purple Crystal Source. Goal. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Dragon Slaying Sword. Defective. Congratulations, host. You have collected 3 fragments of Medusa. Successfully exchanging for the character. Current location of Medusa. Your bed. Sumu was utterly astonished and hurriedly lifted the covers to take a look. Before him lay a diminutive serpent adorned with 7 vibrant hues, gazing at him with an endearing innocence. Wasn't it supposed to be Medusa? Why have I been presented with a 7-colored python instead? Sumu found himself at a loss for words, utterly perplexed about how to transform this colorful serpent into Medusa. The Half-Life Purple Crystal Source and the shape-shifting pill he'd just acquired from the lottery now rested on a nearby table. Suddenly, the 7-colored python caught a whiff of something enticing and lunged forward, voraciously swallowing both the 13 drops of Half-Life Purple Crystal Source and the shape-shifting pill in one gulp. Hey you! Sumu exclaimed, lifting the python with a firm grip. To his surprise, the little creature emitted a sound of discomfort, likely overwhelmed by its recent feast. Observing its drooping eyelids, it seemed the python was in dire need of sleep to aid its digestion. All right then, consider it a meal I've prepared for you. Sumu sighed, placing the 7-colored python into a transparent box where Orochimaru resided, as it contained a spirit-gathering array to expedite the python's digestion and cultivation. After securing the python inside, Sumu gently patted the sleeping Orochimaru. There you go, I've found you a companion. When you awaken, enjoy your little secret. With that, Sumu turned to leave. Just as he closed the door, the 7-colored python abruptly opened its eyes, casting a gaze towards the slumbering Orochimaru in the corner. A fierce expression crossed its face as it slithered closer. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and devoured Orochimaru whole. In that instant, the 7-colored python underwent a remarkable transformation. A wondrous aura danced along its body. In a fleeting moment, Orochimaru's consciousness merged with that of the 7-colored python. Inside the glass box, a stunning spectacle unfolded. 3 days later, when Sumu pushed the door open, a delicate leg ensnared his body. Chapter 67, The Pacific Ocean Battle. Inside the room, Sumu sat on the bed, gazing at the woman before him with a look of bewilderment. Orochimaru, the woman, possessing an alluring femininity, nodded subtly. It is I. It must be noted that the current Orochimaru exuded an enchanting charm, far more captivating than before, momentarily leaving Sumu entranced. Perhaps it was time to abandon the name Orochimaru. How did you come to look this way? He inquired. Orochimaru recounted in detail how she had been consumed by the 7-colored python. It turned out that Orochimaru's consciousness had fused with the 7-colored python, which had previously ingested the shape-shifting pill. This allowed Orochimaru to regain a physical form, albeit in that of a woman. Under certain circumstances, Orochimaru's consciousness proved to be quite dominant, while the body of the 7-colored python remained its sole advantage. The fusion of the two resulted in this new appearance. From now on, you can no longer be called Orochimaru. Perhaps we should refer to you as Snake Princess. The Snake Princess nodded slightly, feeling an unusual sensation within her body, as though another soul resided within her. This left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Upon hearing this, Sumu was momentarily stunned. Earlier, the system had seemingly drawn out Medusa. The 7-colored python and Medusa were originally one entity, yet their consciousnesses were distinct. With Orochimaru having merged with the seven-colored python, could it be that Medusa's soul remained within her, unseparated? This was indeed a curious situation. At a mountain range, Itachi stood atop a rock, gazing into the distance at a crow. Itachi-san, have you truly made your decision? Kisame approached slowly from behind. Itachi remained silent, producing the box that Sumu had given him earlier, which he had yet to open to discover its contents. Meanwhile, Sasuke had been wandering outside for years, reportedly making significant strides in strength, having awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and his first order was to challenge Itachi to a duel. Today marked the day of their fateful encounter. I do not care for his perceptions of me. My resolve in leaving him behind stemmed not from pity. Itachi returned the box to its place as a majestic eagle soared overhead. At the end of the mountain, Uchiha Sasuke charged forward, wielding a finely crafted replica of the Kusanagi sword. Well then, you two brothers can take your time to chat, Kisame remarked before turning to depart from the mountains. Observing Sasuke, who had matured considerably, Itachi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling Sasuke's younger days. Sasuke, just how far can your eyes see? Amidst a 1 versus 7 confrontation, Itachi had awaited this day for a long time. As he ran, Sasuke swiftly unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, electricity coursing along its blade. Without a flicker of emotion, Itachi drew a kunai from his waist, ready to engage. Clang! The brothers clashed, their respective Mangekyo Sharingan faintly swirling. Sasuke, you've grown. Itachi kicked out, forcing Sasuke to retreat and create distance. As Sasuke fought fervently, he released the seal on his wind shuriken from his right wrist and hurled it towards Itachi. Itachi bent down, only to witness the wind shuriken splitting into two before him. Seizing the moment, Itachi evaded, but Sasuke revealed a cunning smile, swiftly pulling the threads attached to the shuriken. The third wind shuriken flew back suddenly, piercing Itachi's leg. Gotcha! You couldn't dodge the last shuriken, Sasuke exclaimed gleefully, with Itachi down on the ground. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Itachi extracted the blade from his leg and leaped into the air. Sasuke, relentless, followed up with a lightning blade. Itachi furrowed his brow and expelled a torrent of flames. Sasuke, caught off guard, was engulfed by the fierce inferno. Itachi landed, his gaze sharply fixed on the spot where Sasuke had stood. To his astonishment, a wing made of flesh emerged from Sasuke's right side, blocking the attack. The cursed seal on his neck revealed remnants of Orochimaru's power. Amaterasu. Blood trickled from Itachi's right eye as he unleashed the black flames upon Sasuke, without hesitation. Sasuke sprinted around the mountains, but still fell victim to the Amaterasu flames on his back. As he collapsed, Itachi approached and knelt beside him. In that moment, Sasuke's form suddenly dissolved into a puddle of water. Within a cavern beneath the mountain, Sasuke fully unleashed the power of the cursed seal, fire style, fire dragon technique. The ground erupted with countless fire dragons, forcing Itachi to evade. Straining to utilize the power of his right eye, Itachi found himself unable to withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground. Sasuke ascended the stone wall, gazing coldly at Itachi. Stop pretending. I know your chakra is exhausted. However, Sasuke's chakra had also reached its limit, and the cursed seal's state began to dissipate. The sky darkened with lightning, and torrential rain poured down. Sasuke looked up at the sky, a smile slowly forming on his lips. Though I have no chakra left, do you think I would come unprepared to kill you? In an instant, the technique and your Amaterasu are alike, utterly unavoidable. The lightning above coalesced. Sasuke summoned the lightning blade above his head. This technique is called Kirin. The winds howled, and Itachi's brow furrowed slightly. Sasuke swiftly brought his hand down. In that instant, the lightning-formed Kirin descended upon Itachi with ferocity. Boom! A massive crater formed in the ground. As the smoke cleared, Itachi lay motionless. Sasuke gasped for breath. Finally, it is over. Is this the appearance you wished to recreate of my demise? Itachi's voice suddenly echoed in Sasuke's ears. The next moment, Sasuke's eyes widened in terror as he beheld Itachi slowly rising to his feet. Realizing that Itachi had not perished, Sasuke hastily released the power of the cursed seal. Before him knelt Itachi, his body surrounded by an ethereal orange luminescence, akin to a blazing flame. The visible bones swiftly materialized above him. The third power, Susanoo, emerged. Without this technique, perhaps you would have truly perished. Wiping the blood from his lips, Itachi rose directly from the ground. Sasuke trembled and retreated, finally gripped by fear upon seeing the shield and long sword in Susanoo's hands. It was the Ten-Fist sword and the 8-span mirror from the Chronicles of Weapons. In the Harajima, Hebe, Snake Princess, suddenly contorted her face in agony. Samuki hurried over to assess the situation. What chaos is this within your spiritual energy? I can sense it. It is the cursed seal I previously inscribed within Sasuke. That power has mutated after I transformed the spiritual energy. She continued anxiously. I can no longer reclaim that power. It may very well spiral out of control. Samuki furrowed his brow, realizing that Uchiha Itachi had engaged Uchiha Sasuke. One of these brothers was destined to meet their end today. However, he had left a box for Itachi, and ultimately, it would depend on Itachi's choice. Chapter 68. Sasuke's unexpected transformation of spiritual energy. Itachi's bullet went awry. Sasuke suddenly clutched the cursed seal on his neck. A formidable force pierced through the clouds above. Countless spiritual energies emanated forth. Itachi swung the ten-fist sword towards Sasuke's seal. At this moment, Sasuke had lost consciousness, yet his right hand unexpectedly grasped the sword's hilt. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, sensing something was amiss. It appeared Sasuke was undergoing some kind of metamorphosis. Because I have transformed the chakra within my body, that cursed seal, when pushed to its limits, will manifest as spiritual energy, thereby stripping the chakra from Sasuke and converting it into spiritual energy. Hebe expressed her concerns candidly. Samuki now understood the crux of the matter. It was indeed time for Itachi to make a choice. With a resigned sigh, Samuki awaited the outcome. A tremendous force suddenly erupted from Sasuke's body. Itachi hastily raised the 8-span mirror before him, yet he was still staggered back several steps. Suddenly, Itachi recalled the box Samuki had given him earlier. After retrieving it from his robe, he eagerly opened it. Inside lay a yellow talisman and a golden handgun. Though unfamiliar with the handgun, the accompanying manual from Samuki elucidated its purpose, a ranged weapon capable of delivering a lethal blow. Seizing the opportunity, it could indeed serve as a clever concealed weapon. As for the yellow talisman, upon reviewing the manual, Itachi fell into silence. It became clear that Samuki had anticipated this very situation. Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality was precisely as he had intended. How could he be unaware of the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck? The yellow talisman was designed to suppress the spiritual energy emanating from that seal. However, once utilized, Sasuke would be rendered utterly incapacitated. By then, Sasuke's chakra would have already undergone transformation, with spiritual energy having infiltrated his body. If Itachi were to employ this talisman, Sasuke would undoubtedly be left powerless. The handgun, then, was perhaps reserved for Sasuke's final dignity. Sasuke observing his brother's transformation, Itachi felt a profound sorrow. Sasuke's raven hair visibly turned white, and a whirlwind of spiritual energy swirled around him. In a sudden resolve, Itachi tore the talisman to shreds, channeling all his power into the ten-fist sword, and unleashed a single strike. The heavens trembled. Sasuke violently expelled a mouthful of blood as the spiritual barrier before him shattered instantaneously. In that moment, he regained a fleeting awareness. Simultaneously, Hebe also coughed up blood. Samuki swiftly produced a medicinal pill for her to consume. It seemed Itachi had opted for another path. Alas, the conclusion remained unchanged. After this, the Susanoo enveloping Itachi dissipated completely. He staggered toward Sasuke, blood continuously oozing from his mouth. As Itachi approached, Sasuke recoiled in fear until he was pressed against the wall with no escape. Forgive me, Sasuke. A golden handgun suddenly pressed against Sasuke's forehead. His heartbeat quickened. Astonished at the sight above him, bang! The gunshot rang out, and Itachi slowly collapsed. A small hole was punctured in the wall beside Sasuke's head. He still couldn't bear it. Gasping for breath, Sasuke weakly fell beside Itachi. Upon hearing the gunshot, Kisame seemed to grasp the outcome. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Mr. Itachi, you truly are selfish. Suddenly, a halo enveloped Sasuke's body. He inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated, sensing the spiritual energy in the surrounding air. However, his previous ninjutsu had been rendered ineffective. Yet, he could still utilize the Sharingan. In the present Akatsuki, Kakuzu vanished without a trace alongside Haiden, taking with him a substantial fortune from the organization. Only 3 remained: Zetsu, Kisame, and Uchiha Obito, excluding Sasuke before them. Upon learning of Nagato's demise, Obito trembled with fury. The plan had unraveled. He would have to proceed alone. Heading towards the Rain Village, Obito encountered Konan, who was guarding Nagato's corpse. Upon realizing that Obito sought to claim those eyes, Konan wasted no time in attacking. Give it up, you are no match for me. Out of respect for our past as teammates, I do not wish to kill you. Obito fixated on Konan, who had ascended into the air, and calmly replied, silence. Come at me. Konan unleashed a barrage of paper shuriken. Dismissing them with disdain, Obito retrieved a black rod from his sleeve. If that is the case, Do not blame me for being ruthless. With a swift motion, he hurled the black rod towards Konan, shattering the incoming shuriken and piercing her chest, causing her to disintegrate into paper. Paper clone technique. Behind Obito, Konan cast 10 kunai embedded with explosive tags. Obito's form suddenly became ethereal, and he reached out from the void, grasping Konan's neck. Rasengan. In a critical moment, Jiraiya descended from above, slamming his Rasengan downwards. Obito hurriedly evaded, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Jiraiya-sensei, Konan exclaimed, rushing toward him with excitement. As long as I am here today, Nagato will not be taken, Jiraiya confidently declared, fixing his gaze on Obito. Obito sensed the gravity of the situation. Jiraiya was indeed a formidable opponent, compounded by Konan's support. Yet, he needed to seize Nagato's Rinnegan for his plans to proceed. In the shadows, Black Zetsu observed this scene and chuckled. Is there truly no way out of this? How foolish. He would need to intervene. As Obito and Jiraiya engaged, Black Zetsu stealthily emerged beside Nagato's body. This is child's play, he declared, hoisting Nagato and vanishing beneath the earth. Let us go. It is within our grasp. Peeking from behind Obito, Black Zetsu grinned. Has that guy already been taken? Jiraiya and Konan turned simultaneously to see only Yahiko's lifeless form remaining. When we meet again, it will be a serious matter. Farewell, my friends. A swirling vortex manifested in Obito's right eye. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot. Black Zetsu, upon witnessing the situation, hastily burrowed into the ground to escape. Konan wished to pursue, yet Jiraiya intercepted her. You must understand what they intend to do with Nagato's corpse, correct? Chapter 69. Sasuke's arrogance falters as the fourth great ninja war looms. I know a little, she replied, her expression grave. However, the specifics elude me. Jiraiya nodded slightly. Very well, return to Konoha with me at once. After laying Yahiko's body to rest, Konan followed Jiraiya back to Konoha. Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito had brought Sasuke back. Through the transplantation of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke finally attained eternity. Itachi was quite considerate, leaving you behind, Obito remarked slowly. Seated beside the fire, Sasuke scoffed coldly. You misspoke. It was my strength that allowed me to survive. Oh, is that so? Obito chuckled derisively. Did you not realize that he never intended to kill you from the outset? He merely pressured you to grow stronger, ultimately compelling you to take his life while bequeathing his Sharingan to you. That is Uchiha Itachi, willing to bear all sins, yet unable to part with you, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. No, that's impossible. I witnessed him slay all our kin, including our parents. He nearly killed me too. Obito abruptly interjected. Indeed, it was always nearly. Sasuke began to reminisce about his encounters with Itachi. Despite having the opportunity to kill him, Itachi consistently mocked him, pushing him to grow stronger. Well, I should prepare myself, Obito declared, rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes before striding towards the cave's exit. Suddenly, a serpent-like shadow darted past. The robed Kabuto Yakushi materialized before Obito. I've been waiting for you, he hissed playfully. Underneath his mask, Obito furrowed his brow. You seem increasingly reminiscent of Orochimaru. At this juncture, I must express my gratitude to him. Without him, how could I have obtained such formidable power? With that, Kabuto cast aside his robe, revealing his robust physique to Sasuke and Obito. Rise, he commanded, raising 2 fingers. Sasuke's sword at his waist instantly unsheathed and soared forth. Swordsmanship. Sasuke was taken aback, realizing that the power Kabuto wielded was strikingly akin to his own, not chakra. The sword fragmented into 10 blades, swirling rapidly around Kabuto as he levitated, resembling a deity. My lord Orochimaru's unconsumed pills have granted me unprecedented strength through replication, he declared. Moreover, I have deciphered the soul-summoning techniques previously employed by Shin. Consequently, I have prepared a grand gift for you. Kabuto raised his fingers, and the ground slowly rose to reveal a coffin. The lid crashed down, revealing an individual who astonished Obito. This is, indeed, Uchiha Madara, Kabuto grinned, licking his lips. The fusion of Edo Tensei with Shin's soul-summoning techniques, a groundbreaking achievement. In the face of adversaries, they shall never be vanquished. I refer to them as zombies. From Obito's perspective, the Uchiha Madara within the coffin emanated an ominous black aura. His nails sharpened, a golden talisman affixed to his forehead. I understand now, Obito nodded, having made a decision. The 5 great nations convened to discuss their united response. Upon receiving news of this, Uchiha Obito resolved to declare war. Yet, before he could prepare, Sasuke had already dashed off in a bid to showcase his newfound power. After all, he had acquired eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Those who once mocked him would now pay the price. For 3 days and nights they pursued me. And I still recall the words Shin spoke. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. At the newly established joint meeting base of the 5 great nations, the Kage deliberated on the impending challenges. I believe we should take the initiative. Reikage stated thoughtfully, as intelligence indicates that only 3 members of Akatsuki remain. Indeed, Inoki nodded. But our opponents are contemporaries of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Does Tsunade possess any understanding of Uchiha Madara's strength? Tsunade shook her head. Since my earliest memories, Madara has been absent from Konoha. My recollections of my grandfather are but vague. Upon hearing this, Inoki furrowed his brow. However, they are merely 3 individuals. The united forces of the 5 great nations should be capable of overwhelming them, regardless of their strength, Gaara interjected. Tsunade immediately countered, no. Although my knowledge of Uchiha Madara is limited, his legend is well known throughout the ninja world. Surely everyone has heard of it? Inoki sighed deeply. Indeed. I witnessed Uchiha Madara's prowess firsthand during my youth. His power was akin to a god, only to be gazed upon from afar. We must devise a superior battle plan. Meitarumi yawned. Considering his age, Uchiha Madara might very well be an ineffective old man. Should we, as Kage, still fear such a being? As her words lingered, a sudden shock coursed through Ao, who gazed at a corner of the ceiling. Someone has entered. The assembly turned to see Uchiha Sasuke hanging upside down, jesting at them. So what were you saying? Why the silence? Inoki's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Sasuke's gaze. Those eyes bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Madara's. Is that the same form, the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke leapt down from the ceiling, surveying all present with an air of arrogance. You, each one of you so sanctimonious. Yet your veins run with black blood. It was individuals like you who drove Itachi to his demise. Watch closely. Today, I shall achieve something monumental. No sooner had Sasuke spoken than Reikage lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Sasuke's abdomen. To Reikage's astonishment, however, the punch seemed to be thwarted by some unseen force. A purple Susanoo gradually materialized around Sasuke. Surprised? This is the 3rd power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. Reikage seethed with fury. What does it matter? Take this. He unleashed a fierce blow upon Sasuke. Though protected by Susanoo, Sasuke was still knocked back several meters, crashing against the wall. Sasuke, over here. The wall crumbled, revealing Korin, who frantically gestured for him to escape. Feeling the force of Reikage's strength, Sasuke suddenly regretted his decision to come here. Despite possessing eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had nearly failed to withstand Reikage's punch. Contemplating this, Sasuke turned to flee. Dissolution technique. A stream of highly corrosive acid surged towards the gaping hole behind him. In the blink of an eye, the opening was sealed once more. Sasuke gasped in shock. Earth release. Inoki appeared behind Sasuke, his hand radiating with brilliant light. At that moment, Uchiha Obito swiftly lifted Sasuke, vanishing from the scene. As confusion enveloped the gathering, Uchiha Obito reappeared atop the table. My friends, it seems you have been waiting far too long. Chapter 70. The Genius Kabuto Yakushi. Here, I officially declare that the 4th Great Ninja War has commenced. The assembly was struck with astonishment. To everyone's astonishment, the opponent dared to directly declare war on the 5 great nations. It was nothing short of a provocation. After Uchiha Obito spoke, he vanished from the spot using Kamui. Thus, the 5 great nations commenced their military mobilization. In the face of Akatsuki's declaration of war, they remained utterly unafraid. Following Obito's return with Sasuke, Kabuto gazed at the half-dead Sasuke, doubling over in laughter. Sasuke's chakra had been completely depleted, and he was now entirely reliant on spiritual energy. Without a suitable jutsu, your Susanoo was as fragile as mere paper, vulnerable to the slightest breeze. Allow me to instruct you on how to effectively harness the energy within your body. In the ensuing month, Sasuke diligently trained under Kabuto's guidance. Kabuto, a remarkable genius in his own right, was capable of evolving numerous jutsu and sword techniques. On the eve of battle, Obito donned a white mask, adjusted his new attire, and slowly slung the Uchiha fan over his back. His right eye bore the Sharingan, while his left possessed the Rinnegan. The armies of the 5 great nations had gathered. Kabuto raised his fingers, causing a multitude of coffins to rise from the ground, including an army of white Zetsu replicated from Hashirama's cells. A staggering 100,000 white Zetsu were eager to emerge. Everything was prepared. I shall watch your performance with great interest. Here, I control the board of this battle. Kabuto raised his fingers once more, and countless coffin lids fell away. One by one, the corpses emerged, some even springing forth with a jolt. As Kabuto shook the bell in his hand, these corpses gradually regained their awareness. They looked down at their hands and each other's faces, yet failed to comprehend that they had become zombies. Touching their sharp teeth, despair flickered across their faces. How could this be? Was I not dead? Many ninjas were still haunted by the memories of their last moments alive. Suddenly, a white Zetsu entered, dragging 10 villagers along with it. Show me your hunger. The white Zetsu brutally snapped one villager's arm, causing blood to spurt forth. The ninjas, suddenly as if they had lost their souls, drooled uncontrollably. Their eyes turned red, and their noses strained forward, desperate to catch a scent. Then, darkness enveloped their vision, rendering them blind. As Kabuto shook the bell, all the zombies lunged at the villagers like ravenous tigers. No, please. The chilling sounds of flesh tearing and blood-sucking sent shivers down Sasuke's spine. Obito observed the scene with an unperturbed heart. Were they blind just moments ago? Kabuto chuckled. Initially, I too was uncertain, but it is clear that they rely on their sense of smell to locate their enemies. Even without the bell's motion, they can still see. I shall refine this jutsu, embedding the bell within their bodies, so they no longer need to rely on an external bell to control themselves. That night, the horde of zombies descended from the mountain. Countless villagers were mercilessly slaughtered, prompting the 5 great nations to adopt a more cautious stance. The drained villagers would rise again, attacking others just like the zombies. At the 8 treasure tower, Suk stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance with a solemn shake of his head. A calamity is about to unfold. The sky suddenly erupted with thunder, and torrential rain poured down upon the entire ninja world. Lady Tsunade, we apprehended this ninja from the Mist Village, Kakashi announced as he entered the 5 Kage's summit with a captured ninja in tow. Mei Terumi stared in disbelief. Did you not die during the 3-year mission? The others were equally taken aback. Could it be that you are mistaken? Tsunade asked, visibly frustrated. There were 5 of us on that mission, and I witnessed their burial. Mei exclaimed passionately. Wait, could they have been resurrected by forbidden techniques? The knowledgeable Inoki crouched down to examine the mist ninja closely. If it were Edo Tensei, even a destroyed body would rapidly revert to its original form. Let us test it. With that, Chojuro stepped forward and thrust a kunai forcefully into the ninja's arm. Clang. The kunai met an impenetrable force, as if striking solid steel, shattering instantly. Nanny. Everyone was left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Suddenly, a clear ringing sound emanated from within the ninja's body. Tsunade felt the sound of the bell was vaguely familiar, yet she could not recall where she had heard it. The ninja abruptly became agitated, a surge of strength exploding from within, shattering the ropes binding him. He lunged at another ninja with a ferocious bite. Kakashi, witnessing this, swiftly unleashed Raikiri, plunging it into the ninja's heart from behind. Boom. Raikiri effortlessly pierced the ninja's heart, and his eyes returned to their original state before he convulsed and collapsed to the ground. It seems ninjutsu does have its effects, but considerable strength is still required for a complete kill. This appears different from Edo Tensei, Inoki mused. Take this body to the operating room in the back. I intend to dissect and study it tonight, Tsunade instructed Shizen seriously. Yes, Lady Tsunade, with the help of a few others. The body of the mist ninja was transported to the surgery room. As the door closed, darkness enveloped the corpse. The area where Kakashi had pierced the heart was visibly healing. In the deep of night, after concluding their discussions, the 5 Kage were weary. Tsunade stifled a yawn. Aware that more tasks awaited her, she was utterly exhausted. How about I take the scalpel, Lady Tsunade? After all, it's just a corpse. Shizen jested. Tsunade shook her head. No, I must handle it myself. What transpired today is too strange. Until I reach a conclusion, even if I am weary, I cannot sleep. The two slowly approached the surgery room's door, only to find that no guards were present. Tsunade instinctively stepped in front of Shizun, her demeanor shifting. This is not good. Something is amiss. After a few breaths, Tsunade cautiously approached the surgery room, and as she slowly pushed the door open, her heart sank. The interior was drenched in blood. Behind the curtains, the ninja recently slain by Kakashi was ravenously gnawing at a guard's neck. Chapter 71. You resemble a friend of mine. What is happening? Hearing a sound from behind, the mist ninja turned and lunged like a famished wolf. Boom. Tsunade delivered a heavy punch, causing the entire wall to shatter and collapse, sending the ninja flying out. Hearing the commotion, everyone rushed towards the surgery room. Tsunade, what has occurred? Inoki called out as he descended from upstairs in his pajamas. Kakashi, surveying the bloodstains on the ground, slowly rose. It seems we have encountered a rather troublesome situation. At that moment, numerous screams filled the air. The 5 Kage's expressions darkened. It's an enemy attack. Everyone, gather together. Upon hearing this, all began to converge towards the 5 Kage. Inoki slammed his hands onto the ground. Doton, Doryu-doken. The earth beneath them surged upwards, elevating everyone to a higher ground. Soon, countless enemies surged into the area. The guards outside had all perished in a matter of moments. The ground, having risen, left behind a towering rock pillar that served as a support platform. The enemies desperately encircled the pillar, attempting to scale its heights. At that moment, many on the platform recognized the identities of the foes below. Some were their kin, others their friends, even parents, brothers, and sisters. Individuals who had perished years ago, yet now had returned to life, transformed into adversaries. Fortunately, we had mobilized all the ninjas participating in the battle. Otherwise, tonight would have spelled doom for us all, Inoki remarked cautiously. Suddenly, an enemy stealthily climbed up from behind. Fresh blood dripping. In an instant, he sunk his teeth into the neck of one of the individuals. Darui was the first to react, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash a lightning technique. Lightning release. Black lightning strike. 2 black lightning leopards surged forth. Ack! The current coursed through the enemy's body, instantly reducing him to ashes. The onlookers were rendered speechless. He turned to dust? Is it due to the lightning release? Tsunade shook her head. During the day, Kakashi also utilized a lightning-based lethal technique, yet the enemy still resurrected. Inoki approached Darui, scrutinizing him. It seems to be related to the lightning release, but it must also correlate with the strength and area of effect of the attack. Darui's lightning spread across the enemy's entire body, while Kakashi targeted a singular point on the chest. The group pondered this topic. Kakashi, feeling somewhat helpless, stifled a yawn. Perhaps I should verify this myself. With that, Kakashi turned to Might Guy. Come on, let us go together. Might Guy nodded slowly, and a radiant aura of green and gold erupted around him, signaling a change from their previous encounter. His golden hair shimmered, surrounded by a green glow. Kakashi, hold on to my back. Kakashi nodded, positioning himself behind Might Guy and placing his hand on his shoulder. Shall we begin? Let us roar. Youth. Might Guy propelled himself into the sky, generating a fierce gust of wind. The individuals on the platform nearly lost their footing to the powerful breeze. Debris tumbled, the platform swayed dangerously, prompting the inhabitants of Awagakure to activate earth techniques to fortify it. Kakashi, clutching Might Guy's back, found it hard to keep his eyes open against the wind. Guy, slow down. Otherwise, we won't be able to hit our target. Might Guy laughed heartily. Kakashi, a true warrior does not need his eyes to fight. It is the heart. With that, Might Guy accelerated once more. Kakashi felt like a rag in the wind, swaying dangerously close to losing consciousness. Might Guy adjusted their altitude, nearing the enemies clustered below the rock pillar, instructing Kakashi to prepare his lightning technique. Kakashi, there are too many targets. I can't concentrate my attack, he exclaimed anxiously. Might Guy flashed a confident smile. Leave it to me, Kakashi. Open the gates. A tremendous force erupted, nearly propelling Kakashi from his position. Aim your lightning release technique at my day tiger. Might Guy launched Kakashi into the air. In that moment, Kakashi's right hand surged with lightning. Might Guy inhaled deeply, compressing the air before him. After a few seconds, he exhaled forcefully. Ludahua, lightning beast pursuit Fong. The air cannon took the form of a tiger, emerging from Might Guy's hand, cloaked in lightning, plunging into the dense throng of enemies below. Boom! A colossal explosion resonated from below. The current surged through a vast number of foes, who screamed in agony as they fell to their knees, swiftly turning to heaps of dense ash. Did we succeed? Kakashi's body plummeted through the air. Might Guy soared upward and caught Kakashi, bringing him back to the platform. It indeed appears to be due to the lightning release. Now that we are aware of their weakness, dealing with them shall be considerably simpler. The Raikage, brimming with excitement, raised his fist. This is my domain now. All of Kumogakure, follow me into battle. Let them witness the wrath of thunder. Yes, the Raikage was the first to leap from the platform, followed by hundreds from Kumogakure. In the Akatsuki, Obito stood slowly, gazing at the extinguished campfire. The battle was about to commence. Are you feeling anxious? Kabuto approached from behind. No, I feel regretful. As the fire died completely, Obito turned and stepped outside with his fan. I thought you were nervous, so I specially brought a friend to cheer you on. Don't you want to see? Kabuto teased, watching Obito's retreating figure. Obito suddenly halted. Kabuto scoffed, raising 2 fingers. The ground slowly revealed a coffin. Upon opening, Deidara's figure emerged before Obito. Obito clenched his fists tightly at the sight of Deidara. Do you intend to resurrect every individual who has died? Oh, now you're defending your friends. I thought you were indifferent, Kabuto replied with a sly grin as he approached Deidara. He then removed the yellow talisman from Deidara's forehead. Instantly, Deidara's consciousness was restored. He looked bewildered at Kabuto and Uchiha Obito. Is this hell? Uchiha Obito coldly regarded Kabuto. The battle has commenced after it ends. I never wish to see you again. Just as Obito turned away, Deidara called after him. Wait, are you Akatsuki? Obito, with his back turned, remained silent for a long moment before letting out a deep sigh and replying, No. Deidara's expression fell. You resemble a friend of mine. But he smiled more than you do. Obito's body trembled momentarily, yet he continued walking without glancing back at Deidara, stepping out of the cave and leaping onto a rock. Gazing at the dawn sky, the rising sun elongated the shadows of the trees on the horizon. It has begun. Chapter 72, The First Battle. The Brothers of Gold and Silver. The first rays of sunlight streamed into the conference room of the 5 great nations. Everyone was acutely aware that this moment had finally arrived. All bore expressions of resolute determination, adorning their foreheads with headbands and equipping their weapons and gear. Attention, everyone. The moment of life and death has arrived. Gaara stood before the tens of thousands of allied forces, beginning to assign combat tasks. The underground gates creaked open. The white Setsu surged forth like a tidal wave. Kabuto, seated before the chessboard, slightly opened his eyes, then decisively placed a black piece on a designated spot. The first combat team, led by Darui, stationed itself at the coastal mountains. At that moment, several coffins began to rise from the sea. The foremost 2 coffins erupted, and the brothers Gold and Silver emerged slowly. Their skin appeared unnaturally pale, and their zombie-like teeth protruded grotesquely. Following them were several other coffins, from which emerged elite ninjas of Kumobikure, now the subordinates of the Gold and Silver brothers. As the sound of bells rang from their bodies, the yellow talismans on their foreheads ignited into flames. Suddenly, they opened their bloodshot eyes. The scent of blood permeated the air. Darui immediately grew tense. These are the former traders of Kumobikure. This is troublesome. Attention, everyone. Form a barrier with lightning release along the coastline. We cannot allow them to reach the shore. All ninjas skilled in lightning release quickly assembled. They formed a line, simultaneously performing hand seals at the coast, unleashing a barrier forged from lightning. The 2 brothers, Jin and Een, extended their hands to touch the barrier, only to be jolted back a few steps by a sudden shock. The defense held firm. Druid took a deep breath. At that moment, Jin Jiao brandished a fan. Upon seeing it, Druid's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. It was the banana fan from the Ninja World's Weapons Chronicle. Jin Jiao smirked deviously and swiftly waved the fan in his hand. Instantly, a storm composed of the 5 elemental chakras, wind, rain, thunder, fire, and earth, devastated the coastline's lightning barrier. The barrier had shattered. Release the lightning, Druid exclaimed excitedly. The group formed hand signs once again. The resulting lightning surged violently towards the sea. Suddenly, a figure leaped swiftly in front of the Jin and Een brothers. 8 trigrams. Returned to heaven. The lightning was instantly rebounded. In a moment of haze, the figure of Hyuga Hayashi appeared before everyone. Niji, who was engaged in battle, unexpectedly caught sight of his father. Though he had never anticipated meeting him in such a manner, the Jin and Een brothers successfully landed on the ground with their subordinates. Cold sweat trickled down Druid's forehead. If they could not hold them back, this place would surely fall. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Suddenly, Niji appeared alongside Tintin and Rock Lee before Druid. A single gentle fist technique forced the enemies before him back several steps. Hayashi immediately spotted Niji ahead, and his emotions surged. Yet, he suddenly realized that no tears would flow, no matter how hard he tried. In the shadowy cavern, Kabuto chuckled as he contemplated the pieces in his hands. Since they are zombies, how could they possibly shed tears? What a touching scene it was for family to reunite. Niji knew there was no time for sentimentality, so he resolutely extended his right foot forward. 8 trigrams. A green light arose as the 8 trigrams symbol materialized. 64 palms. Niji swiftly approached Jin Jiao, launching a rapid series of attacks that targeted every chakra point on Jin Jiao's body. Jin Jiao disdainfully remained still, allowing Niji to unleash his full assault. Tintin threw a scroll directly into the air, manipulation of the meteor. A steel chain instantly ensnared the subordinates behind the Jin and Een brothers. A massive iron hammer descended like a meteor upon the enemies. Clang! The hammer struck, producing a resounding chime that revealed the incredible hardness of the enemies' bodies. Nevertheless, Tintin's strike delayed their movements. Aside from Jin and Een, and Hayashi who had jumped away, the others were all ensnared. As Niji finished his 64 palms, Jin Jiao kicked him away. My bones are harder than iron, even if you hit my chakra points. I will not fall. Jin Jiao laughed heartily. Nearby, Asuma fought alongside the Inoshikacho trio. Upon witnessing the situation with Niji, he resolved to provide support. Niji, unwilling to concede, stood up, yet before he could regain his balance, Hayashi charged forward. Father. Niji dodged while observing Hayashi's expression. Niji, do not cease your attacks. Coordinate with the lightning attribute ninja. Apply pressure on me after I use Return to Heaven. Hayashi urgently instructed Niji on how to confront his own challenge. Suddenly, Jin Jiao launched a surprise attack from behind. Watch out behind you. Niji, Hayashi warned. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Rock Lee's figure suddenly appeared behind Niji. With a flying kick, the unsuspecting Jin Jiao was sent flying. The opening of the life gate. Lee's body became flushed with blood. This was the final safe zone of the 8 gates. His body radiating green energy. Lee tossed out bandages that ensnared Jin Jiao's body. He then surged into the air. Lotus Blossom. In an instant, Lee's speed reached its zenith, becoming nearly invisible to the naked eye. The supersonic attack caused Jin Jiao to feel dizzy within the confines of the bandages. Although his body could recover, Lee's rapid assault hindered his healing. Observing his brother being suppressed, Jin Jiao waved the banana fan at the sky. However, just as he did, he found himself unable to move. Struggling, Jin Jiao turned his head to see Shikamaru half kneeling on the ground, teasingly gazing at him. The shadow imitation technique had succeeded. Well done, Shikamaru. Asuma leaped in alongside Choji and Ino. Asuma, it has been so long. Hayashi and Niji distanced themselves, greeting Asuma. I never expected to see you in such a way. How unfortunate. Asuma's expression grew serious. Now is not the time for reminiscing. Quickly summon the lightning attribute ninjas again. We must suppress them before we lose our fighting capacity. If they manage to consume our blood, we will lose control entirely. Hayashi shouted to the group. Suddenly, Jin Jiao broke free from Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru was taken aback, caught off guard by his escape. Jin Jiao swiftly swung the banana fan towards Asuma. A torrent of water surged forth. Asuma quickly exhaled a plume of superheated ash, fire style, ash pile burning. The ash ignited as it touched the ground, erupting into towering flames. The clash of water and fire generated a thick cloud of smoke. Boom. After burning for a time, Asuma's jutsu erupted violently. Sparks flew, landing on Jin Jiao's arm. Ouch. It's so hot. So hot. Once the smoke cleared, Shikamaru clearly saw the burns on Jin Jiao's arm, evidence of the fiery embers from the earlier explosion. Astonishingly, they had not healed. Suddenly, Shikamaru made a new discovery. Everyone, pay attention. They not only fear lightning, but they may also have reservations about fire. The dual pressure of lightning and fire should yield significant results. Chapter 73, Kakazu. The 5 Kage are quite willing to spend. However, currently, you are the only ninja capable of using fire style, Asuma, Shikamaru said anxiously. Indeed, it poses quite a challenge. All coastal forces are lightning attribute ninjas. Asuma hastily lit a cigarette. Fire style, hard work. Suddenly, flames surged toward the Jin and In brothers like an ocean. The flames, upon touching the ground, spread out in a wide radius, encircling the brothers. Everyone turned to see Kakazu of the Akatsuki standing atop a rock alongside Haiden. Aren't the Akatsuki our enemies? Choji exclaimed in surprise. We have severed ties with the Akatsuki. We are now hired by the 5 Kage, Kakazu explained, leaping down from the rock. One must admit, the 5 Kage are quite generous, for the sake of money. I can undertake any task I would rather avoid. And he? Is he also in it for the money? Shikamaru pointed at Haiden. Haiden scoffed. I don't care about money. When I was left with nothing but my head, this guy brought me away from the Akatsuki and helped me recover my original body. Don't let my past behavior fool you. I am someone who knows gratitude. Asuma was instantly elated. Now with me, we have 2 ninjas capable of using fire style. Coordinating with the lightning attribute ninjas, we should be able to take them down. Surrounded by flames, the Jin and In brothers were drenched in sweat, feeling the pressure. Damn it, they have discovered our weakness. What do we do now? Jin Jiao asked anxiously. What about your red gourd and 7-star sword? Jin Jiao inquired. In this situation, it's impossible to use them. We must extinguish the fire first. In Jiao leaped up, seemingly attempting to bypass the encirclement of flames from above. Kakazu would not let him escape. Lightning style, false darkness. The malevolent spirit of the earth, Du, gradually emerged, as the lightning-wielding masked creature unleashed a sharp, thunderous spear aimed at the airborne Silverhorn. The electric barrage, sweeping from close range to afar, rendered Silverhorn increasingly beleaguered in his evasive maneuvers. Under the relentless onslaught, a wretched cry escaped Silverhorn as he plummeted from the skies. Silver Horn. Golden Horn, witnessing his brother's fall, was consumed by fury. Silver Horn's entire form was enveloped in lightning, emanating thick clouds of black smoke. Unforgivable. In an instant, the power of nine-tailed chakra erupted from Golden Horn's being. The onlookers gasped in horror. Is he undergoing partial tailed beast transformation? Everyone retreat. Asuma bellowed. The force emanating from Golden Horn dispersed the surrounding flames with a powerful gust. He charged toward Kakazu in a furious rage. Haiden, twirling his scythe, leapt in front of Kakazu, proclaiming, "Such a fearsome visage is perfect for joining my cult. Step aside. Your strength is insufficient to confront him." Kakazu retorted coldly at Haiden. "We'll see about that." Haiden swung his scythe, rushing toward the tailed beast-empowered Golden Horn. Golden Horn, moving with blinding speed, swatted Haiden's scythe away with a claw before piercing through his body. Blood. A sinister whisper escaped Golden Horn's lips. Kakazu swiftly formed hand seals, composite ninjutsu, flame wind chaos wave. The fire using mass creature and the wind using mass creature of D Yuan Yu swiftly combined, creating an expansive sea of flames. This inferno rapidly engulfed both Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Having just been struck by the lightning jutsu, Silver Horn was still incapacitated, and the sea of flames consumed him entirely. Golden Horn, grievously wounded, felt the raging fire sear along the coastline, and his form quickly vanished from Kakuzu's sight. Is it over? Shikamaru gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Suddenly, a charred arm thrust forth from the flames. Ha! I nearly perished in the blaze. Golden Horn emerged slowly from the inferno, his body almost entirely devoid of unburned flesh, presenting an utterly terrifying visage. Kakuzu smiled faintly. Even if you've emerged, what difference does it make? D Yuan Yu, final shot. He rapidly gathered the powers of wind, fire, and lightning into his right arm, charging a formidable force. Golden Horn trembled in fear, retreating 2 shaky steps while desperately searching for an escape route. Kakuzu smirked, the energy in his arm fully amassed. Return to your hell. A terrifying chakra blast erupted forth, piercing through Golden Horn's body. No. A blinding light enveloped the shoreline. In an instant, Golden Horn's body was reduced to a cloud of ashes. Task completed. Kakuzu stowed away his mask, assisting the dazed Haiden before turning to leave. There were still other places to support. Even one was so troublesome. Perhaps it was time to negotiate a better price with the 5 Kages. Otherwise, the losses were too great. Shikamaru and Asuma stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Niji continued to battle Hinata. The two were evenly matched, yet Niji's chakra was dwindling. Particularly as Hinata's ferocity intensified upon sensing blood, Niji began to falter. Suddenly, he recalled the 8 trigrams technique he had witnessed from Sumi at the 8 treasure glazed tile house. Yin and Yang create the 4 seasons, with softness overcoming hardness. One can move mountains with a mere 4 ounces. I think I understand now. Niji executed a palm strike, causing distance to form between him and Hinata. He took a deep breath, lowering his hands gently forward, mimicking Sumi's movements, and stepped into the first position. What is this? Hinata froze momentarily, his Byakugan revealing a rapid shift in Niji's chakra flow. The chakra began to circulate swiftly through his chakra points. The crowd watched in awe as a green Taiji diagram gradually appeared beneath Niji's feet. Father, please guide me once more. Hinata's brow furrowed as he charged at Niji. Unperturbed, Niji projected a subtle force with his right hand. Hinata sidestepped, retaliating with a palm strike. Niji, without even glancing, effortlessly deflected it and pulled back. Hinata was left bewildered, realizing that his arm was being drawn toward Niji uncontrollably, flowing along the trajectory of Niji's movements. Why did Niji's attacks appear so gentle? They seemed devoid of power. Dingji pulled out a bag of chips and began munching away. Cold sweat trickled down Shikamaru's forehead. No, although his strikes seem soft, they are imbued with cunning finesse. Have you not noticed that Uncle Hinata's rhythm has been completely commandeered by Niji? Chapter 74. The Mist Ninja 7 Surprise Attack. Might Guy to the Rescue. What is Taiji? It differentiates Yin and Yang, giving rise to the changes of the 4 seasons. Niji seized Hinata's wrist in a firm grip, then pulled back. This was the essence of Taiji. By rebounding the opponent's strength, Hinata was sent hurtling uncontrollably through the air. What an incredible move! Ino exclaimed, astonished. It seemed Niji had grasped an extraordinary technique. Asuma discarded his cigarette and hastily lit another. Father, I'm sorry. This is your farewell. Niji stepped forward with conviction. The Taiji diagram radiating brilliant light. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Instantly, countless images of Niji surrounded him. Niji struck Hinata's abdomen with precision, launching a flurry of relentless attacks. Headwell point, hairline point, yang white point, 100 meetings point, back vertex point, wind mansion point. The continuous barrage forced Hinata to retreat until he was backed against a tree. Niji sent leaves cascading from its branches. Secondly, DUI point. Thirdly, DUI point. Achilles tendon point. Boom. As Niji executed his final palm strike, an overwhelming force pierced through Hinata's body, causing the tree to splinter. Niji bowed his head, gasping for breath. Hinata stood expressionless, before his body disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. It turns out that Mr. Sumi was indeed the true powerhouse. After this war concludes, I must seek him out as my mentor. In the second squad, led by Kakashi, the lightning squad lay in ambush within the foliage. The long-awaited tranquility lulled many ninjas into a false sense of security. Suddenly, 7 figures leapt from the trees, seizing a few individuals from the crowd and beginning to feast upon them. Everyone was taken aback, hastily grabbing their weapons and retreating. Kakashi observed the 7 figures, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Once the 7 had satisfied their hunger, they stood upright. Kakashi-sensei, it's been a while. A familiar voice echoed in Kakashi's ears. Upon seeing the leader's visage, he was stunned. Zabuza? The 7 figures bore bloodstains across their faces, their jagged teeth appearing horrifyingly menacing. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had made their simultaneous appearance, their foreheads adorned with yellow talismans that vanished into ashes after their thirst was quenched. Suddenly, a sharp ice spike struck one of the ninjas. Kakashi's senses heightened as he scanned the surroundings. There's another lurking in the shadows. Everyone, stay alert. Glancing at the ice spike embedded in the ninja's neck, Kakashi's mind raced back to his single name, Haku. Have you awakened as well? The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist launched their attack. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, striking the ground. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth erupted before him. Kakashi turned to the assembled crowd and declared, Water release ninjas, initiate the attack. Lightning release ninjas, coordinate your strikes, and do not lose your composure. With a resounding crash, the earthen wall crumbled, and Ringo Yuri, brandishing a lightning blade, charged into the throng. Prepare for slaughter. Kakashi observed the lightning blade in Ringo's grasp and suddenly had an epiphany. He turned his gaze to the combatant, Omoi, realizing, she wields a lightning-based weapon. If we can harness lightning release to activate it, we might eradicate her instantly. Omoi nodded slightly and, gripping her long sword, dashed towards Ringo Yuri, taunting, Fool, come and catch me. To her surprise, Ringo, incited by the provocation, relentlessly pursued her. Should she unleash the power of lightning release from that weapon here, everyone would be harmed. She needed to lure her to a water-rich locale. Kakashi, before Omoi made her diversion, gave precise instructions. As Ringo Yuri chased, she hurled insults at Omoi. You coward. If you dare to seduce me, come and fight me. Once I catch you, I will pluck out your tongue. Omoi, upon hearing this, quickened her pace. Suddenly, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Shiranui, leaped out to obstruct Omoi's path. Omoi hastily drew her weapon to defend herself, aware that Ringo was closing in. Without hesitation, she leapt from the tree and plunged into the underbrush. That coward vanished again. Ringo Yuri leapt into the foliage, furiously swinging her lightning blade. Omoi hid behind another tree, gasping for breath. Suddenly, Ringo fixed her gaze on the tree where Omoi was concealed. Unbeknownst to Omoi, as long as she breathed, Ringo would discern her exact location. After all, they were both undead. With a swift motion, Ringo Yuri leapt from the tree, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Omoi's head. Startled, Omoi crouched down. I've been discovered. Run. She sprang forward into the thicket. Ringo's blade became lodged in the tree, and as she watched Omoi escape, anger coursed through her, causing her to tremble in fury. Damn it! At that moment, Kisame Shiranui extracted Ringo's blade, and together they pursued Omoi. Just as they were about to catch up, Omoi's figure dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. The ground beneath them collapsed, and both Kisame and Ringo tumbled into a pit of mud. Omoi, perched atop a tree, mocked the two ensnared in the muck. I truly apologize for making you chase me for so long. Realizing the predicament, Ringo Yuri sighed in resignation. You are insufferable. If I don't strike you down, my wrath shall remain unsated. Consider this a debt for the next life. Omoi flashed a subtle smile at Ringo. Well done, Omoi. At that moment, Kakashi appeared from behind. Observing the two in the mire, he slowly opened his palm, summoning crackling lightning. How bothersome. Very well. I hope you will keep your word. Ringo Yuri suddenly hurled her lightning blade at Omoi. Take this. It should be of use to you. Thank you. With that, The 7 ninja swordsmen had dealt with 2 of their foes. Including White, the opposition still numbered 7. Kakashi felt somewhat numb to the situation at hand. At least, it was an even match. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, they could ensure their own survival. However, the fate of the others remained uncertain. The second team had already suffered significant losses, and without reinforcements, they risked annihilation. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Kakashi was startled and quickly raised his hands for protection as a cloud of dust enveloped the area. In a daze, he caught sight of a remarkably reassuring back. "Guy, you've finally arrived." Chapter 75, Kabuto's Ultimate Scheme. "Kakashi, I apologize for my late arrival." Might Guy surveyed the surroundings, aside from White. The remaining 5 were engaged in a fierce struggle against the allied forces. "Let us resolve this quickly. We are needed elsewhere," Guy shouted, his powers surging anew. Though this time his hair appeared somewhat longer. The 8th gate, open. This surge of energy drew the attention of the other 5. Zabuza Momochi hefted his massive blade. Charging towards Guy. Guy raised a finger. Clang. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as Zabuza's sword shattered with a mere touch from Guy's fingertip. The youthful vigor of the golden-haired beast has returned. Guy's fist struck Zabuza's abdomen with devastating force. Boom. Instantly, Zabuza was reduced to a cloud of blood mist. That punch. With Zabuza's demise, White could no longer remain hidden. The remaining 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen surged toward Guy. A slight smile crept across Guy's lips. Just the opportunity one needed to test this technique. Kamehameha. All the energy within Guy converged into his hands, forming a brilliant sphere of light. The muscles in his arms swelled, and an immensely powerful energy sphere shot forth from his palms. In an instant, the shockwave from the energy scattered the allied forces to the sides. The dazzling light forced Kakashi to shield his eyes in astonishment. How powerful! The remaining 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, along with White, vanished into the energy wave. Once Guy's attack was complete, the enemies before him had been reduced to ashes. Is this the strength of the Scion's second form? Guy returned to his normal state, gazing at his hands in awe. Meanwhile, the various teams fought valiantly against the enemy forces. Naruto and Killer Bee, unable to remain idle in the 5 Kage Summit headquarters, suggested stepping outside for some fresh air. However, before they could exit, they were halted by the guards. "I'm sorry, you 2 cannot leave this area." The guards at the entrance blocked Naruto and Killer Bee's path. "Why? I just want to get some fresh air," Naruto protested, looking confusedly at the guards. The guards awkwardly scratched their heads. "Apologies, we are just following orders." Suddenly, Naruto sensed something amiss. "Where's Tsunade? I want to see Tsunade." He pushed past the guards, shouting towards the outside. "Naruto, don't do anything reckless." Just then, Iruka appeared at the door. "Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked, bewildered. "Naruto, your assignment is to stay here. Do not inquire further about anything else," Iruka said earnestly. Something must have happened. Naruto, in a burst of frustration, knocked down a guard and dashed past Iruka, escaping. The moment he stepped outside, the sage mode heightened his senses, allowing him to perceive everyone's chakra. So the war has begun, and everyone is fighting. And I've been hiding here, oblivious. With this realization, Naruto sprinted towards the nearest battlefield. "Naruto, wait," Iruka called out, pursuing him. "Iruka-sensei, if you're here to stop me, then forget it." Just as Naruto finished speaking, Iruka handed him a Konoha headband. "You forgot your headband. Knowing your nature, you would surely head to the front lines. Since I cannot stop you, all I can do is cheer you on." Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he accepted the headband, and he and Killer Bee rushed towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the path to the nearest battlefield, 2 familiar figures appeared, supporting each other in front of Naruto and Killer Bee. "Wait, Nagato, Itachi," Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Itachi surveyed his surroundings before suddenly inquiring, "Where is Sasuke? Has he not returned to Konoha?" Naruto shook his head in response, stating, the last time he was seen was during the 5 Kage Summit. It is said that he was rescued by Uchiha Madara, and since then, he has not been seen again. At that moment, both Itachi and Nagato experienced a peculiar transformation. Nagato's reaction appeared to be the most intense. He fell to his knees, clutching his body in anguish. A translucent yellow talisman flickered into view on his forehead. The next instant, he let out a roar, and 12 arms sprouted from his back. His sharp teeth gradually extended, and his eyes turned a vibrant crimson. Itachi summoned the Tensigen and cast a sealing technique towards Naruto. "Naruto, throw the ball," Kurabi shouted urgently. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but as the Tensigen neared him, he hurled his pokeball with great force. A golden flash erupted, and Kurama roared as he emerged, now as large as he was during the destruction of Konoha. With a powerful swipe, Kurama blocked the Tenseigan's assault and yanked Itachi into the forest. Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, Nagato unleashed a gravitational pull towards Naruto, who was uncontrollably drawn towards him. Nagato seized Naruto by the neck. Hell Path. The head of the King of Hell materialized behind him. Nagato struck Naruto's abdomen with a forceful blow, yanking at his soul. Naruto, I'm coming. Kurabi leaped forward. Abruptly, a hand from Nagato's back grasped Kurabi's neck. The remaining 10 pairs of hands transformed into chakra cannon devices, aiming at the two as they began to gather energy. Susanoo. In a critical moment, Itachi wielded Susanoo and swung his sword towards Nagato. Instantly, the ground trembled, sending Naruto and Kurabi flying away. The 12 arms behind Nagato broke apart. Itachi skillfully maneuvered Susanoo to catch Naruto and Kurabi. What just happened? Susanoo? Naruto gazed back at Itachi with a puzzled expression. Amaterasu. Itachi suddenly attacked Naruto with his right eye. In response, Naruto expelled a raven from his mouth. Itachi's eyes transformed into the Sharingan. Do not fear. I have escaped the enemy's control. I have regained command over my body. Itachi reassured Naruto and Kurabi calmly. Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, Nagato tossed a black orb from his palm. In the next moment, Naruto, Kurabi, and Itachi were lifted into the air. Itachi aimed at Nagato and unleashed Amaterasu. Under the assault of the black flames, Nagato lost his ability to retaliate. Itachi summoned Susanoo once more, wielding the Tenseigan to pierce Nagato's body. Sealing. After completing this, Itachi turned to Naruto, stating, I have something of utmost importance to attend to, so I shall not accompany you to the battlefield. Before Naruto could respond, Itachi hurriedly departed. In a dimly lit cave, Kabuto toyed with the pieces in his hand. The board had accumulated at least 30 black and white pieces. It was a vital gathering point for the Five Nations Alliance. In that place, the shadows of past leaders had been resurrected. How intriguing. Perhaps this is the perfect opportunity to enhance Sasuke's body. He mused as he exited the makeshift laboratory. Pulling back the curtains, he found Sasuke lying on a device, seemingly undergoing some form of surgery. Kabuto produced a black bag and poured a multitude of pills into the apparatus Sasuke was lying on. He pressed a red button beside him, and clear water began to flow into the machine. The pills dissolved upon contact with the water, being completely absorbed into Sasuke's body. Witnessing this, Kabuto let out a maniacal laugh. On the battlefield in the desert, the third Raikage, upon resurrection, began to ravenously consume the blood of the allied forces. The more he consumed, the stronger he became. As a lightning-based ninja, he possessed formidable lightning armor. It appeared that ordinary lightning techniques would be utterly ineffective against him. What are we to do in this situation? This is terrifying. No one can withstand his attacks. Fear gripped the hearts of the people as they began to retreat. Glancing at the ferocious third Raikage, he seized an allied ninja, opening his maw wide to viciously bite into his neck. Instantly, the allied ninja's body withered away. Inoki's brow furrowed. If this continues, it won't be long before the entire alliance is annihilated. The drained allied ninjas soon rose again, attacking their comrades. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Inoki clasped his hands together, manifesting a transparent square barrier between them. The third Raikage was trapped within, his immense power forcibly disintegrating him to an atomic state. However, the Raikage relentlessly assailed the barrier, his lightning armor becoming increasingly brilliant. Inoki struggled to maintain the barrier and, in a moment of desperation, detonated it. Boom. A massive explosion created a whirlwind at the center. The surrounding allied forces were blown away, and a cloud of dust obscured everyone's vision. As the smoke cleared, the Raikage emerged slowly, his lightning armor crackling with power. However, Inoki's dust release had inflicted damage. His left arm was mangled, and his healing abilities were significantly slowed. This was the consequence of Kabuto's fusion of the reanimation jutsu and the corpse reanimation technique. A fully corporeal body could possess limitless chakra, and after consuming blood, it would greatly enhance overall strength. Ordinary attacks were utterly ineffective against them. With indestructible bodies, they would not be knocked down, although their recovery speed would be delayed. While they feared lightning and fire techniques, a powerful lightning ninja would be immune to lightning damage, but would suffer double damage from fire techniques. The battle began to escalate. The second Tsuchikage suddenly leaped onto a rock. It's time to give you all a surprise. Kabuto manipulated the body of Mu, raising his fingers in a gesture. Suddenly, a coffin rose from the ground. As it opened, Inoki was left utterly astonished. Is that Uchiha Madara? He could never forget the scene from his youth when Uchiha Madara mocked him in Konoha, applying immense pressure after unleashing Susanoo. That pressure had returned. The reanimation jutsu is something I specially prepared for you. Your power now surpasses your peak. Kabuto directed Mu to look at Uchiha Madara. At that moment, the yellow talisman on Madara's forehead turned to ashes. A chill escaped his lips as he turned to Mu, questioning, "Have you seen my prime?" "No, but now. Please allow me to witness it." "The legendary power of Uchiha Madara," he replied as he leaped from the rock, facing tens of thousands of allied forces. He donned a confident expression. "I can do this." Though resurrected in such a manner, it feels rather splendid. With that, Uchiha Madara began to stride towards the allied forces. Their eyes bloodshot as they charged towards Uchiha Madara. The first to rush forward was truly brave. Yao Shidu, utilizing the body of the void, surveyed the battlefield. Uchiha Madara was the first to plunge into the throng, instantly sending a multitude of allied ninjas soaring into the air. None could withstand the ferocity of Uchiha Madara's onslaught, allowing him to dance arrogantly amidst the sea of defenders. One allied ninja, wielding a long blade, struck fiercely from behind Madara. In a swift motion, Madara pivoted, delivering a powerful kick to the ninja's abdomen before seizing the long sword. With a swift slash, countless allies were cleaved in twain. Witnessing the pool of blood on the ground, an overwhelming urge to consume surged within Uchiha Madara. His visage twisted into a grimace as he gradually began to lose control. The mere scent of blood in the air was enough to drive him into a frenzy. Just then, a stealthy allied ninja appeared behind him. He grasped the ninja's throat and voraciously sank his teeth into flesh. The fresh blood flooded his mouth, eliciting a pleasurable expression from Madara, who felt his strength surging. Suddenly, a fierce gale propelled him away. This time, Madara had miscalculated. His body was hurled several thousand meters before settling on the ground. Glancing at the opposing crowd, he spotted Temari, wielding an iron fan, fixated upon him. Rising to his feet, Madara leisurely brushed the dust from his shoulders, his expression revealing a hint of arrogance. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of flames engulfed the entire allied forces in an instant. Water release, water barrier. Dozens of water release ninjas formed a line, simultaneously expelling torrents of seawater. Fire and water clashed, and the scalding steam surged past the bodies of the combatants. At that moment, Naruto arrived, his gaze locking onto Uchiha Madara. Super large Rasen Shuriken. He descended from above, clutching a gigantic Rasengan. Earth release, earthquake core. Inoki suddenly struck the ground. The earth beneath Madara's feet was thrust upward by a tremendous force. Naruto smashed down fiercely, the overwhelming power sending nearby allied ninjas flying. A blue Susanoo materialized around Madara, who then unleashed a punch. Naruto screamed as he was sent flying. In a daze, Gaara appeared behind Naruto, unleashing a torrent of sand from his gourd. Gaara manipulated the sand, ensnaring Madara's right hand and pulling him out of the Susanoo. At this juncture, Naruto had entered Sage mode, hurling a Rasen Shuriken towards Madara. In that fleeting moment, the Rinnegan in Madara's eyes transformed. Meanwhile, in the Five Kage's command center, Tsunade, Reikage, and Meitarumi anxiously awaited news from the front lines. Kakashi stroked his chin, sighing deeply. It seems that the masked figure is not the true Uchiha Madara. Yet, I cannot fathom his true identity. In the northern mountainous region, he had already made his appearance. Kakashi and Might Guy were hastily advancing to the scene. They could no longer afford to wait. Uchiha Madara had appeared, and with only the Tsuchikage and the few Injutsu Kage, how could they possibly contend with him? Reikage slammed his fist onto the table. "Please wait, Reikage-sama, we cannot ascertain the main location yet. The transmission requires some time." Maki urgently responded to Reikage. On the desolate battlefield, Uchiha Madara mockingly gazed down at the multitude below, knowing it to be death. "You still dare to challenge my might. I must commend your courage." However, Madara suddenly displayed a sinister grin. Heavenly obstruction, quaking stars. An eerie sound echoed through the clear sky. Suddenly, a massive boulder began to descend through the clouds. Chapter 77. Uchiha Obito's entrance. The battle intensifies. At that moment, the weapons of all present slipped from their grasp and fell to the ground. Gazing upwards at the meteor-like stone, despair enveloped them entirely. Is this still human? The morale shattered, and the people chose to capitulate. In a critical moment, Inoki stepped forward, bracing against the meteor. "Do not give up. If we speak like this now, we have already lost." Inoki gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength. Earth release, ultra-light heavy rock technique. Instantly, the weight of the meteor was significantly reduced. In a moment of clarity, they could see Inoki lifting the meteor as it began to float upwards. A flicker of surprise crossed Madara's eyes. "I retract my previous insult. Inoki." You truly possess some skill. However, this is merely the beginning. What will you do about the second one, Inoki? As the clouds parted, a second meteor rapidly plummeted. Upon colliding with the first meteor, Inoki coughed up blood. Gaara exerted all his strength to block the falling meteor with sand, but ultimately, he could not hold it back. Boom. In the instant the meteor struck, the entire allied forces were engulfed. The widespread destruction cast a veil of dust over the azure sky. The allied forces lay in eerie silence. Gaara knelt upon the ground, his consciousness fading as his chakra neared depletion. The sky darkened. Clouds obscured the sun. Cries and screams slowly emerged from the ruins. Uchiha Madara relished the sounds of the survivors' despair. Once the dust settled, Inoki lay on the ground, trembling as he lifted his head. Truly remarkable, still alive? Madara raised 2 fingers, preparing to finish Inoki. Just at that critical moment, a blinding light erupted. 2 figures appeared before Uchiha Madara and the void simultaneously. Boom. A punch and a kick sent Madara and the void reeling backward. Is that Tsunade and the Raikage? Their timing is impeccable. Inoki regained his footing. A gust of wind swept across the battlefield of the allied forces. The 5 Kage gathered. Meanwhile, in the northern mountainous region, Kakashi led the reinforcements, having just reached their destination. An overwhelming number of white Zetsus surged forth. Attention, it's an ambush. Kakashi urgently warned the allied forces. Reinforcements from all corners were converging, including Asuma's team. Due to Hinata's pregnancy, she and others accompanied Asuma to provide support. The 5 Kage restrained Uchiha Madara, allowing the coalition of the 5 great nations to successfully assemble in the mountainous area. More and more white Zetsus appeared. The allied forces, blinded by rage, fought fiercely. Suddenly, a gigantic arm emerged from the ground, seizing several allied ninjas and dragging them underground. The chilling sounds of flesh being consumed left everyone in shock. Bang! A colossal monster emerged from the earth, its body covered in tough scales and its head bristling with sharp teeth. Haha, this is my latest creation. By combining the genes of zombies, it evolves after consuming enough blood and flesh. Its power is on par with that of a Kage. Yao Shidu sat before the chessboard, grinning wickedly. Kakashi and the others furrowed their brows at the sight of the monstrous creature. After the group employed lightning release and fire release, they realized it had no effect. The creature effortlessly dispatched a multitude of allied ninjas. Moreover, it continually devoured the surrounding forces, its body swelling larger. Through his Sharingan, Kakashi locked onto the monster's head. Its body could withstand any attack or ninjutsu, leaving only one area to attempt to strike. Niji, Hizashi, support me, Kakashi declared, channeling lightning into his left hand. Leaping over the crowd, he sprang onto the creature's arm. The monster swung its other arm to strike Kakashi. 8 trigrams air palm. As Hinata and Niji simultaneously unleashed a soft fist, the monster's arm lost its grip on Kakashi in that fleeting moment of attack. The opportunity had arrived. Kakashi ascended to the creature's shoulder and struck directly at its temple with a penetrating blow. Raikiri, with a swish. The monster let out a harrowing scream as Kakashi bored a gaping hole through its skull. However, the beast did not succumb to death immediately. The instant Kakashi leapt down, the creature seized him. Kakashi, gasped the onlookers in astonishment. At that moment, Kakashi remained unfazed, his left eye's Sharingan slowly rotating to confront the creature. Oh, so your mind is your most vulnerable point. This ironclad body is merely a tool, channeling lightning release within the space of Kamui. He mused that it would surely yield remarkable results. I shall name this technique Thunder-Shattering Force. Instantly, the space around the monster's head began to warp, with flickers of lightning undulating within the distortion. Kakashi's pupils dilated as blood trickled from his left eye. In the next moment, the monster's head was violently twisted, exploding amidst a tempest of lightning within the Kamui dimension. Thud! Boom! The creature's body fell straight to the ground, and as Kakashi extricated himself, he barely caught his breath before the outer path golem appeared. The chains around its ankles were instantly severed, and the golem let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. The coalition forces stood in bewilderment. What is happening? What is that thing? Kabuto seemed somewhat dissatisfied, remarking, I never anticipated my creation would be effortlessly dispatched by Kakashi. Truly, a most extraordinary Sharingan. Uchiha Obito stood atop the golem, looking down with disdain at all below him. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and Killer Bee hurriedly arrived from the opposite side, informing the others of Uchiha Madara's appearance. So, this masked man is merely an imposter? Kakashi mused, stroking his chin in frustration. The only way to uncover his true identity is to shatter his mask. I'll take the lead, Killer Bee declared, spinning into his tailed beast transformation. The 8 tails appeared, and Obito's excitement surged as he rubbed his hands together. 1 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails. Just 3 more to go. Let us end this here. Yet, as he gazed at Kakashi, a flicker of hesitation crossed Obito's mind. But this was the critical moment. The new world lay just ahead. Where's Guy-sensei? With his assistance, perhaps things could be easier. Naruto turned his head to scan the surroundings. Meanwhile, in an uninhabited forest, Might Guy was initiating the next evolution of a scion. The overwhelming power caused his physique to swell and change. He nearly faltered under this force, but upon opening the 7th gate, he began to gradually acclimate to it. Thus, he required some time to complete his evolution. Chapter 78. Master and Student Coordination. The frog group's strike shatters the white mask. I'll take the offensive, Naruto. You provide support from the side. Killer Bee, you assist. Kakashi and Naruto leapt into the palm of the 8 tails. Yo! As the 8 tails gathered power, Kakashi and Naruto were swiftly hurled towards Uchiha Obito. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi unleashed Raikiri, only for it to pass harmlessly through Obito's form. From the side, Naruto swung down with a spiraling sphere. Obito exerted a bit of force, and the flaming fan from behind flew into his hand. Clang! Uchiha's counterattack. Boom! The spiraling sphere rebounded, and Naruto narrowly dodged, retreating a few steps to regain his balance. Suddenly, 6 coffins arose before Obito. The lids slowly creaked open, revealing the previous Jinchuriki from whom the tailed beasts had been extracted. The yellow seals upon their foreheads flickered out, and they began to rise. Fellow Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. It seems your 9 tails has regressed, Obito taunted, eyeing Naruto. Feel their power. The 6 figures transformed into their tailed beast forms, collectively condensing tailed beast balls. Oh no! What do we do now? Kakashi gasped, paralyzed by the unfolding scene. Utilizing Kamui against such numbers was utterly infeasible. At that moment, Naruto's consciousness was suddenly graced by the image of Kurama. Naruto, grasp the Pokeball tightly in your palm. Merge with my will. Naruto hurriedly retrieved the Pokeball from his pocket. Yet, no matter his efforts, he could not meld his consciousness with Kurama's. The chaos and explosions of the battlefield fiercely disrupted his mind. Faced with the imminent convergence of 6-tailed beast balls, the 8 tails stood valiantly before the coalition. It's no use. I must bear the brunt of this. Obito scoffed. Have you given up struggling? Then let it end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6-tailed beast balls hurtled swiftly toward the coalition forces. Everyone clenched their fists in trepidation. Suddenly, a vision flashed through Naruto's mind. The image of Kurama within his own body, wearing a disdainful expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Kurama, the inability to merge is due to your own reservations, isn't it? Perhaps it's because you've always resented being sealed away, even within the Pokeball. This is not your home. Naruto stood within the realm of consciousness, sighing at the emptiness of the Pokeball in his hand. The door that once sealed the 9 tails now lay desolate. TCH, I have no such resentment. It's merely a lack of choice. Ever since Uchiha Madara, I have been used and imprisoned. Such a life has left me devoid of trust in humanity. Even now, you are my master, but I have never trusted you. Kurama's voice resonated within Naruto's mind. Naruto bitterly shook his head. No, I have never considered you a mere pet. In my heart, you are my friend. Always ready to lend a hand, are you not? From the very beginning, you have witnessed my journey step by step. We should share the same resonance. The world deems you an embodiment of evil, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that their own actions breed such malevolence. Kurama, I stand with you. Suddenly, Naruto thrust his fist toward the air before him. In that instant, Kurama was utterly taken aback. Kakashi, get back. Niji, you too retreat. Hisashi shouted at the others. Standing resolutely beside the 8 tails, preparing to utilize his heavenly spin for defense. But the power of the tailed beast balls was enough to obliterate everything. Just as the 6-tailed beast balls drew near, a golden tail swept through. Boom. The 6-tailed beast balls were all deflected, soaring towards the adjacent mountain range. What? Everyone gazed at Naruto in shock, as he radiated a golden glow. This action prompted Kakashi to don his reading glasses in disbelief. Sensei? Naruto, have you merged with the 9 tails? The 8 tails exclaimed excitedly, observing Naruto's transformation. Indeed. Kurama, let us go? Naruto hurled the Pokeball into the sky. A golden beam of light cascaded down to the ground. The moment the 9 tails materialized, the morale of the allied forces surged. Oh, transformed? Then I shall take this seriously. Obito declared, raising 2 fingers, and immediately summoned numerous chains from the mouth of the outer path golem. The chains first ensnared the 6-tailed beast's necks, then coiled around the 8 tails and 9 tails. It seems one is still missing. I wonder how the situation is faring over there. Obito gazed into the distance, suddenly commanding the outer path golem to pull the chains. The six-tailed beasts were directly drawn into the golem's maw, while the eight tails and nine tails continued to struggle. Naruto, filled with rage, charged towards Uchiha Obito, his palm brimming with the power of the tailed beast bomb. The struggle continued. Obito, with a cold smirk, entered his intangibility state. At the moment Naruto passed through Obito's form, the tailed beast bomb in his hand vanished abruptly. Kamui. Boom. Obito was struck with tremendous force, propelling him backwards for 1,000 meters. Almost instantly, the tailed beast bomb erupted in a violent explosion. Kakashi, kneeling weakly on the ground, was struck by a profound realization. He had but one technique. It seemed that my Kamui's space was interconnected with his. This hints at his true identity. As the explosion dissipated, Obito emerged from the smoke, his clothing tattered, yet his mask still firmly in place. The outer path golem continued its relentless tugging of the eight tails and nine tails. Anxious and desperate, Naruto surged forward once more towards Obito. Wait, Naruto! Kakashi cried, closely trailing behind as they navigated the rocky terrain to approach Obito. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette obstructed Kakashi's path. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the perverted sage, Jiraiya. Kakashi, allow me to handle this, Jiraiya said, clasping his hands together as he began to enter sage mode. Naruto. Sage mode. Jiraiya called out to Naruto. Although uncertain of the reason, Naruto complied. Do you remember the frog kata? Jiraiya inquired, gazing at Naruto. Of course I do. But in a situation like this Naruto hesitated. Wait. He suddenly realized. Jiraiya nodded slightly. If we attack simultaneously from both sides, the area of effect will be greatly expanded. Naruto comprehended at once. The principle of the frog kata could gather natural energy around the palms, enlarging the range of their attacks. For instance, if an opponent dodged a punch, the nearby natural energy would still strike them. As Obito's intangibility concluded, he would be vulnerable to the natural energy assault. With this understanding, Jiraiya and Naruto devised their assault plan, the master and apprentice flanking Obito from either side. Obito furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of danger. As Naruto and Jiraiya closed in, at the moment their fists were about to connect, Obito's body abruptly faded away. Naruto and Jiraiya swiftly adjusted their attacks to avoid hitting each other. Just as they landed, Obito's intangibility ended. Boom. Instantly, the white mask on his cheek shattered. Chapter 79. The Resurrection of the Ten Tails. Sasuke awakens. You are the familiar yet strange visage left Kakashi in shock, his eyes widening. Obito, you're alive. Obito erupted into laughter. Look at your expression, Kakashi. At this stage, there's no need for pretense. Kakashi, still unwilling to accept the reality, grappled with the fact that his long-lost friend stood before him. But if you're alive, why not return to Konoha? Kakashi questioned. Obito's demeanor shifted, becoming fervent. I am a pessimistic man. The dreams I once held have long since become mere illusions. Now, I prefer to trust in my own hands to alter the future. All wishes in this world are unattainable, thus I intend to usher the world into the dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi. The current world harbors too many unspeakable truths. I seek to create a realm where heroes need not justify themselves before tombstones. Obito's words struck deep within Kakashi, plunging him into a state of profound shock. Silence. Nonsense. Naruto interjected, stepping forward to halt Obito's tirade. Obito chuckled at Naruto. Hope is a pale and insubstantial concept. Constantly speaking of hope merely postpones the issues, leaving behind only emptiness and reality. Naruto was suddenly reminded of his childhood memories, which also bore the weight of his father and mentor's expectations. Reflecting on this, he wondered if he truly lived up to them. You are mistaken, Jiraiya interjected, standing resolutely before Naruto. The Nine Tails was entrusted to you by the fourth Hokage. While they had no choice at the time, as you grew, you came to regard the Nine Tails as a comrade. The Nine Tails, bound by chains, maintained a steadfast gaze upon Naruto. Do not give up. You are Uzumaki Naruto. This was the first time Naruto received encouragement from Kurama. The Nine Tails devoted its remaining strength to Naruto, triggering a transformation within him. Simultaneously entering Sage mode, he also activated the Nine Tails mode. The immovable stone, the uncleaned right hand, the unquenchable Sharingan. This was the tail belonging to Obito and Kakashi. Due to his father's past decisions, Kakashi chose to abandon his companions in favor of completing his mission, a choice Obito deemed cold and despicable. Memories flooded Kakashi's mind, and his emotions began to spiral out of control. Kakashi, you are the finest jonin, Obito remarked. Speaking of which, I owe you a gift. Now that I'm ready. Consider this your promotion to Jonin. Yet now, memories shattered like glass, confronting the harsh reality before him. Kakashi's heart twisted in anguish. Kakashi, your current demeanor strikes me as hypocritical. Obito's right eye widened. Fire style, exploding wind dance. Naruto raised his hand, 9 tails erupting forth, instantly countering the fiery onslaught. Suddenly, a figure descended with a resounding crash. Boom. Clouds of thick smoke billowed. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Madara emerged slowly, grasping Gaara and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Obito, upon seeing Madara's arrival, appeared unsurprised, as if everything transpired according to plan. You're quite slow. I've grown weary of the game. Obito remarked, raising both fingers as the outer path golem unleashed a chain that pierced Gaara's body. The one tail was instantly dragged away. Gaara, Naruto exclaimed, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by Jiraiya. We're just 2 away now, Obito remarked, glancing at the 8 tails and 9 tails being dragged by chains. Madara's presence signified the collapse of the 5 Kage. Jiraiya recognized the gravity of the situation. Their only recourse lay in severing the chains binding the 8 tails and 9 tails, then ensuring Naruto's safe escape. Pain betrayed me. I had intended to utilize the Rinne rebirth to revive you, yet he ultimately chose to die by his master's hand, Obito said to Madara. It matters not. My current form seems to possess greater strength. Madara tilted his head, revealing blood-soaked teeth. Obito turned his gaze back to Kakashi. In the past, I used my memories of Rin and you as my sole anchor for survival. Yet, this is the outcome. It was you. You killed Rin with your own hands. Terror was etched across Kakashi's face, sweat trickling down his forehead. Deep down, he understood he had not intended to kill Rin. She had rushed into the path of his attack. But before the current Obito, he found himself at a loss for words, feeling as if he bore the blame. Obito slowly closed his eyes, recalling that blood-soaked night. Amidst countless corpses, he cradled Rin's lifeless body, enveloped by despair. Rin, I shall create a world where you exist once more. It was at that moment, witnessing Rin's death, that Kakashi's Sharingan resonated with his own emotions. How utterly desperate must one be to evolve the 2 Mangekyo Sharingan directly to the level of the eternal Mangekyo? Yet, in his benevolence, he has persistently targeted his former comrade, Kakashi. Uchiha Obito, with a hint of mockery, observed the interaction between himself and Kakashi. Time is running out, Obito. It seems you still harbor some affection for Kakashi, he remarked. Obito scoffed coldly, declaring, since that fateful night, my heart has ceased to exist. At that moment, the allied forces commenced their assault. Uchiha Madara leapt into action, directly confronting the 8 tails and 9 tails. A beast is a beast, he sneered, putting on a display of feigned struggle. With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful kick to the 8 tails, sending it crashing to the ground as the chains of the outer path golem rapidly constricted around it, pulling it inexorably within. However, before its capture, the 8 tails managed to leave a tentacle within Killer Bee, thus preserving its life. The 9 tails glared at Madara with seething hatred, proclaiming, you will ultimately fail. Naruto sprinted towards Madara, but he was too late. Under Madara's overwhelming power, the 9 tails was consumed by the outer path golem. With that, all 9-tailed beasts had been subdued. The outer path golem was successfully activated, letting out a roar that pierced the heavens. In that instant, Naruto's heart abruptly ceased its rhythm. Naruto. Jiraiya caught Naruto's falling body. Simultaneously, Sasuke slowly awakened from the experimental platform, opening his eyes to regard his hands. Suddenly, Kabuto appeared before him, grinning. Hee, take a moment to appreciate your own body. Chapter 80, The Food Replication Body, Itachi vs. Kabuto. At the 8 Treasure Lily Pavilion, Sumu suddenly gazed into the distant sky, witnessing a surge of power erupting skyward. Such dense spiritual energy. Could it herald the birth of a foundational warrior? Behind him, the Snake Princess emerged slowly, stating, since it is a cultivation of spiritual energy, allow me to intervene. Sumu nodded in agreement. Go ahead. After this battle concludes, the first gate shall surely open. The current system was beginning to change. Following the conclusion of the Ninja World War, the first gate would be forcibly unlocked, and the mechanism for acquiring shock points through storytelling would also be altered. The Snake Princess soared into the air. Within the dimly lit cave, Kabuto scrutinized Sasuke's transformed body. He appeared as though he had undergone a metamorphosis, radiating an enigmatic aura. With a mere gesture, Sasuke caused a rock to explode. This power. Sasuke erupted into maniacal laughter. Suddenly, a figure stepped into view. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Sasuke was rendered speechless. Uchiha Itachi. You. Itachi cast a discerning glance at Kabuto, furrowing his brow in concern. What have you done to Sasuke? He immediately discerned the anomaly within Sasuke's body. Sasuke, bewildered, turned to Kabuto, questioning, what is he talking about? Kabuto, with a sly grin, removed his hat, causing Sasuke to instinctively recoil in terror upon realizing that Kabuto's face was an exact replica of his own. What on earth is happening? In an instant, Itachi's form transformed into a multitude of crows that scattered. Behind Kabuto, a long blade suddenly pierced through his body. You are merely a replica, aren't you? Itachi remarked coolly. Kabuto disintegrated into a puddle of slime. At that moment, several more individuals identical to Sasuke materialized around them. This complicates matters. He has utilized cloning techniques to replicate your genes. The only way to resolve this predicament is to locate Kabuto. Sasuke unsheathed his sword, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that severed the surrounding clones in half. Itachi surveyed the surroundings and suddenly spotted a hidden door. Follow me. The two brothers approached the secret entrance, and Itachi summoned Susanoo, shattering the wall with a single strike. As the dust settled, the sight before them left Sasuke and Itachi utterly astounded. Within a pristine white chamber, countless instruments housed numerous clones of Sasuke. Starting from the first row, there were approximately 10,000 in total. Sasuke's scalp tingled with horror as he realized he had been exploited. As they navigated through the instruments, they reached a throne at the front, where Kabuto's silhouette was visible. He was ravenously devouring one of Sasuke's clones, his expression one of perverse delight. Upon hearing their approach, Kabuto abruptly ceased his meal and turned to face them, his mouth smeared with blood and fragments of flesh, provoking a surge of nausea within Sasuke. What is the purpose behind all of this? Itachi inquired coldly. It is, of course, to become a true sage. Kabuto slowly rose to his feet, his excitement palpable as he stood before Sasuke's original body. During my modifications to your body, I stumbled upon an intriguing discovery. You have forsaken chakra. Yet within you lies another potent force. It is immensely powerful, but sadly, it belongs to the chakra lineage. However, I have successfully transformed this power. The being I have created will undoubtedly not serve me. I surmise that you were once an extraordinary individual in your past life. In my quest to harness your strength, I replicated your genes. Have you heard of ginseng? It resembles a human form, yet contains an essence of the heavens and earth beyond your imagination. Yet, the replication inherits too little of your original power. I must continue to clone. By turning them all into my sustenance, only then can I gradually seize that power. Ultimately, I shall consume you and usurp your existence. What a delightful endeavor. Kabuto's laughter grew increasingly deranged. So, you have turned yourself into a zombie? Sasuke coldly queried Kabuto. Previously, I was naive, referring to the resurrected as zombies. Now, having transcended, I prefer to call them devourers. Humanity must be punished. A new world shall be reborn through my hands. Continuous evolution is the essence of life. Kabuto spread his arms wide in ecstasy. With a swift motion, Sasuke drew his blade. Kabuto casually pointed, shattering the sword in an instant. Do you wish to challenge me? Have you not realized? I have shed my serpent skin. I have now ascended to a celestial state. Itachi erupted into laughter. Every technique possesses its flaws, and the flaw in your technique is my existence. Kabuto opened his mouth wide, unleashing a massive serpent from his body. Itachi was violently thrown against the wall by the creature's force. Itachi! Sasuke rushed forward in alarm. Kabuto crawled out from atop the serpent's head, taunting Sasuke with a twisted grin. Will today be the day the brother saves the younger sibling? Or the younger sibling saves the brother? Blade technique. Sasuke waved his hand, summoning several long swords imbued with spiritual energy from the air. Go! They shot forth in unison. Kabuto dismissively shook his head. You intend to use the techniques I taught you to defeat me? How naive. With a flick of his finger, the swords turned and hurtled back towards Sasuke. Momentarily stunned, Sasuke found himself in a dire situation. Just as the swords were about to strike, Itachi stepped in front of him, his sturdy back absorbing the onslaught. I almost forgot. You two are a zombie. Kabuto landed on the ground, gathering spiritual energy in his hands. Sasuke, stay behind me and do not run about. Itachi's expression suddenly shifted. Gazing at Kabuto, he slowly closed his eyes. Have you resolved yourself to face death? Kabuto grinned maliciously. Then allow me to escort you on this journey. With both hands converging spiritual energy, a crescent wave of power surged toward Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, Itachi opened his eyes. His body emanated a radiant blue aura. In the next moment, he lunged forward. Samadhi True Fire. Boom. The force of this attack sent Yakushi Kabuto staggering back several steps. He gazed at Uchiha Itachi in astonishment. Why? Why can you also wield spiritual energy? Itachi, with an impassive expression, approached Yakushi Kabuto. You fused the reanimation jutsu with the corpse puppet technique to resurrect the deceased. This in itself is flawed. The zombies absorb the essence of the moon, which is also spiritual energy. Once they become undead, both chakra and spiritual energy can be utilized simultaneously. This is something you failed to notice. At that moment, Itachi recalled his previous battle with Su Fan. It turned out that before unleashing the Samadhi True Fire, the incantation Su Fan uttered was indeed the very spell of the Samadhi True Fire. Chapter 81. The Snake Princess Strikes, Annihilating Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly directed his gaze towards Sasuke, who stood behind Itachi. Itachi furrowed his brow and summoned Susanoo once more. However, this time, the orange Susanoo transformed into a crimson hue, surrounded by a powerful aura of spiritual energy. It was my oversight to have neglected your presence. I never anticipated you would take advantage of it. Nevertheless, neither of you brothers will leave here alive today. Yakushi Kabuto traversed the air, his right hand gripping a long blade enveloped in spiritual energy, racing towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi slowly lifted the long blade, fiery flames gradually enveloping it. The two clashed fiercely, the force of their blades piercing the sky, with those miles away feeling the tremors of their power. A bolt of divine lightning descended from the heavens. Yakushi Kabuto's face lit up with excitement. He shed his long robe and transformed into a colossal white serpent, slithering out of the stone cave. The moon hung high in the sky. Yakushi Kabuto straightened his serpentine form, continuously absorbing fresh spiritual energy. Itachi and Sasuke leaped from the ruins of the cave, their faces etched with astonishment at the scene before them. What is he doing? Sasuke queried, puzzled. I am uncertain, but if we allow him to continue unchecked, it could spell danger for us all, Itachi replied gravely. Above in the loft, Sumu gazed at the enormous serpent's shadow beneath the moonlight and slowly shook his head. Though this world is rich in spiritual energy, it is incomplete. To transcend and become immortal, one must face divine retribution. After absorbing sufficient spiritual energy, Yakushi Kabuto tore through the walls of the hidden chamber within the cave. The clones were instantly revealed before his eyes. He gaped, a powerful suction drawing all the clones into his belly. The power he had acquired from Sasuke finally responded. Now, if he could devour Sasuke's true body, he could withstand the divine lightning and ascend to immortality. Run, Sasuke! Itachi shouted to his brother. Yakushi Kabuto writhed with his massive serpent form, rapidly approaching. Itachi summoned Susanoo. Bracing against Yakushi Kabuto's onslaught, Sasuke stood frozen, clearly witnessing the emergence of scales upon Yakushi Kabuto's serpent form. This was a sign of dragon transformation. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly whipped his serpent tail, the immense force crashing against Itachi's Yata mirror. Boom! A crack appeared on the sacred Yata mirror. It seemed that Itachi could not withstand another powerful assault from Yakushi Kabuto. At that moment, the first bolt of divine lightning struck down heavily. Yakushi Kabuto tensed, wrapping himself tightly. Boom! Lightning coursed across the surface of Yakushi Kabuto's body, and the scales upon him suddenly gleamed with hardness. Ha ha ha, is that all? Yakushi Kabuto licked his lips in satisfaction, crashing into Uchiha Itachi's Yata mirror once more. This time, the Yata mirror bore even more cracks. With the next attack, it would undoubtedly shatter, and Itachi would suffer tremendous backlash. Itachi! Sasuke summoned Susanoo and launched a spiritual arrow at Yakushi Kabuto. This strike failed to even breach the barrier before Yakushi Kabuto. The sky grew ominously dark, the second bolt of lightning poised to descend. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the clouds, riding a sword. All swords returned to their origin. Above Yakushi Kabuto's head, the clouds parted, and countless spiritual swords descended with golden light. Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback, hastily conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy to shield himself. Clang! Clang! Countless spiritual swords fiercely struck against Yakushi Kabuto's barrier. The Snake Princess waved her hand nonchalantly, parting the dark clouds as if they were a river of stars. A colossal sword slowly emerged from the heavens. Yakushi Kabuto fixated on the Snake Princess's face, a familiar sensation washing over him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Lord Orochimaru? The Snake Princess regarded him coldly. Address me as Lady Snake Princess. Kabuto, I had no intention of involving myself in this matter. However, I learned a secret technique from Lord Sumu and transformed this world into its current state. Lord Sumu's original intention was to maintain the balance of this world. You have now breached that balance, and thus, you must die. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly erupted into bitter laughter. Lady Snake Princess. I once followed you with the hope of achieving our grand ideals and proving my existence. Have I truly erred? The Snake Princess ceased her banter, pointing to the heavens as spiritual energy surged into the sky. The spiritual swords descended gradually. Yakushi Kabuto slowly closed his eyes. When the sword touched the mortal realm, countless beings knelt in reverence. Yakushi Kabuto's head was severed by the spiritual sword. The mountain, at this moment, blossomed with peach flowers. The sword transformed into a towering tree, standing proud atop the mountain. Everything that had transpired seemed to vanish. The divine lightning in the clouds slowly dissipated. The Snake Princess prepared to depart. Suddenly, Itachi called out to her, "With Yakushi Kabuto dead, how do we dispel this technique?" The Snake Princess smiled lightly. "Lord Sumu has his methods, but they will only come into play once the Shinobi World War concludes. Do not perish easily. This is an opportunity to live once more." With that, the Snake Princess took flight. The two brothers could never have imagined that Orochimaru had transformed into this form. "She seems so beautiful," Sasuke murmured, gazing at the retreating figure of the Snake Princess. Itachi, on the battlefield of the Shinobi world, the previous strike from the Snake Princess had caused quite an uproar. This prompted Uchiha Madara to hasten the completion of the Moon's plan. However, now, Obito faced Kakashi, and both entered the Kamui space simultaneously, delaying Uchiha Madara's plans. At this moment, Sumu stood before a massive clay pot, stirring with a stick, unsure of what he was concocting. Upon the Snake Princess's return, she approached him in a huff. The bottom of the pot was filled with yellow talismans and fragrant ash. This large pot should suffice for those resurrected individuals to drink. Sumu set down the stick, satisfied, and clapped his hands. "What is this? It looks disgusting," the Snake Princess remarked disdainfully. Sumu chuckled. "It is a mixture of secretive talisman water, capable of dispelling their corpse-like phenomena. However, since Yakushi Kabuto fused the reanimation jutsu, if the corpse-like state is lifted, their souls will become eternally bound. In a sense, they would be truly resurrected. They would no longer possess the characteristics of the reanimation jutsu. The elderly could live another 20 years without issue. The younger and middle-aged individuals would age normally, eventually passing away of natural causes or illness, barring unforeseen circumstances." The Snake Princess was momentarily stunned. So, the individuals resurrected by Yakushi Kabuto are truly alive? Even if the reanimation jutsu is lifted, they will not return to the Pure Land? Sumu nodded slightly. "Consider it a repayment of the debt owed to Yakushi Kabuto." Chapter 82. Lin, have I lost? It seems I truly cannot change you. All I can do for you now is send you on your way. Kakashi slowly raised 2 fingers. Obito cast a glance at Kakashi, raising 2 fingers in a similar gesture. Then, "I am no different. Come on." Within the realm of Kamui, both Kakashi and Obito launched their attacks simultaneously, escalating the battle. In an effort to eradicate the negativity previously wrought upon the ninja world by Kabuto, Suki resolved to have the Snake Princess proceed with the original plan, summoning the first 4 Hokage through Edo Tensei. This was not only to rescue Naruto, but also to confront Uchiha Madara. The 4 would merely be ordinary reanimations, capable of returning to the Pure Land after the ninja war concluded. Otherwise, the ninja world would face dire betrayal. Naruto, being the chosen one of this realm, must not perish. His death would lead to the complete collapse of the world. Such is the law of causality. The Snake Princess complied, making a special visit to the shrine of the Uzumaki clan. Madara Uchiha, facing the coalition of 5 nations, slowly rose, deciding to stretch his limbs. Until now, there had been no opponent on the battlefield for him. He had been waiting for the arrival of a specific individual. The Ten Tails awakened, its formidable power permeating the heavens and the earth. A tailed beast bomb began to coalesce in its mouth, causing an immediate panic among the crowd. "Heh, look at your cowardice. Even when united, you are nothing compared to Hashirama," Madara quipped, observing the flustered throng. At that moment, the tailed beast bomb successfully formed. Boom. The force of destruction surged towards the coalition forces. The inhabitants of Awagakure hurriedly formed hand seals and struck the ground. Earth-style. Earth flow wall. Yet even so, before the tailed beast bomb, their defenses crumbled like fragile paper. As the tailed beast bomb hurtled toward them, at a critical moment, a flying thunder god kunai embedded itself in the ground. The tailed beast bomb vanished instantaneously. Am I late? On the surface of the sea, 10,000 meters from the battlefield, another flying thunder god kunai was lodged in a coastal rock. All eyes turned in bewilderment toward the man who had arrived to turn the tide. "I am Minato Namikaze, and I am ready to explode." Boom. The distant tremors generated colossal waves. A fierce wind swept across the entire battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 other figures landed beside Minato, namely, the 3rd Hokage, the 2nd Hokage, and the 1st Hokage. The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. The arrival of the past Hokages ignited the fighting spirit within everyone. At that moment, Minato attempted to sense Naruto's chakra, only to discover it had vanished. His brow furrowed in concern. "Everyone, let us seal the 10 tails," the 1st Hokage declared with fervor. A golden aura radiated from Minato's body, akin to that which Naruto exuded. The 4 descended upon the 4 corners of the 10 tails. Ninjutsu. For red sun formation. For beams of crimson light pierced the sky, erecting numerous barriers around the 10 tails. And with my addition, Sage Art, Myojinman, Hashirama suddenly activated Sage Mode, causing 10 pillars to descend from the heavens, binding the 10 tails of the 10 tails. Sealing the 10 tails. Suddenly, a figure leaped excitedly from the rocks. "Hashirama, I've been waiting for you." Minato began searching for Naruto's presence, realizing that Naruto might be in danger. As he traversed the corners of the allied shinobi forces, he finally spotted Naruto beneath the ruins of a crag. Sakura was desperately trying to save him. Minato's sudden appearance put Sakura on high alert. "Who are you?" Minato smiled and replied, "I am Naruto's father, the 4th Hokage. Rest assured, I will take care of Naruto." With no other options, Sakura stepped aside. Minato knelt before Naruto, placing his right hand upon Naruto's abdomen. Hashirama, not yet eager to duel Madara, prioritized dealing with the 10 tails. Madara sat idly on the ground, controlling his Susanoo to fend off Hashirama's wood clones. Suddenly, Obito's form materialized from the Kamui dimension, revealing a large hole where his heart once resided. He struggled to rise, but was too severely injured. "I wanted to play a bit longer, but I see you've already become like this." "How unfortunate," Madara remarked, slowly raising 2 fingers. Instantly, multiple black rods erupted from Obito's right arm. He clutched his arm in agony, tears welling in his eyes. "Obito, it is time for you to repay your debt." Black Zetsu gradually consumed Obito's body. A faint golden light emanated from Madara's surface. Obito screamed in excruciating pain, his hands involuntarily forming hand seals. In that moment, Rin's image filled his mind. Rin. He was unwilling to accept defeat. Recalling everything that transpired that day. "Have I lost?" Suddenly, Itachi and Sasuke landed beside Obito simultaneously. Amaterasu. Itachi unleashed a torrent of black flames, driving Black Zetsu away from Obito. They had almost reached the final step, which could be deemed a success. However, Madara noticed that his body showed no signs of revival. "Have I failed?" Itachi looked at Madara and said calmly, "The technique Kabuto used is not ordinary Edo Tensei. It possesses a physical form, merely altering the essence of the original body. For instance, like this." As he spoke, Itachi lifted Sasuke's arm and drew a kunai across it, causing blood to flow forth. Upon seeing the fresh blood, Madara's expression twisted into one of rage, clearly desiring to taste the blood. His body began to behave erratically. "This concept of revival is not the same as ordinary Rinne rebirth," Itachi explained. Madara chuckled in resignation. Very well. This body is not so bad after all. After all the effort, this is the result." Just as Madara finished speaking, the Rinnegan above his eyes shattered into fragments. If this is a pure physical form, how can it be explained? The Edo Tensei fused with the corpse manipulation technique, thus containing some functions of Edo Tensei. In the sky, the Snake Princess descended on her sword. "However, your zombie physique is stronger than that of an Edo Tensei body, thus masking its abilities. A physical form, as Itachi just explained to you, means you have effectively come back to life." Recalling her sword, the Snake Princess landed beside Obito. "And who are you? What is a zombie?" Madara's mind was in disarray, yet his current objective was to extract the tailed beast from Obito's body, enabling him to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. "Obito, do you recall what Suki told you back then?" the Snake Princess said softly as she squatted beside Obito. At that moment, Obito slowly opened his eyes, flooded with memories of Rin. Yet he distinctly remembered Suki's words. "Did Mr. Suki come?" Obito's cracked lips trembled as he spoke. Chapter 83. The Moonlight Box. Obito returns to the past. The power of the 10 tails began to fuse within Obito. He clutched his chest in agony, as though his entire being were being torn apart. Memories and photographs ignited in flames. In the heavens, a black box pierced through the clouds, resembling a meteor as it swiftly descended toward Obito's location. "What is that?" people murmured as it flew toward the battlefield. Obito slightly opened his eyes to gaze at the sky. At that moment, the black box suddenly plunged into his forehead. A powerful energy field enveloped the surroundings. In a daze, Obito discovered himself in a world bathed in white. He gazed down at his hands, bewildered and uncertain of what had transpired. Suddenly, the environment gradually transformed, revealing lush green lawns, majestic mountains, and flowing streams. With a perplexed expression, he began to walk forward. Passing over a solitary wooden bridge, a figure caught his eye. Mr. Soma, who was fishing by the stream, noticed Obito's arrival and waved at him. Mr. Soma? Obito said, scratching his head in surprise. He was clueless about where he was or why Soma appeared before him. After a moment of hesitation, he approached Soma and sat beside him. Have you still not come to terms with everything that has transpired? Soma observed with a knowing smile. Obito shook his head bitterly. It is my own unwillingness that holds me back. In simple terms, my actions are not solely for Rin. Her death has opened my eyes to the harsh realities of the ninja world. I fear death. Having lost Rin, I also dread losing Kakashi. Only in that illusionary world can we feel warmth, free from war and death. Soma set down his fishing rod and sighed lightly. If I could grant you a chance to start anew, how would you choose? At these words, Obito's heart twisted painfully. He looked at Soma in disbelief. A chance to start over. Is it true? Naturally. Do you remember the tale of the Monkey King gets married? For every disadvantage, there is an advantage. A coin always has two sides. The Moonlight Treasure Box is merely a medium, Soma explained, waving his fan gently. What must I do? Obito exclaimed, rising with excitement. Soma closed his fan and regarded Obito seriously. You must think carefully. Returning to the past will affect the course of the future. Until you have pondered this thoroughly, I advise you to reflect more. Enough of this pondering. Now, immediately, I want to return to the day Rin met with tragedy. Obito insisted fervently. This time, I will definitely catch up. Soma sighed, choosing not to say more. He stood before Obito and pointed his fingers at his forehead. Bodhi Permitha. A radiant beam of light erupted from beneath their feet. A whirlwind arose, enveloping them in a vortex of light and wind, whisking them into the time tunnel. Obito felt a wave of dizziness before losing consciousness. After an indeterminate time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Rin. Uchiha Obito, sleeping during class? Stand up. A chorus of youthful laughter erupted around him. He looked around in shock. He was in the Konoha Ninja School. I was just with Mr. Soma. What is happening here? In a daze, he caught sight of the glass nearby. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Sunglasses, sportswear, a ninja tool pouch, a backpack. This was indeed his childhood self. Through the reflection in the glass, Kakashi, sitting behind him, came into view, along with the girl he cherished most, Rin. Everything felt overwhelmingly real. He pinched his cheek hard. That hurts. If you're going to mistreat yourself, you should consider training your body more. Kakashi's voice floated to him. Obito turned to see the lazy figure looking at him with disdain. The sound of cicadas filled the playground. Obito sat beneath a tree, inhaling the fresh air, savoring the familiar scent. It seems Mr. Soma has granted me a chance to start anew. How wonderful. From today onwards, I shall strive to surpass Kakashi. In the evening, after school, Obito watched Rin at the school gate, preparing to head home. He had initially intended to muster the courage to confess to her. Suddenly, Kakashi's appearance interrupted his resolve. Hey, the ninja proficiency test is coming up soon. If you don't want to be at the bottom, you'd better work hard. Kakashi remarked before turning away. Wait, Kakashi. Rin called, sprinting after him. Damn it. That guy always acts so superior. Obito clenched his fists in anger. Father. I will surpass Kakashi. A familiar voice echoed nearby. Obito turned to see Might Guy, who was sniffling. Looks like everyone has their struggles. He returned home with his backpack, pushing open the door to the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Obito, you're back. Hearing that voice, his eyes instantly welled with tears. Yes, Grandma. In the courtyard, the elderly woman looked at him with a kind smile. Unable to hold back any longer, Obito dashed forward and leaped into his grandmother's embrace. The cherry blossom tree in the yard was in bloom. A gentle breeze rustled through the pink petals, brushing against Obito's youthful cheeks. Grandma, I've missed you so much. He clung to her tightly, unwilling to let go for even a second. You silly child, what are you saying? We just saw each other this morning. Are you hungry? Dinner is ready inside. Wash your hands and go eat, she replied, tenderly ruffling his hair. At the dining table, Obito devoured his grandmother's cooking, the familiar flavors causing tears to spill down his cheeks as he ate. On the street, in a dilapidated house, a storyteller was weaving marvelous tales, captivating the villagers. As he glanced at the setting sun outside the window, Soma closed his fan and smiled gently at the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, today's story ends here. If you wish to hear more, please wait 3 days. In the jungle during a rainy night, Obito practiced his ninjutsu with fervor. In his mind, Rin's adorable visage reflected vividly. He thrust shuriken into the treetops, shedding his drenched outerwear. Rin, this time I will not back down. Chapter 84. A New Beginning, Overwhelming Kakashi. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight fell upon Konoha, Obito lay exhausted on the ground. A night filled with training had drained him completely. The Genin examination was to take place today. He needed to hurry to school. With that thought, he rose from the ground, picked up his sunglasses, and dashed towards the school. The only requirement to become a Genin was to master the shadow clone technique. Those who succeeded would earn the Konoha forehead protector. In the corridor of the classroom, the teacher was explaining the details of the upcoming examination to the lined-up students. At that moment, Obito rushed in, flustered, tumbling down the stairs in the process. Ha! Laughter erupted from everyone around him. The examination proctor frowned at Obito. Why are you always the last to arrive? Because he is the quintessential straggler. A classmate jeered, provoking another wave of laughter from the crowd. Just wait. Today, you will all see a different side of me, Obito declared as he dusted himself off and approached Kakashi. Suddenly, Rin peeked out from in front of Kakashi. You look unwell. Did you not get enough rest last night? Caught off guard by Rin's sudden concern, Obito's cheeks flushed. And no. Here, I have a bento for you. Eat it before the exam begins, Rin said, handing him the lunchbox. Having lost Rin for so long, being back in his childhood and receiving her care once more made Obito's tears flow freely. That was the softest corner of his heart, a place that could only accommodate Rin. Hey, are you crying from being touched? I have one too, do you want it? Kakashi turned his head lazily and spoke, revealing a lunchbox identical to the one in Obito's hand. Obito was momentarily taken aback. Hee. I specially brought lunch for both of you today, one for each, Rin said with a playful smile, her eyes narrowing in delight. Obito's spirits instantly sank as he lowered his head, believing that Rin had prepared this meal solely for him. Next candidate for the assessment, Yahara Rin. Present. Rin hurriedly made her way to the examination arena. Rin, Obito suddenly called out. She paused, looking back at him with a puzzled expression. Good luck. After a brief silence, Obito gave her a thumbs up. Rin responded with a sweet smile, causing Obito to be utterly captivated. As a result, Rin successfully acquired her forehead protector and advanced to the rank of Genin, alongside Kakashi. When Obito entered the examination room, the examiners exchanged amused glances. Well aware of Obito's reputation as the underperformer, it was common knowledge throughout the academy that he consistently ranked last, failing even to throw shurikens accurately. Uchiha Obito, please commence your performance. One of the examiners nearly chuckled. Obito clenched his fists slightly. Stop looking down on me. Shadow clone technique. Puff, puff, puff. Clouds of white smoke erupted around Uchiha Obito. The three examiners gaped in astonishment. You created 5 clones at once. Obito's lips curled into a slight smirk. He had nearly attained the strength of the Sage of 6 Paths and was quite adept with various ninjutsu seals. Although his chakra was not particularly potent at the moment, he was determined not to embarrass himself with such a basic technique as the shadow clone. Perfect score. A perfect score. Obito walked out of the examination room proudly, his forehead protector in hand. The voices of astonished examiners echoed within. Outside, both Kakashi and Rin wore expressions of disbelief. So you were just pretending all along? Kakashi mused, stroking his chin as he regarded Obito. Not at all. I merely had some luck, Obito humbly replied. TCH, your head is going to swell up to the sky, Kakashi said, visibly irritated, before turning and leaving. In the days that followed, Obito trained diligently. Meanwhile, Kakashi swiftly ascended to the rank of Chunin and even began undertaking missions. While assisting an elderly lady with her luggage, Obito overheard 2 ninjas discussing Kakashi. He halted, inquiring, Are you referring to Kakashi Hitaki? Oh, and who might you be? The first ninja asked, somewhat annoyed. I'm a classmate of Kakashi's, Obito replied. Are you friends? Obito awkwardly scratched his head. Not really. Our relationship isn't that close. That guy is rather annoying, the nearby ninja remarked. It's impossible to carry out missions with someone like him in the same team. What happened? Obito pressed further. The 2 ninjas nodded in unison. That kid, even if his teammates are injured or surrounded by enemies, will prioritize his mission without a second thought. Who would want to team up with someone like that? And just a heads up, be cautious if you find yourself in his squad. With that, they turned and walked away. In the evening, as he walked along a path by the stream, Obito spotted Kakashi sitting alone on a rock. He had never truly comprehended Kakashi's pain. It must have been the death of his father that led him to make such choices. Due to his discord with his teammates, Kakashi had withdrawn from the mission team and returned to the academy. Thus, Rin, Obito, and Kakashi were placed in the same class together. Eventually, Obito met his mentor. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Reflecting on the guilt he felt toward Minato, Obito hung his head in sorrow, unable to meet his mentor's gaze. Believing he was the cause of their deaths, Obito's progress was swift. Within 2 days of joining Minato's team, he passed the Chunin exam. This achievement compelled Kakashi to finally recognize Obito's potential. Obito, your taijutsu seems to have improved remarkably lately. How about a spar with Kakashi? It will provide both of you with an opportunity for growth. In the dense woods of Konoha, Minato gently suggested to Obito. Forget it. I'm afraid I might kill him. Kakashi shot a glance at Obito before turning to practice throwing shurikens. Obito was enraged. What did you say? If you dare, come and try. I'll make you beg for mercy. Minato awkwardly scratched his head. You two should refrain from arguing. It's just a spar. No need to bring emotions into it. Fine, let us do this. Kakashi stepped forward, shuriken in hand, ready to face Obito, who unsheathed a kunai from his waist. Now, please ensure safety and do not injure one another. Minato positioned himself between the two and slowly waved his arm. Begin. Both sprang into action simultaneously. However, this time, Obito's attacks were notably more ferocious. Even though Kakashi possessed a brilliant mind and intelligence, he paled in comparison to Obito, who had faced battles against elite opponents. Obito seized Kakashi's wrist, angling his kunai sharply toward Kakashi's cheek. Kakashi, taken aback, swiftly withdrew, but Obito relentlessly pursued, his mind flashing back to their previous clash in the Kamui dimension. For reasons unknown, Obito felt a surge of uncontrollable ferocity, his techniques growing increasingly ruthless, nearly inflicting grave harm upon Kakashi. Sensing something was amiss, Minato swiftly intervened, gripping Obito's wrist just as the kunai was about to pierce Kakashi's throat. Clang! The kunai fell from Obito's grasp, leaving him in a daze, drenched in sweat. Obito, what were you thinking just now? Minato's expression turned serious as he faced Obito. You were mere moments away from causing a tragedy. If it weren't for my speed, the consequences would have been dire. Kakashi, are you alright? Rin rushed to Kakashi's side, checking for injuries. Meanwhile, Obito stood there, feeling neglected and foolish. He looked at his trembling hands, realizing that the memories of their past, particularly in the Kamui realm, had triggered a resonance within him, almost leading him to harm Kakashi. I'm so sorry, Kakashi, Obito said apologetically. True combat should be like this, otherwise, it feels like we're merely playing house. Kakashi dismissed Rin's hand and approached Obito. Let us go again. For some reason, Obito found himself momentarily stunned. In Kakashi, he glimpsed the most tragic aspect of existence. Perhaps no one knew that Kakashi was the one who had endured the most pain, his father driven to death by the village, yet he remained amidst the ridicule of others. I see. I will be more careful this time, Obito solemnly stated as he retrieved the kunai. TCH, last time I was careless, it won't happen again. Time rushed by, and Obito soon attained the title of Jonin, alongside Kakashi. In their small team, only Rin remained a Chunin. The fateful day of the Battle of the God Tree finally arrived. Obito resolutely gripped his kunai, declaring, this time, I will not lose you. Yet, fate often plays cruel tricks. As he faced off against the four formidable adversaries, Iwa Shinobi, Meguro, Hoka, and Samaji, the outcome remained uncertain. By sheer coincidence, they encountered the support from the eastern village where the dead lay. The three found themselves cornered, facing an insurmountable dilemma. At a pivotal moment, the colossal stone came crashing down once more. Yet this time, it was Kakashi who pushed Obito aside. Boom! The falling boulders stirred up a cloud of dust. Obito was instantly engulfed in tears. Kakashi. This scene profoundly jolted his mind. In that instant, a flash of crimson flickered in his eyes. The two tomo of his Sharingan gradually manifested. If given another chance, I would still choose to push you away. Obito. Perhaps I was always meant to be a wretched soul. The death of my father has left a significant mark on me. I am not devoid of emotion. I am merely overwhelmed by solitude. The cave crumbled, and debris completely buried Kakashi. In despair, Obito seized Rin and leaped away. From that moment, upon returning to Konoha, Obito lost the smile he once wore. On that rainy night, he and Rin fell into an ambush set by their foes. Clutching kunai tightly, Obito fought valiantly. But the enemy numbers only multiplied. Behind him, Rin gazed at the battered Obito, tears streaming down her cheeks. Obito, I will not allow you to come to any harm. He stood protectively before Rin, only to be pierced repeatedly by the enemy's kunai. Rain poured down upon him, mingling with his blood as it soaked the earth, staining the surrounding roses. Please, no more. I beg you, Obito. Rin knelt, her body trembling uncontrollably. She understood that, given Obito's abilities, escaping alone would be effortless. Yet, he chose to protect her, resulting in this dire predicament. Thud. Obito half kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath. Rin crouched beside him, softly saying, "It's futile. I can't go on. You should leave alone." Despite the pain, Obito lifted his right hand slightly to caress Rin's cheek. "To abandon you would mean my own demise." Rin, overcome with sorrow, suddenly threw herself into Obito's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Suddenly, Obito felt Rin's body go limp in his arms. He trembled as he looked down at her chest. A kunai, his own, had pierced her heart. In that moment, the world seemed to freeze. All he could see was a sea of crimson. Rin. He shook her body desperately, tears and snot streaming down his face, before unleashing a heart-wrenching wail to the heavens. Why? Why must the outcome be the same upon a second chance? Why? Suddenly, everything around him faded away once more. At that moment, Samuki appeared before Obito. Seeing Samuki, Obito clumsily grasped his ankle. "Please, let me have another chance. Just once. I beg you, Mr. Samuki." Samuki sighed, helping Obito to his feet. "No matter how many times you wish for a redo, the outcome will remain unchanged. Your eyes fail to perceive the truth. You bear double the pain." However, as he spoke, Samuki lightly waved the fan in his hand. Instantly, a vision materialized before Obito's eyes. It was the meticulously plotted scheme of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. They had captured Rin, implanting the three tails within her body, and placed a curse on her heart, ensuring she could not harm herself. To protect Konoha from destruction, she chose to die beneath Kakashi's Raikiri. That was the truth behind Rin's death. Obito shook his head in disbelief. "That cannot be." Samuki waved the fan once more. "It is time for your choice, Obito. If you wish to save Rin Noera, you must confront Uchiha Madara directly. With your abilities at that time, victory is impossible. However, you may don this." With that, Samuki produced a white Zetsu mask from his sleeve. "Wearing this will grant you the power to defeat Uchiha Madara, but once Rin is saved, she will forget you. Not only Rin, but the entire village of Konoha and the shinobi world will forget your existence. You will wander the corners of the shinobi world, forever alone." Obito gazed intently at the white Zetsu mask, taking a deep breath. To save Rin, yet be forgotten by everyone. This was undoubtedly the most agonizing choice for anyone. Yet, Obito suddenly smiled, recalling scenes from the tale of the King's Bride. When the supreme treasure was donned, when he wore the mask, let them forget. For I was never truly significant to them. Slowly, Obito placed the tiger-striped mask upon his face. In that moment, he regained formidable strength. He advanced step by step towards Rin, and with each 10 paces, the mask upon his face underwent a transformation. White Zetsu mask, tiger-striped mask, whirlpool mask. Until he finally stood before Rin, his body underwent a monumental change. His former power restored, the three-tomo white mask gradually appeared on his face. With a mere gesture, all surrounding ninjas were instantly obliterated. Chapter 86, The Eternal White Mask. Silence enveloped the area as Obito approached Rin. She lifted her gaze, trembling slightly at the sight of the white mask adorning his face. This scene tugged painfully at Obito's heart. "Do you wish to linger a while longer?" Samuki's voice came from behind. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Obito's eyes as he reached out to touch Rin's cheek. Yet, the white mask pressed deeper into his skin, the pain jolting him back to reality, causing him to instinctively step back. "You have altered the outcome. The price is the mask upon your face. For your lifetime, you will bear it. No one will remember you. No one will know you. The closer you draw to your friends and loved ones, the deeper the mask will embed itself into your flesh, coexisting with you." Samuki sighed, waving the fan in his hand, feeling a sense of helplessness. Obito was too infatuated. "I understand." After much struggle, Obito finally resolved to let go. He cast a lingering glance at Rin, then turned to follow Samuki's lead. "Hey, who are you? Do we know each other?" Rin's voice called out from behind. Obito's body trembled slightly, but he did not turn back. As he reached Samuki's side, a sense of unease filled his heart. Will this allow Rin to live? Still worried? Samuki pointed toward the distant forest. Obito's eyes widened in shock. Two figures were racing through the woods towards Rin. By the moonlight, he finally discerned their identities, his former self and his friend Kakashi. Rin. Obito, in the past, leaped out of the thicket, embracing the startled Noera Rin. In that moment, Obito, present, was filled with tears, finally releasing his burdens. This was the result he had long awaited. The trio remained unscathed, and at the moment of facing the encircling forces, Minato arrived just in time to save them. Obito, present, turned away without a backward glance. "Let us go, Mr. Samuki." Samuki smiled faintly, shaking his head. In this world, the most fervent souls abound. The two departed together. Meanwhile, Rin, nestled in Obito, past. S embrace, suddenly gazed at Obito, present, as he walked away. Obito, past, followed Rin's gaze. Feeling a twinge of frustration. What is it? Rin shook her head. That person's appearance is so strange, wearing a white mask. I saw him too, Obito, past, mused. Stroking his chin thoughtfully. He looks like a dog. Rin burst into laughter. Samuki and Obito returned to the battlefield of the shinobi world. Everything before our eyes has been transformed, yet the war persists. In those days, it was Uchiha Madara who exploited you. Even though you altered that outcome, he would still seek others to fulfill his resurrection scheme. However, there are no longer any tiger-striped or whirlpool masks here. Only the captain of the Konoha Ninja Alliance, Uchiha Obito, remains. As Sumu's words faded, three figures descended upon the forefront of the battlefield: Uchiha Obito, Noira Rin, and Hatake Kakashi. Upon seeing Rin, now grown, a look of contentment graced Obito's face. Everything happening now was no longer his concern. It was time to bring this to a close. On the other end of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara absorbed the Ten Tails. Black Zetsu had reclaimed the two Rinnegan from Nagato, and once Madara successfully replaced his eyes, the power of the Sage of Six Paths enveloped him. This formidable energy instilled an unprecedented sense of danger in all present. Madara manipulated the truth-seeking balls, relentlessly assaulting those around him. Kakashi, cover me. I will deal with this predicament. Obito swiftly approached Madara's position, with Kakashi trailing closely behind, prepared to shield him. Meanwhile, Rin, along with Sakura and Tsunade, assisted the injured ninjas. Upon reaching a suitable position, Obito furrowed his brow, his Sharingan subtly rotating. Kamui, Madara, controlling the truth-seeking balls, charged them towards Obito. In that instant, space distorted, and several truth-seeking balls were absorbed into the void. Thud! Obito knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath. The prolonged battle had drained his chakra considerably. After unleashing Kamui, he was nearly at his limit. Madara gazed at Obito with a teasing smile. Your eyes hold quite the fascinating ability, but I have more to offer. As his words fell, several truth-seeking balls reappeared behind Madara. Kakashi, alarmed, rushed toward Obito. With his current chakra, Obito may struggle to use intangibility. We must hurry. With a wave of his hand, Madara launched the truth-seeking balls toward Obito. Just as it seemed that Obito's life was about to be extinguished, a beam of golden light descended from above. Are you all right, Obito? Kakashi? As the dust settled, Kakashi beheld the familiar figure of the golden-haired Might Guy. Yash, I've successfully broken through, so I came to rescue you. The rest is up to me. Chapter 87. The Stunned Sage of Six Paths. He actually blocked the attack of the truth-seeking balls. Who is this? Madara frowned upon seeing the golden-haired man before him. Guy, your timing is impeccable. Kakashi wiped the sweat from his brow and helped Obito to his feet. Might Guy turned to face Madara, their gazes clashing, creating an immediate tension. With his reanimated body, Madara possessed absolute defense. Enhanced further by the power of the Sage of Six Paths, none present were his match. Guy's inner strength surged, instinctively activating the eighth gate. The Scion blood within him erupted. In the first stage, his golden hair fluttered slightly, and his muscles expanded. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Madara's pupils constricted as he rapidly swung his staff, launching several truth-seeking balls at Might Guy. Huh! Guy bellowed, a protective barrier enveloping him. As this power erupted, it generated a fierce gust, instantly shattering the truth-seeking balls upon contact with the ground. Seeing this, Madara initiated his assault. I'm going in. Guy stepped forward, crossing his hands. Daytime Tiger. Boom. A blinding light radiated as Madara was struck, the immense force propelling him back several meters. Is there truly someone in the ninja world capable of refining taijutsu to such an extent? Madara was inwardly astonished, now regarding Guy with newfound seriousness. Seizing the opportunity, Guy charged again. Madara raised two fingers, his left eye's pupils suddenly expanding. Rinnegan. Suddenly, Guy was struck by an unseen force, sent sprawling. Gasps filled the air. What was that? How did he get hit? Slowly rising from the ground, Guy sensed the presence of other forces around him. And it was not just one. At that moment, Naruto, having been rescued by Minato Namikaze, found his consciousness drifting into a realm of pure white. Sasuke Uchiha, standing beside Obito, suddenly sensed a force in the heavens. Wait here for me. I need to meet someone. With that, Sumu vanished from the spot. Where's this? Naruto instinctively scanned his surroundings, finding himself in a pristine, heavenly expanse. Have I already died? Coincidentally, he spotted Sasuke appearing beside him and was taken aback. Sasuke, how are you here? Did you die too? This doesn't make sense. Didn't Itachi tell me he was coming to save you? Could it be that he killed you? Naruto pondered, stroking his chin. Shut up, you dead last. Close your mouth. Sasuke snapped, irritated, as he looked toward the other side of this world. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths slowly drifted over from the opposite shore. This must be the place. A vortex appeared in the space. Sumu, holding a folding fan, stepped in, observing the immaculate world before him. He closed his eyes and sensed the positions of Naruto and Sasuke. The Sage of Six Paths suddenly glanced toward the distance with keen sensitivity. I never expected someone could find this place. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged perplexed glances, still unaware of what was transpiring. Rising smoke in the distance revealed Sumu's figure gradually materializing before the three. It's Mr. Sumu. Naruto immediately recognized him and waved his arms, calling out, "Hey, Mr. Sumu." Hearing Naruto's call, Sumu smiled and nodded. Sumu. To effortlessly enter this realm while completely severing my perception. This seems beyond the capabilities of those from the ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths observed cautiously as Sumu approached. It has been a while, Naruto. Upon reaching the trio, Sumu waved his fan and spoke lightly. May I inquire how you found your way here? The sage regarded Sumu sternly. With a gentle smile, Sumu replied, Do not mistake this for the ninja world. I can easily enter even the Pure Land. However, I am not an enemy. I have come seeking your assistance. The sage, hearing Sumu's capabilities, felt a sense of unease. I am currently only a spiritual entity. What can you seek my help for? To restore order to the ninja world. I need to pull back all souls from the Pure Land, including yours, Sumu stated deliberately, locking eyes with the sage. The Sage of Six Paths was taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. What nonsense are you spouting? How can the dead be retrieved from the Pure Land? Additionally, what do you mean by restoring order to the ninja world? Sumu closed his fan, smiling enigmatically. He glanced at the palms of Naruto and Sasuke, one bearing the moon and the other the sun, indicating they had indeed acquired the powers of Ashura and Indra. Have you not noticed Madara's anomaly? He is no longer an ordinary reanimated corpse. The Sage of Six Paths paused, peering through his Rinnegan towards the battlefield. He beheld Madara's body, shrouded in an ominous black aura, the land around him barren. It was evident that he was no longer merely a reanimated entity. This situation is partly my fault. The current state of the ninja world is also tied to me. Naturally, I am willing to lend my assistance. Sumu gently closed her eyes, and an image of the 8 treasures glazed pavilion instantaneously materialized in her mind. At the threshold of the first door on the 3rd level, the gap widened progressively, allowing a chilling breeze to sweep through the entire establishment. Suddenly, a pair of immense reincarnation eyes emerged from the darkness of the door's crevice.